Chapter 1. The Wandering Earth. The Wandering Earth World. Kyoto, Underground City, number 3, in a room of less than 10 square meters. There was a bed and a set of simple tables and chairs. Ugh. On the single bed, Chu Xian felt his mind was like mush. Drowsy, he struggled to open his eyes and looked around. Cramped, constricted. On the walls were various charts and some pictures of plants. Where is this? Feeling a bit anxious, he wondered if he had been kidnapped. In a completely unfamiliar environment, filled with a strange smell. The air was murky. The ceiling showed mottled marks that exuded a sense of decay. But what would they want with him? He wasn't a wealthy person. They wouldn't be after his kidneys, would they? He quickly checked himself. Fortunately, there were no scars. His kidneys were safe for now. Suddenly, Chu Xian froze. Looking down, he noticed calluses on his hands. No wonder it felt uncomfortable when he touched them earlier. Although he was a corporate worker, he shouldn't have calluses. Hastily, he got out of bed and went to a mirror, staring blankly. This joke has gone too far. It was a strange face, somewhat handsome, yet with an abnormal, sickly pallor. Those dark circles, how long had he stayed up? As he struggled to recall his last memories. Suddenly, Chu Xian's body stiffened. His head throbbed. A surge of memories flooded in strange images and unfamiliar terms rushed into his mind. Underground city, planetary engine, helium flash, mango-flavored dried earthworms. It took him a good 10 minutes to absorb all this information. Transmigration? At this moment, Chu Xian finally realized what had happened. His head was buzzing. Should he pop open a bottle of 1982 herbal tea to celebrate? Not only had he transmigrated, moreover, he had transmigrated to a rather troublesome world. The Wandering Earth. That's right, the world where humanity blew up the moon, collectively fleeing with a dying planet. When he watched the movie, he just wanted to know the moon's psychological shadow area. Ugh. No. Now he should be concerned about his own psychological shadow area. In short, it was very large. Chu Xian smiled bitterly, feeling like crying without tears. What a pitfall. He transmigrated just a few months before the release of the sequel, feeling like a billion-dollar mistake. It was only a little over a year since the event of the first film that he glanced at the calendar. January 15th, 2074, only 1 year and 1 month until the Jupiter crisis, which would occur on February 15th, 2075. What to do? It's going to be rough. Oh no, leaving aside the distant Jupiter crisis. Just adapting to life now was daunting, even though dried earthworms were quite nutritious. But if given a choice, he would unhesitatingly embrace Earth's junk food. He missed the old days, he missed mortgage payments, he missed car loans, least in his previous life. He had a car to drive and a ventilated house to live in. Unlike now, he had no car, not even a motorcycle. Everything was public property of the United Government. All for the sake of the Wandering Earth project. The old days. In this world, it was genuinely a blessing, a life he could hardly imagine. According to regulations, there was only one public holiday, New Year's Day, worldwide. Each underground city had its own festivals, but they hardly ever got days off. One could imagine that Han Duo was still attending classes on the first day of the Lunar New Year. As for weekends, forget about it. 7 days a week. Work every day. Even the retirement age had been abolished. Because of this, in the movie, Han Xiong was over 70 and still driving a cargo truck. Just the thought of working until death felt quite helpless. After pondering for a while, Chu Xian gradually accepted reality. He sighed deeply. Never mind, being conflicted was meaningless. Life was never about being entangled, it was about living through it. The original owner was also unfortunate. Overworked, he died suddenly at a young age, and now Chu Xian occupied his body. 10 minutes later, regaining his composure, Chu Xian left the room. This was not his home, but a rest area, right next to his workplace. The original owner had the same name as him. He was a university student currently interning on a project. He wouldn't graduate until mid-next year. The universities in the Wandering Earth had a very high value. Under the global crisis, many majors have been canceled, focusing on science and engineering. Therefore, every university graduate here was equivalent to a PhD before the catastrophe in their specific fields. Even more outstanding, they were truly the best of the best, having walked a narrow path. Every day of those few years in university was nearly filled with classes, with hardly any holidays. Each of them was extremely diligent. The original owner was just one of those who worked himself to death. Moreover, the education system was different from his previous life. They implemented 7 years of compulsory education, 4 years of primary education, 3 years of vocational training. After that, only the outstanding could attend university, which was not only difficult to enter, but also strict in graduation requirements. One could not simply coast through. The working age was much earlier than in his previous life. After vocational training, there were 2 years of internship, and then one could officially start working at 16. No mistake, 16 was considered adulthood here. Basically, one had to start interning by 14. As for Hondwood was classroom scenes at the beginning of the movie. A closer look would reveal that on the screen in the upper left corner, it clearly stated, Golden Era Experience Course. That's right, at IT was like visiting a museum to see ancient academies. Sitting cross-legged, nodding off while reciting a few archaic phrases. That was an experience class, not a formal class. Just to keep from forgetting the past, experience sessions were scheduled every year. Chu Xian went next door, a spacious, over 100-square-meter vertical farm. The original owner majored in botany and minored in astrophysics and microbiology, making him quite the academic star. But due to pushing himself too hard, he ended up exhausting himself. In fact, he usually wore a life-monitoring wristband, which could give warnings for sudden death. There was a medical facility nearby, making it easy to save lives. But the original owner found it bothersome because the wristband kept beeping at him. As he was young back then, staying up late felt like a game. The wristband could beep all night without any issue. Thus, last night, while staying up late to think, he found it distracting and temporarily turned it off. And now, the long-accumulated health issues erupted all at once. After taking a tour and combining it with the memories in his mind, Chu Xian began to verify that knowledge, as he would rely on it for his future livelihood. In each cultivation box, the plants were thriving. Through the glass, he could see beneath the soil plump earthworms. These were a popular commodity in the underground city, considered a light luxury. They were not a staple food. After all, even earthworms with tens of thousands of people in the underground city. 3 meals a day, how much would be enough? People generally eat synthetic food. Synthetic rice, synthetic noodles. Although they look similar, the taste is not as good as before the Great Disaster. Moreover, they are not consumed frequently most of the time. People eat food blocks. As for meat. Pork, beef, and lamb are not absent, but the production is low, and only on special days can one eat some non-synthetic meat. Typically, the underground city distributes food on New Year's Day, once a year, with a limited amount for each person, and it's gone in a few bites. As for the underground city in this region, there's the spring festival, so usually, dumplings are distributed on the first day by the neighborhood committee. The most commonly consumed native meat is still earthworms. Sigh. Looking at the plump earthworms, although feeling a bit hungry, Chu Xian really couldn't muster any appetite and turned his gaze to the plants. Unfortunately, they can't be eaten. This is his project Tapachai fat rapeseed. It can be pressed for oil, extracted for vitamins, and has many uses. It is also one of the raw materials for synthetic meat. Eating it raw actually tastes quite good, with a hint of oil fragrance. However, his project content is about increasing plant yield. If he eats randomly, the conclusion would be 0 yield increase. Submitting that data would mean no graduation. Frustrating. Something to look at, but not eat. Maybe touching it is okay. Chu Xian reached out his hand. Ding. Resource sign-in system activated. Chapter 2 Sign-in system Golden Finger? For a moment, he was taken aback, as if realizing something, and Chu Xian became excited. A system, a standard feature for protagonists. He thought he wasn't destined for this, but who would have thought? Life is full of surprises. Hey, great system, what functions do you have? Chu Xian hurriedly asked. Quite humble. This is a guarantee for the future. It's no problem to say a few nice words. Even a whole day of incense wouldn't be an issue. If not, then 2 incenses, it's all small matters. The next moment, he received a response from the system. This system can be signed in once a day. Current sign-in system level, 1. 100% probability of receiving food resources. Each sign-in has an additional 1% probability of obtaining special resources. After hearing this, Chu Xian's eyes were filled with excitement. Great. This is exactly what's missing here. Haha, awesome. In the world of the wandering earth, food is truly a topic of complaint. After moving into the underground city, everything is under strict control. It's not a problem to fill your stomach. But if you want to eat well, don't even think about it. Especially when it comes to meat and fruits. At this point, even dried earthworms can become a popular snack, so you can imagine. Quick sign-in. Chu Xian quickly said, glancing at the time. There are only 3 minutes left until midnight. Missing a sign-in means a loss. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have received a bag of fragrant rice. First sign-in reward. 1 cubic meter of personal space. Additional reward. None. TSK, TSK. Satisfied. Chu Xian immediately couldn't stop smiling. The space, although not large, only 1 cubic meter, is indeed very practical. As for the additional reward, the 1% probability is indeed low. If there isn't one, then so be it. He was quite pleased with the first sign-in reward. The vertical farm has surveillance, so Chu Xian went to the lounge. Extract. He silently thought. In the next moment, a bag of long-grain fragrant rice appeared before him. Although it's only 5 kilograms, he felt grateful. In this world, How many people haven't eaten rice grown in the fields for over a decade? Moreover, the sign-in system is only at level 1, so he shouldn't ask for too much. Take it slow. Contentment brings happiness. He patted his stomach. He was a bit hungry, but he couldn't eat now. This is the lounge, and there is no place to cook. He needed to get home. In fact, people in the underground city rarely cook. Most eat ready-made meals. Issues like smoke, lack of ingredients, and electrical safety make it quite troublesome. Only in some commercial areas can you see restaurants cooking on site. But the prices there are truly painful for the average person. For better-off families, dehydrated vegetables with hot water, dipped in sauce, along with synthetic rice or noodles, are considered quite a feast. Suddenly, he thought of something. Looking at the time, sure enough, it was past midnight. Sign in, Chu Xian hurriedly said. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, you have received an 18-inch cream cake. Additional reward, none. Chu Xian was directly delighted. In the next moment, a large cake appeared in his hands. This is truly one of the luxury foods in the Wandering Earth. Non-synthetic meat can still be delivered by the end of the year. As for cakes, many people born in underground cities have never seen such food grow up. In the past, Chu Xian actually didn't like this stuff. Too sweet, greasy, especially some low-quality cream, which takes 7 times longer to metabolize than lard. Don't listen to what businesses say. Lard is metabolized in about 7 days. Some plant-based creams with trans fats can take over 50 days. Of course, if it's not eaten every day, it's not a big deal. Gurgle. His stomach protested. No doubt about it. Let's dig in. Chu Xian cut a piece and took a big bite. When asked what he used to cut it, he improvised with chopsticks. Not bad. Delicious. After checking with the system, it turned out it wasn't a substandard product. Moreover, all the items checked in by the system are top quality in their category. There are no inferior goods, and they are definitely synonymous with safety and health. No wonder the taste was so appealing. It had that nostalgic flavor of childhood cakes. Or maybe it was just psychological. Who cares? Phew. After 10 minutes, 3 big pieces were gone, and he felt quite full. He only finished a quarter of it, storing the rest in his space where time almost stood still, keeping it fresh for a long time. After eating, Chu Xian reclined against the head of the bed. As he drifted into thought, drowsiness hit him. The original host had died from exhaustion, and now he was still on the brink of collapse. He couldn't afford to faint again. Lying flat, he closed his eyes. Soon, the room was filled only with the sound of breathing. This nap lasted a full 16 hours, and when he woke up, it was already afternoon. Luckily, he was interning, so he had a relatively flexible schedule. An hour later, following his memory, Chu Xian finished today's record-keeping and uploaded it. Such regulations were in place to avoid any falsification. Afterward, he stored some personal items in his space, left the lab, and clocked out, marking the end of his workday. Whoosh. After passing through the disinfection and deodorization area, Chu Xian arrived at the public corridor. It was a semicircular passage, and just then, a bus passed by. It was called a bus, but it was actually more like a sightseeing vehicle, even more rudimentary. Since it was underground, there was no roof or doors. Chu Xian stepped on board, and the vehicle didn't move very fast. After passing 2 intersection corridors, they finally reached the gate of the N3 experimental base, which was a plant research facility. After a round of checks, he passed smoothly, mainly to prevent anyone from sneaking items out. As a plant research facility, some laboratories were growing fruits that were not sold on the market. Just as he exited the gate, a figure jumped onto the vehicle and sat next to Chu Xian. Xuanzi, I was just about to look for you. It was Xuanming, a childhood friend and schoolmate, who was also interning in the production area. He wasn't at the N3 base, but at the adjacent N2. His major was in animal studies, specifically raising chickens. What's up? Chu Xian immediately recognized him and smiled. Hee, good stuff. Let us go home and try it out. Xuanming gave a knowing look. In an instant, Chu Xian understood. This guy had managed to get some eggs again. It should be noted that ordinary people generally cannot afford eggs. In synthetic foods, eggs are used as a protein additive, but the content is too low. As for whole eggs, not only can you not eat them, but you can't even see them on the market, just like fruits. They can be found on the black market, but the prices are exorbitant. Let's go home. Chu Xian chuckled. As for whether it constitutes theft? Not really. For instance, if one were to consume the rapeseed from their own experimental area, it wouldn't really cause any issues. It would only affect graduation. After all, 0 yield means that your experiments were in vain, and it would be surprising if you graduated. Moreover, when it comes to cattle and sheep distributed at the end of the year, who would tamper with that? As for fruits and the like, do you think they are grown just to extract vitamins? Huh. If you really think that way, you are too naive. Chapter 3. The Freedom of Earthworms. 20 minutes later, Chu Xian returned home. It was a 66 square meter room, a 2-bedroom apartment with a living room, and the windows had a simulation function that allowed natural light to come in. Chu Xian living alone in over 60 square meters didn't make Xuanming envious. This was something earned by his parents' sacrifices, and no one could say anything about it. What a pity. Such wonderful people are gone now. At this moment, Chu Xin was looking at the photos on the wall, the original owner's parents. His father was an astronaut, who was in the same batch as Liu Peiqiang but held a higher rank, a colonel in the joint government. His mother was a top-level planetary engine engineer and also a professor in the mechanical department at the underground city university. The former perished when their spacecraft was hit by a meteor while passing through the asteroid belt. The latter lost her life during a major equipment inspection failure at work. Now, he was the only one left. It was precisely because of the contributions of the original owner's parents that he could live alone in a two-bedroom apartment. In fact, deep down, the original owner wanted to join the military. He loved the military, but as a privileged individual, he was prohibited from military service. In the movies, Liu Qi was also a privileged individual, not allowed to enlist and not required to engage in dangerous groundwork. He enjoyed government benefits. Additionally, he had immunity from general legal violations. Otherwise, a 20-something Liu Qi wouldn't dare to casually drive his grandfather's car, which was government property, and valuable property at that. If an ordinary person did that, they would be looking at several years in prison, if one were to evaluate it. Liu Qi's actions could only be described as the reckless escapades of a privileged youth. Xueming skillfully took out the tools. Before long, a fried egg was ready. And fortunately, the room had independent ventilation, not relying on the passage outside. Otherwise, it would definitely attract a crowd. The two shared the egg, each taking half. Xueming savored it slowly. Before Chu Xian returned, he had eaten a piece of cake. Although he was full, he didn't eat refuse. As the food from the check-in system was complex and varied, who knows how long it would take to check in for eggs. It was delicious. It's hard to imagine what it was like for people to eat eggs to their hard-S content before the break era. Just thinking about that scene made Xueming feel happy. Hearing this, Chu Xian also felt emotional. Compared to now, life before the break era was truly blissful, despite its own set of shortcomings. However, compared to the current situation, it is much better. The past hardships were temporary, but the current struggles feel like a lifetime. Living in a dark, underground world, it has been a long journey spanning 100 generations. It sounds grand and looks quite passionate on the big screen. But for those living in such a background, over time, it becomes a mental torment. Blue skies and white clouds, green mountains and clear waters are all just distant dreams. Perhaps in a lifetime, one might not even breathe in the air carrying the scent of grass. Chu Xian shook his head, feeling helpless. He is not a savior. Even if he wants to make a change, he lacks the ability. Just thinking about the upcoming crisis is already a headache. Well, perhaps he could give a warning. By minoring in astrophysics and utilizing his thesis, he might be able to do something useful. Speaking of which, he chose to minor in astrophysics because of the death of the original owner's father. Between Mars and Jupiter lies a dense asteroid belt. When they passed through it, the Earth suffered billions of meteor impacts, resulting in significant losses. To avoid some deadly large meteors and meteor swarms, the Earth has undergone multiple trajectory changes and has deviated from its expected path. That is why the subsequent crisis arose. TSK. Quite thought-provoking. Xueming's words brought Chu Xian back to reality. After thinking for a moment, he pretended to take a bowl of rice from the cabinet and put it on the stove to cook. At first, Xueming was surprised, wondering why he was cooking synthetic rice when there was ready-made rice available outside, which was cheaper. Food blocks were affordable, but synthetic rice was a bit more expensive, and stores cooked it in bulk. When calculated, it was indeed a little cheaper. However, gradually a rich aroma of rice wafted through the air. Xueming took a deep breath, his eyes lighting up in surprise. "Isn't this synthetic rice?" "Yes." Chu Xian smiled. Xueming leaned closer and took a few more deep breaths, looking thoroughly enjoyed. Anyone who didn't know would think he was inhaling something else. Most plant-based products focus on increasing yield. They are not lacking in intelligence and wouldn't play around with reducing it. If it weren't for the fact that eggs are produced daily and could easily be tampered with, they wouldn't dare to bring so much out. Therefore, this big bowl of fragrant rice is truly rare. After the carbon dioxide synthesis starch technology matured, rice was no longer grown on a large scale. The search teams went out to look for resources, and initially, there was still rice, but later it disappeared. "Did you buy it?" Xueming asked. Chu Xian just smiled without explaining. Xueming didn't ask further. As long as there was food, that was enough. He wasn't worried about the source as long as it wasn't stolen. He had known Chu Xian since childhood, and he wasn't that kind of person. Even if the source was questionable, it wasn't a big deal. Special personnel, minor crime exemptions. What is the big deal about a bowl of rice? Although Chu Xian's father had sacrificed himself, he had once been a colonel. Originally, after the asteroid mission ended, he would have been reassigned. Based on his contributions, he would have been promoted a rank, a brigadier general in the United Government. That meant entering the ranks of the United Government's leadership. It was a position of high value. This rank was recognized globally. Such a person wouldn't have friends? No leaders? No subordinates? In terms of relationships, he is far better than his father, who works in the underground security office. The aroma fills the room. Shui Ming is drooling on one side, staring intently. Just then, a pleasant voice comes from outside. Chu Xian is taken aback, and a figure appears in his mind. With a click, he opens the door to find a girl standing there. Han Duo. Compared to her appearance in the movies, it can't be said that she looks very similar. Rather, she looks exactly the same. Pretty, lively, charming, and smart. Chu's father and Liu Peiqiang are both astronauts, so their assigned houses are next to each other. They've been neighbors since childhood. Naturally, Chu Xian is familiar with the girl in front of him, and their relationship is very good. The original owner, as a top student, often helped Han Duo with her homework. As for her brother Lu Qi, although he has decent talent, he lacks patience and gets annoyed after just a few questions. So, later on, whenever Han Duo had a problem, she would rather come to his house than ask her brother. Especially since Chu Xian's mother, having no daughter of her own, treated Han Duo as her own. Gradually, Han Duo spent more time at the original owner's house than at her own. After the original owner's mother passed away, Han Duo cried for a long time. Since then, she often came over to ask about homework, helping with chores, and sometimes bringing snacks. Duo, Chu Xian called out slowly. She really looks just like her. Xiangu, here, some roasted earthworms my brother just bought. Han Duo cheerfully took out a few skewers. Chu Xian took a deep breath, thinking of the wriggling fat earthworms at the internship farm. Well, he couldn't be picky. Chu Xian smiled and accepted them. You're so thoughtful. Thank you. You're welcome. Oh, Shui Gu is here too. Han Duo noticed Shui Ming. Hi, Duo. Shui Ming greeted her. Just then, Han Duo took a deep breath, about to speak, but was pulled into the room by Chu Xian, who quickly closed the door. After knowing what the aroma was, Han Duo's mouth dropped open. This meal left Han Duo savoring it for a long time. It turns out that even without adding any salt, rice can be this delicious. And that rice soup, fragrant and rich. She refilled her bowl with cool boiled water twice, cleaning it out completely. Burp. A satisfied belch escaped Han Duo's lips. Only then did she realize she was stuffed, having eaten even the roasted earthworms she brought. Xiangu is really too good. He clearly likes to eat roasted earthworms, but found a way to let her enjoy it today. Once she saves enough pocket money, she'll buy more for Xiangu. She really wants to grow up and earn credit points to achieve earthworm freedom. Chapter 4. Luck explodes after eating and drinking to her fill. She turned on the television. In this day and age, there are no variety shows. The entertainment industry for movies and TV dramas has been completely cancelled. What's mostly on the TV are news and information. Moreover, they rarely show past film and television works. Otherwise, seeing how people in the underground city are struggling for food. While the films depict lavish lifestyles with abundant ingredients, blue skies, and gentle breezes, who can stand that disparity? Isn't that just disgusting? In a heartbeat, one might feel like going out to protest. Therefore, before the disaster, the entertainment provided by the authorities was mainly music. There were no pictures, no videos. It had a positive motivational effect, stimulating the brain to produce pleasure and alleviating the psychological impact of long-term underground living. At this moment, a news report was being broadcast. Due to severe damage from a meteorite impact, the S6 supply station in Hangzhou has been fully rebuilt and is back in operation. The footage showed a massive supply station with a constant temperature system. In simple terms, it's a steel frame covered with insulation membranes, keeping the inside warm like spring, and just like in the movies, there exists a large pool of liquid water. The conditions seemed quite good. However, it was too fragile. When a meteorite struck, it would offer no protection. Today, the joint government's Public Welfare Bill number 207413 came into effect, increasing the monthly subsidy for second child credit points by 300. Watching the news, Chu Xian found it quite interesting. It turned out that they were also encouraging having a second child here. It made sense. Under pessimistic sentiments, the birth rate had sharply declined, if not encouraged. The problems in a few decades would be serious. To be honest, if living in the world of the wandering earth, Chu Xian questioned whether he would want to have children. Would they suffer after being born? Eat earthworms? Live underground? And it wouldn't just be one generation. For the next 100 generations, it would be the same. If any generation lost hope, it would all come to an end. One must ask, is there a vast fortune to inherit, or a royal bloodline to continue? After a while, it was getting late. Xiangu, get some rest. After saying goodbye, Han Duo went home. Shui Ming also took his leave. In the room, after washing up, Chu Xian lay on the bed, his thoughts wandering. Although he had accepted reality, so much had happened in one day that his head still felt a bit dizzy. What would the future hold? Gradually, he began to contemplate a few points. First, be cautious and don't be too reckless. Matters related to the system cannot be exposed, otherwise, there would be nowhere to escape to. Outside, it was a frozen wasteland, completely silent. Second, safely get through the Jupiter crisis. He hoped that his paper would attract the attention of the joint government. If that didn't work, There would be no alternatives if Earth were to perish. What alternatives could there be? It all comes down to 4 words. Things are in human hands. Third, strive to improve oneself. Before crossing over, as a corporate drone. Even with some dreams, he had been buried by reality. Occasionally, he would dig them up to take a look, then cover them back up with dirt. In the world of the wandering Earth, the 3 highest status and best paid professions were military, research, and government roles. As for business people, although a free economy existed, it was too weak. Running a restaurant or a shop was already the highest achievement. No matter how much money one had, it was merely the world's credit points. Yet, even going out for a drive wasn't easy, so what was the use of it? Therefore, he still needed to seek breakthroughs in his career direction. The existence of the system provided him with basic survival assurance. Once he no longer had to worry about food and drink, the rest was about pursuing something meaningful. Feeling a bit drowsy after just waking up, Chu Xian turned over and got out of bed. Heading to his desk, where he casually picked up a book to flip through. Although he had absorbed some memories, they still felt foreign to him, creating a strong sense of unfamiliarity that could only be resolved through personal experience. Only then could he truly grasp certain knowledge. After reading for a while, Chu Xian was slightly surprised. He noticed that his memories seemed to have improved, but quickly shook his head, thinking it might just be an enhancement due to overlapping memories. It could very well be an illusion. Gradually, he became immersed in the reading. Ding! It was exactly 12 o'clock. Suddenly, a time announcement snapped Chu Xian back to reality. It was January 17th. Time to check in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations. You have received a box of preserved eggs. Bonus reward. Level 1 gene enhancement liquid. What? In an instant, Chu Xian nearly jumped up. First, he was thrilled that the 1% chance for a bonus had been triggered, definitely a stroke of luck. Second, he was astonished. Just from the name, he knew what it was for. With a thought, a cylindrical object appeared in his hand, encased in metal and glass, containing a vial of light blue liquid. After inquiring with the system, it turned out to be a drug that could enhance the body at the genetic level. This was exactly what he needed. Although his body felt fine after a good sleep, it was still in a suboptimal state. After asking about the precautions, he positioned the injection end against his wrist and pressed down. Click. Activation. 6 circular needles pierced into his wrist, continuously injecting the liquid. After about 10 breaths, the injection was complete. Suddenly, his entire body stiffened, unable to move. His body gradually warmed up, as if he were being roasted. Of course, it wasn't real heat, but rather a neurological illusion during the transformation process. He could only see through his moving eyes that his skin had slightly reddened, with blue lines flowing through his veins. It resembled a web, seeping from the main vein into the capillaries. Finally, his whole body turned a light blue. Knowing the process helped him stay calm. About 10 minutes later, the enhancement was completely finished. He regained his ability to move. He took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented increase in his lung capacity. He had never realized breathing could feel so powerful and comfortable. With a punch, he felt a great deal of strength. His skin looked better, and his muscles had increased. There were many changes. Although he didn't feel overwhelmingly stronger, he definitely met the standards of being fit. Now, he no longer had to worry about sudden health issues. With this physique, he was genuinely robust. If level 1 was this strong, would level 2 be even stronger? Chu Xian felt a surge of excitement. However, he quickly shook his head. A 1% probability was too low and hard to trigger. Today must have just been a lucky day. He could only hope that after the system upgraded, the odds would be a bit better. According to the system, to upgrade to the level 2 check-in system, he needed to check in a total of 100 times, and he had only done it 3 times so far. 3 months wasn't too long. If it were 3 years, that would be astonishing. After the enhancement, Chu Xian continued his studies. This enhancement is truly all-encompassing. Both memory and comprehension have reached a new level. Learning feels like divine assistance. So what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. This book must be thoroughly understood today. It's strange. When I was in school, I had no desire to read, but after starting work, I realized that compared to the challenges of life, learning is not that daunting. Everyone might betray you, but knowledge won't, because it simply doesn't care to engage with you. Chapter 5. Early warning paper. After a night of studying, the effects of the enhancement liquid are still present, and Chu Xian doesn't feel tired at all. Checking the time, he tidies up and heads out. Xiangu. Han Duoduo is also studying at this hour. Oh, why does Xiangu look even better than last night? Is it just my imagination? Xiao Xian, good morning. Lu Qi walks out and greets Chu Xian as well. In fact, although Chu Xian is about to graduate from university, he is still quite young. After 7 years of compulsory education, one can take the university entrance exam. Generally speaking, one can complete compulsory education by the age of 14. At present, Chu Xian is only 18 years old. In the underground city, most people at this age have already worked for 4 years. At 18, he is considered late in this regard. Lu Qi appears young in the movies, but he is already 24. During the Jupiter crisis, he was 25. They don't usually communicate much. While others are proud of having an astronaut father, Lu Qi has been troubled by matters concerning his mother. He is somewhat rebellious and very sensitive about issues related to his father, Lu Peiqiang. Looking at Lu Qi, Chu Xian feels a sense of familiarity. A strange world, yet familiar faces. Perhaps it is a form of comfort related to his hometown. He is not alone. There are some acquaintances. Household registration brother. Chu Xian comes back to his senses, smiles, and calls out to Lu Qi. This is Lu Qi's nickname. At this moment, Han Xiong walks out. Grandpa Han. Han Xiong. In his 70s, still goes to work. Aside from retirement cancellation, he simply cannot stay idle. After all, with Lu Peiqiang as an astronaut and a lieutenant colonel, the family's financial situation is quite stable. Supporting this family of 3 is not an issue at all. Xiao Xian, you must be graduating soon? Han Xiong looks at Chu Xian with a kind expression. The two families have always had a good relationship, and he has watched Chu Xian grow up. He then glances at Han Duo, who is gazing at Chu Xian with shining eyes. In a few years, that seems promising too. Knowing each other well, he sees Chu Xian as a promising young man with good character and ambition. Yes, Chu Xian nods. Han Duo quickly praises, Xian Gu is the best. Am I not impressive? Lu Qi quips from the side. Han Duo rolls her eyes. TCH, Lu household registration, why didn't you try to get into a university back then? I just didn't want to. Han Duo and Lu Qi start their usual sibling banter, filled with lively laughter. When they reach the public transport platform, they part ways. The production area is at the bottom of the underground city, and his laboratory is located in the outer ring of the northern district, where they have excavated some buildings in the mountains. Over the years, the underground city has undergone 3 expansions, but the scale has not been significant. Firstly, there hasn't been much population growth. Secondly, it is also for safety reasons. Above, there sits a massive structure weighing several trillion tons, so digging underneath is not advisable. Of course, the previous 3 expansions were not lacking in safety considerations. Minor excavations wouldn't cause significant issues, as the planetary engine is supported by a base made of special composite materials, covering an area of over 100 square kilometers, distributing the immense weight of the engine. Small-scale groundworks below are, indeed, manageable. The N3 experimental base hosts various research projects related to plant sciences, aside from university students' internship topics. Upon graduation, he could choose a research direction and apply for a larger laboratory in the underground city, even bringing in trainees to assist him. However, not all graduates enjoy such opportunities. Primarily, it's the plant science graduates who lack major research projects, mostly working in small teams. In contrast, mechanical engineering graduates often find themselves involved in cutting-edge projects with dozens of researchers, which is more common. Chu Xian is quite satisfied with the original owner's major. Eventually, he would at least hold a small leadership position, avoiding the need to work under someone else. This is the early phase of humanity's wandering on Earth, where there are still hopes for food production and diversity, especially since it has only been a little over a decade since a better life ended. However, as generations pass, the relevance of his field of study is likely to diminish. It is unrealistic to expect someone who has never eaten or seen an apple to research how to grow more apples for everyone. Fortunately, this won't affect him directly. Who knows what the situation will be 100 years from now? Soon, Chu Xian arrived at the research lab. Thankfully, he was there for his internship. Otherwise, failing to attend classes regularly would earn him warnings from the school. Strict entry and exit protocols are the educational principles of this university. Half an hour later, after routinely recording experimental data, he headed to the lounge. After a long silence, he began to draft his thesis titled Analysis of the Dangers of Gravitational Slingshots After Earth's Orbital Shift. Introduction. During its passage through the asteroid belt, Earth has undergone multiple orbital shifts, bringing it dangerously close to the gravitational slingshot of Jupiter. Although it remains within safe limits, the possibility of abnormal gravitational influences from Jupiter cannot be ruled out. If such an event occurs, it could lead to disasters far exceeding expectations. Should the disaster level rise to a certain point, it might cause large-scale failures of the planetary engine. The thesis, totaling 3,000 words, discusses potential scenarios and response strategies. It even details a plan to ignite Jupiter, suggesting that even if one does not believe in such possibilities, preparations should be made, at least sending a box of matches in advance, ready for action. If it comes to that, sacrificing the space station wouldn't be necessary. To be honest, even Chu Xian finds this notion quite insane. In the past, while watching movies, many people would step forward with calculations and critiques. Yes, perhaps those individuals were right. But now, having crossed into this bizarre world, such extraordinary events have unfolded. The coffin lid should probably be put back on. If a movie is a universe, some things will naturally be different. For example, in a certain universe, a character can face an extremely powerful opponent, which seems absurd. But in that context, They can at least create a balanced scenario to set the stage. With such overwhelming strength, even a group of miscellaneous characters can manage to exchange a few blows. Who would they go to for an explanation? From Chu Xian's perspective, he chose not to dwell on it anymore. There was only 1 year left. He didn't want to meet an untimely end. This was just a draft. Without worrying about the format, he wanted to get the main ideas down first, and later, he would look up some materials to fill in the template. It was frustrating. Having crossed over, he still had to write papers and follow formats. One day, when he became a big shot, he would write however he liked. After the first draft, he continued to study, pulling out all the textbooks on astrophysics and his study notes, starting from the most basic knowledge. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what materials or data to look up. A bunch of dry text wouldn't help at all. For a whole week, Chu Xian was busy verifying and learning, and finally, he managed to digest the course thoroughly. It must be said that the effects of the enhancement liquid were remarkable. However, it still wasn't enough. After all, this was a minor subject, and the depth of the textbooks in hand was insufficient. He needed to absorb more, even to brush up on the challenging subject of mathematics. All right then, no more to say, just get to work. Chapter 6, The Legendary Apple? He had finished reading the book in his hands. Next, he needed to borrow some books. There were actually quite a few at home, left behind by the original owner's mother, taking up half a wall. But most were about mechanics and electronics. After stretching a bit, he checked the time, January 24th, just a few days before the spring festival. Luckily, he was an orphan before crossing over, with not much to worry about. He had thought he would live an ordinary life. Who could have predicted that fate would intervene? Shaking off those thoughts, Chu Xian left the laboratory and headed to the cafeteria. It was noon and quite lively. Instead of a serving window, there were convenient meal dispensers. He got a portion of synthetic rice, dehydrated quick-cooked cabbage, and a nutritious sauce. Payment successful, thanks to subsidies from the joint government. A lunch only cost him 10 credit points symbolically. Wrapped in foil, he opened it up. Not bad. It looked much better than food blocks. In taste, it was actually decent. It lacked meat and fruit, but that didn't mean it lacked seasoning. Decades ago, human technology could create orange juice without oranges, and any flavor could be artificially synthesized. Clearly, this technology had not been lost. It just had about 90% fewer varieties compared to before the catastrophe. However, the basic tastes of sweet, sour, bitter, and salty were no problem at all. In reasonable proportions, the taste was quite acceptable. Otherwise, Chu Xian wouldn't bother eating here. But it was only occasionally. After all, the system's rewards were more appealing. However, to integrate into this world, he had to do something. Not having a single record of eating in the cafeteria was too strange. While he was eating, a gasp erupted from the table across. "Senior, is this ancient tea? So impressive." "What? The legendary Longjing?" Looking up, he saw a boastful young boy proudly displaying a cup of water with floating tea leaves. If fruits could still be cultivated in the underground city, tea leaves were completely non-existent, irrelevant to survival, and were simply discarded. What remained was mostly produced before the disaster, and preserving it until now was quite a challenge, making it extremely rare. The loud noise attracted quite a few curious glances, eyes filled with envy. In response, Chu Xian simply smiled casually and continued eating. He didn't particularly like tea, but preferred honey water. He wished he could find some one day. It had been 8 days since he last had honey water. "Chu Xian, do you want some?" the boy suddenly asked him. Chu Xian was taken aback and looked up. "Do I know you? Who are you?" He couldn't recall. Maybe he had an impression, but it was too vague. The original owner was absorbed in studying, had few interests, and even fewer friends. The other person's smile froze instantly. "Damn it, we've been classmates for years. How can you not remember me?" It was quite a blow. He had wanted to show off a bit, thinking that even the aloof Chu Xian would indulge in his tea, but instead, not only was he uninterested, he didn't even remember who he was. What a waste of my choice of seat. After 3 years of training, they had to explain their class situation. Oh, no wonder the memory is fuzzy. Turns out we are not university classmates. "Hello, I don't like tea, thank you," he thought to himself. Go on pretending. After that, there were no more sarcastic exchanges. He was just disappointed that he couldn't show off. In the evening, Chu Xian returned home. "Xinge here." Just a little while after he got home, Han Duoduo knocked on the door, cheerfully handing him a skewer of earthworms. "You." Chu Xian chuckled lightly. Not wanting to disappoint her good intentions, took it, and started eating. He shared half with Han Duoduo, who also had a penchant for snacks. This week, aside from studying, he had gone out with Xue Ming for a stroll. Although he still wasn't used to it, he managed to eat a few skewers of grilled earthworms. Surprisingly, the taste was hard to describe. It wasn't that bad, there were seasonings, and it wasn't raw. After a few times, it wasn't a big deal, but it felt odd. Every bite reminded him of the squirming earthworms in the lab soil. He could only slowly get used to it. After finishing the skewers, Han Duoduo began helping to tidy up the room. Lu Qi and Han Xiang were both at work, and she got home early from school, taking care of household chores since she was little. Rebellious? A bit. But she was just a teenager, curious about the outside world, which was quite normal. Having never seen the sun, or even set foot on the surface, her real reason for wanting to go outside wasn't just for fun. She wanted to see the place where her parents had passed away. The house wasn't too messy, and she finished tidying up in no time before starting her homework. After 7 years of compulsory education, Han Duo was now in the second year of vocational education. The so-called vocational education isn't really that professional. After all, most students graduate from elementary school around the age of 10 or 11. Is it realistic to have them learn mechanics or drive trucks at that age? Therefore, the courses taught in 3 years of vocational education can be considered basic classes. Calling it secondary education isn't a big issue either. If one doesn't want to attend university, they would choose an internship direction in the first semester of their third year. Then, they would be divided into classes to study relevant foundational courses for a year. Xiangu. Han Duo suddenly looked up. Can I sign up for your internship? Han Duo looked at him nervously. Not going to university? The competition is too fierce. And I don't even know what major to choose. It might be better to pursue an assistant path, which can also lead to a degree. Han Duo felt helpless as well. She heard that before the disaster, there were numerous diverse majors. But now, 90% of them have been cut, leaving mostly those related to planetary engines and survival, serving the Wandering Earth project. She doesn't have much expectation for the future. Helping Chu Xian sounds good. No need to compete in university. Does Grandpa agree? Grandpa said to respect my choice. All right. Since that's the case, Chu Xian nodded in agreement. Not everyone in research needs to have a high degree. There are plenty of supporting roles. The higher-level scientists are rarely working alone. Besides the normal pathway of obtaining a degree through college entrance exams in the Wandering Earth context, there is also on-the-job advancement, which is another channel. Although it takes much longer, for those who don't want to be constantly competing, it's a good option. Then it's settled. After getting the answer, Han Duo was overjoyed, her face lighting up with a radiant smile, feeling that the future was full of hope. Here, try this. Chu Xian washed an apple and handed it over. Wow. Is this the legendary apple? Han Duo exclaimed. She had only seen pictures and videos of it growing up. Unable to help but swallow. She felt tempted yet hesitated to take it. Eat it. For me? What else? Hurry up and eat. Chu Xian stuffed the apple into her hand. Chapter 7. Human-shaped lucky aura. This little girl before him is his lucky buff. Over the past week, he noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Signing in at home yielded an unusually high success rate. It's known that the extra reward probability is only 1%, comparable to hitting the jackpot, with no guarantees. Even if one didn't trigger it for 10 years, Chu Xian wouldn't find it strange. However, in the previous week, he didn't want to go back and forth. He spent 3 nights in the laboratory and signed in 3 times without triggering any extra rewards. Yet, in 4 sign-ins at home, he triggered extra rewards twice. It was as if the probability was not 1%, but rather 51%. After discovering this issue, Chu Xian directly reported this bug to the system. It wasn't that he was foolish, there had to be a reason. Otherwise, who wouldn't want the joy of exploiting a bug? Subsequently, the system provided a positive response, stating that the young girl in front of him exuded a certain aura of luck, and her positive emotional feedback could temporarily enhance his fortune. In other words, she was like a personal lucky charm. Of course, he needed to take good care of her. Thus, a feeding plan began to take shape in his mind. After all, this was a movie world, and she was a participant in resolving the Jupiter crisis, so things couldn't be viewed through a conventional lens. The child of luck? No. Perhaps the daughter of luck? That might be the case. Thinking about it, she was indeed quite lucky. The girl, Han Duo, was rescued by Han Xiang during a rescue operation when she was just an infant. On the 17th day of Earth's stillness, I saved a child. Countless hands pushed her into my arms. I didn't know who her parents were, but every person underwater was her parent. From Han Xiang's memories, it was clear that this girl had extraordinary luck. In the end, although Lu Qi became a hero, he almost lost his life for her. Xiangu. Where did this come from? Just from a regular route. Where else would I steal it from? Hurry and eat. I've already had one. Oh, Xiangu is so amazing. Han Duo nodded, fully trusting Chu Xian. Then she cut a third of the apple for herself and prepared the rest for her brother and grandfather. Seeing this, Chu Xian felt a surge of expectation. If Han Duo could boost luck, would Lu Qi and Han Xiang also have the same effect? If luck was maxed out, would they be guaranteed extra resources? Wow. So this is how the extra rewards for the signing-in system work. No wonder the initial probability was so low. It was almost negligible. This apple was from yesterday's signing in, and there was only 1 box. It felt a bit extravagant to have one for each person. If they shared, they could make it last for a while. They still didn't have the luxury of fruit freedom, so they needed to be frugal. After finishing, Han Duo carefully packed away the remaining apples as if they were treasures. They quickly returned home, where the convenience food was already heated. As soon as they started eating, Han Duo exclaimed, "Bro, Grandpa, look what I brought back." When Han Xiang saw the apples on the table, He was momentarily stunned and then widened his eyes in surprise. Apples. He gasped. What? Lu Qi also looked over, his eyes filled with shock. This was an apple. How many people in the underground city hadn't tasted one in over a decade? He remembered eating them in his childhood, as he had lived on the surface back then, but that felt like a distant memory. Despite being a privileged individual, he didn't have access to special food supplies. It's from Xiangu, Han Duoduo said proudly. I already had one. The rest are for you too. Hurry and eat. Just as the book said. The cut surface will change color quickly. Hearing this, the two of them relaxed slightly. Since it was brought by Chu Xian, then it was fine. This was truly a rare item. But it wasn't impossible for Chu Xian to obtain it. First, he was studying plants and interning in a production area, where his mentors were experts in this field. Even a small leak from them could yield goods that ordinary people seldom saw. Second, Chu Xian's parents had connections. One was a colonel, and the other was a senior engineer and professor specializing in planetary engines. Knowing some well-connected people is not surprising. Even if sacrifices are made, these relationships aren't completely severed. It's quite normal for someone to occasionally check in. All right, eat up. Xiao Xian is thoughtful. After Han Xiang finished speaking, he didn't hold back. With a crunch, he took a bite. Delicious. It's been so many years since I tasted this flavor again. At home, while reading, Chu Xian waited until the early morning and rubbed his hands together. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you have received 20 liters of fresh milk. Bonus reward. Space Volume 1. Haha, just as expected. Once again, he triggered a reward with only a 1% chance. With a thought, he used it. The next second, 1 cubic meter of space turned into 2 cubic meters. There was more room for storage. And the collection range was also related to the volume of space. After breaking through 1 cubic meter, he could collect items from a distance. Though the distance was quite limited, less than half a meter. Not much, but better than nothing. To increase it further, he'd have to hope for another space reward next time. With the luck from the nearby group, it was only a matter of time. Delightful. That night, Chu Xian slept soundly. Life was becoming more promising. Upon waking, he felt refreshed. While others were eating synthesized nutrient paste, Chu Xian's dining table was quite luxurious. A glass of milk, 500 milliliters. 2 slices of bread dipped in cream. A few slices of smoked meat, rich in flavor. Though the smoked meat didn't quite match the first two, it was only his first week of check-ins. Resources were still limited, and managing to gather this was already impressive. What is happiness? It's right in front of him. With his enhanced body, his energy consumption had increased significantly, so he needed to eat more. Relying on those few resources, it was impossible to run any food business. In fact, Chu Xian hadn't considered that route. The source of the food would be troublesome. Eating for oneself was fine, but selling on a large scale? Wouldn't that make others fools? Some of the items he checked in for weren't available in the entire underground city. So he decided to keep them for himself and occasionally brush up on the luck from the neighboring group. The rest would be saved for emergencies. After finishing his meal and tidying up a bit, Chu Xian headed to school. Today was January 25th, the 28th of the 12th lunar month. Since it was a short month, tomorrow would be New Year's Eve. The announcement stated that dumplings would be distributed by the neighborhood committee on the first day of the new year. The university also had its perks. A box of earthworm cookies. He remembered them tasting quite good. Upon arriving at the logistics office, he swiped his card to collect them. Although Chu Xian didn't lack for food, feeding the neighbors and boosting luck was also nice. He also stopped by the library to borrow books he needed to study next. There were electronic versions available, but he preferred physical textbooks. He didn't like reading off a screen. The scent of books filled the air, mingled with a hint of warmth. Technological advancements were convenient, but it always felt a bit lacking in warmth. Chapter 8. A big glass of juice. Happy New Year. Chu Xian arrived at his major advisor's office. With the festival approaching, it was natural to pay a visit. The current student-teacher relationship felt much purer. After the disaster, utilitarian funding for project development has been banned, and blindly starting projects is no longer allowed. Resources are limited and cannot be wasted. Relying on projects to make money? It holds little significance. Paper currency has disappeared, and everything now uses credit points. However, no matter how many credit points one has, what is the use? Houses are allocated. And cars, even if owned, can hardly be driven in the already cramped underground passages. Food is scarce. People's pursuit of money is no longer as intense. The relationship between teachers and students is gradually returning to normal. Teaching is done with care, and learning is taken seriously. At least in the fields of teaching and research, many negative phenomena have nearly disappeared. Chu Xian, how is your project progressing? Very smoothly. That's good. By the way, here, the mentor directly handed over 3 lychees. Still rare items that are hardly seen outside. Thank you. Chu Xian didn't want to take advantage without giving something in return. So he pulled out a crispy snack from his pocket. The transparent vacuum packaging had no other information. What is this? It's food. Chu Xian didn't explain much. and the Minter immediately understood, taking it without hesitation. After Chu Xian left, he opened it, took a small bite, and quickly put it in the fridge to savor slowly. Some fruits can be grown under the pretext of vitamin extraction experiments, but non-essential cash crops like cocoa and tea are not allowed to be cultivated at all, making them very rare. He went upstairs. Director He. Chu Xian knocked and entered. The elderly man before him was his astrophysics mentor, a figure of great influence in the field. He was also the mentor of the original owner's parents, hence he took good care of him. Xiao Xian, how's the paper coming along? I'm writing it. Do you have a draft yet? Not yet. I've been reading these days. Even if I hurry, it will take a few weeks to fit it into the template. Make sure to hurry. This year is the first year of the new paper review mechanism. If you want to get a high score, I can't help you too much. Okay. Chu Xian nodded. Previously, it was fine. The school would pass you if your mentor approved, but this year things have changed. With the involvement of the Senior Talent Management Committee of the Joint Government, the effectiveness and practicality of college students' graduation papers will be rated. Useless papers cannot be faked. The data upload in his lab is also to prepare for this new regulation. Everything serves the purpose of the Wandering Earth project. Therefore, the difficulty has increased. However, for Chu Xian, this is also a good thing. As long as the paper is solid enough, there is a chance it could attract attention immediately. Can you provide me with data on the current orbit of the Earth? Chu Xian asked, which was also one of the reasons for his visit. It's for writing a paper, he added. Upon hearing this, he surely readily agreed. It wasn't classified information, just something that wasn't visible through regular channels. He then copied a set of data for Chu Xian. After chatting a bit more, Chu Xian left, also leaving behind 2 lychees and a crispy snack. There were only 3 lychees, not enough to share, so he kept one for himself, which could also be considered a gift. As for the source, everyone is tacitly aware. On the way home, I passed through a commercial area. With the spring festival approaching, it was quite lively here. There were exchange points for credits, pharmacies, mahjong parlors, and barbecue stalls, all doing good business. Hey, handsome, take a look. At this moment, someone approached him and handed him a flyer. The simple words bathhouse were printed on it. Indeed, such services exist in the underground city. As for their legitimacy, that is another story. This was also reflected in the movies. Here, if you need anything, contact me. Seeing the expression on Chu Xian's face, it was clear he wasn't interested, so the person handed over another flyer. Permits, travel, equipment. Just find a guy. Chu Xian smiled at that. This guy's business was quite broad. In plain sight, distributing flyers so openly. In fact, hardly anyone cares. As long as it's not arms dealing and doesn't go too far, the underground city tends to turn a blind eye. With 3.5 billion people in the underground, the composition is complex. It's unrealistic to expect everyone to behave perfectly. Just then, while looking at the flyer, a group of over 20 people walked by, many holding signs with messages on both sides. The sun will not helium flash. Oppose homelessness. Dismantle the engines. Various slogans were displayed. Indeed, there are many in the underground city who do not believe in the sun's helium flash, often marching in the streets. This reflects just the internal ideological disagreements. Outside the underground city, there are also many refugee forces. Don't forget, with 7 billion people drawing lots. Regardless of poverty or wealth, everyone has an equal chance of 1 and 2. Is it possible for the remaining 3.5 billion people to just wait for death? Clearly not. If they can't enter the official underground city, they band together to build their own. The coalition government does not intervene. Why? They fear sparking a full-scale war. If a conflict arises, it wouldn't be small-scale. It would be a war of 3.5 billion against 3.5 billion. It's easy to imagine that the side without hope will fight desperately. So what to do? Eliminate the other 3.5 billion people? That is obviously impossible. No one dares to give such an order, nor could they carry it out. Therefore, the coalition government has a tacit approval attitude towards some self-built shelters. Because of this, in the movie, Han Xiang said the outside is dangerous. Various rescue teams are fully armed. When Li Yi first saw Han Duo, her first reaction was panic, even taking Han Duo hostage. Upon discovering that Lu Qi's vehicle permit was invalid, she became extremely agitated. This is mentioned in the extended version of the movie. She thought it was someone from outside the underground city trying to steal firestones. Firestones. They are ignition devices for engines. Light nuclear fusion, like a hydrogen bomb, requires an atomic bomb to detonate. The conditions for heavy fusion are even stricter, requiring higher temperatures. In simple terms, firestones are like hydrogen bombs. They cannot be stored near the underground city. Rather, they are kept in various military bases. The movie also stated, the highest mobilization, ordering global military forces to immediately depart and transport firestones for rescue. A guy can even let those unqualified exit the underground city. It is clear that allowing unqualified individuals into the underground city is not a difficult task. If a hydrogen bomb were placed in the underground city, The resistance forces could infiltrate and cause catastrophic damage, which poses a significant risk. Not to mention that the coalition government would not dare to take such a risk. Even if they were willing, the citizens of the underground city would strongly oppose it. This is also due to the instability outside, which is why individuals with special privileges, like Lu Qi, are prohibited from military service and not allowed on the surface. Otherwise, if captured, the Spark plan could easily turn into a fireball plan. In the field of machinery, there are also some measures in place, such as equipment and gear, aimed at minimizing automation and remote control. Automated driving has been around for decades, and with the advancement of technology, it will only become more sophisticated. So why still have humans operate transport vehicles? The more intelligent the technology, the greater the cost of losing control. If it is hacked, chaos will ensue. Therefore, aside from employment, safety is also a reason for limiting the application of intelligent devices, such as the operation of transport vehicles. It takes years of training for these vehicles to be roadworthy, and many people have expressed their disdain in cinemas, questioning the rationale behind needing years of training to operate a steering wheel, power, and brakes. Why does it keep getting more complicated? In fact, similar to military equipment, raising the threshold for operation is meant to prevent outsiders from easily seizing and using it. It would be extremely dangerous if anyone could just jump in and drive a tank around recklessly. As for those holding up signs, Chu Xian does not harbor any prejudice. Good person? Bad person? It's not that simple. It's just a matter of differing positions. Some people care for the world, while others focus on their own interests. That doesn't mean the latter is any less noble. Whether standing to die or kneeling to live, neither is wrong. Not wanting to overthink it, he decided to deal with the current crisis first. He stopped by a small shop and ordered a large juice. A moment later, it was served. The small bottle of liquid in hand was just the size of the large cup, and there were also medium and small sizes. Chu Xian could only say that they knew how to market. Although it was labeled juice, it wasn't freshly squeezed, but rather a synthetic drink. Even synthetic drinks still do not allow for complete beverage freedom. The dense list of ingredients could easily overwhelm anyone, and some components are not produced in large quantities. Yet they have a wide range of uses. Just one weak link could directly limit the production of synthetic beverages. Not long after, he returned home and continued reading. This time he leaned towards mathematics. Although the symbols appeared like spells, if one truly put in the effort, they could learn it. Chapter 9. Secondary Enhancement in the Afternoon. Han Duo returned from school, and Chu Xian once again treated her, giving her a boost. What is this? Looking at the orange peel and yellow heart, preserved egg. Even a food lover like her felt a bit puzzled. Preserved egg. He had previously signed for a box, and it tasted quite good. Then, Chu Xian explained the preparation method. After hearing it, Han Duo curiously took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. It was delicious. Some people dislike preserved eggs, just as some cannot get used to the taste of certain herbs. But in front of her was a true food enthusiast. For her, anything edible is delicious. Han Duo nibbled slowly, looking very cute, like a little hamster. It was a whole new taste sensation. After she finished eating, Chu Xian handed her 2 more. One for Lu Qi and one for Han Xiang. He wanted to test the probability of feeding among the 3 of them. The previous week, he only added extra meals for Han Duo, and the triggering probability for additional rewards seemed to be half, but still lacked more data. Yesterday, he gave apples to the 3 of them, triggering the probability. However, a single data point clearly lacked reference value. He needed to try a few more times. At least 10, for the data to be valid. If it increased to 100%, that would be great. Looking at the humanoid buff in front of him, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile, his thoughts drifting to a better future. Upon meeting Chu Xian's gaze, Han Duo felt shy. Why was Brother Xian looking at her like that? That night, just after midnight, it was New Year's Eve. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations. You have received 5 pounds of fresh beef. Extra reward. Level 1 gene enhancement fluid. Beef? That's a good item. Shuiming could get eggs. But he couldn't manage to get beef. It's not something that comes in batches like eggs. The enhancement fluid can be reused? Chu Xian asked the system. Yes. How many can be used at most? 6. Suddenly, Chu Xian thought of something and asked another question, receiving the answer he imagined. With level 1 enhancement fluid, there must be level 2 as well. To use level 2 enhancement fluid, one must reach the limit of a level 1 organism. That means 6 enhancement fluids must be used. No doubt about it. Injection. In the next second, his body stiffened for a moment, but quickly regained its mobility. Although the movement was slow, it was not like the petrification last time. About 10 minutes later, the second enhancement was completed. He clenched his fist, feeling quite satisfied. His strength had increased significantly, though not as much as the first enhancement. It was still noticeable. Half an hour later, the tests were completed. His memory and thinking abilities had also improved. Learning efficiency increased by 20%. Without hesitation, taking advantage of the mental boost from the recent enhancement, he continued to study the book in front of him, seizing every moment to improve. Another day passed. It was the first day of the new year. He had just had the New Year's Eve dinner at Han Xiang's house. Although it was far from lavish, the lively atmosphere brought back the long-lost festive feeling. To his surprise, there were also programs similar to the Spring Festival Gala to watch. It was a rare entertainment activity. Even Chu Xian found it quite enjoyable. The main theme was just a bit mainstream, but it was better than nothing, bringing some festive cheer to the oppressive atmosphere of the underground city. After washing up, Chu Xian lay on his bed. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have received a box of mixed hot pot base. Extra reward, space 1. Now, the space had expanded to 3 cubic meters. With the increasing number of sign-in items, along with some personal belongings, the space was starting to feel a bit cramped. If he didn't take them out, they would remain in the system. Once taken out, they could only be placed in the space. The hot pot ingredients surprised Chu Xian. Today is the first day of the new year, and they mentioned last night that they would treat the neighbors today. Now, they can enjoy a good meal. It has been a while since he last had hot pot. Xiangu, hurry up, let's go to the community center to get dumplings. As soon as school was over, Han Duo hurried to Chu Xuan's house. Even on the first day of the new year, school was still in session. Wait a moment. Chu Xian tidied up a bit, and the two of them set out together. Lu Qi and Han Xiang were still at work and would be back quite late. So Han Duo took care of collecting benefits. In no time, they arrived at the community center, where a long line had already formed. Dumplings were something rarely eaten throughout the year, and since they were free, everyone looked happy. Wow, this is a long wait. It must take an hour, right? Chu Xian thought. But there was no choice. They could only wait slowly. While they were in line, a shifty-eyed man approached them. Hey, are you selling dumplings? Although the dumplings were free, it was impossible to get full from them, which naturally led to scalpers. Some people lacked credit points, while others had plenty. Once the dumplings changed hands, there was a significant markup. Chu Xian replied, not selling. The price is negotiable, the man insisted. I'm not short on money, Chu Xian said calmly. The man then changed his approach. So, do you want dumplings? Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. How much? 600 credit points for a portion. Chu Xian vaguely remembered that the usual price was only 200 for a portion of dumplings. Reselling them at double the price was indeed quite a profit. However, the underground city did not regulate this. It was considered a private transaction based on mutual consent. Forget it, I don't want them. Chu Xian shook his head. Seeing this, the man's eyes turned, and he joked, brother, my price is quite fair. Look at the girl next to you. One portion won't be enough for her, and you only get this once a year, no matter what. Even for such a cute girl, as a man, he felt compelled to consider it. But Chu Xian remained unmoved. And Han Duo didn't think Chu Xian was being stingy at all. To her, the things Chu Xian had given her before were far more precious. The dumplings, which were distributed once a year by the community center, paled in comparison to the rare items Chu Xian had provided. Just one of those was worth at least 10 portions of dumplings, if not more. Xiangu is willing to share with her. How touching. Seeing their expressions, the man realized his tactic had failed and could only continue searching for another target. Time was precious. This opportunity only came once a year, and if done right, he could earn credit points that would usually take months to accumulate. An hour later, they finally received their dumplings. Each portion contained 6 dumplings. 3 with meat filling and 3 with vegetable filling. Han Duo collected 4 portions while Chu Xian got 2, as both he and Lu Qi were eligible for an extra portion. However, Han Duo and Han Xiang did not have that privilege. Many people were collecting for their families, so the two of them didn't stand out. They packed the dumplings into their backpacks. Han Duo held it tightly, afraid it would be snatched away. Chapter 10 Antique Shop. The security in the underground city is actually quite decent. But even in the sunlight, shadows still exist. With so many people in the underground city, it's a mixed bag, and resources are scarce. Expecting everyone to be morally upright is just a wishful thinking. Sure enough, while passing a corner of the commercial district, the two encountered a scene. Instead of having someone come up and rob them directly, they witnessed a couple being robbed. The guy was showing off, walking and feeding each other. After the thief snatched a dumpling, he ran while eating, finishing it in a few bites before disappearing from sight. The man didn't dare to chase after him, fearing he might get caught in a bigger mess. It was just a dumpling, after all. Given out for free by the community committee, not worth the trouble. Even if caught, the punishment wouldn't be severe. Fortunately, normal life isn't that chaotic. The surveillance in the residential area is comprehensive. Here in the commercial district, both legal and illegal businesses gather. Some non-core commercial areas have surveillance that is either broken or poorly installed. Whether the surveillance in these places is operational is a matter of luck. Chu Xian wasn't here out of boredom. He came to buy some tools, and there were quite a few antiques in a general store. Blue and white porcelain bowls, decorative items, wooden chairs and tables. Some flashy but impractical items like porcelain bowls are gradually being phased out, as people prefer stainless steel products. After the disaster, Wooden chairs were actually not allowed in the underground city due to being flammable. However, restrictions have eased somewhat, as generally, people wouldn't buy such items except for collecting. With limited living space per person, it feels cramped to fit in people, let alone tables and chairs. Boss, how much is this? Chu Xian pointed at a dusty dual-use hot pot in the corner. Seeing Chu Xian's interest, the boss was slightly taken aback. Are you looking to buy? He asked uncertainly. This item had been collecting dust for a long time. Customers usually just glanced at it, although it could be considered an antique. Some antiques are just painful to look at. Every time he saw it, he thought of hot pot. Having it at home and seeing it every day would be quite annoying. How much? Chu Xian didn't answer, but asked again. 2,000 credit points, the boss replied. 200. Chu Xian countered. Not just halved, it was directly slashed down to the toes. Little brother, that's too harsh of a price cut. The boss has been talking it up for a while. 201. Little brother, that is not how you negotiate, the boss said, speechless. I've said so much, and you just added 10 credit points. Chu Xian smiled faintly. 200. How did it drop again? The boss widened his eyes. If this stays here, how long will it eat dust? This was made before the disaster, and your preservation isn't great. The components have a lifespan. If you take it back, it might break after one use. To be honest, 200 is already a bit much, Chu Xian muttered to himself. No, 201 deal. The boss was afraid that Chu Xian would drop it to 100. This item was brought back by a search team. He got it at wholesale price, and the cost was actually less than 200. But with so much time and money tied up in it, it had to be preserved. He sold it for 201, and he didn't make a single cent. Hurry up and get this thing out of here. It's not even worth more than a wooden chair. Deal. A smile appeared on Chu Xian's face. At this price, it couldn't even buy a serving of dumplings. Afterwards, he turned his attention to other items. This one, that one. He picked out some antiques, as the variety of kitchenware at home was limited. So, he decided to buy more cooking utensils. A bread maker, a whisk, an electric pancake maker, a large spoon, a strainer, a soup bowl. Families in the underground city didn't lack these, but they rarely had a complete set. Instant food was the norm. After some discounts, it totaled 1,600 credit points. The boss smiled. Although this customer haggled hard, he bought quite a lot. Overall, the boss still made a profit. Chu Xian paid by card. With so many items, they would be delivered to his door. After filling out the address, he left. Xingu, why are you buying these? Han Duo finally asked. She hadn't participated in the conversation between Chu Xian and the boss earlier and had been wandering around the store, seeing many interesting items. You'll find out tonight, Chu Xian replied mysteriously. After a day of work, Lu Qi and Han Xiang returned, tidied up a bit, and then took some items to Chu Xian's house. Of course, they couldn't go empty-handed for the new year. They had dumplings provided by the community committee, a box of dried earthworms, 4 packs of synthetic rice, 2 bags of dehydrated vegetables, and even 8 large cups of juice. The plan was to have 2 cups each. There were also some snacks, like a small bag of sunflower seeds weighing 60 grams, which Han Xiang had spent quite a few credit points on at the antique shop on the way back. Knock knock. We're here. Han Duo opened the door after checking the peephole. She quickly pulled the 2 inside, locked the door behind them. As they were wondering what was going on, they were stunned by the scene before them. Chapter 11. Even the landlord's family wouldn't dare eat like this. Hot pot. Han Xiang's eyes widened in surprise as he quietly exclaimed. What he saw was a steaming inyang pot. Next to the pot, he was astonished to see blocks of red-hot pot ingredients. Since entering the underground city, they could initially eat it regularly, but it had become increasingly rare. The earth had stopped rotating, causing global freezing. The ingredients for hot pot lost their external sources and were not basic necessities. So they were not produced in the underground city. Gradually, it became more and more expensive, mostly brought back by search teams. Now they could get it, but at sky-high prices. Just 1 block of original flavor hot pot ingredients cost a month's salary. Moreover, what truly shocked him was the variety of food placed next to the hot pot. Apples, century eggs, tofu. It was quite a feast. In this day and age, gathering these was much harder than acquiring hot pot ingredients. Just the tofu was not produced in the underground city. It felt a bit extravagant. Even the landlord's family wouldn't dare to eat like this. Chigu, Han Yi, please sit down. After greeting them, Chu Xian saw it was about time and tore open the hot pot ingredients to put them in. The specially purchased inyang pot was for the 2 types of hot pot ingredients, spicy and mushroom soup. The spiciness filled the air. Han Xiang took a deep breath. Although it was a bit pungent, being able to smell something these days was already quite good. However, when he saw Chu Xian take out a plate of something from the fridge, Lu Qi asked, "What's this?" Chu Xian replied, "Fresh beef." Han Xiang felt a wave of numbness. Beef, and fresh beef at that. There were no synthetic additives involved. Thinking back, the last time he ate fresh beef was 13 years ago, during the time when the earth had stopped spinning and they went out for rescue missions. Some cows that drowned in a tsunami became a bonus meal for the rescue team. Since then, he hadn't eaten any. Is this okay? Han Xiang couldn't help but ask, feeling increasingly anxious. Chu Xian smiled and said, of course. Hearing this, Han Xiang nodded and didn't ask further. It was the new year, and his focus shifted to the food in front of him. The ingredients were added one by one. Wow, so spicy, really fresh. Is this tofu? So delicious. Luckily, there was a ventilation system. Otherwise, the neighbors would be complaining. Brother Hu, this equipment is a bit outdated after this meal. We should find a time to fix it, just in case it breaks halfway through. We'll definitely use it often. No problem, Lu Qi quickly replied. This was a piece of cake for him. Mechanical repairs were no challenge at all. Using this soup for rice is amazing. I'm so full. The synthetic rice he brought was almost enough to stuff them, with all the ingredients gone in an instant. The four of them didn't actually eat that much. Chu Xian only took out part of what he had signed for. Among them, only Chu Xian's eating was normal. Xuanzi, you're impressive, Lu Qi exclaimed. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to gather all this. It might take a lot of effort to get just one item, let alone everything. Some things he hadn't even seen before. Chu Xian waved his hand and said, basic skills, nothing impressive. What do you mean? Lu Qi asked, confused. I haven't heard that in a long time. Han Xiang laughed heartily. Born in 1999, he naturally experienced the early internet era. Some phrases were long forgotten but remained etched in his memory. Hearing them again was quite amusing. Grandpa, what does that mean? Han Duo asked curiously from the side. Han Xiang then gave a brief explanation. Insightful. So cool. Both Han Duo and Lu Qi commented. After chatting for a while to digest, they could eat again. After finishing the sunflower seeds Han Xiang brought, each took a crispy shark stick and nearly licked it clean. The system's products not only tasted good but were also quite honest in their ingredients, resembling a chocolate bar. Only during the new year would Chu Xian be so generous. In the future, when normally applying buffs, they should take it easy and not overdo it. After the Spring Festival, Chu Xian's life became very routine: work, study, and daily feeding. Gradually, the time came to February 10th, the Lantern Festival. After half a month and 15 sign-ins, some preliminary conclusions were drawn. First, the probability of extra sign-ins could not reach 100%. Second, it didn't even reach 50%. Several extra sign-ins before could only be attributed to good luck. And of course, the enhanced probability isn't too low either, falling between 20 to 40%. For Chu Xian, this was already satisfactory. One shouldn't be too greedy. Tang Yuan. In the evening, the three were once again overwhelmed by happiness. Sesame filling, boiled eggs, and sweet rice wine. A bowl on the black market costs at least a month's salary. Chapter 12, submitting the paper February 22nd. Morning. Chu Xian arrived at the school, at He Shuli's office. Is the draft completed? Yes. Let me take a look. He Shuli opened the computer and saw the draft sent by Chu Xian, and he honestly had little hope. After all, Chu Xian was just a college student, and this was a minor subject for him. However, after reading the beginning, He Shuli was taken aback. The content was indeed extraordinary. Despite his reluctance to believe it, he patiently read through to the end. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. This hypothesis wasn't mere nonsense. It had some data support, although the probability of the conclusion was extremely small, only 0.0003, nearly negligible. But what if? Xiao Xian. Wait a moment, let me calculate it, He Shuli said solemnly. Okay, just like that, Chu Xian waited for an hour while He Shuli recalculated all the data. And it was consistent. Moreover, he had access to more data, such as the minor fluctuations in Jupiter's gravity monitored a week ago, which hadn't drawn much attention. However, when combined with this paper, it was different. Chu Xian didn't have the latest Jupiter gravity data for reference. He Shuli looked up at Chu Xian. Xiao Xian, I can't find any issues with your paper. Given its significance, I've just forwarded it to the Emergency Department of the United Government. I believe they will consider it carefully. As a professor with a certain reputation in the field, his forwarding would have a greater impact. Hearing this, Chu Xian sighed in relief. An extra day for preparation meant fewer unexpected events. As a minor figure, having He Shuli forward it could save a lot of trouble. As for coveting the results? How could that be possible? The internal email system of the university came from the United Government, and the email had already been recorded at the time of sending. Half an hour later, Chu Xian arrived at the library. He returned old books and borrowed new ones. With the entertainment industry in decline and unable to go out, studying was the only way for Chu Xian to pass the time, and he enjoyed the process. At this moment, the Emergency Department of the United Government was reporting layer by layer. This paper reached the desk of the department head, and He Shuli's forwarding played a significant role. Interesting. An increase in gravity. A large-scale planetary engine malfunction, isn't impossible. Moreover, the countermeasure plan is quite crazy, igniting Jupiter. A genius or a madman? Although it seems more likely to be a madman, given that the probability of occurrence is only 0.001, while the original was 0.0003. However, He surely added that there had been a previous fluctuation in Jupiter's gravity, which resulted in a slight increase. Even so, it was still very small. On this day, a total of 215 astrophysicists around the world received this paper. The two characters Chu Xian came into the public eye and warranted attention. There was a possibility that it could be significant. It wouldn't take long for everyone to reach a conclusion. If this paper had been presented a year ago, it would have been considered alarmist. However, the fluctuation in Jupiter's gravity a week ago, despite quickly returning to normal, made it impossible for anyone to assert definitively that it was impossible, especially in light of this paper. As a result, the conclusions were compiled and reported to the Department of Urgent Affairs. Chu Xian was unclear about how the higher-ups would decide. At this time, his botany project had completed its second phase, and the university's evaluation department was in his lab collecting rapeseed to calculate the total yield of high-oil rapeseed. Before long, everything had been harvested, and the fat earthworms were also taken away, not knowing whose dinner table they would end up on. Next was the third phase of the experiment, which essentially meant planting once more. The average yield from 3 plantings would determine the final increase. A 9% increase, 1 point more than last time. It didn't take long for the yield evaluation to come out, certified by the evaluation department, updating the student records. After that, Chu Xian became a farmer again, planting another round and conveniently collecting 10 pounds of small earthworms, evenly distributing them in the cultivation box, along with some processed artificial fertilizer. Fortunately, the odor had been treated. Otherwise, it would have been quite unpleasant. He was busy until evening before leaving. Upon returning home, he received an email. After skimming through it, the gist was, early defense. Seeing this, Chu Xian couldn't help but smile. It seemed he had caught the attention of the higher-ups, and perhaps the early defense was due to his rapid progress. The academic foundation displayed in that paper was indeed impressive. Even outstanding graduates in his major would find it challenging to achieve. Moreover, he was majoring in botany. Thus, it was normal for some to raise questions about it. Chu Xian didn't need to prepare at all. The knowledge seemed etched in his mind, ready to come out at any moment. Chapter 13, The Name of Genius. To accommodate him, they even gave him 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, on the morning of February 25, 2074, the defense hall at Underground City University was already filled with people, including the principal. He couldn't possibly be unaware of such a significant event. Early defenses were rarely seen. During his tenure, he had never encountered one. Therefore, he was very attentive. Upon learning the reason, he was somewhat upset, as it questioned the level of students at his school, but he also understood the gravity of the situation. Moreover, special treatment would naturally come with special benefits. If he passed this time and received a high evaluation, even if the events in the paper did not transpire, it would undoubtedly pave a smooth path for Chu Xian's future development. Risks and opportunities coexisted. It was said that Chu Xian was still majoring in botany. Professor Mi's son, who usually stays quiet, suddenly made such a big splash. Many professors and mentors from various schools came to watch. When they saw Chu Xian, they began to discuss among themselves. Most of them looked kindly upon him. After all, Chu Xian was a student of their school, and his mother had once been a professor there. Seeing the child of a deceased colleague grow up brought them a sense of comfort. As Chu Xian stood there, he surely approached him. "How are you prepared?" he asked. "There shouldn't be any issues," Chu Xian replied with a smile. Despite this, he surely was a bit worried. A couple of days ago, he had even called to ask if Chu Xian needed any tutoring. Chu Xian said he didn't. "Well, since we're already here, we can only see how you perform," he surely said. The defense this time was of high standards. Even he didn't know who would be presiding over it. Before long, the clock struck 9. In an instant, 5 figures appeared on the screen in the hall. They were the members of the review panel from different countries. If one paid attention, they would notice that each of the 5 permanent members was represented. Chu Xian felt a bit bewildered. Did it have to be such a grand occasion? This level of formality was usually reserved for evaluations of senior researchers. After graduating from university, one would become an intern researcher, and only after achieving results or accumulating enough experience could one gradually advance. To ensure quality, the defense evaluations for senior researchers featured a representative from each of the 5 permanent members. Typically, the timeline from intern to senior researcher averages about 10 years. Well, it seems my paper really has some impact, Chu Xian thought to himself. "Chu Xian, please summarize your paper," one of them began. "All right." Chu Xian took a deep breath and stood in the center. As we all know, the sun is aging rapidly, a phenomenon that contradicts our previous scientific understanding. To this day, it remains an unresolved mystery. The gravitational slingshot requires maintaining a close distance to Jupiter. Although Jupiter, as a celestial body in the solar system, is part of the same family as Earth, and we have known about it for over a century, with its mass accounting for 70% of all planets in the solar system, do we really understand everything about Jupiter? Thus, since the existing scientific theories have areas we cannot explain and unpredictable events, We must approach the study of Jupiter with caution. This led to the writing of this paper. Therefore, I believe that during the gravitational slingshot process, we must maintain the highest level of vigilance and prepare for the worst. For a full 15 minutes, Chu Xian delivered his speech without notes. The audience nodded frequently. Even those not in related fields found his arguments reasonable. The rapid aging of the sun remains an unknown cause. It is also inappropriate to view Jupiter solely through conventional thinking. The 5 individuals on the screen recognized this as well, for reaching this point indicated that the joint government placed great importance on the matter. Today was not just about examining the proposer of the paper, but also assessing his level of understanding. Regardless, presenting a human crisis that others have not addressed is a contribution to humanity as a whole, even if it hasn't occurred yet. Chu Xian concluded his presentation. In the screen, the representative from a certain country looked on with admiration. Does anyone have any questions? Upon hearing this, everyone became energized. Science knows no borders. But scientists do have national affiliations. The existence of a united government does not mean a global unification. It is merely an upgraded version of international cooperation, sharing technology, resources, and conducting joint explorations and military collaborations. In reality, nations still exist, just not as many. A representative from a certain region proposed such a theory, and a few were not displeased. They simply wanted to see the true level of expertise. Thus, for the next hour, they finally witnessed the capabilities of Chu Xian. A genius. Is this the level of a minor subject? No wonder he is the son of a certain esteemed professor. He Shu Li in the audience watched as Chu Xian, confident and vigorous, answered without hesitation. He was stunned into a bit of numbness. A genius. A student of a minor subject performed on par with, if not better than, graduates from major subjects. That day, the name of Chu Xian as a genius was etched into the hearts of everyone present. As the questions continued, some even exceeding the scope, Chu Xian still managed to respond. At that moment, no one doubted him anymore. That paper was solely produced by Chu Xian. Great. This kid, silently accumulating knowledge and then bursting forth. He Shu Li was filled with emotion. The principal also wore a smile. After all, Chu Xian had brought honor to the university. One paper, which has not yet occurred, ISNT that exaggerated? That is a misunderstanding. This paper had already undergone verification in the council that morning and was approved, becoming a Level 1 emergency plan. It is important to note that there are currently only 8 Level 1 emergency plans in the entire United Government. Now, this paper has propelled the 9th emergency plan of the United Government. Global military forces are required to study and be aware of it, and must conduct drills. This will have significant repercussions. Consequently, a vast amount of human and material resources will be invested to support this plan. The defense results were obvious. Passed. The 5 reviewers unanimously gave high praise. Unable to find any fault, Chu Xian's grasp of the material was indeed solid. Applause erupted in the venue. It was not applause for the paper itself, as it was merely a potential incident with a low probability, only 0.01. There wasn't much concern. This applause was for the excellence Chu Xian had just demonstrated. 3 hours later. Congratulations. The principal looked at Chu Xian with admiration. After receiving the official response from the review panel, the school quickly responded and granted Chu Xian an A1 level degree in astrophysics. Thank you. Chu Xian was also very pleased. The university degree from the Wandering Earth program is divided into 3 levels. A1 is the highest. A3 is the lowest. Generally, only those who major in a subject can obtain an A1 upon graduation, while minors typically receive an A2, and A3 is reserved for advanced vocational paths, like the one Han Duo chose. Starting from the assistant intern position, even if he works hard later and reaches a professional level equivalent to a university degree, he can only obtain an A3 level qualification. Initially, Chu Xian could only achieve an A1 level in botany. Now, he can effectively obtain 2 A1s. Moreover, this is just the current situation. If his thesis is validated, the rewards from the coalition government will undoubtedly be substantial. After finishing these tasks, Chu Xian returned home, feeling a sense of relief. Gaining recognition means that the coalition government's preparations will be more adequate, at least during the Jupiter crisis. His life will not be at risk. A significant burden has been lifted. With these thoughts, he gradually fell asleep. In the early morning, the alarm clock woke him up, and he was just about to check in for the day. However, at that moment, the system sent a notification. Congratulations, host. You have significantly impacted the fate of many humans and received a civilization fortune feedback. The base probability of daily extra rewards has increased to 30%. What? Chu Xian jumped up in surprise. Civilization fortune? Base probability? This is quite a surprise. 30% is already very high. So, it turns out the check-in system can function like this? Doesn't that mean, combined with the adjacent benefits, the probability exceeds 50%? Chu Xian thought to himself. However, the next moment, The system's reply made him feel a bit cold inside. Because of the thesis, many people's destinies have changed. Previously, those with fortune were in the adjacent space. Now, the possibility of becoming a hero in the adjacent space seems a bit bleak. In simpler terms, his thesis has altered too many things. Thinking of this, a spark of determination flashed in Chu Xian's eyes. Fortune is on my side. This is far more reassuring than borrowed luck. As long as the civilization fortune is high enough, more rewards can be obtained. Previously, he only needed to support one neighboring entity. In the future, he will need to find ways to assist this civilization. It took a while for Chu Xian to calm down. If that's the case, the future path needs careful planning. But there's no rush. For now, the focus should still be on learning and accumulating knowledge. It's just a bit ironic that the check-in probability is actually related to the entire civilization. 3 days later, the emergency plan number 9 from the coalition government was finalized, making minor adjustments to the slingshot trajectory towards Earth. The radius was increased by a bit. However, it only increased by over 60,000 kilometers, which is just 10 times the Earth's radius. There's no way around it. To leverage Jupiter's acceleration, it cannot be too far away, otherwise multiple acceleration maneuvers would be required. However, making too many loops in the solar system has significant drawbacks. First, time. Second, safety. Scientists estimate that the sun has several decades before it expands, but who knows what changes might occur during that time. If it reaches perihelion, and the sun suddenly decides to go, hugs and kisses turn to ashes, what would they do? Therefore, they abandoned the plan of repeatedly using gravitational slingshots and opted for the existing trajectory. Expanding by 60,000 kilometers will mean that if Jupiter's gravity surges, the resulting impact will be 80% smaller than before. In that case, running the engine at full power would allow for a complete escape, making it impossible to reach the point of igniting Jupiter. Chapter 15. Improvement. Of course, although theoretically, it's impossible to ignite Jupiter. However, preparations still need to be made. The plan is to essentially replicate the proposals from the research paper, launching some matches in advance and keeping them on standby near Jupiter's orbit. For this purpose, a 3-month timeline is set to design and manufacture the matches, with a launch planned for 6 months later. Chu Xian's life has once again returned to tranquility. The outside world knows very little about the details of this plan. After all, some of the content is quite alarming. People living in the underground city are already under pressure. There's no need to add to their worries. In the laboratory, fertilizing, recording, and uploading are completed in a day's work. The vibrant green seedlings in the cultivation box are growing robustly, adding a touch of color to this disaster-stricken world. The little earthworms have adapted to their new environment, wriggling around. By now, Chu Xian has completely adjusted to everything before him. The little earthworms all seem so adorable. There's no way around it. Having been here for so long, not even a single mouse has been spotted, and flies and mosquitoes have long since gone extinct underground. If one wants to see them, they can only go to the biological garden. Indeed, even flies and mosquitoes have become ornamental creatures. Cockroaches, mice, and ants are also displayed in exhibition boxes. The first impression people get is not fear, but rather, how do they taste? A few days ago, Chu Xian also went to take a look. People gazed at those creatures with almost identical expressions. Such cute little animals must taste delicious. This is a world where even catching a fly might lead to it being kept as a pet. After watching the lively little earthworms for a while, Chu Xian returned to the lounge. There, on the only table, was a small cultivation box growing a relatively robust high-fat rapeseed plant, nearly 20 centimeters tall. In contrast, the rapeseed in the other cultivation boxes outside are still seedlings, with only about 10 centimeters of their soil-exposed parts. However, this particular plant, sown at the same time, has doubled its growth rate. Level 1 Plant Gene Modification Solution. That's right. The sign-in reward can modify plant genes to achieve high yields. And the key point is that this high yield can be inherited. What needs to be done now is to wait for it to grow and produce seeds. After that, large-scale planting can commence. The benefits of a doubled growth rate are enormous, and this is also his first project planned after graduation. There's still a little over a month left until the internship on the topic ends. At that time, a larger laboratory will be assigned, and planting can begin. If it were in the past, it might have been hidden away, just feeding the neighboring area. Now, it's different. Knowing the benefits of civilized fortune, there's no need to let it gather dust in space. That would be too wasteful. As for how to rationalize this, simple. Many scientific achievements arise from accidents. Aiming for A, but ending up with B, which initially seems useless, but later is found to have a value 1,000 times greater than A. Of course, just a few simple words won't suffice. One must put on a complete show. Through the altered plant genes, in-depth research was conducted. It's not difficult to reverse engineer a story and process. That night, staying in the lab, learning, Chu Xian was tirelessly devoted. He believed that those who find learning dull simply lack passion and interest. It's a human issue, not a knowledge one. In his view, If there's anything worth pursuing for a lifetime, it might be the exploration of all cognition, not because it's interesting, but because it's endless. Even at the end of life, there remains a yearning. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, you have received 5 roast chickens. Bonus reward, space 1. Seeing the new sign-in reward, Chu Xian couldn't help but swallow. Recently, most of the sign-in rewards had been ingredients, with finished food only accounting for 1/4. Moreover, meat was scarce. Since the fresh beef during the spring festival, he had only obtained 5 pounds of pork belly, which he sliced and cooked in an electric pot. This was the first time he had received chicken, and it was already cooked. He quickly took it out. It was impressive. This roast chicken probably weighed 6 pounds. After tearing off a drumstick and taking a bite, it was delicious. Before long, the entire roast chicken was gone, leaving him half full, unable to resist. He ate another one. The bones were quite soft. Chu Xian didn't waste a thing. Chapter 16 Graduation time flew by, and over a month had passed. April 16th, 2074. In the morning, in the laboratory, the evaluators swarmed in like a horde of locusts, uprooting all the high-fat oilseed rape. Not a single fat earthworm was left behind. Even the soil was collected because the next batch of students would use it, though the experiment content was uncertain. This soil needed to be reprocessed, dried, sterilized, and supplemented with various components. Finally, it had to enter the microbial cultivation area to build microbial communities and enhance fertility. After a group finished harvesting, an evaluator said, "All right, Student Chu, please pack your personal belongings and hand over the laboratory." Once everything was packed, he handed over the access card. As for his personal items from the lounge, they had long been stored in the space. The improved high-fat oilseed rape had matured twice during this batch and produced seeds, all of which had been collected. It must be said that the yield was remarkably high, with growth speed and size increased by more than double. The number of seeds increased by more than 3-fold, allowing for geometric expansion if scaled up. Before long, the evaluation results came out. Passed. The overall yield increased by 9.3. At that moment, Chu Xian was in his botany mentor's office. Seeing the results from the experimental base, the mentor smiled. Now, only the defense remained. Chu Xian, thank you, mentor, for your years of guidance. Mentor, it's all your own hard work. What are your plans for the future? The mentor looked at Chu Xian with satisfaction. Who would have thought that a botany student could push the emergency plan number 9 of the Federation with a single paper? He had already achieved an A1 level degree in his minor before even graduating. Now, I am about to obtain my second A1 level degree. This is quite rare in today's universities. At least among the current science students, I stand out as the only one. I am applying to be an in-service researcher. What direction? I asked. Still high-fat rapeseed. I replied. It's a familiar field, quite good. With the experiments completed, I can consider myself graduated from university. The only thing left is to wait for the defense. It's impossible for everyone's experiments to finish at the same time, so the defense is scheduled for early May. There is still more than half a month left. Right now, it's a rare holiday. Of course, this is only for me. For others, it's time to prepare for the defense, and many are feeling the pressure. It's the first year of the new regulations, so no one dares to slack off. Back home, I closed the door and lay on the sofa, feeling an inexplicable sense of relaxation. Finally, I don't have to go to the lab every day. I couldn't skip even a single day before. From now on, I'll be relatively freer. I applied to leave the laboratory, where trainees will handle the chores. As long as there are results, no one will oversee the working hours. If I stagnate for several years, then I'll have to say goodbye. I would have to withdraw from the lab and join someone else's project. Knock knock. Xiangu. A voice came from the door. I came back to my senses and opened the door. Xiangu, don't forget to come over for dinner tonight. Okay. I suddenly remembered that today is Han Duoduo's birthday. Not her actual birthday, but the day she was rescued. At this rate, I'm going to catch up with my handsomeness. I arrived next door just in time, and upon seeing me, Lu Qi felt a bit defeated. Months ago, I was just a bookworm, only a bit good-looking. Months later, not only do I look good, but I've also grown taller, and my entire demeanor has changed significantly. But I didn't think much of it. At 18, I'm growing quickly during my developmental phase. It's normal. Being in a developmental phase is impressive? Lu Qi scoffed. Just be vain. You're not that handsome. Han Duoduo chimed in. Well, I'm strong. Lu Qi retorted, flexing his fists. As a maintenance engineer, he indeed has some strength. Seeing me just smile, Lu Qi got fired up. What else with that expression? If you're not convinced, let us have a competition. No, I don't think so. No way, we have to compete. Let us arm wrestle. 10 seconds later. Slap. Slap. Lu Qi began to doubt his life choices. Who am I? Where am I? Was that a hallucination? He thought he had been careless. Let us do it again. Slap. Slap. Again, he went down twice. This isn't scientific. Lu Qi's psychological shadow was growing larger. Haha, Lu Qi, is this what you call strength? Han Duoduo laughed from the side. I have to admit, I've been crushed. So frustrating. 5 days ago, I injected the 6th enhancement liquid, reaching my current physical limit. The strength of my punch could potentially kill a cow, and I can't help but look forward to the effects of the 2nd level enhancement liquid. Today is the 16th. Since I crossed over, I have accumulated 97 sign-ins. Just 3 more, and I can level up. Now, relying on previous sign-ins, there isn't much supply left. The stronger the body, the greater the consumption. As for additional sign-ins, there was a 30% success rate, totaling 26 successful attempts. The rewards were considerable. The body has been enhanced to the 1st level limit, and the space has increased to 14 cubic meters. The remaining items are quite mixed. There are 2 bottles of plant modification liquid, one of which has been used. A set of nano-protective gear that is always worn. A snow vehicle that has yet to be taken out due to space constraints. A long knife that can cut through iron like mud, claimed to have a single molecule blade. Finally, there is the attribute item drawn for the first time last month. Chu Xian did not expect such an item to be in the sign-in pool. It's not a miraculous attribute, but rather a mental enhancement. In this room, he can clearly perceive every corner, forming a 3-dimensional image in his mind. It lacks offensive power, but is quite practical. Chapter 17. Physical correction. This perception also has a limited range, only about 10 meters, and does not possess strong penetration. This means that if there is a wall in between, he can only vaguely sense the situation on the other side. However, there is no need to rush. This is just the beginning. A few more sign-ins should suffice. As long as the mental attribute is strong enough, these limitations will cease to exist. Before long, the meal is served: steamed fragrant rice, stir-fried vegetables, roasted worms, and apple juice. This would have been considered simple before the catastrophe, but in the underground city, it is quite luxurious. The fragrant rice was given by Chu Xian over a month ago, and the family has been reluctant to eat it. The apple juice is also a rarity these days. Chu Xian feels helpless, reflecting on how the world has changed people. Han Xiang even bought fermented cakes made from synthetic flour and candles. Amid laughter, Han Duo made a wish, hoping everyone stays well. After blowing out the candles, the sense of ritual was still strong. After the meal, Chu Xian went to Lu Qi's room. It was about a dozen square meters, filled with various odds and ends. There were also recruitment posters on the wall. Join the United Government Army. Help humanity reach a new homeland. What a pity. As a military enthusiast, Lu Qi cannot enlist, and can only DIY some mechanical accessories as a hobbyist. Heavy industrial vehicle driving certification. This is a basic requirement for Lu Qi, a vehicle maintenance worker, to operate transport vehicles, but his talent is quite lacking. 3 years after the Jupiter crisis, vehicles starting up still often collide. Look, I just repaired this. It's 70% new, Lu Qi said, pulling out a device that Chu Xian was quite familiar with, the G3 escape airbag. Lu Qi had used a pack of it to rent 2 sets of protective gear. Do you want to leave the underground city? Suddenly, Chu Xian asked. Instantly, Lu Qi was taken aback, feeling as if a secret had been exposed. His expression became somewhat unnatural. How could you think that? Lu Qi asked. Really? Chu Xian smiled at him, noting how reckless this guy was, using such methods to avoid Lu Peiqian. One could only say it was childish. However, in movies, saving the world often seems quite childish. Without going through the Jupiter crisis, Lu Qi is just a rebellious youth. Now, with this variable in his life, it seems the Jupiter crisis won't be something Lu Qi has to tackle. If things go awry, it could become quite troublesome. Should we consider a physical correction? Lu Qi felt uneasy under the scrutiny. I just want to see the surface, he insisted. Chu Xian replied, you're not being honest. Lu Qi emphasized, I really am. There are various ways to avoid problems. Chu Xian shifted the conversation. Lu Qi was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Why not find a partner to marry? Apply to move out, and then everything would be fine? If you're planning to escape by stealing a vehicle, aren't you just putting your grandfather in danger? Plus, once you leave, coming back will be difficult. Can you really bear to not see Duo for a lifetime? If someone bullies her, who will stand up for her? Chu Xian's voice echoed in Lu Qi's mind. Indeed, it's not the only way to escape. And is it really worth not seeing his grandfather in Duo for a lifetime? Who would dare bully Duo? That girl has a strong personality, Lu Qi scoffed. The next moment, he heard Chu Xian say, I would. Lu Qi was taken aback, pleading, please, just act like a normal person. What about your dignity? You wouldn't dare? He stood up abruptly, but before he could move, Chu Xian had already subdued him. His hands were locked behind his back, kneeling on one knee, unable to move. It all happened in just a second. Lu Qi was dumbfounded. What just happened? Can someone explain? You're too weak. Chu Xian released him. That was a sneak attack. I want to accept it. Let us go again, Lu Qi declared angrily. Not interested. Win me once, and I will listen to you. All right. A few seconds later, it hurts. Ouch. Let go. Lu Qi felt pain all over. His little brother had indeed gone a bit too hard. Seeing him concede, Chu Xian released Lu Qi's wrist, looking quite satisfied. Physical correction complete. As for the effectiveness, we can't fully trust it, so we might need a few more sessions. How did you train? Lu Qi moved his sore body. Chu Xin shrugged. As long as you have hands, it's fine. Lu Qi realized he had never noticed how irritating this neighbor could be. Yet he had to admit it. One day, I will beat you, Lu Qi declared defiantly. I look forward to it. Chapter 18. First time on the surface. The next day, in the morning, Chu Xin arrived at school, at He Shuli's office. At this moment, a dozen people had already gathered, all majoring in He Shuli's field, with an equal mix of genders. Ready? He Shuli smiled upon seeing Chu Xian. This attitude made his students a bit envious. Their usually serious mentor showed such a friendly side, a look they had never seen before. This time, they were headed to an astronomical observation base. They had come early, but the mentor hadn't rushed to leave. Unexpectedly, they were waiting for a young man, someone who seemed vaguely familiar. After all, they had shared classes for a while in their major and minor studies. Yes, Chu Xian nodded. The internship has ended, and I originally planned to take a few days off. However, an hour ago, I received a call from He Shuli. He probably just found out that his internship was completed, so he asked if I wanted to visit an astronomical observation base. I immediately became interested. Over the past few months, I had been hiding in the underground city and had never been to the surface. Now I finally had an opportunity. At this moment, I was alone. Although I was a special personnel, I had fewer restrictions, such as going up. Without a valid reason, it was definitely impossible to be allowed to just go for a stroll. However, if there was a reasonable reason, then this restriction would no longer apply. If it were Lu Qi now, since Lu Peiqiang was still serving on the space station, even with sufficient reasons, it would still be prohibited. Let us go then, He Shuli said. We boarded the bus, and soon, we arrived at the K32 elevator. There are many types of elevators in the underground city, for personnel, vehicles, supplies, and even the kind that can lift large cargo planes like those seen in movies. K32 is used for vehicle transportation. Wow, it's huge. Looking at the engineering vehicle in front of me, I couldn't help but stare a little longer. It was nearly 4 meters high, covered in steel, and made with solid materials. Seeing my expression, a person next to me, who had been waiting for me for no apparent reason, immediately scoffed. No experience. Although it was my first time seeing it, I had a similar expression the first time too. Is this your first ride? He Shuli asked with a smile. Yeah, this is still considered small. There's a bigger one at the observation base. Your mother was one of the lead developers. My original mother was quite impressive as well. After changing into protective suits, we boarded the vehicle. In the underground city, protective suits are relatively easy to obtain. Otherwise, the main character in the movie wouldn't be doing that business, and they wouldn't openly advertise it. The underground city doesn't strictly regulate this because having just a protective suit isn't enough. One must also have a life support backpack that integrates temperature control, pressure control, oxygen supply, communication, and batteries, as well as a protective helmet. This is strictly controlled in the underground city. As long as you pass the exit check. That's enough. We sat across from each other, the vehicle started, and we drove into the elevator. 1 beep, vehicle synchronization. 2 beeps, local broadcast. 3 beeps, private frequency. The display screen in my hand could provide real-time feedback on information, including navigation, communication, oxygen levels, vital signs, and more. He Shuli patiently explained everything. I naturally knew these things, but I didn't want to waste his kindness, so I pretended to be a novice. 15 minutes later, ding, arrived at the surface. Click, the elevator door opened, and instantly, the temperature outside dropped sharply. Inside the vehicle, it didn't feel much different. And I didn't even put on my helmet. Outside the vehicle, on the elevator display screen, the temperature read 85. Oxygen content, 16. This was already an environment where humans could hardly survive. The temperature around the planetary engine would be slightly higher. In other areas, it was already about minus 100 degrees. The cold wind blew, bringing snow. Clearly, it wasn't entirely snow. It was mainly solid carbon dioxide. As we move away from the solar system, temperatures drop to below minus 200 degrees, turning oxygen and nitrogen into solid states. At that time, the sky will become incredibly clear. The engineering vehicle roars to life and drives out. Here is the flood control embankment. The capital city is at an elevation of several dozen meters. The previous tsunami caused the sea level to rise by 300 meters, which is why there is a flood control embankment surrounding the planetary engine. Its average height is 600 meters, and it reaches a width of 300 meters. The transport vehicles are parked at the top of the embankment. By the window, Chu Xian gazes outside at the icy world. Engineering vehicles are also traveling along the main road. They are dozens of meters long, with a maximum load of 3,000 tons, embodying the aesthetics of heavy industry. Quite visually appealing. As we drive further out, the terrain gradually descends, and the ice blocks around the embankment have been nearly excavated, all burned away. Now they are digging for stones. They work day and night to supply fusion energy. As the engineering vehicle makes a turn, the the planetary engine comes into view. It's a colossal structure. The movie screen is too small to fully capture it. Seeing it in person is even more shocking. Just its height exceeds 10 kilometers, surpassing the clouds and approaching the flight altitude limits of commercial airliners. It truly is a creation that humanity has poured all its resources into. Just the amount of steel needed for one planetary engine is astonishingly expensive. How is this planet constructed? Where did all that steel come from? When watching movies, people mainly focus on the scientifically inaccurate aspects. For instance, the sun cannot rapidly age, a planetary engine cannot move the Earth, and heavy snowfall cannot occur elsewhere except around the planetary engine. Gravity slingshots shouldn't pose a danger. However, few pay attention to where the resources to build so many engines come from. A simple example, before the disaster, the steel production in a certain country was over 1 billion tons a year, already the highest in the world. And how much does one planetary engine weigh? It's in the trillion-ton range. The turning engines are even heavier. Even if we stripped the iron ore from 10 kilometers below the surface, we could not produce that much raw material. One engine, based on pre-disaster production levels, would require steel companies in that country to produce for several hundred years. And there are about 10,000 such engines globally. Is this unscientific? No, this is science. The endpoint of heavy nuclear fusion is iron, meaning a planetary engine functions as a steel furnace, capable of fusing elements like stones that are lighter than iron into steel. Apart from the initial engine group, which was built with all available resources, the materials for the remaining engines are largely generated through this fusion process. Chapter 19. So it turns out to be a big shot. As the engineering vehicle progresses, the scenery becomes increasingly monotonous. The vast plains don't require a roadway. The ground is a thick layer of frozen ice, very hard. Chu Xian also withdraws his gaze. After looking for a long time, there really isn't much to see. He misses the environment before the disaster. Even a desert would have some signs of life. But here, there is only cold and silence. Is this your first time out? Someone next to him greets him. Chu Xian nods. Yes. Changed your major? No. What are you going to the observation base for? To gain some experience. A few casual words can extract the desired information, and no one would question it, just assuming that he has connections and is tagging along. Seeing this, how could he surely not know what his students were thinking? He smiled slightly and said, although it's a minor subject, in terms of proficiency, none of you might compare. Don't tell me you're not convinced. He has already obtained the A1 level degree in astrophysics, officially certified by the Talent Management Committee of the Joint Government. Upon hearing this, the venue erupted in astonishment. What? Minor subject A1? New certification? More than a dozen pairs of eyes instantly turned towards him. Strictly speaking, although he is a major, he hasn't graduated yet. This trip to the astronomical observation base is when they will begin their defense. The first reaction was that he had some connections. No. As they regained their composure, rationality told them it was impossible. Suddenly, someone recalled having heard of a remarkable individual and pieced together some information. Could it be him? At that moment, the way everyone looked at him changed. Previously, they thought he was just hitching a ride, but now he had taken the lead. He had already obtained a degree while they were still waiting to graduate. Is the new defense difficult, classmate Chu? Someone who had just spoken with him asked eagerly. It's quite simple. Really? That's great. Everyone sighed in relief. But the next moment, he surely poured cold water on them. His defense is not a reference for you. Even if it's A1, the difficulty is double for you. So prepare well. He surely had personally experienced the difficulty of the questions. If they were to ask questions at the level of what they asked him, it would be disastrous. His students might not graduate. Initially, it was manageable, but later the questions asked of him gradually exceeded the syllabus. Sigh. It would have been great if more students were majoring in their primary field instead of pursuing something trivial. As soon as he finished speaking, the car fell into silence. The looks directed at him now held a hint of resentment, realizing he was a big shot, not someone to be trifled with. The atmosphere in the car became much livelier afterward, with some people subtly asking him professional questions, trying to gauge his level. The results were quite disheartening. Whatever was brought up seemed effortless, as if no thought was needed at all. It's worth noting that astrophysics is not just 5 simple words. Stellar physics, planetary physics, radio astronomy, mechanics, optics, electromagnetism, and particle physics are all included, leaving many feeling overwhelmed. A minor subject generally involves only basic learning. However, what he mastered was nearly comprehensive. At least in the professional courses at the university level, he was clearly outperforming them. Wow, is he a learning monster? I'm impressed, truly impressed. I have no words to say. How do you handle those devices? He surely had been listening and noticed many oddities. A minor subject doesn't require going to the astronomical observation base, nor should one be able to operate certain devices. Yet, he could answer all of that. Bored. I glanced at the equipment installation manual and inadvertently memorized some parts. A brief comment from Chu Xian left he surely stunned. How could someone be this brilliant? The others looked at him as if he were a deity. What does it mean to accidentally remember something? It turns out he had never actually worked with the equipment. Yet he could communicate with the experienced technicians. Is it really that difficult to get by in this line of work? Hours later, we arrived at our destination. This place was far from the engines, and the sky was relatively clear, with a dozen enormous dishes facing various directions. The sunlight was surprisingly bright. Indeed, sunlight. The Earth had been spinning for over a decade in the northern hemisphere, and the sun had never set. With the air cleared, staring directly at the star was blinding. Even though it had lost most of its warmth, it still exceeded the brightness limit that the human eye could tolerate. Only after leaving the Kuiper belt would the brightness drop to a level acceptable to the naked eye. This location was not only an observation base. There was also a military base nearby, housing around 3,000 security personnel. In addition to protecting the astronomical facility, they were also responsible for overseeing firestones. I didn't know the exact number, but there were at least several dozen. There might even be nuclear-type weapons among these military bases. Although the stockpile was depleted when the moon was bombed, it didn't mean production had ceased. These weapons weren't intended for warfare. They were developed when passing through the asteroid belt. Regular missiles found it difficult to destroy asteroids, which is why a considerable number of nuclear weapons were produced at that time. The original owner's father had also perished while deploying a nuclear bomb on a significant meteorite, struck by a fragment. Chapter 20. Another acquaintance. After passing through the security personnel's inspection, we entered the base area. Through some potholes, we could still see the damage caused by the meteor shower during the previous passage through the asteroid belt. Luckily, the main structure of the base was underground. Otherwise, I couldn't imagine how many lives would have been lost. Besides the soldiers in dark uniforms, I also spotted some in white attire. Engineers who were accompanying the emergency response team. Like the character in a movie, the distinguished engineer was a specialist in planetary engines, holding the same title as the original owner's mother, though one was full-time and the other part-time. This base was relatively small. 8 of the top 10 astronomical bases under the joint government were in the southern hemisphere, which were truly colossal. Just the radio telescopes with a diameter of 1 kilometer numbered 12. As we walked, he surely provided explanations. Some of this information was known to Chu Xian, while some was not. Why were there fewer large astronomical bases in the northern hemisphere? Because this was a rare area, primarily tasked with celestial data analysis. The future of the Earth lay in eternal night, so the most observation bases were set up here. Most of Shuli's students, after graduation, would head to the southern hemisphere, which was considered a more hazardous occupation, not due to man-made disasters. Outside of this world, there were indeed some factions dissatisfied with the joint government. After all, who wouldn't harbor resentment as those abandoned after a failed lottery? Yet, it hadn't escalated to a life-and-death situation. There were even exchanges between the parties. Only some more radical factions occasionally have friction. Rebels? They can't really be classified as such. It hasn't developed to that extent. The rebels in the original work are not external forces, but arise from within. The time span is too long. The group that initially made the decision to launch the Wandering Earth plan has been dead for over a century. The helium flash still hasn't occurred. This has sparked significant resistance internally. And now, it's like being in the film version of Wandering Earth. In just a few decades, many from the Golden Age have come back to life, and even though the underground cities have accumulated some emotions, it's far from as profound as in the original work. Therefore, in the world where Chu Xian currently resides, the rebels have not gained momentum. It hasn't reached the point where a significant number of the security forces have joined the rebel camp. Here, there are only some unlawful armed factions and a few ambitious individuals, along with those who didn't win the lottery banding together to establish wild underground cities. Most of the time, the United Government is sympathetic towards them. After all, is it wrong for most people just to want to survive? The United Government also has compassion and often offers help. The danger in the southern hemisphere is that if a meteorite strikes, it will be the first to suffer. The last meteor shower mainly impacted the southern region, while the northern hemisphere only bore about 1/3 of the brunt. Entering the base, there is a second security check. This time, it is relatively lenient. There is no need to open backpacks. Just as he enters, Chu Xian is taken aback because a familiar face approaches him. Brother. It is clear he is not calling out to him, but to He Shuli beside him. How have you been, Lian Ku? He Shuli is also happy to see his brother, as they rarely meet throughout the year. Pretty good. The two brothers chat casually. Chu Xian did not expect to see him here, nor did he realize that he would be He Shuli's brother, the one who always carries a note from their mother reminding him to wear long underwear. They don't chat for long before Lian Ku quickly leaves. Is he an engineer here? Chu Xian asks curiously. Sort of. He is a combat readiness engineer. His main duties aren't here, but he comes to observe the base part-time when he has nothing else to do. I see. Chu Xian nods. It makes sense. A top-grade planetary engine engineer wouldn't be stationed in the underground city all the time, just counting stones every day. That would be quite a waste. Fortunately, the astronomical observation base is right next door. As a hardware engineer, he definitely isn't just good at handling planetary engines. His skills in electronic machinery must be solid. It's normal to hold multiple roles. Before long, they arrive at the main control hall. Hundreds of people are working here. It is very spacious. In other places, Chu Xian is used to the style of metal industry. Suddenly arriving in this more sci-fi environment feels a bit uncomfortable. Old He, you're here. Upon seeing them, an elderly man approaches. He Shuli, as students all call him Director Jin. When Chu Xian inquires, he learns that he is the head of this place, Jin Xiangdong. The official name of the observation base is actually the United Government 108 Astronomical Observation Institute. The highest authority is referred to as the director. You must be Chu Xian, right? Suddenly, Jin Xiangdong looks at Chu Xian. You know me? Chu Xian asks. Hearing this, Jin Xiangdong smiled and said, of course, it's not just you. I know your father and mother as well. Time flies, and you've grown up so much. Very good. Just like them, you are all outstanding. As a base for a joint government initiative, entry is not permitted for just anyone. Even He Shuli doesn't have the qualifications to bring outsiders for a visit. Visitors unrelated to the base must have the approval of the base leader. Therefore, knowing that Chu Xian was coming, he came here to wait and meet this person who was pushing the plan number 9. After all, it had been a while since they last met. A remarkable talent. Reflecting on Chu Xian's performance during the defense, Jin Xiangdong couldn't be more pleased. He thought about how to persuade him to change units. Dealing with plants is quite dull. It was too late to switch majors since he had already graduated, but he could still consider changing jobs. The astronomical observation base in the southern hemisphere is dangerous. Here in the northern hemisphere, it is much safer and relatively easier, allowing for some nearby care. This big shot is not simple. Around them, the classmates looked at Chu Xian with new respect, not just for his abilities, but also for his impressive background. As for more details, they had no idea. Some information could be decrypted, but it was not accessible to them. Chapter 21. The Cold Ember Plan. Next, Jin Xiangdong took Chu Xian for a tour of the base. The rest area and single rooms were well equipped, except for the inability to cook. The cafeteria, being part of the outdoor operations, offered meals that were slightly more varied than those in the underground city. We also have 2 surface dome temperature-controlled shelters where it feels like spring, and a lawn of over 100 square meters. Additionally, we have planted some flowers and trees. It must be said that the conditions here are quite good compared to the underground city, especially since one can go above ground anytime to see the sky, which is undoubtedly a happiness for some people. This is why, despite certain dangers, many are willing to undertake surface missions to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the underground. However, Chu Xian felt indifferent to all of this. For him, who had lived in the beautiful land not long ago, the sky before him held no allure. Xian, how about working here? It's much more comfortable than the underground city. Jin Xiangdong got straight to the point, thinking that even if Chu Xian did not agree, he would at least consider it. Chu Xian shook his head directly, sorry. His outright rejection surprised Jin Xiangdong a bit. Why? Perhaps it was a mission. Chu Xian replied with a long tone. He added in his heart, the system has given too much. Coming here to work, looking at a pile of dull data every day, is very boring. As for the so-called benefits here, isn't it better to enjoy hairy crabs at home? Eating in the cafeteria here? I haven't lost my mind yet. Mission? Jin Xiangdong was filled with questions and wanted to ask what mission it was. But in the end, he couldn't bring himself to ask. After all, it was stated to be a mission. It would be like asking a firefighter why they risked their lives to save people in a fire. Asking such a question would be foolish, and it was already clear that he had failed to persuade him. Jin Xiangdong felt a bit disappointed, but did not press the issue. All right. Whenever you want to come over after spending enough time in the underground city, you are always welcome. Chu Xian. Thank you, Jin. Call me uncle. What else could Chu Xian say? The network of connections left by the original owner's parents is quite extensive. This outing is planned to last 3 days in total. The next day, with nothing much to do, Chu Xian arrived at the control hall, where hundreds of computers were set up. Usually, there were only about 100 people, but today it had increased to over 200, with more people arriving continuously. They were mostly students from several nearby underground city universities, some with more and some with fewer members in their groups. The least number of students brought along by an instructor was around 5 or 6. After all, compared to engineering majors, the demand in astronomy is significantly less. They would be defending their projects tomorrow, so everyone was busy. Some were working hard at the computers with stacks of textbooks and notes. With the privileges granted by Jin Xiangdong, Chu Xian sat down at a computer. He swiped his card to log in. His fingers danced across the keyboard. At first, he was a bit clumsy since he had only memorized the operation manual. But he quickly got the hang of it. The various shortcuts flowed smoothly, and he was moving swiftly. Not only could this computer connect to the base below, but it could also access astronomical data from the southern hemisphere. He opened the information on Jupiter. Oh, Chu Xian's eyes lit up. In one of the screens, he saw the Navigator International Space Station. Navigation, early warning, communication, These are the daily functions of this space station. But Chu Xian knew it also undertook the joint government seed project. To be honest, he wasn't optimistic about it. A long journey of 2,500 years without any mishaps? But is that even possible? Moreover, as Liu Peiqiang said, a civilization without people is meaningless. Why would he say that? Isn't he human? It's quite simple. Because in the seed project, to reduce consumption, all personnel aboard the space stations would eventually be abandoned, leaving them unmanned. That's a span of 2,500 years. Forget about maintaining an ecological cycle for sustaining life. What if someone goes insane and causes damage during that time? The entire plan would be ruined. Clearly, this risk is too great. Therefore, from the very beginning of the seed project's design, there can't be anyone in space for the entire duration. Instead, Moss will carry the so-called seeds of civilization and continue to drift like a cold cosmic elegy. Aside from the space station, there was the conspicuous Jupiter, which appeared smaller than in the movies due to the distance, resembling a wooden bead reflecting faint sunlight. After another year, it would become difficult to see it. Following the gravitational slingshot, the engines would be at full power for acceleration. Jupiter would transition from its night side to its day side, with the sky remaining bright. The light reflected by Jupiter would be minuscule. Farewell, neighbor. The next time we meet, it might just be when looking up at the sky. Chapter 22. Hundreds of signatures. System upgrade. Chu Xian's fingers moved quickly, tapping away at the keyboard. Soon, he reached a conclusion. Yes, during the gravitational slingshot, it is possible to see Jupiter from the Jingsen underground city, given Jupiter's massive size. See you then, it can almost fill the entire sky. Just as I was feeling emotional about it, a student walked over and asked, "Are you still using the computer?" "Oh, here you go," Chu Xian replied. He got up as more and more people arrived, deciding not to take up space. Leaving the control hall, he stepped outside. Taking a deep breath, a faint scent of grass wafted in. Within this temperature-controlled dome, over 100 square meters of grass had been planted. Someone was harvesting it. This grass was edible. Obviously for a snack at noon. Chu Xian couldn't help but smile wryly, a real-life version of grazing. However, it wasn't entirely accurate to say so. Animals graze, while humans, in a more refined manner, consume wild vegetables. The first genetically modified plant was applied to high-fat oilseed, and for the second batch, Chu Xian already had a plan. That would be grass. Fast-growing, resilient, and requiring low soil conditions, it could be eaten by humans and also used as feed. Freedom to consume wild vegetables was still a distant goal. The person harvesting the grass noticed Chu Xian staring intently at the field and thought to himself, "Look how much this kid wants it. Just taste a bit of the fresh greens. No need to rush. There will be food at noon." He handed Chu Xian a green stalk. "Thank you." Chu Xian was hesitant to eat it. Who knows if it was treated artificially. At noon, Chu Xian had a light meal. Everyone present, like he Shuli, were professors from various universities. They chatted casually, exchanging pleasantries. It was just part of the game of being well known. It felt like being dragged around with a big flower banner, but Chu Xian didn't mind. Some people saw fame as a burden, but for him, it was a boost. This was just a small scene after all. After lunch, just as he was about to head back to his room for a snack, he ran into a few students from other schools. "Are you Chu Xian?" "No, it's you. Just admit it." The corner of their mouths twitched, thinking they were being ignored. "All right, it's me. What's the matter?" Chu Xian asked. For a moment, the few of them were at a loss for words. "Nothing. We just wanted to get to know you." A minute later, they left. There was no pretentiousness. No face slapping. No stepping on others. Chu Xian felt a bit disappointed, thinking they might have come to challenge him. But on second thought, it made sense. With 7 years of compulsory education, there weren't many who slipped through the cracks. Those who were a bit slow-witted wouldn't qualify to be here. Chu Xian hummed a little tune, feeling great. Because today was the 18th, and tomorrow was the 19th. What does that mean? By tomorrow, it would be the day of the 100 signatures. Back in his room, a sudden wave of mental energy spread out, giving him a clear view of everything in the room. No abnormalities detected. Being cautious had its merits. Ever since his mental strength was enhanced, he would routinely check even at home. It wasn't paranoia, but rather, caution was key. Locking the door, Chu Xian took out a bowl of instant noodles. In a moment, the aroma filled the air. He turned the ventilation up to the maximum and managed to finish 3 bowls, drinking all the broth before feeling slightly full. Level 1 sign-in food was indeed insufficient. He hoped the level 2 would be more plentiful. Just finished eating and was reading a book when the broadcast sounded. "All ground personnel, please retreat to the underground facility within half an hour to avoid the impact of orange-level meteor showers." Chu Xian was slightly taken aback. Meteor showers? After hearing this, he wasn't particularly anxious. Large meteors would be detected by warning satellites before approaching Earth and measures would be taken, mainly launching missiles to break them apart. After that, only small meteors would reach the ground. Orange level refers to small meteors. If large meteors failed to be intercepted, it would trigger a red alert. Back when passing through the asteroid belt, there were hundreds of red alerts a day. It directly took out 99% of the warning, communication, military, and other satellites around the Earth. However, even small meteors are different from before the disaster. At that time, the atmosphere was thick, and most small meteors would be burned up by atmospheric friction as they passed through. Now, with the Earth moving through space, the atmosphere has dissipated, becoming thinner and less protective. Even small meteors can sometimes hit the ground, posing a certain threat to people and vehicles. 1 hour later, buzz, buzz. The entire room could not help but tremble slightly. Until the broadcast announced the end of the impact, Chu Xian counted silently. There had been a total of 63 tremors, big and small. The number 2 dome shield is severely damaged. All internal plants have frozen to death. No casualties reported. Property damage is being assessed. Looking at the information posted on the intranet, it was indeed true. The area near the ground is dangerous, which is also why, despite having the dome shield to maintain a constant internal temperature, the wandering Earth did not establish cities on the surface. A layer of membrane, once damaged, can be deadly. At midnight, 12 o'clock. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have received 5 kilograms of fresh lamb. No additional rewards. Congratulations, host. Check-in completed 100 times. System upgrade countdown. 10, 9, 8, Chapter 23. Growth type dimensional space. 7, 6. Watching the countdown, Chu Xian rubbed his hands in anticipation. 2, 1. Upgrade complete. Function updates are as follows. 1. The types of survival resource sign-ins have increased, as well as the quantity per unit. 2. The basic probability of additional rewards has increased by 5%, and the types have increased. 3. Check-in times can be accumulated. 4. Luck feedback values are now visible. Note, today's sign-in times have reset. Not much, only 4 items updated, all of which are easy to understand. Chu Xian silently recited a phrase in his heart. The next moment, a list appeared in his mind. Host, Chu Xian, level 2, remaining sign-in times. 1. Luck, 303. Looking at the luck value, there are both whole and fractional parts. Every 10 points of luck feedback increases the additional sign-in chance by 1%. Currently, the composition of additional sign-in chances is, initially, 1%. Level 2, 5%. Luck feedback, 30.03, but the system prefers rounding, so it can only be counted as 30, totaling 36%. A good number, indeed. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Xian felt a sense of anticipation. He silently recited, check-in. After the upgrade, the daily check-in count had refreshed. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations. You have received half a fatty lamb. Previously, it was measured in kilograms, but now it was counted by the piece. Even though it was noted as half, Chu Xian was quite satisfied. The notification sound continued. Bonus check-in, mental enhancement, attribute. Another good item. First check-in reward for level 2 system, a growth type dimensional space. What? Chu Xian immediately lost his composure. Growth type? Dimensional space? It sounded extraordinary, but how was it different from the previous space? Chu Xian quickly asked. Dimensional space has a different flow of time. That one sentence revealed the distinction between the two. So that's how it is. Chu Xian asked the system a few more questions. Binding. In the next moment, the binding of the dimensional space began. Chu Xian felt his head buzzing, as if he were flying into the void. Boom. It felt like his soul had been struck by lightning. In the chaos, a piece of heaven and earth emerged. Then, that expanse became clearer, but later he realized it was an illusion. How could creating heaven and earth be so cheap? Currently, the dimensional space was only over 100 square meters. He hadn't created it. He had merely bound it. Binding completed. At the same time, a stream of information surged in, and Chu Xian quickly absorbed it. After a while, he finally finished digesting the information and gained a preliminary understanding of this dimensional space. Firstly, it can grow, related to the upper limit of his soul strength. Secondly, it has a time flow that synchronizes with the outside world, meaning it cannot be sped up or slowed down. Thirdly, it comes with its own light source, gravity, air, land, etc. Fourthly, looking at the situation inside, Chu Xian felt that this was a small world with tremendous plasticity. It can be used for farming, storing items, and even accommodating people. In case of danger, he could hide inside. What a great item. Chu Xian didn't expect the system to be so generous. Upon inquiry, even the first check-in at the same level isn't fixed. If luck is average, it could be just a 1 cubic meter space at level 1. The probability of drawing a growth-type dimensional space as a first check-in at level 2 is less than 1%. One could say, no story without a twist. His luck was still pretty good. Thank you, system. Chu Xian thought to himself. Regardless of whether the system had intelligence, the intention was what mattered. If it did, increasing its favorability wouldn't be a bad thing. 10 minutes later. Buzz. After the mental enhancement, a wave of mental power spread. In an instant, everything in the room became clear to Chu Xian. Previously, he could sense things, but the precision was different. A simple example. Before, he could sense electronic components. Now, he could sense the circuits, the particles in the air, the words on paper. His perception of the entire world had shifted from standard definition to high definition. Ultra-high definition, Blu-ray. 4K. He wasn't ready to make such claims yet, lest he run out of words later. At the same time, his penetrating ability had also strengthened. Previously, when separated by a wall, he could only sense shadows and movements in the adjacent room. Now, even the wrinkles on his clothes can be discerned. If precision is not considered, the maximum sensing distance has expanded to over 40 meters, more than double the increase. Chu Xian is very satisfied. However, the neighbors next door need to keep their movements a bit quieter. After all, he is still single. After mental enhancement, the dimensional space has also increased significantly. It has grown from over 100 square meters to nearly 300. This is not creation but an elevation of authority. The entire dimensional space is actually quite large. But currently, what he can control is limited. In the next moment, Chu Xian entered the space. The refreshing natural air, he hasn't smelled it in a long time. The softness of the soil beneath his feet made Chu Xian unable to resist spinning in place. It was the first time he had stepped on the earth in this world. The underground city is all hardened ground, and plants are grown in cultivation boxes. Even though there was grass in the previous climate-controlled dome, it was not meant for walking on. They were treated as treasures for consumption. He never thought that one day stepping on soil would bring excitement. Looking at everything before him, Chu Xian contemplated how to plan. Chapter 24. New food sources. Firstly, this is a vast storage space, and the growth rate here is faster than that of a stationary space, which is calculated by volume. The area beneath his feet expands by square meters. Looking up, a hemispherical dome descends, with edges that are the walls of the space, emitting a faint glow that brings light to the area. The ground of the entire dimensional space is in a regular circular shape. The height at the center depends on the radius of the land beneath. In short, as long as he is not building a structure, it is more than sufficient. Next is the land. After all, it is not specifically for farming. The soil is soft, but cannot be considered very fertile. If he wants to farm, he has to dig the soil, sow seeds, fertilize, and water. All of it must be done manually. There is no one-click solution, and certainly no acceleration of growth or one-click harvesting. Regarding this, Chu Xian thinks it's acceptable. One cannot expect too much. Besides, although there is no one-click function, he possesses unimaginable abilities in this space. For instance, with just a thought, in the next moment, something seems to be drilling underground, causing the soil to rise. After the dust settles, a trench formed, measuring several dozen meters long, 20 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters deep. That's right. Here, many tasks can be completed with just a thought. Although there is no one-click feature, it is entirely sufficient. Next, Chu Xian continued to loosen the soil. He can only till one trench at a time for now. It cannot be increased unless he multitasks. But that is unnecessary. Before he can split his thoughts, multitasking relies on the quick switching of his brain, which is quite taxing. It merely saves a few seconds, and at least for now, there is no need to be overly concerned about it. After about 10 minutes, the soil loosening was completed. Chu Xian went to a corner of the space and began to sow seeds. This area under his feet is prepared to be a seedling zone. Where do the seeds come from? Previously, he had signed in for many items, and some food items contained seeds, many of which have been preserved: apples, fragrant pears, cucumbers. These things can finally be grown by oneself. After sowing the seeds, Chu Xian returned to the room and brought in quite a bit of water. The base's tap water is of drinking quality. Although the technological advancements of this civilization mainly focus on planetary engines, there have also been significant improvements in some civilian technologies. After a busy session, a seedling bed was completed. He also piled some potatoes by the field, which could be transplanted once they sprouted. Looking at everything before him, Chu Xian felt very satisfied. He was one step closer to food independence. In the past, he could only wait for supplies. But now he could finally produce his own source of food. After finishing the farming work, Chu Xian prepared to find a place to sit and bask in the natural light here, which provided not only illumination but also warmth, like a gentle sun. Just as he was about to go outside to bring a chair in, he suddenly thought of something. In a flash, a large vehicle appeared before him, an all-terrain vehicle. He had received it as a reward earlier, but had kept it in the system for fear that it wouldn't fit in the space. He wasn't planning to race. He just wanted to relax. A few steps forward, he leaned back in the adjustable seat. Reclining, he closed his eyes and felt the warmth of the light. It was as if he had returned to the days before his journey, sunbathing on the balcony. The people from the wandering planet would not be able to experience this scene unless they were indoors with artificial heat sources. But none of those could compare to the comfort he felt now. Gradually, he fell asleep. In the early morning, he was awakened by the alarm clock. Stretching, Chu Xian took out some items from the still space. A small table, a small stool, and bowls. Before long, a relatively sumptuous breakfast was ready. Unfortunately, there was no fire and no pot. The newly signed prize lamb could only watch. And Chu Xian planned to do some serious shopping on his next trip to the underground city. He needed to set up at least one kitchen here. After breakfast, Chu Xian strolled around the base. He spotted some greenery, and, if they could be transplanted, he would discreetly take a few, as this was his second home. Planting a few flowers and plants in small areas would beautify the environment. By noon, he had explored all the areas he could. The second dome's temperature control system had been hit by a meteorite yesterday, killing the plants inside. Chu Xian pretended to check it out, collecting some resilient seeds in the process. No one paid much attention to his rummaging. They just thought it was a pity. While Chu Xian wandered leisurely, some people in the base were in despair. Under the new regulations, the difficulty of thesis reviews and defenses had increased significantly. Those with insufficient foundational knowledge were directly filtered out, leaving them with sorrowful faces as they awaited their second defense. If they didn't pass, they would have to retake the course. None of this concerned Chu Xian. He was just there to observe. The next day, April 20th, people from various schools began to leave one after another. If you have time, come check in. Leave the approval matters to me. Jin Xiangdong specifically saw them off. He felt disappointed that he couldn't convince Chu Xian to join them. All right, Uncle Jin. After that, Chu Xian got into the engineering vehicle and drove towards the underground city. Through the window, some security personnel can be seen busy filling in the large craters caused by meteorites. Just past 4 this morning, there was another meteorite attack here. It was on a smaller scale, with only a few dozen falling nearby. Chapter 25. Is it time to work? On the ice field, the engineering vehicle sped at 100 kilometers per hour, with a wide and unobstructed view. So there was no worry about hitting anyone. Inside the vehicle, Chu Xian was resting with his eyes closed. Signal received. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Help us. Chu Xian opened his eyes and saw a transport vehicle overturned not far ahead, with an engineering vehicle trying to right it. However, it was too large to turn over easily. Please identify yourself, the driver asked. We are from the Geological Survey Team of the Underground City No. 4. There are injured people in our vehicle, and we urgently need medical supplies. The rescue team might not arrive in time. Wait a moment. The driver turned to He Shuli. Professor He, what do you think? Have you confirmed their identity? Confirmed. The person in the passenger seat replied, as the screen displayed the rescue request for this incident, which had already received a response but would take time to arrive. All right, we can't just stand by, He Shuli said without suspicion and made a decision. The engineering vehicle slowly stopped not far from the overturned transport vehicle. Just as the driver was about to open the door, Chu Xian suddenly spoke up to stop him. Wait, it's too close. When I released my mental energy, I sensed something unusual, he quickly warned. What's wrong? He Shuli asked, just as Chu Xian was about to explain. Someone emerged from behind the engineering vehicle, carrying a large object on their shoulder, pointing directly at their vehicle. Get out of the car. A cold voice came through the communication channel. Oh my God, what is that? The students panicked, and even He Shuli could not remain calm. If it hit them, they would surely die. Open the door and get out. Don't worry, I won't kill you. But if you continue to disobey, I can't guarantee what will happen. As soon as the words were spoken, another person approached the engineering vehicle and stuck a black square object on the glass. A bomb. I don't want to die? Some students were so scared that they lost control, having never experienced anything like this before. Seeing this scene, Chu Xian could only smile wryly. Did he also have some sort of detective's luck? After all, he was someone favored by fate. How could things escalate so quickly? Forget it. Let's just treat this as a job to do. After some complaints, Chu Xian's expression gradually turned serious. A few minutes later, a row of people stood outside. Students? Professors? Haha, what good luck. The man at the front laughed heartily. We'll take you back. We should be able to sell you for a good price. We weren't planning to cause any trouble. Little did they expect that a meteorite would fall near the transport vehicle just a few hours ago, shattering the ice and flipping it over. The medium-sized engineering vehicle was unable to right itself and was in a dilemma when they encountered these people. After quickly blocking signals, they intercepted and sent back false rescue information, finally managing to stop the vehicle. Unexpectedly, someone intervened, forcing them to resort to threats. Who stopped the door from opening just now? The man asked. A pair of eyes stared intently at Chu Xian. Chu Xian, this group of teammates, well, they're just a bunch of students, so I can't expect too much from them. Man, is that you? Chu Xian, yeah? Man, why did you suddenly say that? No particular reason. Just feel like we should be cautious out here. Who would have thought there would actually be a problem? Haha, good intuition. But it won't matter in the face of real power. The man chuckled, looking at Chu Xian with a confident demeanor. Who are you all, really? He Shuli stepped forward. Huh. The other party completely ignored him, turning to command his subordinates. 2 construction vehicles worked together to finally flip the transport vehicle over. Get on. Bang. He was shot in the leg and collapsed to his knees. Is there anyone else with issues? Now it was quiet, with everyone pitching in. They managed to lift Li onto the transport vehicle, only to discover there were others inside. There were both boys and girls, all in their teens. At that moment, fear flickered in their eyes. Human traffickers? Chu Xian's mind raced. Clearly, this was the work of forces outside the underground city, and it had even become an industry. In the self-built underground cities, the law was a luxury. Order was chaotic. Public safety was poor. Human trafficking was commonplace between the underground cities outside. Typically, it wouldn't involve official underground cities. Otherwise, the security forces wouldn't be just for show. Of course, this world has never lacked for those who are bold and reckless. It seemed that this was exactly the kind of group they were facing, so audacious. Swish. The transport vehicle's doors were closed, and then anesthetic gas was released. In less than a minute, the cabin fell silent. Inside the front construction vehicle, the man heard two voices in his ear. The drug has been released. The positioning device has been dismantled. Okay, drive faster. We shouldn't stay here long. The vehicle sped across the ice field, music playing in the driver's cabin, while the man's fingers danced on his knees. Happy. Another day to make money. Inside the transport cabin, Chu Xian opened his eyes and saw everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. This saved him some trouble. He wouldn't have to hold back. He glanced at Li beside him. The wound had been bandaged, but the bullet was still inside. He needed to act quickly. Chu Xian got up and approached the hatch. It had 2 layers of doors for insulation and normally wouldn't open without a card. However, clang. A knife appeared in Chu Xian's hand. Swish. The blade sliced through easily, triggering the hatch's spring mechanism, which opened instantly. With his mental perception, the internal structure was laid bare before him. Although electronic authentication was required, ultimately, the door's opening mechanism relied on mechanical structure. As long as he found the key mechanical structure's location and bypassed the electronic authentication, it would be easy to open. At least, it was simple for Chu Xian. Chapter 26. One person, one knife, cutting through at high speed. The car door was opened, and an alarm sounded in the driver's cabin. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the side door of the container wide open. Boss, the car door has malfunctioned. Report immediately. Quick, stop to repair it. We can't let the people inside freeze to death. Orders came through the earpiece. Understood. Then, the transport vehicle slowly stopped by the roadside, and 2 engineering vehicles ahead also halted, not coming to help, thinking it was a minor issue. Wearing a helmet, a large man stepped out from the front of the vehicle and approached the side of the cargo box. What bad luck. Cursing under his breath, he recalled how a meteor nearly hit him a few hours ago, causing his vehicle to overturn. Not long after, another malfunction occurred. Once he received his commission, he planned to find a couple of girls and not leave his place for 3 days. He had no interest in saving money, as he felt that would only benefit others. Just the thought of the girls excited him. Unfortunately, he couldn't mess around with the cargo, otherwise, it wouldn't sell for a good price. As he approached, ready to close the door, a sudden shadow flashed. In an instant, a powerful force dragged him inside. The large man looked on in shock at the scene before him. Someone standing there without a protective helmet. No, strictly speaking, it wasn't completely unprotected. Rather, his face was covered with a scale-like composite mask. What was this? Before he could think much, a silver flash appeared, and he couldn't utter a second word. A uniquely shaped blade pierced through the hard, bullet-resistant helmet and penetrated his throat. Withdrawing the blade, the man gasped, trying to cover his bleeding throat, but it was in vain. His hands could only feel the life ebbing away outside due to the helmet's obstruction, despair evident in his eyes. The attacker calmly stated, "You deserve to die?" Earlier, he had listened to the chatter in the cabin. Every person there, one by one, was definitely marked for death. Suppressing his discomfort, he grew increasingly resolute. Seeing the man lose his breath, he removed the helmet and pressed the intercom button. "It's a bit troublesome. Come help quickly." Pretending to struggle, his voice slightly distorted, the person on the other end did not suspect a thing. Useless, just wait. There were 3 people in the cabin, and the co-driver stepped out. Using the same method, he sent him on his way. Next, he changed into the other's clothes and exited the vehicle. Although the helmet had a cut from the knife, it was not a major issue. The nanoprotective suit he had signed in earlier was not just for show. It maintained temperature and pressure, and the mouthpiece had an air improvement device. As long as the energy was sufficient, there was no need for an oxygen tank. The technology was far ahead of this world. Are we done? The driver in the cabin heard footsteps and turned to look, his face changing instantly. Before he could say a word, he was grabbed by the neck. Bang! A punch knocked him unconscious, just like the previous 2 companions, and he was tossed into a dimensional space. The attacker then focused his gaze ahead. There was a large vehicle approaching, and his was small. Driving away in the transport vehicle now would be suicidal. Are we not finished yet? Almost. He continued to pretend to struggle with the door. Hurry up. We can't stay here long. Yes. Putting down the communicator, he rummaged through the cabin and found quite a few good items, especially weapons, 6 in total. These thugs were each equipped with 2 weapons, 1 automatic and 1 handgun. There were several bullets and a few grenades. Chu Xian got out of the vehicle and stepped carefully over the ice towards the 2 engineering vehicles ahead. It wasn't that he had lost his mind. Under his mental perception, he still hadn't detected anything suspicious ahead. The engineering vehicles were not for military use, thus lacking rear firing ports or observation windows. Suddenly, he sensed an enemy. As he approached within about 20 meters, he was finally spotted, and 2 individuals emerged from the rear vehicle. Out of nowhere, something rolled by his feet. No. The sound carried a sense of unwillingness. In the next moment, boom. The noise faded. He was thrown back, dazed. The engineering vehicle jolted slightly as well. After all, it was a hefty machine. While the impact on a person was severe, it was slightly less so on such a well-built vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. The fight didn't last long. In close combat, Chu Xian took them down one by one with his knife. These individuals were wearing protective suits along with helmets that offered considerable ballistic protection, and Chu Xian had an additional layer of armor on. Therefore, this was not a battle. It was a complete rout. The single-molecule blade weapon was indeed ferocious. Even ballistic vests couldn't withstand it. This is impossible. Watching his elite subordinates being taken down one by one, the leader in the front vehicle had eyes nearly popping out of his head. What is going on? Is this a movie? Am I hallucinating? One person with a knife has taken down his elite team. It was too unreasonable. Who could explain this? Oh heavens. I report that someone is cheating. Chapter 27. You are not human. On the icy plain, the cold wind blew. It was freezing, yet it couldn't compare to the chilling feeling in the leader's heart. At that moment, his first instinct was to flee, but he managed to keep his wits about him. He quickly moved to the driver's seat, pushed the gear, and accelerated. The vehicle shot forward. He let out a long sigh of relief, forcing himself to calm down. He felt he should be safe now. However, his mind replayed the earlier scene, causing his legs to tremble. Who was that person? And that knife? How could it slice through a bulletproof vest? One cut for each of his men. It was completely beyond his comprehension, and various questions flooded his mind. Damn it, I was careless. Next time I encounter you, I will definitely kill you, the leader said fiercely. Despite having many questions, he still felt that if he prepared adequately, he could defeat the opponent. After all, this was the era of firearms. As long as the firepower was sufficient, all obstacles would turn to ashes. Just after making that threat, he suddenly felt very cold. Really? A chilling voice whispered in his ear, startling him to the point of nearly losing control. Turning around, his heart sank like ice, and he was left dumbfounded. How did you get in here? His voice trembled. As he spoke, he noticed the hole in the roof, cold wind rushing in. Part of the chill came from the gust. Warning, malfunction. The temperature inside the vehicle plummeted. Fortunately, he was wearing a helmet. Otherwise, he might have frozen stiff in a matter of seconds. Without hesitation, he drew his weapon with the fastest speed of his life. Bang, 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 click. When the magazine was emptied, all his hopes were also extinguished. You are not human. The man had a ghostly expression, his tone filled with immense fear, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. It wasn't because the opponent's strange headgear had withstood the attack. In fact, not a single shot had hit. During the first shot, a shadow flashed by and avoided the bullet. Unconvinced, he continued to pull the trigger. But the person in front of him not only predicted his attack direction, but also dodged at an incredibly fast speed. Thus, the previous scene unfolded, with afterimages dodging the greatest reliance in his hands. At this moment, Chu Xian slowly walked in front of him, something he wouldn't have dared to do just a few days ago. But now it was different. His spirit had undergone a second enhancement. Just this morning, he had obtained a second-level enhancement liquid. Since then, he had the capital to act so recklessly. Previously, when he had been alone with a knife, he had tested it and found it completely safe. Looking at the man holding the gun, he raised his hand and snatched the weapon away. Chu Xian leisurely loaded a bullet. Bang! He shot the man's thigh. This guy had shot He Shuli earlier, and Chu Xian was still holding a grudge. The man broke out in a cold sweat. A bulletproof vest is not the same as bulletproof pants. Anything you want to say? Chu Xian asked. 10 minutes later, Chu Xian began to clean up the scene, leaving no bodies behind, as the wounds were too unusual. He collected a construction vehicle and some weapons as spoils. Additionally, there were some supplies. The outer underground city was in short supply, but for those who thrived on violence, it wasn't hard to obtain. High risks and high rewards coexisted. After sending the rescue message, Chu Xian returned to the transport vehicle and lay down, pretending to be unconscious. Half an hour later, he started to release the antidote for the neutralizing gas. Cough cough. Where's this? We've been kidnapped. Boo-hoo. Mom, the outside world is indeed too dangerous. The students had forlorn expressions, while the others captured by that gang had long since cried until they were numb, simply sitting quietly. Has the car stopped? It's over. The enemy's lair. The atmosphere grew even more desolate. He Shuli also woke up and hurried to comfort his students. Seeing Chu Xian lying in the corner, he approached despite his injuries. Xian, wake up. What's wrong? Chu Xian pretended to be confused and opened his eyes. Great, you're okay. Just 20 minutes after everyone had fallen into despair, the car door clicked open, and to their surprise, it was the security forces that entered. They almost thought they were in cahoots, but after some explanations, they were convinced. Saved? Each of them felt like they had survived a disaster, but was filled with confusion, just like the rescue team. They had only received the rescue message without many details. After surveying the area, aside from some bloodstains, there was no other evidence. Perhaps they had encountered a neutral faction's Wild City force. After all, it couldn't be that the bad guys had a change of heart. No one would think of Chu Xian. So many witnesses had seen him just wake up moments ago. Moreover, no one believes that a single person can overturn a combat team. So, this incident has become a mystery. Chapter 28. Confidence after surviving a crisis inside the vehicle. On the way back to the city, the classmates felt quite embarrassed. There was no way around it. Everyone's performance just now was truly poor. Their faces were pale, filled with terror, and some were even scared to the point of losing control. Thinking back, it was utterly humiliating. Classmate Shu, I really admire you this time. Your abilities are impressive, and you remained calm in a crisis. We can't compare to you, the class monitor said with a wry smile. Indeed, Chu Xian performed the best among them. First, he gave an early warning, although it was useless since the opponent had heavy firepower. Second, when the opponent asked who was stopping them, everyone looked at him, yet he didn't panic at all and remained extremely composed, even chatting with the opponent for a moment. Third, even now, he still had a calm expression. To be honest, many people were previously unconvinced by Chu Xian. But now, the gap was not just in knowledge but also in temperament. Such a person might only excel academically on a regular day, but when encountering a situation, he naturally exuded a leader-esque charisma, making others feel inferior. You flatter me. I was actually quite anxious myself. Chu Xian waved his hand and smiled. Yes, very anxious. I was afraid I would have to expose my secrets to get through this, but unexpectedly, this group was quite cooperative and managed to knock them out. The incident was quickly reported. Investigate. This group is too arrogant. Do they think we don't exist? The head of the security forces slammed the table. It's important to note that the security forces are considered the peacekeeping department of the coalition government. With such an incident occurring, the responsibility would fall on them. This time, not only students faced danger, but also professors, and a special individual, Chu Xian. Although young, he attracted much attention due to Plan Number 9. Therefore, it cannot be ruled out that someone deliberately targeted him, whether it was a conspiracy or not. It would initially be treated as premeditated until all possibilities were eliminated and deemed an accident. Hours later, in the underground city of Jing Number 3, He Shuli was sent to the hospital. The rescue team had equipment and had already removed the bullet on the way back. He was now recuperating. Xian, I'm fine. You should head back and rest well, He Shuli said. Okay. Chu Xian left the hospital, took public transportation, and sighed deeply as he watched the bustling crowd. Compared to a few days ago, his mood felt somewhat different. Perhaps it was because he felt more confident. Coming to this world, to be honest, even with a system, there was still not much sense of security. This was not a safe society. However, now, with the system's help, he had grown a lot. Today's battle gave him a new understanding of his own strength, making him feel more confident. But this was still not enough. The system was only at level 2, and there were still levels 3 and 4 above it, which made Chu Xian very eager. To advance to level 2, he needed to check in 100 times. To reach level 3, he needed to check in 200 more times, which would take over 6 months until the end of this year. It wasn't too long to wait. Xiange, you're back. Huiduo just finished school and skipped over to him with excitement upon seeing Chu Xian. Chu Xian smiled and gave her a playful pat on the head, which Huiduo didn't mind at all. If it were Lu Qi, she would definitely kick him away. By the way, Xiange, I submitted your trainee application this morning, and come July, I'll be following you around. Let me see. She opened the door and entered the room. Chu Xian logged into his computer. Although he hadn't graduated yet, the school had already updated some of his permissions. Unlike the theoretical astronomy and physics program, there was a paper and an experiment. The former relied mainly on written work, while the latter depended on experimental data. The average yield increase of high-fat rapeseed met the standards, and these standards were not subjective. Thus, the defense was merely a formality. After submitting the report for the independent laboratory application, the permission to recruit trainees had already been granted. The school was being considerate, which was quite ahead of schedule. He thought to himself that this girl must pay a lot of attention to him. Otherwise, how would she have quickly applied after the permissions were updated without him mentioning it? Plus, this also counted as an early internship. He clicked to confirm. Great. Huiduo became the first trainee for the laboratory he was about to establish. Theoretically, he could recruit too, but it wasn't necessary to fill the second position. He had special advantages. Some things were of immense value and couldn't be taken lightly, so he had to choose wisely. Chu Xian reminded her. During this time, focus on studying. Otherwise, if you don't know anything about the lab materials, I will definitely be strict. Duo nodded firmly, assuring him that she would not hold him back. Chapter 29. A fortune. After Duo returned home, she closed and locked the door. Chu Xian entered the space. A warm light shone continuously. In fact, the light could be adjusted, providing warmth and sunlight. However, it was limited to temperature, and he still couldn't create wind or rain. The system description stated that a radius of at least 1 kilometer was needed for significant climate phenomena, and that was still a long way off. At this moment, Chu Xian had set the light to stay on. Since there were no stars at night, it was better to let the plants photosynthesize more. Do plants need rest? Indeed, some plants exhibit resting behavior at night. But the real reason isn't that they're too tired from photosynthesis during the day. It's that they need to preserve heat as temperatures drop at night. Some close their leaves, while others close their stomata. However, this is not very common. Most plants can actually photosynthesize for long periods, even like the human heart, without needing rest. But the prerequisite is, the environment must be suitable. This is also why plants grown under artificial light conditions can grow significantly faster, even shortening their maturation time by half. Inside the space, an engineering vehicle was quietly parked. However, the vehicle was not complete. When climbing the vehicle initially, a single molecule blade was used to cut a hole in the top. Why not choose a better spot? Of course, it was to avoid detection of such a weapon. The single molecule blade made for a smooth cut. Currently, there is no such high technology in the world, and there is no melting phenomenon from laser cutting either. It's just a hole, nothing major. It can be welded up when there's time. Moreover, the item is mainly for collection, not intended for use outside. After removing the seat, I placed it on the ground in a relaxed position. Not bad, much more comfortable than the seat of a snow vehicle, plus I now have an extra bed. Before long, the water boiled, and I made a cup of tea. Since it wasn't a survival necessity, I hadn't signed in for tea during my time here. This was just acquired recently. It's not precious, just a simple green tea. I took a sip. Although I'm not used to tea leaves, this is a hard-won trophy. Regardless of the taste, it feels great psychologically. With a flick of my left thumb, a gold coin flew up and landed back in my palm. In the official underground city, credit points are the currency, but in those outside, gold has become the hard currency. This time, the haul was significant. 32 gold coins weighing 60 grams each, and over 100 smaller ones. The value is considerable. Just one of these large coins is equivalent to 2 years of my salary, while the smaller ones are worth about 3 months' salary. Indeed, without unexpected fortune, one cannot become rich. After finishing my cup of tea, I checked the time. It was time for dinner. Using the energy from the construction vehicle, I prepared a sumptuous meal: hairy crabs, grilled sausages, and lean meat porridge. After injecting a secondary gene enhancement solution, my physical strength and reaction attributes significantly increased. Along with my appetite, I finished a whole bowl of lean meat porridge. Thankfully, the amount from the secondary signing in had surged. Otherwise, I would run out of supplies quickly. Due to the breakthrough to a secondary life form, my mental strength improved, and the area of this space expanded from nearly 300 square meters to over 900, almost reaching 1,000 square meters. It sounds large, but in reality, it's quite average. A quick calculation of the circular area shows that the radius is less than 18 meters. The next day, in the morning, I went to the commercial area where I had previously purchased an antique double boiler, preparing to procure some necessities for my space, such as tables and chairs and kitchenware. I couldn't keep moving things from outside. That would be quite troublesome. Also, I didn't plan to use my credit points. I would definitely need a lot of items in the future, but my salary is limited. Every credit point spent can be traced, posing a risk. Thus, I found an exchange dealer. Brother, if you have any business to take care of, my reputation in this area is well known. Indeed, like the character in the movie, he opened a mahjong parlor, handling permits, equipment, and travel, with a wide range of business. The back of his little paper listed even more services, including the exchange of precious metals. He claimed to operate on a basis of integrity, with no credit offered. It's not entirely wrong to describe him as a good person, but he can't be called a bad one either. He navigates the gray area, walking on the edge of legality. But sometimes it must be said that he serves a purpose. Just like now, if it weren't for people like this, it would take Chu Xian a lot more effort. At this moment, he had changed into a new outfit. Wearing a mask that covered his face tightly, Chu Xian tossed over a gold bar, melted last night. As gold coins are too distinctive, the man caught it and looked at it. A gold bar? His eyes lit up. This thing is rare. The official sources in the underground city had long stopped selling gold to the public. The supply had been cut off. Only some search teams occasionally find a little bit, but the quantity is too small. Before the disaster, the gold in major banks had already been cleared out, and some private individuals would bring some when entering the underground city. However, due to industrial needs, the authorities continued to recover gold from the public. Therefore, the gold in the civilian market was becoming scarcer and more expensive. Without further ado, he quickly checked its authenticity. It's real. The purity is very high. Brother, how do you want to sell it? The man asked. 100,000 credit points for each, along with a credit identity card. Deal. There was no haggling. The man understood that the other party was aware of the prices. As for whether the source was legitimate, this was already a price that indicated it was not. There was a certain price difference from the normal rate. This was also the risk-reward of doing such business. Even before the disaster, many were involved in it. There were plenty of people on the streets. Now, it was even less of a concern. I want 10. Chu Xian handed over the remaining 9 gold bars. Brother, are you not afraid I might have ill intentions? The man, feeling pleased about the big deal, couldn't help but joke. Hearing this, Chu Xian merely smiled lightly. No matter how much money one has, one needs to have a life to spend it. He believed the man didn't want to become a short-lived ghost. Haha. Brother, am honest in my dealings. If there's business in the future, I hope you take care of me. The man felt a slight cold sweat on his back. Compared to real desperados, he was still far behind. Was that a killing intent? A kind of fear from deep within made him realize that the person before him was definitely not an easy target. He hadn't considered playing tricks either. Gradually regaining his composure. 10 minutes later, the transaction was complete. With a fortune of 1 million credit points in hand, Chu Xian left the gaming room. The man was quite savvy and didn't send anyone to follow him. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind teaching the other party a lesson about how to behave. There weren't many surveillance cameras here. They were sporadically operating. With his mental perception, Chu Xian avoided the range of any camera. He changed clothes in a public restroom. When he came out, he had a completely different appearance. He had quite a few items to procure and needed to temporarily rent a storage room first. It wasn't difficult, although all of it was public property. Shops and storage rooms were only for rent, not for sale. However, it didn't stop some people from subletting them. Short-term rentals for a day or two weren't too expensive, just about 1 to 2,000 credit points. Compared to the huge sum in his hands, that was just a drop in the bucket. Chapter 30. Major procurement. After spending an hour, he secured a warehouse. It wasn't large, only about 20 square meters, located in a remote area without surveillance. If it had been before the disaster, it would have been easy to find. But it took some effort here. The rental period was today and tomorrow. The cost was 1,000 credit points. After that, Chu Xian began his major procurement. I want 2 sets of this. I'll take all of these. With a fortune in hand, spending ill-gotten gains feels effortless. He hops from store to store, purchasing what he needs: coffee tables, dining tables, chairs, and sofas. If they look good and the price is right, he buys them on the spot. Most of these items are new and made from synthetic materials. Real wood is too expensive as the supply has been cut off. There are trees in the underground area, but they are mostly ornamental and not allowed to be cut down. In fact, synthetic materials aren't bad. They look beautiful and have wood-like finishes. With today's technology, harmful gases like formaldehyde are no longer a concern. Once there's more space, he plans to plant some trees and create a forest, along with a flower garden and meadow. He actually wants to build a house, but unfortunately, there are no materials available. Cement, rebar, sand and gravel? None can be obtained. As the basic infrastructure of the underground has been completed and hasn't expanded in a long time, self-built houses are simply not an option. Naturally, there isn't a building materials market either. He wants to build a wooden house, but can't find any lumber. At most, he can get some tents. But if it's just tents, he might as well be outdoors. Suddenly, he stops. What's this? Synthetic wall panels that are fireproof and moisture-proof, with various patterns available at reasonable prices. The staff quickly introduces the product. How many do you have? He is interested. He can't get cement for a hardened floor, and there are no tiles for sale either. He can only make do with these synthetic panels for now. 30 for a set, and if he needs more, they can arrange a shipment. The staff looks at him, seemingly seeing this month's performance figures. 200, I need them tonight. Do you have them? Yes. Then let us settle the bill. The staff quickly places the order and fills out the delivery address. Thank you for your patronage. Everything he bought today is scheduled for delivery tonight, as there's no one to receive it at the warehouse right now. After purchasing furniture, he heads to a street full of small goods, swiping his card like crazy, even buying dozens of outfits, both for men and women, along with wigs and beauty products. Buy. In the future, when engaging in covert activities, he will have more clothing choices. He continues spending. Bags, hangers, cutting boards, basins, and some large buckets. Will it attract attention? He thinks too much. Of course it will. But even if he buys separately and wears a mask every day, won't that draw attention? Better to get it done in one go for convenience. Whatever strange characters might be around, he now fears nothing. As long as they aren't from the official underground authorities, everything else is trivial. By evening, his shopping list is cleared. He has to admit, it feels great. Spending money, especially when it's not his own, is a wonderful feeling. However, the million he had is now nearly depleted. Returning to the warehouse, it's already the scheduled delivery time. Then, he transforms into a receiving machine, busy moving things around. After a wave of people leave, he manages to store some items away. Not everything fits inside, as there are some onlookers. Not far from the warehouse, a few people glance over. But they can only see the entrance and not what's inside. This guy is definitely not on the straight path. He is at least using 3 different identities. He is really wealthy, spending hundreds of thousands in a single day. Is he someone to be trifled with? What are we afraid of? We're just taking a look first. If it's not something we can handle, we'll just leave it be. That is true. Whether there is something or not, we might just hit the jackpot, right? It took a full hour to finish signing for all the goods. At this point, he also noticed that the people he was concerned about were just a handful. It makes sense. Just like the top dog, the gray forces in the underground city still have some boundaries, as their roots are here. If their reputation is ruined, how can they continue to operate locally? In the past, if someone committed a crime in one place, they could easily move around, change cities, change countries. But in the world of the wandering earth, even leaving the underground city is difficult, and even changing a room is not an easy task. Therefore, even the gray forces tend to be more restrained in their actions. However, that doesn't stop some bold individuals or small groups from taking risks. Chu Xian didn't have time to waste with the other party. He left the warehouse and walked towards those few people, delivering a fierce beating. Misunderstanding. We were just passing by, really. Spare us. Big brother, we were wrong. Please stop. We could die? He knocked several people down, and although there were bystanders, no one called the police, not wanting to get involved. No. The leader felt the cold blade against his neck, filled with terror. Is it so hard to be a decent person? Why trample on the law? Don't you know that it is precisely because of the law that you are protected and not dead by my hand? The blade cut through the skin on the opponent's neck. A line of blood appeared, and the feeling of death approached. Chapter 31. Constructing space. After dealing with the miscellaneous tasks, Chu Xian returned home. He entered the space and continued to be busy. The expansion of the dimensional space was not random, but outward, so he chose the central position. Compact the earth. Level it. Using synthetic wall panels, he laid down the floor. Soon, a hard surface of 200 square meters was completed, so at least he wouldn't have to track dirt back every time he entered. Next, he started to arrange the furniture. Tables and chairs flew into place. And in a moment, everything was set up. Then, he built a stove at the edge of the hardened ground, placing a cabinet nearby to hold dishes and seasonings. The water and drainage pipes were also set up. Leaving the space, he found that the half-height water barrels at home were already full. Although they were called barrels, they were inflatable and could even serve as bathtubs. He bought over 100 of them specifically for storing backup water sources. As for the water bill, the prices for water and electricity in the underground city were cheap, with fixed fees that didn't depend on usage, which was a kind of benefit. There were no water or electricity meters because there was no shortage at all. With global tsunamis, the outside was filled with water, and it could be purified for use. Above was the planetary engine, providing nearly unlimited electrical energy. In the underground city, around 80% of the population worked for the public sector, so they only charged a symbolic amount. Chu Xian certainly wanted to take full advantage of this. Not just these water barrels. He also dug a 200 square meter pond, hoping to see if he could get some fish fry in the future. In short, he wanted to take good care of this second home. Green mountains and clear waters are too much to hope for. Grasslands and ponds, however, can still be worked on. 2 days later, wow, a large bucket of water was poured into the pit, filling around 100 inflatable water buckets. And now it's just a matter of filling the pond. 200 square meters, with a depth of 3.6 meters. The water storage capacity reaches over 700 cubic meters. To fill it up, it will probably take a week, and since there are no wild rivers nearby, this method is the only option. Going to a water treatment plant? That would be asking for trouble. That area is under military control, no access is allowed. And even thinking about getting close is pure wishful thinking. Looking at the home that is taking shape, Chu Xian is quite satisfied. Although it looks bare now, in some time, once the seedlings are transplanted and grow, it will soon be lush and green. Time flies, and it's now May 1st, Labor Day still exists. But there are no holidays, and everyone has long gotten used to it. Anyway, there is nowhere to go. Resources are scarce, goods are limited, incomes are similar. And with travel restrictions, what is the point of a holiday? To make people? That doesn't need a holiday. How is the recovery, Director He? Chu Xian visited He Shuli at the hospital. Haha, the doctor said I can be discharged in a week. Upon seeing Chu Xian, He Shuli's mood brightened considerably. Although he would be discharged, he still needed a month to recuperate. At his age, recovery is slow. Try this. Chu Xian handed him a chicken egg. During the first level, he could sign for 10 Jin, which was barely enough to eat, but he got lucky the day before yesterday, 60 Jin. Chicken eggs? He Shuli's eyes lit up. Yeah, Chu Xian replied. He surely said, let us split it in half. No need, I've had several already. Chu Xian waved his hand. Before the disaster, if someone brought this when visiting a sick person, most would find it embarrassing, but now, it's considered a great gift. In fact, the patients here aren't lacking in nutrition, but they lack such food. Alright then. He surely didn't stand on ceremony anymore, and slowly savored it while chatting with Chu Xian. He also has family, with sons and daughters, but they are all busy. Just being able to come by occasionally is pretty good. By the way, what level did you apply for your plant laboratory? He surely asked as they talked about graduation. Level 2. Chu Xian replied. Level 1 is for internship labs, which is the one I was in before. Level 2 is what regular graduates can apply for. It will be much larger and better equipped. Level 4, however, is not just bigger but spacious. But only intermediate researchers can apply for Level 4. You could try applying for Level 4. Chu Xian was a bit puzzled, feeling the jump was quite large. In response to his confusion, he surely smiled and explained. 2A1 level degrees means you are definitely an outstanding graduate, and your thesis is a significant bonus. Moreover, there was a recent incident due to security issues at the school, which almost caused trouble. Although it was a military oversight, the school still holds responsibility. The news was suppressed, but it hasn't disappeared. So, if you talk to the principal, there's a good chance you can apply for Level 4. There have been similar precedents before, and it's not a violation. Alright, I'll give it a try. Chu Xian thought, if you have the power and don't use it, it will expire. He is not a rigid person. The difference between Level 4 and Level 2 is indeed significant. Trading a single egg for such news is worth it. Chapter 32. Outstanding Graduates. Without lingering, Chu Xian left the hospital room. The hospital in the world of the Wandering Earth is quite similar to that before the disaster, still bustling with people, mostly due to work-related injuries. Adhering to the design style of planetary engines, various equipment is heavy and cumbersome. An accident can easily lead to severe injuries or even death. For example, just one wheel of a transport vehicle can be fatal. A screw falling on a foot could cause serious injury. Therefore, the hospital mainly deals with these types of patients. It must be said that many illnesses are a result of dietary habits. The shortage of supplies brings inconveniences. But as a result, many diseases have decreased. Conditions like hypertension, diabetes, and cancer have all significantly reduced, not by a small margin, but by as much as 96%, which is nothing short of a miracle. It's a rather helpless outcome. Over the years, due to the rapid advancements in planetary engine technology, the medical technology in this world hasn't developed much. There's a substantial difference from the original work. In the original story, humanity had already constructed space battleships, possessed antimatter weapons, and utilized brain implant chips. However, here, these applications are rare. It's not that they don't exist. After all, some involve complex negotiations, such as digital life technology, which has emerged but is legally prohibited. Moreover, the planetary engine technology in the film world might be stronger than in the original, where humanity was still circling the solar system after hundreds of years. In the film, it only took a few years to reach Jupiter and prepare to use a gravitational slingshot to fly out. There are many differences. However, according to the laws of technological development, after breaking through Jupiter's orbit, this civilization's technology should experience an explosion of advancement due to strategic differences. Before leaving the solar system, the solar crisis looms like a sword overhead, making everyone tense. After leaving, entering the acceleration era allows for some relaxation. Once they ease up, they will inevitably begin to focus on other areas, such as food. Relying on the system, it might be a golden era for self-development, to avoid prolonged worries. After leaving the hospital, Chu Xian headed straight to the school. He found the principal and proposed a request for a Level 4 laboratory. What could the principal say? After some consideration, he agreed. Is it against the rules? A bit, but there are precedents. The last person to enjoy this privilege is now an academician of the United Government Academy of Sciences. That is a global academy of sciences. Being an academician is almost the highest honor in a field. I hope you can shine brightly in this area, the principal encouraged, although he was not too optimistic. How much achievement can there be in the field of botany? I will definitely work hard. Chu Xian replied with a smile. In a few months, I will show you what it means to excel. Subsequently, an application was submitted, and the principal approved it in the background. It was also fortunate that a Level 4 laboratory became available. Otherwise, even if he applied, it would have been pointless. The space in the underground city is limited. One spot for one person. It is impossible for a Level 4 laboratory to be left vacant for a long time waiting for him. It is currently being tidied up, with equipment and materials being replaced. Along with other processes, it will not be delivered for use until later this month. Of course, Chu Xian is not in a hurry. He can consider it an extended vacation. Since the beginning of this month, his student subsidies have ended. Once the laboratory is handed over, he will start receiving a researcher's salary. He has long been indifferent to such trivial matters. In fact, The original owner's parents left behind quite a few credit points. The total amount from salary and compensation is nearly 500,000. Even if he just relaxes, he can live comfortably for quite some time. A week later, on May 8th, all internships for the botany majors have concluded. Passed. During the graduation defense, Chu Xian unsurprisingly passed and officially obtained his second A1 level degree, successfully graduating. The class monitor organized a gathering, barbecue. It was a split-cost affair. Each person had 2 large cups of juice, grilled worms, grilled gluten, and grilled synthetic meat. Some classmates brought alcohol, and everyone had a small cup. To celebrate our graduation and wish everyone a bright future, the class monitor raised a glass. Cheers. Chu Xian downed it in one go, savoring it for a moment. Suddenly, the class monitor looked at him. Concealed well, he actually managed to secure the level 4 laboratory. Many botany mentors at the school had submitted applications, but it ultimately fell to him. Someone must have had the inside scoop. As soon as the words were spoken, Chu Xian became the center of attention. What? Level 4? How is that possible? They could only apply for level 2 upon graduation, and they didn't even qualify for level 3, let alone level 4. This must be a joke, right? Did you all not know? Chu Xian also obtained an A1 degree in astrophysics, becoming an outstanding graduate of this session. The classmates continued to be shocked. No wonder. I said it was impossible for a graduate to receive such exceptional treatment. 2A1S. TSK. I can't even compare. 1A1 has exhausted me. There is envy, but not to the point of jealousy. If you have the ability, you can also obtain a second A1 degree. It cannot be faked. Otherwise, it would not only question Chu Xian's degree, but also undermine the value of their own degrees. During this meal, Chu Xian felt immense warmth. All right, let us consider this an early adaptation to such a life. Chapter 33. You overthink it. While Chu Xian was having dinner with his classmates, in the principal's office at the school, a number of people had gathered. Why? Why does Chu Xian, a recent graduate, have better treatment than us? We demand an explanation. Some researchers were extremely dissatisfied with Chu Xian obtaining the newly vacated level 4 laboratory and came to seek an explanation. This is too beyond the norm. If it were a level 3 laboratory, we wouldn't say much, but principal, please reconsider. A level 3 laboratory would still be acceptable. But directly assigning a level 4 laboratory? After so many years of effort, how can one accept that a recent graduate has it? There was a collective call to downgrade it by 1 level. Facing these researchers, the principal remained calm. He had anticipated such emotions when making the decision. In fact, due to the large number of competitors, he felt overwhelmed with whom to choose. When Chu Xian arrived, it seemed like he had found a perfect solution. All right, quiet down. The principal raised his hand. What are you all acting like? Competing with a junior, trying to show off your abilities? Really? The school's decision is also made with the intention of setting an example and giving more opportunities to some outstanding individuals. This demonstrates the school's emphasis on talent. Look at you all, not so young anymore, yet you still come to me for a debate. With a flurry of reprimands, he utilized the greater good as a basis, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. However, someone still unwilling to back down stood at the front and said, Principal, we are also trying to avoid wasting experimental resources. Fine. Since you are all outstanding, you certainly won't be without achievements. If within a year there is not a single research result rated B or above, then let that person vacate the position. Otherwise, we will remain dissatisfied. Looking at this person, the principal recognized him as one of the fiercest competitors, and the one most likely to obtain that laboratory. One of his projects, a grass species, had increased yield by 20%. Relying on this achievement, the probability of winning the Science and Technology Progress Award from the joint government by the end of the year was very high. Therefore, his voice had recently become somewhat louder. All right, I've made my decision, the principal replied. A year is neither long nor short. By then, some of the influences should have dissipated. If there isn't even a B-level achievement, giving it would be a waste. With the promise received, everyone left. 6 days later, on May 14th, congratulations. At the graduation ceremony, Chu Xian was the first to go on stage, receiving his certificate from the principal and speaking as an outstanding graduate. Who is this? It was rare to see an excellent graduate from the plant department. Over the years, the mechanical and electronic majors had made the most contributions to the Wandering Earth project, with the highest proportion of outstanding graduates each year. Chu Xian. In no time, his name spread among this year's classmates. After delivering a passionate and heartfelt speech, he marked a perfect conclusion to his university life. That's it. We're done. Thank you. Turning to leave the stage, a wave of applause erupted below. So handsome. Such great charisma. The female student's eyes sparkled as Chu Xian's image was projected on the big screen. His looks were not just striking, they were stunningly attractive. Talented and good-looking, he was the kind of person who could easily captivate girls in any era. How had they not noticed this potential before? After a lively ceremony, as he was about to head home, Someone seemed to be waiting for him at the school gate, blocking his path. Chu, do you want an autograph? Chu Xian suddenly said, sensing that this person had ill intentions. After a second enhancement of his mental ability, he could slightly perceive a person's feelings towards him. Since it was not a friendly approach, he decided to tease him a bit. Upon hearing this, the person across from him couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I'm old enough to ask for your autograph? What kind of thinking is that? I'm not here for an autograph. My name is Wang Mu, a professor and senior researcher. You are very talented, and I want to recruit you as my assistant. You might not know, but the project I'm currently researching is likely to win the Science and Technology Progress Award by the end of the year. There are also some other projects on hand that I can share with you. Although I made an agreement with the principal a year ago, he realized after some thought that he doesn't necessarily have to take them for himself. If he recruits them under his wing, the lab will still be in his control. That is why he came here. Sorry. Chu Xian shook his head in refusal. What did you say? Thank you for your kind offer. Chu Xian smiled inwardly, realizing what the intention was. Sorry, you're overthinking it. Why? You might not know, but the principal has said that if you don't achieve B-level results within a year, he will reclaim the lab. With my help, achieving B-level results isn't difficult. Wang Mu continued to persuade. Oh, Chu Xian was unaware of this. But it wasn't surprising, it was quite normal. Those in power make decisions for their own interests. A person who doesn't produce results occupying valuable resources is a waste, and who can be blamed for that? Without this basic understanding, Chu Xian would have wasted all these years. It's okay, I will work hard. Wang Mu, seeing that Chu Xian was unyielding, found himself at a loss. If the other party wasn't afraid of failure, what could he do? He could only leave angrily, thinking, when the time comes without results, you'll be the one crying. That evening, Chu Xian invited some people from the neighboring unit to celebrate graduation. Was it an illusion? They really didn't expect to enjoy such a delicacy tonight. Hairy crabs, which were quite expensive even before the disaster. The price for smaller ones was generally acceptable to most people. However, what lay before them was surprisingly hefty, nearly £1 each, and they were priceless. Such crabs were rarely seen in the underground city. After the feast, 2 hours passed. Suddenly, his luck surged by over 200 points, which meant an additional probability increase of over 20%. Quite unscientific. This had actually occurred 5 days ago, and he had been searching for the reason, eventually locking it down to the neighboring unit. Only just now did he confirm that this increase happened after the call with Liu Peiqiang. From Liu Peiqiang? What is going on? How could Liu Peiqiang's luck feedback be so strong? It didn't make sense. It couldn't possibly be an issue with the 9th plan of the coalition government that needed Liu Peiqiang to ignite it, could it? That would be too much. It shouldn't be the case. There could be other reasons. After some contemplation, Chu Xian shook his head slightly. No, the plan should be fine. After all, the fixed luck feedback of over 300 points in the attribute list is real. It can't be that some people's fates change and they have to die again. Right? A shockwave of the level that could ignite Jupiter would lead to millions of lives lost, not just thousands. Therefore, the scene of the shockwave pushing away from Earth shouldn't happen again. It might be some other reason that caused Liu Peiqiang to become a hero again. Forget it. It's too taxing. If I can't figure it out, then I won't think about it for now. After all, being lucky doesn't necessarily mean one will die. It just indicates that one's actions will have a certain impact on humanity as a whole. Just after the call with the neighboring unit ended, a signal came through. Huh. Chu Xian was stunned, looking at the communicator. Liu Peiqiang? He pressed the answer button. Uncle Liu, Chu Xian called out. Xiao Xian, congratulations on your graduation and on earning 2A1 degrees. Impressive. The voice of Liu Peiqiang came through the headphones. Not bad. Is Uncle Liu on duty now? Chu Xian asked. Yes, but I'll be going into sleep mode again soon, Liu Peiqiang replied with a smile. He has been on the space station for nearly 17 years. Not all that time has been spent working, as there is a rotation system. The space station has sleep pods. Thanks to the sleep technology, even at over 50 years old, his physical condition is still that of someone in their 30s. Just a week ago, he awakened and entered the duty rotation. After finishing his work, he reached out to his family. To his surprise, the son of an old acquaintance, Chu Xian, had made quite a stir. He is a lieutenant colonel and has the authority to access certain matters. The No. 9 plan actually originated from one of his papers. Not only that, but he also recruited Han Duo as a trainee. The relationship between their families has progressed further. And during a conversation with Han Xiang, he learned that Chu Xian has been very considerate of their family. Of course, the conversation didn't go into detail, just subtly indicated it. In short, this kid seems quite remarkable now. That girl Duo, I'll leave her in your hands from now on. You should teach her a lesson. After chatting about some trivial matters, Liu Peiqiang said, I didn't know. I thought he was marrying off a daughter. Don't worry, Uncle Liu. After chatting for a while longer, they ended the communication. Chu Xian lay back on his bed, waiting for dawn to arrive. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations. You have received 100 pounds of fragrant rice. Extra sign-in. Mental enhancement, attribute. Suddenly, Chu Xian felt delighted. He had drawn this again. And the probability of obtaining it isn't high. This was only the fourth time. Use. After silently reciting it, he began to merge the attribute light orb. The next second, a refreshing surge of mental energy poured into his mind, strengthening his mental power and feeling very comfortable. Before long, the enhancement was complete. Chu Xian's figure vanished from the bed. It has grown again. The dimensional space, which was nearly 1,000 square meters before, has now increased to about 3,000 square meters, a significant increase. After using it a few times, he discovered that mental enhancement is not a fixed value but is based on the current limit he can bear, reduced by about 40. For example, if the limit is 10, it would enhance to 7. This way, there is no discomfort. Therefore, each increase in dimensional space is not fixed. As the secondary gene enhancement liquid can also strengthen mental power, but its effect isn't as pronounced as specialized enhancements. Using them in conjunction yields better results. Looking at everything before him, Chu Xian was very satisfied. Approximately 3,000 square meters, almost 5 acres, a circle with a radius slightly over 30 meters. New land. Ready for planting again. Subsequently, Chu Xian transformed into a farmer, loosening the soil, sowing seeds, and watering. On this extra land, he planted high-fat rapeseed seeds. The rapeseed flowers are beautiful and emit a pleasant fragrance. The oil extraction is secondary. The main purpose is to beautify the space. Some seedlings in the nursery have sprouted, and he transplanted them to another plot of land. For instance, apple saplings. Later, after signing in, he received a bottle of enhancement liquid and directly applied it to help them grow faster. Otherwise, if one waits for the apple seedlings to grow naturally, it will take 2 to 3 years to bear fruit, which is too long. Chu Xian is too lazy to wait, while ensuring the research needs. He also wants to improve his own life, and besides, this is not a waste. The improved apple seeds can also be planted externally. After finishing his tasks, Chu Xian sat by the pond, basking in the warm sunlight, gazing at the lush green seedlings sprouting in the distance. Beautiful. The space now has begun to take shape. After another month, when the rapeseed flowers bloom, the entire area will look even better, and Chu Xian is looking forward to wandering through the flower fields. Chapter 35. Next, it's my turn to show off in the blink of an eye. 3 days passed. On the morning of May 17th, Chu Xian arrived at the comprehensive office of the N3 experimental base. Just graduated? Is there a mistake? The person handling the laboratory handover was surprised to see Chu Xian's information, thinking it was a mistake. He looked so young. How could that be? But after verifying, it turned out there was no mistake. This kid has quite the background. After a moment of astonishment, the paperwork was quickly completed. Chu Xian received his access rights and followed the staff to area N34. N3 is the experimental base number, and 4 indicates the level. The entire area is at level 4. It must be said that a higher level indeed makes a big difference. In the previous internship lab, the walls showed signs of rust, the equipment was ordinary, and the space was quite small. However, here, he finally saw what a research base should look like. Bright corridors were filled with people in lab coats, a complete change in atmosphere. Upon entering his assigned laboratory, in 3436, he swiped his card to gain access. From the moment his information was recorded, this lab would only be accessible to Chu Xian and his trainees in the future. Of course, under special circumstances, personnel from the base could enter, but it would require following strict procedures. Here, this is the handover checklist. Please check it and sign if everything is in order. The handover staff said. All right. After receiving the checklist, Chu Xian quickly scanned it and began to verify the items. The lab is considered public property. Reporting damage is generally acceptable, but loss is absolutely not allowed, as they are fundamentally different in nature. The entire lab covers an area of 800 square meters, divided into 4 zones: rest, office, experiment, and planting. Naturally, the largest area is the planting zone, filled with various culture boxes densely arranged within. Currently, the culture boxes are all empty. He needs to submit a request to have the necessary items delivered. After a thorough inspection, everything checked out fine. He signed his name on the handover document, and the handover staff left, leaving only Chu Xian in the lab. Looking at the spacious environment, he felt exhilarated. This is what a research atmosphere should feel like. Unlike the place during his internship, although there are surveillance cameras here, Chu Xian can turn them off. So he switched off all areas except the planting zone. After wandering around his territory, Chu Xian arrived at the office. Although not large, it was well decorated, with a small separate room and 3 workstations equipped with computers. The chair is no longer a hard stool, but an ergonomic office chair, which is standard equipment only in laboratories above the 4th level. Indeed, equality is often emphasized. But can there really be complete equality? Sitting back in the chair? If it weren't for the lack of a view outside the window, Chu Xian might have thought he had returned to the days before the disaster. when he was a junior manager. Unfortunately, he can't go back. He opened his computer and typed away, fingers moving swiftly. A material application was quickly completed. Soil. Various mineral powders, fertilizers. Based on the needs of the plants, most laboratories would mix their own. After finishing, he sent the application to the logistics department of the base. Agreed delivery time, tomorrow. Next, Chu Xian opened a new document and continued typing. Project application, project, high-yield oilseed rape mutant variety. There weren't many details. This was just for project filing, and as for the source of the seeds, it could be casually explained as an accident from the last experiment. Such occurrences are quite common. Sometimes, during an experiment, an accident can lead to the birth of a new project. And for unexpected results, even if they weren't reported earlier, it doesn't matter. In the eyes of the joint government, they are considered human achievements. So, there was no need for Chu Xian to overthink it. In no time, it was done and sent. This time, it wasn't sent to the university, but to the Technology Development Committee of the Joint Government, a specialized reviewing body. Just like the selection of academicians for the Joint Government Academy of Sciences, no recommendations are needed. One can apply independently. Subsequently, the Technology Development Committee would evaluate whether the project met the standards based on the value it brings to humanity. The committee is quite prestigious, involving the military, the government, and the Academy of Sciences in a rigorous review process. They don't look at qualifications, only the technical value, and there are no fixed quotas. This means that if none of the applicants meet the standards this year, there won't be a new academician appointed. This honor is for life. At the headquarters of the Technology Development Committee of the Joint Government, the Project Review Office receives a large number of applications daily. A high-yield mutant oilseed rape? Coming from a level 4 laboratory, and the applicant is a recent graduate? Another waste of resources. The reviewer slightly shook his head and flicked his fingers. Approved. Though not optimistic. It wasn't rejected. This is a project review, and as long as there's a reasonable explanation and it's not too outrageous, it's fine. Moreover, the proposed experiment duration is only 3 months. It would take a year to reach the rejection standard for such projects. After all, it's just over 100 days. If it doesn't succeed, the review results at the end of the project will leave a mark on the applicant's record. On the other side, Chu Xian also didn't expect the committee's review efficiency to be so high. It was approved in less than 5 minutes. Alright, next, it's my turn to shine. Chapter 36. These conditions are too good. The next day, in the morning, Chu Xian returned to the general office, accompanied by Han Duo, to handle the intern's access permissions. There were quite a few people today. They had to queue. This is always the case at this time of year. Yesterday was the laboratory handover. Not just a single department. He looked around. The interns are all very young, mostly around 14 or 15 years old. Before the journey, they were still sheltered flowers at that age. But in the harsh reality of survival, there's no greenhouse, nor are they flowers. Under the pressure of human existence, they can only step into their roles early and shine in their own ways. Just as I was reflecting on this, a voice called out, "Chu, you're here too." Turning to the sound, I saw Wang Mu. "Professor Wang," Chu Xian greeted. "And who is she?" "My intern," he replied. Hearing this, Wang Mu felt amused. What could such a young intern possibly contribute? He thought Chu Xian was planning to recruit an experienced assistant researcher from the advanced lab to improve success rates, and had worried about it for a moment. Now, it seemed he had overthought it. Not bad, not bad. Chu, you have a good eye?" Wang Mu praised. Feeling quite pleased inside, Chu Xian shrugged and smiled. "I think so too." A little humility wouldn't hurt, would it? Wang Mu replied. "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me. My door will always be open for you." Chu Xian was momentarily taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had heard this somewhere before, but couldn't quite place it. "You should probably close it. It's inappropriate," Chu Xian said, rolling his eyes and looking down. Wang Mu was startled. Following Chu Xian's gaze, he almost wanted to hide. After a while, the formalities were completed. In addition to gaining access, 2 sets of intern uniforms were issued to Han Duo. Chu Xian also had one, but he didn't bother to wear it. After all, no one was there to supervise him, which was far more liberating than assisting someone else. "Xiangu, did you take a wrong turn?" Han Duo asked in surprise as they reached the entrance of the N34 area. Chu Xian smiled. "Nope, come on, keep up." Hearing this, Han Duo had no choice but to follow closely, feeling puzzled. Could it be that they were going to meet someone important? That seemed likely. After all, Xiangu had just graduated and was only starting out in the research field. However, when they arrived at Laboratory 36, the situation took a turn. Beep. Chu Xian swiped his card to enter, and after understanding the situation, Han Duo was dumbfounded. She wasn't ignorant. She knew the usual treatment for graduates. Typically, it would be a secondary lab, but what was before her now? A 4th-level lab. "Xiangu, I'm not dreaming, right?" She had prepared herself to go to a standard secondary lab, but now the level had suddenly skyrocketed. It was spacious, bright, well-equipped. The conditions were too good to be true. Ah, Chu Xian lightly tapped her forehead. It wasn't a dream. Han Duo felt overwhelmed by surprise, cheering as she spun around the lab. I'm so satisfied. This kind of work environment, I never even dared to imagine it. An 800 square meter lab. And just the two of us. Xiange, you're amazing. Han Duo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Upon entering the office, Chu Xian's expression turned serious as he instructed, find a spot to sit. For the time being, you probably won't have new colleagues. So the workload will be significant. Although the school has taught you, I need to reiterate a few important points. First, confidentiality awareness. The specific content of the experimental project must not be disclosed to any third party, not even to your grandfather or acquaintances. Secondly, no third party is allowed to enter without my permission. Thirdly, experimental samples cannot be taken outside. Fourthly, without rules, nothing can be accomplished. In work, Chu Xian is meticulous and will not make exceptions just because of familiarity. What is right. Mistakes will still be penalized. No problem, please trust Duo. Han Duo nodded vigorously, indicating that she understood. Usually, she is carefree and a bit rebellious. But she also knows that her current identity is different and she cannot act willfully. Xiange is still Xiange, but he is also her boss. At this moment, the materials she applied for yesterday began to arrive one after another. Let's get to work. Before long, Han Duo became a busy little worker. While Chu Xian prepared the soil, she was responsible for moving it to the incubator. She was not spoiled and was able to handle it easily. By evening, the soil had been laid out. Nutrient solution was sprinkled on it, marking the end of the day's work. Chu Xian was already beginning to breed high-fat rapeseed in the experimental room, with transplantation scheduled for a week later. This is also the advantage of having a level 4 laboratory. It is well equipped, eliminating the need to queue for shared instruments and equipment. Days passed, and Han Duo quickly acclimated to her role, clocking in, recording data, reading and studying. Especially her practical experience skyrocketed. In many laboratories, a single piece of equipment is heavily utilized, with many people taking turns. Queuing is common, but here, Chu Xian hardly ever fiddled with it. And she was the only one using it, able to operate it whenever and however she wanted. How perfect. Also, why is this rapeseed growing so fast? Chapter 37. Sudden impact. Knowing it was rapeseed, Han Duo had already brushed up on related knowledge, but everything before her exceeded her understanding. The growth rate, the diameter of the stems, and the size of the leaves were all twice as fast as regular rapeseed. A few days ago during transplantation, she didn't notice, thinking the seedlings had been growing for quite a while. But these days, with daily records, the data was rising unreasonably. She wasn't foolish and understood what all of this represented. No wonder her Xiange is so outstanding in everything he does. The next day, in the morning, Han Duo went to work as usual. Beep. Card swiped. The door unlocked. Hello there. At this moment, a voice came from the side. Han Duo turned to see a young man in a researcher's white coat. Is there something? My name is Zheng Shuai, a junior researcher. I just wanted to meet you and make a friend, he said, revealing what he thought was a charming smile. No thanks. Han Duo frowned slightly. Girls are usually more reserved. This guy isn't as good-looking as Xiange and is acting all flashy. Ugh, is he out of his mind? She opened the door to go in, but Zheng Shuai had already wedged his foot in the door. Hey, don't be so cold. It's just a friendly introduction. How about we go inside and chat? As he spoke, he attempted to step inside. There are cameras here. Do you really want to force your way in? Han Duo's tone turned colder. How could this happen? We're friends, just a casual visit. Zheng Shuai chuckled, wondering why this young girl was so difficult to deal with. Just as he was about to make another move, Han Duo shouted, 3, what? 2, 1, bang. With a swift kick, she sent him flying. Zheng Shuai, caught off guard, fell to the ground, completely stunned. What just happened? How could someone so unattractive try to flirt? Disgusting. He heard Han Duo's words ringing in his ears. Zheng Shuai felt as though he had suffered a ton of damage, a blow to his confidence. His most prized asset was his face, and now it was being dismissed. Click. Han Duo closed the door. As for kicking someone, just a small matter. The other party had already set foot in the threshold of the laboratory, which constituted an invasion without permission. One kick or a beating wouldn't matter at all. Chu Xian had previously trained her on some safety knowledge. This person might have ulterior motives, wanting to spy on the laboratory's research projects. Even if such intentions were rare now, they were not completely extinct. No, she needed to inform Chu Xian. So, she sent a message. Meanwhile, at the school library, Chu Xian was borrowing new books. Upon receiving the message, he took out his laptop and opened the surveillance video. There was audio, and the evidence was solid. He trimmed the footage and submitted it. Filing a report. This person attempted to forcibly enter the laboratory without permission. This report wasn't going to the school, but to the Joint Government Science and Technology Development Committee, specifically its arbitration department. After sorting that out, He continued choosing books. He recognized the person. With his strong memory, he had archived many faces from the experimental base in his mind. Just a little mouse. On the other end, Zheng Shuai returned to Wang Mu's laboratory, looking defeated. Mentor, I failed. That girl was very alert. He didn't mention being kicked, as it was too embarrassing. I know. Wang Mu replied darkly, handing him a tablet. Zheng Shuai looked closely and was stunned. Arbitration notice from the committee. Your laboratory personnel Zheng Shuai attempted to enter another's laboratory area without permission. A serious warning is hereby issued, and it is advised that you relearn the relevant regulations. At that moment, Zheng Shuai also received a warning, slightly different in content, requiring him to submit a detailed report. In short, a serious warning was unavoidable. Unbelievable. Zheng Shuai was furious. He never expected that such a minor incident, which didn't even succeed, would lead to a report against him, leaving no room for leniency. He hadn't stolen anything, yet he was in trouble. What a huge loss. A serious warning meant he couldn't be promoted for 2 years. This tactic had been used by the previous user of Chu Xian's laboratory to get rid of him. Little did he know that the favor would go to someone else. In fact, Wang Mu wasn't in a rush. 1 year was nothing to him. But someone else was anxious. He was preparing to take on a project to win an award, which wasn't originally his, but exchanged from a subordinate researcher. One of the conditions was to have access to a level 4 laboratory. He had calmed things down a few days ago, and hadn't paid much attention since. Who would have thought that the other party would suddenly demand a quick fulfillment, probably fearing that the longer the wait, the more complicated things could get. Thus, I had no choice but to brace myself and proceed. The result? A serious warning. This little episode didn't affect Chu Xian's mood. But it wouldn't be polite not to reciprocate. Am I made of clay? I prepared to present a grand gift. No thanks needed. Chapter 38. Shocking results July 2nd. Early morning. Han Duoduo woke up in the lounge, suddenly recalling something and hurriedly got up, quickly rushing to the planting area. Phew. She let out a slight sigh of relief. Everything was as usual. Recently, every morning felt like a dream. At this moment, she saw vibrant green plants in each cultivation box, significantly stronger than the usual high-fat rapeseed. The flowers were bright, the branches sturdy, and the seeds plentiful. Compared to these, the past plants could only be described as malnourished. After gradually realizing the astonishing data of her brother Xian's high-fat rapeseed, Han Duoduo voluntarily applied to stay in the laboratory, claiming it was for close protection. Thus, she had been living there for half a month. Her meals were delivered by Chu Xian, and the lounge had a folding bed and a bathroom. Overall, she was quite happy living alone in such a large space, filled with a strong floral fragrance. It felt like returning to the fields described in books. Reaching down, she felt the soft soil, beneath which were plump earthworms. A month ago, she would have been drooling at the sight of the worms, imagining them grilled. But now, she was calm. After all, the food provided by Chu Xian was surprisingly good. Looking at the worms again, she clicked her tongue. Their appearance greatly diminished her appetite. She dusted off the dirt from her hands and began her daily records. According to Chu Xian, the first phase of the project's experiment would undergo inspection tomorrow morning, and she was incredibly excited. Such results were enough to create a stir in the industry. Before long, Chu Xian arrived, handing her a lunchbox. Thank you, Brother Xian. Han Duoduo happily opened it to find fried rice inside. She didn't care about whether it was greasy or healthy. It was not like before the disaster, when happiness was filled with worries. After feeding Han Duoduo, Chu Xian went to the planting area, where a faint floral scent lingered. He tossed aside a rapeseed branch and bit into it. Crunch. The taste was decent. He had mentioned before that parts of the high-fat rapeseed could be eaten raw, and the texture was not bad at all. It would have been difficult to do this during his internship, but now he was in charge, and everything was under his control. As long as he didn't mess things up, it was fine. Crack. Crack. He grabbed a basket and picked some tender branches. Brother Xian, what's this? Han Duoduo asked curiously. We'll stir-fry it for lunch. After planting for over a month, once the inspection is done tomorrow, it will no longer be our concern, so we can't let it go to waste. The improved yield is too impressive. Eating this won't affect the results at all. Han Duoduo was a bit confused at first, but quickly became happy. More food to eat. I really like this, Brother Xian. Chu Xian specifically chose the tenderest parts, and the rapeseed from the dimensional space was now all ripe, presenting a golden sight. He had been eating it in various ways for several days, and it was time to let Duoduo have a taste. At noon, break area, electric pot preheating. Sizzle. Oil goes in, then the vegetables. Where does the oil come from? Of course, it's freshly pressed rapeseed oil. I must say, it has a hint of irony, paired with steamed rice and a plate of pickled vegetables. How sumptuous. Han Duoduo feels incredibly happy. Choosing to be an intern under Xian Ge was worth it, even if it meant some hardship. Unexpectedly, whereas the hardship, it's practically a windfall. After the meal, Chu Xian organizes some data. In fact, the weekly phase data was submitted early. However, it didn't attract any attention. Quite normal. Who would pay much attention to an inconspicuous graduate? Usually, it's only during the acceptance application that the committee takes a closer look. An hour later, pack and upload. The main submission goes to the committee's technical verification department, with a copy sent to the comprehensive office of the N3 experimental base. Done. Joint Government Science and Technology Development Committee, Technical Verification Department. UFT. A staff member from the plant division, code 034, was sipping water when he saw something on the screen and sprayed it all over. Luckily, the computer is waterproof. Is this a joke? An expected yield increase of 107%? A new variety? His eyes widened as he read it several times, confirming he wasn't mistaken. His first reaction was that this guy was bold enough to fabricate data. A few quick operations later, he opened the project's historical data for careful examination. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became, and he felt a shock within. Breakthrough. An industry breakthrough. This is real. Taking a deep breath, he became excited, knowing that he used to be a researcher in the plant field. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this position. Therefore, he understood deeply what such results truly meant. Chapter 39 Arrival. The verification personnel quickly arrived at the supervisor's office. Supervisor, there's a project that has doubled the yield of rapeseed. Upon hearing this, the supervisor looked at the data with skepticism. He naturally had the ability to discern, and there were no issues on the surface. Although he felt that Chu Xian wouldn't lie so boldly, he still needed to confirm based on his principle of rigor. He searched for a phone and dialed. Hello, Supervisor Li, what can I do for you? The person on the line was Qian Jinhua, the head of the N3 experimental base. Do you remember Lab N34036? Yes. Due to the previous incident, it has been recalled. Qian Jinhua thought it was about the last person in charge of that lab. No. Supervisor Li interrupted. I'm talking about the new project from this lab. What happened that warrants your inquiry? Qian Jinhua felt a bit nervous. Although he wasn't a direct superior, his rank was quite high. It's like this. There's a result from the new project in this lab, and I need you to verify it in person immediately. After listening to the brief introduction, Qian Jinhua was momentarily stunned. What? A yield increase of double? Are you kidding me? But the person on the other end wouldn't joke about such things. Okay, I'll verify it right away. After ending the call, Qian Jinhua quickly opened his computer and checked the project situation using his permissions. Chu Xian just graduated 2 months ago? Psychologically, I was a bit hesitant to believe it, but I decided to check it out. I tidied up and went to the comprehensive department, calling a few heads to join me. The laboratory and planting area. Snap, snap. Chu Xian held a small basket, continuing to prune branches, planning to stir-fry a bit more in the evening to take back for Han Xiang and another person to taste. In no time, half a basket was filled. Actually, it would only amount to 2 dishes when cooked. Ding. Someone was ringing the doorbell outside. Who? I'm Qian Jinhua. Although he was the person in charge, he still couldn't enter the experimental area casually and had to follow the procedures. Such efficiency? Chu Xian was slightly surprised and went to open the door. Hello, Chu Xian. We are here to confirm some data regarding the high-fat rapeseed project. Is that okay? Qian Jinhua had a very good attitude, no airs about him. If this project is genuine, even though Chu Xian was young, he wouldn't need to pay much attention to the fact that Qian was the person in charge. In the field of scientific research, strength speaks for itself. So that is how it is. Come in. Chu Xian stepped aside, allowing entry. Upon permission, Qian Jinhua walked in. A strong floral fragrance wafted in, and he couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling quite nostalgic. In his childhood, he could smell it every season, but now he could only search through memories. Although it was a plant experimental base, not many people researched high-fat rapeseed, and entry wasn't allowed casually. Following Chu Xian, they arrived at the planting area, where rows of rapeseed flowers filled the entire view, more impactful than in pictures. The leaves were larger, the stems thicker, the seeds plump. The heads of the comprehensive department accompanying him exclaimed. Indeed, there was no situation where this variety was twice the size of ordinary high-fat rapeseed. But the maturity time had to be considered, just over a month. This meant that the yield per unit time indeed exceeded double. Chu Xian, please give us an introduction. Sure. Half an hour later, Qian Jinhua had no doubts left. The growth rate was fast, and there were no hidden dangers. All indicators were within a safe range. Now, this year's report could be well written. Chu Xian had results. And he also had credit. Very good. Researcher Chu. The decision made by your principal to assign the laboratory to you was absolutely the wisest choice. After the second phase of the experiment is completed, I will definitely apply for your promotion. Qian Jinhua looked at Chu Xian with satisfaction. The project was established for 3 months. The first phase involved laboratory planting, and the second phase would trial the seeds on a larger scale. It must be inheritable and not reduce yield to represent the success of the entire project. Qian Jinhua did not delay and immediately called Supervisor Li, confirming was good. After the acceptance tomorrow, we will proceed with the second expanded verification. urgently sending 300 samples of the seeds to the committee. No problem, Qian Jinhua replied. Once some results reach a certain value, the committee will participate in the verification personally. After hanging up, just as he was about to leave, he noticed the vegetable basket. What is this? Qian Jinhua looked at the basket, slightly taken aback. I'll stir-fry it in the evening to see how the edible value is. Chu Xian did not hide it at all. There wasn't a full present. Gulp. Qian Jinhua swallowed. To be honest, he also wanted to taste it. When Chu Xian saw this, he smiled and said, how about you all come over tonight to have a taste? There's not too much, but it's enough for a few people. A slight fluctuation in yield wouldn't affect the conclusions of the first phase of the experiment. It's not like they're eating seeds. In the future, if large-scale planting happens, this could very well become a common dish on the tables of all the citizens in the underground city. Chu Xian had set up all the ladders, and Qian Jinhua along with a few heads from the comprehensive department naturally wouldn't be foolish. What the other party said was correct. If successful, large-scale cultivation could indeed turn into a dish. Why not taste it in advance? This kid knows how to handle things. If there is a chance in the future, he should be taken care of more. Such thoughts arose in everyone's minds simultaneously. Chapter 40. A lively space in the evening. Qian Jinhua and a few others arrived together, and of course, they couldn't come empty-handed. The invitation was only for stir-fried dishes, not a full meal. So they brought their own staple food. Additionally, they brought some side dishes, peanuts, a small bottle of liquor, and a skewer of roasted earthworms with a rare cumin flavor. Delicious. Chu Xian's cooking was naturally top-notch, especially with the addition of shredded cured meat. It could definitely be considered a feast. While eating the rapeseed stems, Qian Jinhua said, Researcher Chu, if expanding the cultivation goes well, just based on this, the Technology Progress Award this year looks very promising. Doubling the yield. Setting records. This is a technological breakthrough that concerns people's livelihoods, not a niche technology. Once the trial cultivation is completed and it spreads globally, it will be a contribution to all humanity, making headlines in no time. If not entering the history books, it will definitely be well known. Hearing this, Chu Xian smiled lightly and replied, whether we win an award or not doesn't matter. What is important is that it can enrich humanity. He added in his heart, everything is for the fortune. No wonder he is an excellent graduate, with such high awareness. Qian Jinhua was very satisfied. Whether it was sincere or not was not important. What mattered was how things were done and what results were achieved. Cheers to that. The meal quickly came to an end, and everyone left with satisfaction, looking forward to the results being widely spread, allowing for the freedom of rapeseed. After tidying up, Chu Xian and Han Duoduo also left, taking back a box of stir-fried dishes, as Han Xiang and Lu Qi were working late. At the dinner table, quick, try it. It's all from our cultivation, Han Duoduo said as she proudly opened the lunchbox, instantly filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Is it okay? Han Xiang asked. Of course. The first phase of the experiment is set for inspection tomorrow. If we don't eat today, we'll have to wait for the next batch. Hurry up. Don't let it get cold. The two didn't hold back and started enjoying their meal. By the way, what exactly did you experiment with? Lu Qi asked while eating. He had initially asked, but Han Duoduo had said it was a secret. All he knew was that they were growing rapeseed, and nothing else. Soon you'll know. In short, it's a great experiment. Han Duoduo had a mysterious expression, making the two even more curious. But they also understood that Han Duoduo now held a different position. They didn't ask further. In any case, both were extremely satisfied with her work. With Chu Xian's support, she wouldn't encounter any workplace negativity and didn't have to worry about being bullied by anyone. Speaking of bullying, Lu Qi thought of Chu Xian, recalling a little over a month ago. No, I need to remind him often. Half an hour later, Lu Qi arrived at Chu Xian's home. Here we go, this time, you will know. No. The hardest words and the most vicious blows. After 3 consecutive defeats, Lu Qi returned home with a bitter expression, once again being swiftly overwhelmed, feeling like all his efforts over the past month were in vain. Is there no justice in this world? A researcher being beaten by someone who does physical labor every day. This is not scientific. After Lu Qi left, Chu Xian returned to his dimensional space. Suddenly, a fragrant scent filled the air. The rapeseed seeds he had sown earlier had all reached maturity. A small portion was pressed for oil, while the majority was left untouched. The golden yellow and emerald green mixed beautifully, an exquisite sight. The high-fat rapeseed was different from the one before the calamity. Previously, the flowering period was short, and its appearance would diminish afterward. The rapeseed before him would keep blooming. As for how long it would last, there was no accurate data on the improved variety yet, so he considered the current ones as an experiment. It was a bit of a pity, though. He didn't have bees. Otherwise, he could have looked forward to honey. Chirp. From the nearby rapeseed field came a series of chirps. Those were the chicks hatched from the eggs procured through Xueming. And there were more than a dozen of them, both male and female, currently free-ranging. Compared to the previous quietness, The space was now filled with a bit more vitality and was much livelier. These days, he had signed in for mental enhancement twice. Now, the area of the space had exceeded 10,000 square meters. It wasn't too large, forming a square of 100 meters on each side. The pond area had expanded to 2,000 square meters, and there were some small fish swimming inside, purchased from the black market. The variety was limited, but it was better than having none at all. There were grass carp, crucian carp, and such. Chu Xian even contemplated creating a saltwater simulation pool to raise some seafood. In short, he had many ideas, but they had to be realized step by step. However, while seafood was still a distant goal, he had already started working on a swimming pool right next to the pond. A circular pool quietly sat there, not only at normal temperature, but also capable of being used as a hot spring. After work, soaking in it felt like he was on vacation while others were enduring the apocalypse. It was simply too shameful, the wickedness of hedonism. Splash! Chu Xian arrived at the edge of the pool and dove in head first. Let this corrupt life erode me to the fullest. Chapter 41. You misunderstood. It's not about soaring the next day. Early in the morning, Chu Xian arrived at the laboratory and found someone already waiting at the entrance. Qian Jinhua was there with the inspection staff waiting for him. After last night's meal, he had to take it seriously. He couldn't afford not to pay attention. Overnight, the news had spread not only within the Science and Technology Development Committee, but also caught the attention of many at the Academy of Sciences. They were all waiting for the results of the first phase of the inspection. Therefore, Qian Jinhua was even more anxious than Chu Xian. Good morning. After greeting, Chu Xian swiped his card to open the door and then swiped again to open the planting area, allowing the inspection staff to enter and get busy. Once again, it was like a swarm of locusts passing through, leaving no inch of ground untouched. Even the incubators were placed on steel frames and pushed away. Han Duo looked reluctant, not leaving a single fat earthworm behind. She should have grilled some to eat earlier. The inspection personnel were busy. Chu Xian stood at the door, chatting casually with Qian Jinhua. The new batch of cultivation materials would be delivered in the afternoon. Is there any equipment that needs to be added? Qian Jinhua asked. Not for now, Chu Xian replied. If all goes well, once the second phase passes, you'll be promoted to intermediate researcher. Don't worry, I'll help you apply. Thank you. Chu Xian was quite interested in the promotion. In fact, relying on the improved rapeseed, achieving senior researcher status wouldn't be a problem. However, it would take time. Completing the second phase only meant it could be inherited for one generation. What would happen in the second or third generation still needed verification. Therefore, it was impossible to achieve everything in one step. But if the inheritance was stable and without issues, even if he made no achievements in the coming years, he could still be promoted to senior researcher based on this high-fat rapeseed project. This was the advantage of an excellent project. It could continuously build experience, and persistence could lead to promotion eligibility. While they were chatting, someone called out, Researcher Chu, what is going on? Turning around, he saw an old acquaintance, Wang Mu. The last big incident had kept him quiet for a while. Director Qian, don't be angry. Researcher Chu is still young. Making a mistake is inevitable. He should be given another chance. Sigh. But a mistake is a mistake. Before Chu Xian could say anything, Wang Mu was already rambling on, wearing a look of disappointment. Did you misunderstand something? In fact, Wang Mu had indeed misunderstood. Passing by, he saw that the racks were being moved out and assumed it was a mess in Chu Xian's lab. The last incident at this lab had looked similar. The cultivation boxes on the steel frame were all covered, and Wang Mu didn't know what was inside. But that didn't stop him from making deductions. First, it was empty. Second, it had only been a little over a month. Although he didn't know the specifics, he knew Chu Xian was still growing rapeseed. Clearly, it was too short a time, and it definitely wasn't mature yet. If it wasn't empty, what was it? See how clever I am. Spotting it at a glance. Looks like I was worrying for nothing. He could self-destruct so quickly. So, he rambled on even more vigorously, completely oblivious to the strange look in Qian Jinhua's eyes beside him. After listening for a while, it was simply buzzing in his ears. Ahem. Qian Jinhua coughed a couple of times. Professor Wang, you've misunderstood. It's not empty. It's an inspection. Huh. Wang Mu was taken aback. Inspection? For the first phase results of Chu's project. You don't need to know the specifics. Just go about your business. Qian Jinhua waved his hand, not wanting to chat further. Wang Mu was a bit dumbfounded. This was not how he had imagined things would go. Then congratulations to Researcher Chu. He forced a smile and awkwardly left quickly. Half an hour later, the planting area was completely cleared, not leaving a single box behind. Qian Jinhua returned to the inspection department, personally overseeing the yield calculation. Before long, the results came out, and he reported them immediately. Very good. Starting tomorrow, we will expand the planting area. This project is very important and should be treated as a top priority. Understood. Qian Jinhua quickly replied. After that, 300 seeds were selected and sent to the committee. 300 were kept in cold storage, along with a small portion returned to Chu Xian. The majority were transported to the farms in the production area. In the afternoon, with the arrival of new soil and other materials, the project entered its second phase. Relatively speaking, it was much easier now, as the results from the laboratory were no longer as crucial. The large-scale experimental fields were the focus. Therefore, Chu Xian felt more relaxed. Duo, the second phase of the experiment is all yours. Good luck. Sure, Han Duo said excitedly as she took on the heavy responsibility. Then, she started with the basic soil preparation and became busy like a little cat, enjoying every moment. Spending the whole day dealing with mud was much better than sitting in a classroom at school. The light of dawn would cross the darkness, breaking all fears. Old songs played in her ears. Chapter 42. A miracle. While Han Duo was working and listening to music, on the other side, Chu Xian was not truly relaxed. He was studying one thing, the reason for the increased yield. Clearly, it was not the environmental conditions, but rather the genetics. Otherwise, how could it be inherited? At this moment, his computer displayed the gene sequencing results of the improved high-fat rapeseed, showing all the gene maps. Compared to before the improvement, the differences were not too significant. Yet, these differences led to a dramatic increase in growth rate. In the future, if he frequently presented the improved plants, it couldn't all be attributed to luck, right? A theory was needed to justify this claim. If he could find a reason, form a scientific theory, and implement it through technical means on other plants, the benefits would be immense. An industry revolution, a contribution to humanity, a surge in fortunes. Thinking of this filled Chu Xian with motivation. Although the workload was substantial, summarizing orderly patterns from chaos was inherently a brain-intensive task. Fortunately, he had plenty of samples: rapeseed, apples, green grass, potatoes, and cabbage, 5 types of plants he had improved so far, with billions of data entries. Most people would find it overwhelming just to look at. However, Chu Xian remained calm. Dull? Tasteless? Maybe a little, but so what? Just like life, no matter how bitter or tiring it gets, one must grit their teeth and persevere. Unless one decides to give up entirely. In fact, Chu Xian quite enjoyed the process of exploration and was happy in it. Starting from July 4th, the experimental expansion of the new high-fat rapeseed began in the underground production area, with encouraging data continuously coming in. It was amazing. A miracle. Under suitable conditions, the germination speed doubled. Even in average soil conditions, it increased by 80%. Qian Jinhua had been paying close attention and on-site. Hearing the astonishment of the planting personnel in the production area, he couldn't help but smile widely. Now this. Achievements. Secured. Despite the promotion, it doesn't help much. The underground city is oppressive, with a shortage of resources, and even private housing is lacking. But one must have a career goal as a guiding direction. Take good care of them. Once the cultivation is successful, everyone will have good fortune in the future. There was a cheer from the crowd, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the committee's trial cultivation is also underway, but they are conducting research on mutated genes. A group of researchers gathered together, collectively brainstorming. They couldn't understand why these mutated genes could accelerate growth, and needed to be tested one by one to identify which ones are effective. With over 100,000 genes and billions of bases, finding effective mutated genes has always been a headache. There's no way around it. It's a grind. Perhaps there will be rewards in a few years. In the field of plant genetic modification, time is typically measured in years. The vast world of genes is still limited in human understanding. While others believe that only some mutated genes are effective, Chu Xian knows that this is not mutation but an improvement. In other words, all mutations are effective. However, he has no obligation to remind anyone and continues to focus on research. With his powerful cognitive abilities, he has already developed a preliminary model. It sounds like progress is being made, but whether the model is correct is still uncertain. It might take 10 or 8 years of trial and error. There will be plenty to do next. At this moment, Wang Mu has also learned about Chu Xuan's research results, feeling a mix of emotions. Regret. Why didn't he persist a bit longer? Perhaps he could have seized the opportunity, but now, all chances are gone. Extensive testing is required unless there is a real problem. Otherwise, any means are already useless. He feels lost. It seems like he missed out on a fortune, no? 10 fortunes. Jealousy. How great would it be to have this in his hands? Winning a scientific progress award would no longer be a possibility, but a certainty. Damn it. This kid has such good luck. One project could easily secure a senior researcher position. The key is that this is Chu Xuan's first project after graduation. Can it be any more outrageous? Amidst the external chaos, Chu Xuan's life remains regular. He goes to work, leaves work, and works overtime, almost like before. The difference is that now there is more hope in life. He is working for himself and wishes he could be on duty 24 hours a day. However, even with a body that has been reinforced multiple times, it cannot fully sustain him. Nonetheless, the need for sleep has decreased. 3 hours a day is enough. And as long as he isn't hungry, he hardly feels tired. On July 15th, in the afternoon, at a corner of the commercial area. Brother, this is the rabbit you wanted, 2 pairs. The owner of a pet store secretly took out a small cage. These days, even though it is called a pet store, there are no cats or dogs. Those that eat a lot or are picky have long been eliminated. What is sold here mainly consists of turtles and small goldfish. They don't grow large and eat little. The amount they consume in a month is roughly equivalent to a few bites for a person. Small rabbits are not something that can be sold openly. Thank you. Money exchange for goods. These 2 pairs of rabbits were reserved by Chu Xian from the owner 3 days ago. As for where they came from, it's not something that Chu Xian needs to worry about. Finally, there will be rabbits to eat. Chapter 43, the first subordinate as of now. The only things that can be bought on the black market are small animals like rabbits, chickens, and ducks. The young of larger animals like lambs, calves, and piglets are managed very strictly and cannot be found on the black market. Chu Xian doesn't push for it. After all, he can still obtain them through sign-ins. Just not frequently. He hopes to gather a herd of livestock in the future for a collective debut. It would be a mixed stew. After leaving the pet shop, after several twists and turns, Chu Xian arrived at another store. This one was lush and green, selling flowers and plants. Boss. Upon seeing Chu Xian, the person at the counter immediately stood up and respectfully called out. That's right, the person was addressing Chu Xian. This shop now belonged to him, although the visible owner was the person in front of him. A burly man, muscular with sharp eyes. This was his first subordinate, whom he had just signed in 10 days ago. Indeed, signing in came with extra rewards. To be honest, when he first saw the prompt, he was completely stunned. The sign-in system could actually sign in bioengineered beings? After a long time, he finally accepted this fact, and fortunately, they weren't real humans with free will. Otherwise, it would have been uncomfortable for Chu Xian. After getting used to it, he actually hoped to sign in more of them because they were incredibly useful, strong, loyal. Their abilities weren't weak and they could handle some basic tasks. Although their intelligence wasn't high, it was only relatively speaking. They were a few levels below him, but still stronger than most people. The only downside was the extremely low sign-in probability. If the probability of obtaining a mental enhancement attribute was 3%, then the probability of signing in a bioengineered being at level 2 was 0. 3%. It's likely to improve at the next level, but for now, it's low. One could say that the last sign-in was a stroke of luck. Thus, Chu Xian naturally couldn't let them sit idle. The dimensional space didn't lack farmers, so he created an identity in the black market and leased the shop. The main purpose was to help him gather some items. If it weren't for the dimensional space, he wouldn't have done this. Now that he had it, he wanted to make this second home better. But he couldn't even get steel and concrete, and was quite busy himself. Fortunately, having this subordinate could help him share many tasks. These were the newly acquired willow and ginkgo seeds. In 3 days, the tubers of banana trees and the seedlings of poplar trees would arrive. After arriving at the small room at the back of the shop, Chu Xian put the seeds back into the space. By taking over the shop, he also inherited some connections from the previous owner. As for where the money came from, although he sold 10 gold bars to a certain individual before, he hadn't sold them all, and the remaining gold was exchanged again later. Renting the shop didn't actually cost much because it was only a 1-year lease. It was a sublease. Otherwise, how could a shop in the underground city be so easily obtained? Typically, contracts with the underground city are signed for 3 to 5 years. There's already a shortage of space, and there won't be any expansion in the future, making it highly sought after. The previous owner had about a year left on the lease, and due to some reasons needed money, so he sublet the place. There weren't many competitors for it. According to the plan, the acquisition would continue. Yes, without lingering, Chu Xian left the shop feeling quite satisfied. In terms of gathering resources, having one more subordinate was extremely beneficial. Visiting every few days was sufficient, while the rest of the tasks could be handled by others. The only issue was that funds were a bit tight. Just fixing up a manor would require a huge amount of credit points. The shop's ability to generate profit was negligible compared to expenses. A way to increase income needed to be found. Chu Xian already had a plan in mind. And of course, it didn't involve selling agricultural products from the dimensional space. He wasn't that out of his mind yet. The underground city turned a blind eye to certain matters, but that didn't mean they were oblivious. Daily food supplies were related to people's livelihoods and were strictly monitored. Only items that didn't concern the national economy or the people's livelihood were disregarded, such as tobacco, alcohol, and tea. Selling cigarettes? Selling alcohol? That's harmful to health. So he focused on tea instead, which had a small volume but could fetch a high price. It was an absolute profit. A ton of good tea could currently sell for tens of millions of credit points. It was more profitable than tobacco and alcohol, easier to manage. And wouldn't tea provoke the underground city's sensitivities? His subordinates had already contacted the source of the tea seeds through their channels and would be able to deliver in a few days. Returning home, he entered the dimensional space. With a thought, Seeds of willow and ginkgo were planted in the nursery. Chu Xian had always wanted to set up a plant laboratory in the space. At least the conditions for seedling growth would be better. Many experiments that were inconvenient to conduct outside could be carried out in the space. Once he had sufficient funds, it was a must to establish one. By the way, there was also the manor. Once the dimensional space was large enough and had distinct weather, he couldn't just hide under a tent to avoid the rain, could he? So, the manor had to be arranged. As for the style, an ancient garden would be quite nice. Chapter 44. New sign and items. Why choose an ancient garden first? It's simple. Wood can be grown by himself, but steel and concrete are much more troublesome. Not that they can't be obtained, but the quantity cannot be met. Previously, he thought it was unfeasible due to a lack of channels. It's important to know that before, the original owner was just a university student, and his knowledge of the underground city's black market was mostly hearsay, lacking depth. Now, with his subordinates going in, they discovered that certain items could be obtained as long as there were credit points, such as seeds, rabbits, and equipment. There was a wide variety, but they were all extremely expensive, and the sources weren't just from the official underground city, but also from wild cities. Some strictly controlled items had inventory in the wild cities. Bringing them to trade in the official underground city was considered a legitimate business, just like the tea tree seeds, which came from outside. 5,000 credit points each, quite a steal. However, investment was necessary. An initial cost of 10,000 could potentially yield thousands or even tens of thousands in profit, or even more. Thankfully, cross-city merchants also needed to buy items from the official underground city. Otherwise, acquiring gold would be quite troublesome. Chu Xian's gold had been sold down to just a few pieces for collection. It was tough. 3 days later, inside the shop. This is the tea tree seeds you need. 6 each of Longjing, Biluacun, and Maofeng, along with seeds of fast-growing poplar. A total of 100,000 credit points. Lily handed over a small cold storage box. Before the disaster, this little amount would only cost a few bowls of fried rice, but now, it's worth more than a year's salary for an individual. However, the demand for tea tree seeds is quite low. Firstly, they require land and have high environmental demands. Secondly, they grow slowly, taking 3 to 5 years to mature. They are undoubtedly luxury items, even in the wilderness. They are only planted on a small scale, mainly for farming crops. 3 days without tea is fine, but 10 days without food can be fatal. The tea seeds can be harvested for 300 and sold for 5,000. Definitely a profitable venture. Payment successful. It's a pleasure to cooperate. If the tea trees grow, and you need to sell tea leaves, you can contact me for a high price, Lily said politely, though he was not optimistic inside. It would take at least 3 years, and they require careful nurturing and space. Just looking at the current green plant shop, he chuckled. Lily left happily. He had other businesses to attend to and was preparing for the next batch of needs from this unsuspecting client. 1 hour later, boss, Chu Xian took the box and disappeared into the back of the shop, planting most of the seeds and selecting a few for improvement. However, 2 of them used a primary improvement solution, while Longjing used a secondary improvement solution. Indeed, secondary. The chance of signing in for a secondary plant improvement solution felt as slim as that for a biochemical person, making it seem more advanced. He opened it and soaked the seeds. After a full 10 minutes, the emerald liquid turned colorless, and the tea seeds became crystal clear, emanating a strong vitality. Arriving at the nursery, he directly planted them. Releasing his mental power, upon encountering the soil and water, the seeds began to utilize their internal nutrients to sprout. After a day, the seeds cracked. Another day later, they broke through the soil. Chu Xian was astonished. What kind of growth speed was this? It wasn't tea like sprouting bean sprouts, changing every day. This species of tree, which could live for hundreds to thousands of years, typically grows slowly. Then came the surprise. Tea trees usually have a growth period of over 3 years, and the primary improvement could double that, reducing it to a year and a half. At this speed with the secondary improvement solution, it could reach the harvesting period in less than half a year, possibly even shorter. The key is that it is inheritable. After a year of expansion, the yield of tea leaves would surge greatly. However, that still feels a bit long. Chu Xian looked at the tea tree seedlings, resting his chin in thought. Is there a way to make them grow faster? It seemed as if the system heard his request. That night, in the early morning, ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations. You have received a box of tomatoes. Additionally received a bucket of primary plant growth solution. Another new sign-in item? Chu Xian's spirit was lifted. It was exactly what he urgently needed. System, I love you. With a flip, he jumped up from the chair by the poolside and rushed to the nursery, taking out the bucket of growth solution. It was indeed a large bucket, 100 liters. Unlike the improvement solution, the growth solution is like a nutrient solution that needs to be applied daily. It can be diluted with water, but using it undiluted yields better results. Without a doubt, looking at the young Longjing seedlings, Chu Xian followed the instructions and applied 50 milliliters of the growth solution. They are still saplings now, but as they grow, they will require more watering. This barrel won't last long. It would be great if he could mix it himself. Chapter 45. The results are promising clearly. He was overthinking. 2 days later, as expected, like other additional items signed in. It was something that couldn't be deciphered at the moment. Even that seemingly unremarkable snow vehicle was packed with advanced technology, just without the opportunity to experience it for now. In short, he had been researching in solitude for the past 2 days. Forget it. No need to daydream. It's better to take it slow. I must say, the effectiveness of the growth solution is truly impressive. After just 2 days of watering, the Longjing had already grown to 20 centimeters. On July 24th, in the morning, Chu Xian arrived at the experimental base. Good morning, Researcher Chu. You too. Let's communicate more when we have time. Sure thing. On the way, many people greeted Chu Xian warmly. If this were before, few would have recognized him, but now it's different. Even though the results of the second phase of trials hadn't come out yet, the news had spread. The plants were growing fast and tasting great. Everyone seemed to see a glimmer of hope for the rapeseed, albeit a bit exaggerated. Even if the yield doubled, it wouldn't mean true freedom, but at least the supply would increase, and occasionally they could have a taste, which was much better than before. Researcher Chu, I'm here to recommend myself. Sorry, I'm not planning to hire an assistant researcher in the short term. Faced with a self-recommendation from a mid-level researcher, Chu Xian directly declined. There were too many secrets in his research, and he wouldn't casually bring outsiders close. Besides, it wasn't necessary. In terms of work capability, he could easily match 10 people, without exaggeration. A few hours of sleep each day was enough. The rest of the time, with his enhanced brain, his efficiency was far superior to that of an average person. Memory, comprehension, and creativity were all significantly amplified, yielding results that were much greater than simple addition. He could single-handedly match an entire research team. Sorry for the interruption. Seeing Chu Xian's refusal, the person had to leave, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. Why was he rejected? Someone who had just graduated versus someone with years of experience. He thought the new high-fat rapeseed was merely a stroke of luck for Chu Xian, rather than a testament to skill. It was likely that he would peak right at the start of his career. At this moment, if he were a bit smarter, Chu Xian should be recruiting some talents to ensure that the upcoming projects wouldn't lag behind, but he was turned down. Some people might only be lucky once in their lifetime. He couldn't believe that Chu Xian could achieve anything significant on his own. Although the person had walked away, Chu Xian heard every word of his mumbling. This world hasn't changed in terms of human nature since before the disaster. When one can't get what they want, they complain, as if everyone owes them something. You haven't even been promoted to an intermediate researcher yet. And bringing someone in would just create unnecessary complications. Not to mention, even if a senior researcher applied, there wouldn't be much interest. His path is different from others. While some seek truth in the unknown, he is deducing from established knowledge. In the lab, Xiangu, Han Duo has been staying overnight again. For the second phase of planting, from start to finish, Chu Xian has been a hands-off manager. Now, more than half a month has passed, and the growth is promising. She wishes she could watch over it 24 hours a day. As Chu Xian's reputation grows, she too experiences a difference. People greet her warmly, and she receives envious glances. Her classmates are still doing menial tasks, while she enjoys using lab equipment freely, without having to squeeze for office space, often being the only one in the lounge. She can sit wherever she wants. Furthermore, she has been involved in an important project, which has greatly surpassed her peers in terms of both experience and resume. Here, Chu Xian tossed her a tomato. Thank you, Xiangu. An hour later, looking at the spinach gene map in her hands, Chu Xian fell into deep thought. Lately, he has been contemplating theories. The initial model has already been overturned because he couldn't find many commonalities. Later, an inspiration struck, and he began the second phase of experiments. The progress has been smooth, and the results are very encouraging. Indeed, the plant improvement solution does not adhere to a single theory, but rather, different categories of plants follow different patterns. Flowers, grass, trees, algae, each has its own set of gene rapid growth coding patterns, which means his research has made significant progress. The theoretical formulation is just a few steps away. Of course, the prerequisite is having enough improvement solution. A complete coding pattern requires at least 3 different plants to take shape, preferably 5 or more. The more data, the more refined it becomes. Next, Chu Xian plans to use all the signed improvement solutions on cruciferous plants to assemble a theoretical framework. As time passes, on August 15th, Duo, pick more. Don't hold back. Okay, Han Duo, just like last time, carried a basket and picked the tenderest parts of the rapeseed, preparing to stir-fry. Tomorrow is the second phase evaluation, and it will be quite a spectacle. Choose some fat earthworms for the teppanyaki at noon, Chu Xian added. Sure. Han Duo cheerfully busied herself. Although Xiangu provides plenty of delicious food, she has been eating earthworms since childhood, and some habits are hard to change. These fat earthworms are much larger than those sold outside and never reach the market. She doesn't know where they go. If she doesn't eat them, she would be giving others a free meal. So after picking the tender vegetables, Han Duo started sifting through the soil in the incubators. By noon, the aroma of grilling filled the air. Now, Han Duo has become an excellent assistant, cleaning, barbecuing, cooking, and working, truly a versatile worker. From start to finish, Chu Xian just focused on eating, giving off a vibe of a wealthy landlord, while Han Duo became the diligent worker. This description didn't seem out of place. With his dimensional space, he truly was a landlord, and during this time, the dimensional space had expanded twice, reaching over 36,000 square meters, more than 50 acres. The view was much more open now. Xiangu, do we have a plan for the next experiment? Han Duo asked while eating. Previously, Xian Ti asked while seeing Chu Xian busy every day. Now, with the completion of the second phase of the experiment, she finally inquired. Chu Xian smiled as he swallowed a fat earthworm, saying, yes, it's a study on the mutation theory of high-oil rapeseed. Next, let us see if we can increase the yield of a certain type of plant. Xiangu, we will definitely succeed. Han Duo clenched her small fist. At the same time, she thought to herself, as expected, just as she imagined. Generally, when such beneficial mutations are discovered, the next step is to explore the reasons behind them. If a universal solution is found, it would be remarkable. The discovery of a mutated plant and the creation of a theory represent very different significances, with the latter being much more valuable. However, the difficulty would naturally surge. With good luck, it could take a few years. With bad luck, the model could fail, leaving everything in vain. In short, it's very hard. Super hard. She must work even harder to become someone who can help Xiangu, Han Duo thought. No matter how difficult the path, she would walk it alongside Chu Xian. Just as she finished eating and was tidying up, Qian Jinhua called. Haha, Xiao Xian, congratulations. The second phase conclusions from the experimental field have been tallied, and the genetics are very stable. Whether it's growth speed, seed quality, or taste, it's impeccable. I believe the committee will have news for us soon. Qian Jinhua was very happy. In his time in office, he had never received so many calls from superiors in a single day. Nice. Why was it a day early? Chu Xian asked calmly. It's only a day early. The increase won't be much. The growth of the rapeseed these days has already said it all. Adding another day will only make a half percentage point difference, which isn't significant. The key is to check the seed quality, which is crucial for whether we can continue to expand planting. I must say, your new rapeseed variety is outstanding. The quantity of seeds far exceeds that of regular rapeseed, averaging 600 seeds per plant. After listening to Qian Jinhua's words, which were even more enthusiastic than his own, Chu Xian replied, all right. How about we inspect the rapeseed in the lab this afternoon? He nodded, thinking that harvesting a day early and tallying the results would indeed show similar outcomes. What mattered was stable genetics. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to stay for the half day. Okay, send an inspection request. And I'll have someone go over immediately, Qian Jinhua said. Good. Moments later, the inspection request was approved. Before long, the inspection personnel arrived. Sensing the aroma in the air, they immediately understood what was happening but didn't pay much attention. Such matters weren't new. Besides, the value of their research achievements was immense. Even if they ate a few meals, consuming half of the experimental rapeseed wouldn't be a big deal. It is estimated that those in charge won't pursue the matter further. Anyway, once the data from the experimental fields comes out, the person in front will become famous. Qian Jinhua also personally came here. It's likely that soon there will be an order from above to carry out large-scale breeding in the production area to provide new rapeseed varieties globally. Within a year, rapeseed will be planted in every underground city around the world. Thinking of that scene, Chu Xian felt quite excited, as fortune was beckoning. A year is a conservative estimate, considering that there are many rapeseeds. Each plant produces around 600 seeds, with a growth cycle of 1 month and 12 days. This means that every month and 12 days, the quantity increases by 600 times. The growth speed is terrifying due to the geometric expansion. For example, if each underground city sends just 1 seed now, in a month and a half, it would be 600 seeds. After 3 months, it would be 360,000. After 5 months, it would be 210 million. It might take less than a year, perhaps just half a year, for it to spread across thousands of official underground cities in this world. Of course, these figures are calculated under ideal conditions, but the planting areas of each underground city are limited. It's impossible to plant over 100 million seeds everywhere. That would lead to an overflow of rapeseed, which is clearly not feasible. Qian Jinhua then said, by the way, tomorrow, I will submit your application for promotion to intermediate researcher, and it should be approved quickly. After thinking for a moment, he worried that Chu Xian might not know some potential rules. He explained, although the results of high-oil rapeseed are significant, They are still in the trial planting phase, and many indicators, such as the situation of multi-generational inheritance, need to be observed further. Therefore, for now, you can only be promoted to an intermediate researcher. Don't worry, as long as the subsequent inheritance is stable. Becoming a senior researcher will not be a hurdle for you. It's something you will definitely achieve. Chu Xian naturally understood this and waved his hand, saying, Director Qian, I get it. There's no need to comfort me. Haha, that is good. Qian Jinhua laughed. He then learned that Chu Xian wanted to continue researching the yield-increasing genes of high-oil rapeseed. That's great, but you need to be mentally prepared. Because, not just you. Many plant scientists worldwide will soon pay attention to this area. Even if they don't research it themselves, they will have their teams work on it. The competition will be intense. Honestly, Qian Jinhua didn't have high hopes for Chu Xian. Compared to so many botanists, Chu Xian really had no advantage. After all, he only discovered the mutated rapeseed a few months earlier. The time is too short, and the number of people is too few. It's quite difficult to compete with experimental teams of over 100 people. How about hiring some assistants? Qian Jinhua suggested. No need. All right then, just work hard. And I hope your research yields results. After emptying the lab, Qian Jinhua left. He had received several phone calls while standing there for just a little while. Many were from the neighboring underground city, wanting some seeds. In the evening at Han Xiang's home, they had another meal of stir-fried rapeseed. Lu Qi looked at Chu Xian with some resentment, recalling that he had just knelt 3 times in a row again. How infuriating. Can't I win just once? The blows are so harsh. Duo, is the project a success? Han Xiang asked. Last time when they had this dish, Han Duo didn't elaborate much. But she rated it highly, calling it a great project. He thought it was just an exaggeration. It worked. Han Duo smiled like a blooming flower. Oh, what's special about this rapeseed? You can share now, Lu Qi interjected. It grows quickly. Other rapeseed takes 3 months to mature. But Xian Ji's rapeseed only takes a little over a month. What? Double? The two widened their eyes. Previously, one drove while the other repaired cars. They weren't familiar with rapeseed, but even without knowledge, they understood how significant a double yield was. It was extraordinary. Now that the trial planting was complete, it would soon be promoted citywide and even globally. Listening to Han Duoduo's excited explanation, the two looked at the calm Chu Xian, unsure of what to say. He had achieved such great success right after graduation. Lu Qi felt hurt. He considered himself a mechanical genius too, but compared to Chu Xian, he fell far behind. The latter had made a tremendous contribution to humanity, all on his own. Perhaps luck played a big part, but achievements were still achievements, undeniable and indelible. All right, Duo. Stop flattering me. Let's keep it low-key. Chu Xian interrupted Han Duoduo's continued praise. Although he had a thick skin, he still felt a bit embarrassed. He knew his own capabilities and that the system was what truly mattered. I'm all ears, Han Duo said in a clear voice, leaving Han Xiang and Lu Qi speechless. This girl, who used to be a bit rebellious, now behaved like a kitten in front of Chu Xian, making them hardly recognize her. After dinner, back at home, Chu Xian began his daily fish feeding routine. The fish in the pond had grown quite a bit, and he would sprinkle some rapeseed stalks for them. It wouldn't be long before he could enjoy the freedom of fish and meat. Then he went to the tea garden. Now, the seeds of Biluakun and Maofeng had grown into seedlings, but they were far behind the growth rate of Longjing. After more than 20 days with growth liquid applied, they had reached half a person's height. However, they hadn't flowered or borne fruit yet, but it seemed imminent as flower buds were already visible. The yield of tea tree seeds was also quite high. With secondary improvement, one tree could become hundreds, which wasn't difficult. After watering with another liter of growth liquid, a notification rang out. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations. You have received half a bluefin tuna. Bonus, level 1 plant improvement liquid X3. With a sudden leap, Chu Xian jumped up, feeling another surge of luck. 3 bottles of level 1 plant improvement liquid was a first for him. Previously, he had received 2 bottles occasionally. Mostly 1. Although not as strong as level 2 liquid, it was quite helpful for perfecting his current theories. As for the bluefin tuna, a delightful surprise. Even though it was only half a fish, it weighed over 100 kilograms. What to do next? Time for a feast. Sashimi it is. 10 minutes later, he set up the electric grill. He really didn't like eating raw food, so he sprinkled some cumin on it as a different way to enjoy it. Who cares about style? He just liked eating big chunks of steak, la. 3 days later, on August 20th, Chu Xian discovered that his information had been updated. Position, intermediate researcher. Just 3 months after graduation, he accomplished a significant breakthrough. Such speed is rare and exceptional. For Chu Xian, this is merely a small beginning. Suddenly, the second project proposal was sent to the committee for review. Chapter 48, Almost Made a Mistake, Joint Government Science and Technology Development Committee. Third review room. One project after another flashed across the computer screen, and the reviewers couldn't help but curl their lips. Another high-oil rapeseed, fast-growing gene. It was like a swarm. Simply a waste. In just 3 days, over a dozen such projects were submitted, mostly from teams at prominent laboratories. Only these individuals could obtain high-oil rapeseed seeds in a timely manner. They wanted to reject them, but it was difficult. After all, the applicant was renowned and impressive. Therefore, almost all of them were approved. Of course, if facing smaller teams, they would directly reject them. There were too many researchers, which would occupy experimental resources. Some even submitted applications without having ever obtained rapeseed seeds, which was a bit excessive. Although the field of scientific research has seen a reduction in misconduct, in the context of the entire global population, it still represents a considerable number. Reject. Just as the reviewer was about to dismiss a report, they suddenly paused. Theoretical research on high-oil rapeseed, fast-growing gene applicant, Chu Xian. This name was familiar to the reviewer, and upon reviewing the applicant's history, there was only one previous successful project. However, that one was quite remarkable, worth more than 10 typical team projects combined. Phew. The reviewer let out a light sigh, almost clicking to reject it. Fortunately, they stopped just in time. Otherwise, if they had rejected it, the applicant could have filed a complaint, and the reviewer would have been in trouble. Goodness. That could impact their career. As the discoverer, not allowing further research would be utterly ridiculous. Approved. The reviewer glanced at the experimental duration. 6 months. This researcher is quite sensible, the reviewer thought. It's worth noting that applications from other teams typically started at a year, as theoretical research is time-consuming and labor-intensive. They estimated that Chu Xian understood the difficulty involved. Therefore, using 6 months to experiment and promptly cut losses would conserve resources for the Federation. Good. High awareness and measured approach. The applicant could easily sustain themselves on this project for 3 to 5 years. Even if there were no results, no one would criticize them. Compared to the contribution, the slight experimental resources wasted by the joint government were manageable. The applicant insisted on only 6 months. Unfortunately, it was destined to fail. After marveling, the reviewer sighed. Based on past experience, finding patterns from a mutation could not be accomplished in just 6 months. 3 to 5 years was the norm. After sighing, they clicked to approve and moved on. Once the committee approved it, teams under various prominent figures worldwide began to follow up. Whether researching flowers, trees, or even algae, they were all interested in the fast-growing gene, eager to see if it could lead to breakthroughs in their respective fields. That kid's luck seems to have run out. Everyone's attitude towards Chu Xian was remarkably unanimous. The lucky little guy. Although he had a beautifully crafted stage, the real performance was still by their elite team. Watching the application get approved, Chu Xian was not surprised at all. If they dared to reject it, he would definitely file a complaint. Beep. At that moment, the communicator rang. It was the principal. Chu Xian answered. You kid, causing such a stir without a word. It seems giving you the level 4 lab was a good call. That was the principal's keen eye for talent. Chu Xian replied with a faint smile. Haha, self-praise now. The principal chuckled, acknowledging his own discernment and that the other party was indeed talented, especially with such overwhelming luck. The last time he was kidnapped, he managed to turn the situation around, which was already unbelievable. Now, a mutated rapeseed had promoted him to a mid-level researcher in just 3 months. Thinking of this, the principal felt a bit of fear. Had the kidnapping been successful, it would have been a loss for all humanity. Moreover, due to the significance of this achievement, an event that had gradually faded from attention was once again drawing the interest of higher-ups. He was under a lot of pressure. By the way, Chu Xian, are you interested in teaching at the school? You could directly take on the role of lecturer, the principal stated his purpose. Lecturer? No. I have a new project to focus on. No time for that. Chu Xian declined. Teaching sounded pretty boring. Besides, once the rapid growth theory was established, he could teach at a university, starting at least as an associate professor. The principal did not expect Chu Xian to refuse. But he also knew he couldn't offer a better position, which left him feeling quite troubled. Principal, I have an assistant who could attend university classes anytime. Is that possible? Chu Xian suddenly said. He didn't need any convenience for himself, but Han Duoduo did. Moving forward, he would have more and more projects that would become increasingly challenging. Han Duoduo's skills needed to keep up, even if it was just some basic tasks. Technical knowledge was essential. Chu Xian couldn't possibly explain foundational knowledge to her every day, so it was like signing her up for a class. Of course, no problem. The principal immediately agreed. This was a minor issue. He wasn't afraid of Chu Xian making requests, but rather worried if he wouldn't. Chapter 49. Making the news. When Han Duoduo learned that she could audit classes at the university, she was ecstatic. Really? Thank you, Brother Xian, for securing this opportunity for me. She was overjoyed, and when she arrived at the lab, she realized that what was being taught at school was mostly basic knowledge, which was enough for now. The rapeseed project wasn't particularly difficult. The soil preparation was straightforward, following the provided ratios. The rest was simple: watering, fertilizing, and recording. There wasn't much technical content involved, but she couldn't keep doing this forever. She wanted to help Brother Xian more. It was awkward to keep asking questions. Now, being able to audit university classes was simply fantastic. Focus on your needs. Primarily, you will be learning about plant gene coding, which will involve quite a workload. Chu Xian suggested. Theoretical research had a relatively ample time frame, mainly validating hypotheses one by one. Currently, he already had a model in mind for the rapid growth gene theory of cruciferous plants. The rest, it is an experiment, of course not using modified solutions, but rather manual gene coding recombination, and the theory must have reproducibility. Others must be able to replicate it for it to be considered a theory. Therefore, the remaining gene coding work is quite substantial. Even if one has a significant advantage, the efficiency is still only 10 times that of an average person. However, certain tasks still require Han Duo to share the burden. Alright, I will definitely not let you down. Next, Han Duo entered a focused mode, studying courses related to plant gene editing, except for sleeping and eating. Fortunately, she often received nourishment from Chu Xian, so she wasn't lacking in nutrition. Otherwise, her hairline would probably be in trouble. A major project experiment succeeded. Clearly, it would not just lead to a promotion. There would also be certain rewards. Specifically, Chu Xian estimated it would be around 100,000 credits. Not a lot, but it's a form of encouragement. After all, strictly speaking, all the resources consumed in the experiments belong to the United Government. Individuals only contributed physical and mental effort, which is important, but it's not suitable to distribute a large sum of money all at once. Essentially, it would be equivalent to 1 or 2 years' salary at most. On August 26, ding, 150,000 credits arrived, and Chu Xian was quite calm since, on the surface, he had no significant expenses. He had food and shelter. Although his subordinates were running low on funds and nearing depletion, it was too risky to use his own money for subsidies. This is also the frustrating aspect of digital currency. Everything is traceable and easily sourced. He actually preferred the era of paper currency, where it could be touched and seen, and felt much safer. On the same day, all the expansion experiments were summarized, and the safety assessment for consumption was completed, resulting in a comprehensive report. It passed the review. It could enter the field of edible vegetables. In the evening, it appeared on global news after the disaster. The main programs on television were news-related consultations. Entertainment shows retreated, and dramas about family matters were not permitted to be filmed. The already oppressive life in the underground city did not allow for any additional aggravating programs to exist. Therefore, under these circumstances, the viewership for news was astonishing, often reaching hundreds of millions, especially the United Government's news channel, which was a standout among them. According to the channel's news, today, the new high-fat rapeseed passed the safety assessment for consumption and would officially be classified as a primary variety. Upon hearing this, everyone felt indifferent. Primary varieties are important agricultural products, and the previous high-fat rapeseed was already classified as such. However, the next piece of news left countless people stunned. The new high-fat rapeseed has an average growth rate that has increased by 105% compared to before. It is rich in nutrition, has a fragrant taste, and is genetically stable, possessing all the advantages of fast-supply vegetables. Listening to the introduction, countless pairs of eyes turned in disbelief, almost thinking they heard it wrong. A doubling of growth speed is too exaggerated. But news cannot lie. Then it must be true. Wow. Incredible. This is the best news heard in recent years. No doubt about it. Finally, there has been a significant technological breakthrough. Generally, advancements in technology may not be deeply felt by everyone, but food is closely related to people, as it must be eaten daily. There has been a significant breakthrough in this area, and the impact is quite evident. In an instant, countless people were thrilled. While having access to fresh vegetables is still somewhat difficult, being able to enjoy them occasionally is certainly better than dehydrated ones. Here, we must thank its discoverer, Chu Xian. A young man of 19, he graduated on May 17th this year, and his university project was focused on high-fat rapeseed. By chance, Chu Xian's resume appeared on the screen, witnessed by numerous people. Huffed. Xueming was having a meal when he saw the news, causing him to spray food all over the table. What? He was shocked. Chu Xian mentioned his research on high-fat rapeseed, and at the time, Xueming didn't ask many questions, but to hear it again on the news was unexpected. This was global news. Isn't that Xiao Xian? Xueming's father ignored his son's mess and turned his attention to the news. Indeed, Xueming's mother also recognized him, noting that although he had become much more handsome, his features remained the same. As expected, a tiger father doesn't raise a dog's son, Xueming's father sighed. Feeling proud. Look at him, and then look at my own son. He gave his head a knock. This is what you get for wasting food. It's definitely not because I'm disappointed in you. Chapter 50. Fortune feedback. Upon seeing the news, Xueming was in disbelief. Oh my, is that really Chu Xian? And it's his individual achievement? Plus, he's already a mid-level researcher? Chu Xian's classmates were in an uproar. They were all from the same graduating class. wondering why he was so outstanding, even making it to the television. 3 months. While I'm still doing menial tasks, he is already taking off. After all, not all graduates choose to develop their own projects. Most opt to gain experience in teams before going solo. Therefore, during these 3 months, they were just getting familiar with their teams. But Chu Xian? He had already produced significant results. Damn, why didn't I think of hugging this big thigh back then? I feel like I've missed out on billions. Oh, he surely made a phone call to the astronomical base. Old Gene, see? Thank goodness Xiao Xian didn't agree to go to the astronomical base back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't be enjoying such glory. And you say I was wrong. I'm glad I didn't transfer you to the astronomy and physics department. The two shared a moment of helplessness. They had both believed in Chu Xian, but unfortunately, their persuasion had failed. Looking back, they even felt relieved that he didn't agree. Otherwise, it would have hindered his future. Although astronomy and physics also have prospects, reaching Chu Xian's current status is quite challenging. Being on the news, known worldwide, and achieving all this in just 3 months, they could only offer him their heartfelt blessings. Meanwhile, Wang Mu smashed the television in frustration, blowing steam from his ears. Quick look, Brother Xian is on TV. Hookagoo, you still call yourself a genius. Why don't you get on one too? Han Duo regularly teased Lu Qi, who had become somewhat immune to her jabs. Now lying flat as he realized he couldn't compare. This girl was so outgoing. For her, he had been schooled by Chu Xian time and again, only to return and face her sharp remarks. Who could be more miserable than him? With the news broadcast, Chu Xian suddenly became famous. Classmates, friends, and teachers all took notice. Congratulations messages came one after another, and Chu Xian replied to each of them. The price of fame is just that simple and unadorned. After several days, things finally calmed down. Unexpectedly, another interview came along. Researcher Chu, could you elaborate on the discovery process of high-fat rapeseed? It was purely accidental. Researcher Chu, did you encounter any difficulties during this period? Not at all. Researcher Chu, do you have anything to say about the success of the project? As expected, clearly. It was impossible to say such things out loud. These were merely Chu Xian's inner thoughts. There should be limits to modesty. Nonsense. Clichés. Officialese. As a former junior manager, he was well acquainted with what the media wanted to hear, so he naturally provided precise responses. In the end, the host left satisfied. Nowadays, those well-known figures have interviews like this at most. There aren't that many TV stations, programs, or a plethora of conferences, forums, and seminars, etc. Therefore, after the interview, Chu Xian's days became easier. On the 3rd day after he made the news, August 29th, early in the morning, the luck feedback was updated. Luck, 340. It had increased by 37 points compared to before, and Chu Xian was quite satisfied. The current fixed probability was 40%. The composition was simple. Level 1, 1%. Level 2, 5%. 340 points of luck feedback amounted to 34%. A total of 40. This was already a good number. After all, the plan that saved so many people, plan number 9, only yielded 303. To be honest, Chu Xian found it a bit cruel. No, it should be too cruel. How cruel was it? In a movie, a Jupiter crisis caused casualties in the tens of millions. Yet, a vegetable could yield luck feedback equivalent to the lives of hundreds of thousands. Isn't that cruel? Suddenly, Chu Xian had a new understanding of luck feedback. It was purely a calculation of contribution to humanity, or perhaps it was related to the recognition of all mankind. Clearly, in a certain set of calculation standards, most people. Chu Xian shook his head. This was a profound philosophical question. Next, he needed to quickly finalize the fast-growing gene theory. Hopefully, the next update could raise the fixed probability to over 50%. No doubt about it. Grind. 3 days later, in the laboratory. Duo. The gene editing work for broccoli is up to you. Follow this editing chart. After giving instructions, Chu Xian operated another newly acquired device. The theory was basically formed, and only the experiments remained. 10 types of cruciferous plants, 300 different control groups. In short, he needed to do a complete set of experiments. He couldn't just rush in the right direction. There had to be some failures to make the experiments more realistic. Chapter 51. The system support is strong. It wasn't just necessary to deliberately create failed control groups. Even the models had to be discounted. Otherwise, it would still be difficult to explain. For instance, in the previous rapeseed mutation, everyone would certainly notice that all the genes were effective. Clear signs of human intervention. How to explain? Therefore, in Chu Xian's theory, it's impossible to deduce such a matching genetic mutation result. It's practically self-incrimination. This rapid growth theory is only a 60 version of the perfect theory of first-level improvement. This means that other cruciferous plants can only achieve a maximum growth speed increase of 60, which is already quite impressive. One must not go overboard. Take it easy to avoid trouble. Anyway, even a 60 increase can still make waves globally. As time flew by, it was the end of September. After compiling the last pair of genes, it was finally done. Han Duo let out a sigh of relief. This past month, she had hardly rested, working on the equipment every day, attending classes in the morning, operating in the afternoon, and reviewing in the evening. This Duo had transformed into a busy Duo. However, the gains were tremendous, confirming the knowledge from the books and becoming extremely familiar with the operation of some equipment. At this point, all 300 control groups were completed. Then, her gaze turned to the office, filled with admiration. Her brother Xian truly deserved it. His work capability was monstrous. One person could match 10 of herself. More effort was still needed. Han Duo went to the seedling cabinet and saw that many seeds had sprouted, some had even grown into small seedlings. Next, she found Chu Xian to report the progress. Completed? Yes, if there is more work, just assign it to me. There's nothing much left. Tomorrow we'll start transferring them into the cultivation boxes. The remaining task is just to record the work, Chu Xian said. Leave it to me. Okay. Chu Xian looked at the girl, reached under the table, and tossed her an ugly orange, freshly signed in 2 days ago, weighing 100 kilograms. It had to be said, it was somewhat addictive. In just 2 days, he had eaten over 50 pounds, mainly because the skin of the ugly orange was thick, and they were all large ones. The orange peel accounted for a third of the weight. Delicious. I've never had such crispy oranges, Han Duo said, her face brimming with happiness. The next day, October 1st, in the morning, the requested soil arrived, and according to the ratio chart, Han Duo began to get busy. Chu Xian didn't just stand by idly. Now, the discounted theory had been perfected. What remained was to wait for this batch of seedlings to grow, blossom, and bear fruit. Then, another batch would be planted. Only when they were genetically stable and disease-resistant could they have basic conclusions and data support. The whole process would take at least a few months, so there was no need to rush. Beautiful. When she returned home that evening, she immediately slipped into the dimensional space and arrived at the tea garden. Looking at the long jing that had grown after the second-level improvement, Chu Xian couldn't help but marvel. The growth liquid had been used up, and the tea trees were mature. They were incredibly green, lush, and carried a hint of mixed fragrance. A whiff was refreshing. It was truly a new variety. A week ago, they had already flowered and borne fruit. With over 700 seeds, high yield indeed. Chu Xian didn't harvest them all for breeding at once. Who knew how long the perfect maturity period for the seeds after improvement would be? If he harvested them too early, what would happen to the premature seeds? Therefore, he only picked a few for breeding experiments. Now, a week had passed. The tea seeds have germinated and grown into small, robust seedlings. Without a doubt, it's time to harvest. With a thought, Chu Xian directed around 700 tea seeds to detach from their mother plant and enter the designated seedling nursery. Bury them. Water them. Now, all that's left is to wait for them to sprout. Honestly, I envy those who cultivate land and see instant results. Growing a tea tree takes a long time. Of course, it's just a passing thought. Contentment is key. System, I have absolutely no objections to the rewards you've provided. You are always right. Chu Xian raised his hand in appreciation. Yes, from the heart. As soon as the clock struck midnight, ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations. You've received 20 red pomelos. Additionally received 1 barrel of level 2 plant growth liquid. I must say, the system is quite generous. Chu Xian felt like offering incense to the system every day. Upon checking the description, he found that the level 2 growth liquid has a stronger effect. It's a concentrated solution that can be diluted into 36 barrels of level 1 nutrient solution. What a gain. The harvesting period for the tea garden is now one step closer. Thinking it over, Chu Xian decided not to evenly distribute the growth liquid among the 700 tea seeds. Instead, he would first accelerate the growth of a batch to quickly convert them into credit points. His subordinates were almost at their wits' end. Thankfully, he could supply their food and drink. Otherwise, his biochemical subordinates might have starved to death. Just thinking about it made Chu Xian blush. To have his biochemical subordinates starve under his management is quite pathetic. In short, he needs to find a way to earn money. Chapter 52. The second subordinate. After diluting the level 2 growth liquid, he began to irrigate. He saw water shooting up from a large barrel. Completely disregarding the dignity of the moment, flying towards the nursery and soaking into the soil. It enveloped each plump tea seed. If it were in the past, Chu Xian wouldn't have been able to perform such delicate work. But now, after long periods of practice, he had become familiar with this operation. Once the growth liquid mixed with the moisture in the soil, the plant cells began to divide rapidly, releasing a surge of vitality. After finishing the planting of the tea seeds, Chu Xian's gaze turned to the mother tree. Typically, the crown area of a tea tree is about 1 square meter. It could be larger, but tea farmers intentionally prune them for quality. After all, a larger area requires more nutrients, but the root system has a limited absorption rate. The mother tree before him, however, was as large as an umbrella, around 6 square meters, with tender leaves indicating a high yield. Chu Xian didn't plan to prune it. After genetic modification, not only had the growth speed changed, but many other aspects had as well. For instance, the root system was exceptionally developed, densely interwoven in the soil, absorbing nutrients at 6 to 10 times the rate of an ordinary tea tree. In short, there was no need to restrict it. Moreover, as long as it matured, it would be in a constant state of high yield all year round. It could be harvested daily, truly a golden egg-laying mother tree. No doubt about it, it was time to harvest. Chu Xian grabbed a basket and began to pluck the tender leaves, not using any mental command, as there was no one-click function. At the same time, he could only do one thing at a time. Therefore, the efficiency of picking both types is actually quite similar. It might be better to do it by hand. An hour later, the basket was full, and the tea production began. Some preparations had already been made by Chu Xian, rather than leaving things to the last minute, and he had researched the relevant information thoroughly. In the age of the internet, there aren't many secrets. Although the internet is now a limited version, with only a few websites available, encyclopedias are still accessible. Coupled with some ancient techniques found in libraries, making tea, it's really not a big deal. Yes, that's how confident he is. A day later. All right, that was a miscalculation. Chu Xian looked at the dark substance in front of him. The previous processes were fine, and the drying and rolling didn't pose much difficulty. The key issue was controlling the heat. It would have been great to have some tea-making equipment. Right now, everything relied almost entirely on manual labor. However, Chu Xian remained undeterred and continued. The second day, the third day, until the fifth day, after failing 10 times, he finally sorted out the entire process. In fact, the third attempt already looked decent, but Chu Xian felt it could be better, so he kept trying. Looking at the tea leaves in front of him, which had reached the sale standard, he felt all the hard work over the past few days was worth it. Gurgle. Brewing a cup, the aroma filled the air. Taking a light sip, the aftertaste was endless. What a good tea. The sensations on his taste buds made even Chu Xian, who wasn't familiar with tea, marvel at how powerful the improved liquid was. Even the flavor had been optimized. Zhuang, the rest is up to you. Yes, boss. A burly man beside him replied respectfully before turning to get busy. Chu Xian was very happy. He was lucky last night to have signed in another subordinate. Being someone who struggled with naming, he lazily just called him Zhuang, who had a strong learning ability. This way, he no longer had to toil every day to pick and process tea. The mother tree during the peak production period had tender buds sprouting every day. If not picked, the leaves would age and affect the flavor. Normally, the mother tree produces about 100 grams a day, which is the weight after processing. It may not sound like much, but it is indeed high yield. Even for ordinary tea trees, even old ones, the maximum fresh tea they could produce in a year would only be a few dozen kilograms. Not to mention that after processing, the weight would shrink significantly. To ensure the mother tree's continuous high yield, Chu Xian had to water it with nutrient liquid daily. Improvement, stimulation, and nutrition are three different things. The nutrient liquid can be mixed by oneself, and it can be considered fertilizer, as the soil's fertility is limited. With so many roots absorbing nutrients every day, the soil can't bear it. While Zhuang was busy making tea, Chu Xian was busy preparing the stimulation liquid. It wasn't feasible to stimulate all 700 tea plants, so he chose 36 of them to stabilize the daily yield at a few kilograms. Moreover, with the current yield, it could actually be sold after 5 days. It would amount to a pound, and outside, it's sold by the gram. Given the quality of their tea, charging 10 credit points per gram isn't excessive, right? 100 grams would be 1,000 credit points. After thinking it over, Chu Xian shook his head slightly. No, the price is still too low. Let us multiply it by 10. After all, it's not a fast-moving consumer product, and the production is limited, so why not earn more? There will always be consumers who can afford it. A dungeon doesn't have that many high-end users, and there are thousands of dungeons around the world. In short, we are currently low on funds. Haha. We need money to build a manor, we need money to buy experimental equipment, we need money for everything. Anyway, I want to earn as much as I can, and you all have to give me that much. Not convinced? Go see if anyone else is offering it. Exactly. That's the attitude we need. Chapter 53. Let the fist do the talking. After fertilization, Chu Xian arrived at one side of the dimensional space. Pluck. In the cage. After 3 months of growth, several chickens were already laying eggs, and every day there were several to collect. At the same time, in a nearby small cage, a group of lively chicks were chirping away. In a few months, when they grow up, freedom for the eggs will be just around the corner. From the initial free range to now being caged, it's unavoidable. These guys love to run around. And the second generation improved tea trees seem to have a great attraction for these poultry, queuing up to dash over. To protect the tea seedlings, they were all confined. The rabbit cage was the same. The cage was made from steel wire bought on the black market, welded together by Chu Xian himself. Where did the electricity come from? Let's just say, the engineering vehicle has its own power generation capability. However, after days of use, the fuel was running low. I need to find a way to get some more. As for the fuel for the Dungeon-S vehicles, synthesis. Digging for oil is outdated. Synthesizing fuel has huge losses. With a 6-to-1 conversion rate, before the disaster, that would have been a foolish action. Isn't a battery better? However, overhead is an almost infinite energy planetary engine. Who cares about that little loss? 5 days later, on October 11th, I finally gathered enough tea leaves, 2 pounds. Wasn't it said to be 100 grams a day? Why is there more? Because the mother tree was already lush with branches and leaves when picking. 100 grams a day only accounts for the new tender shoots. If it weren't for my many failures and wastage, there could have been even more. That morning, Chu Xian went to a corner of the commercial area. Compared to the storefronts elsewhere, this entire passage was filled with stalls selling a variety of goods. Cigarettes, liquor, antiques, hardware, everything was mixed together. Most of it couldn't get a sales permit, but wasn't illegal either, like some liquor brought back by search teams. It couldn't be sold in stores. Only here. Although it's called a street stall, unlike before the disaster, it has nothing to do with cheapness. Most items are extremely expensive. It can be considered a semi-black market. Chu Xian was looking for a stall. Hey bro, check out this limited edition VR. A person approached, pushing the sale with a knowing wink. Chu Xian waved his hand, ignoring him, saying one more word would just make them cling on. How about a game console? Or a hard drive with hidden treasures? These vendors had a wide range of offerings, so the best approach was to keep quiet. Before the disaster, you wouldn't have seen such sales on the street, but it's quite common in the world of the wandering earth. There's truly too little entertainment. First, on TV, there are no variety shows or various dramas. Second, online games have vanished. Third, those questionable websites are completely gone as well. In summary, although the internet exists, it feels almost non-existent. Han Xiang claims to have kept girls for decades, yet it's just a VR headset, which he treasures dearly. It must be said that it's quite pathetic. Seeing that Chu Xian wasn't speaking, the salesperson wisely left. Before long, Chu Xian found a suitable spot to set up his stall. This was a public area, so there was no stall fee, and he could set up freely. Of course, freely meant that friends could use this space. A neighboring vendor approached, noting that while his stall wasn't very large, who wouldn't prefer a bit more space? Relying on his sheer strength, he comfortably occupied 4 meters of width. Not satisfied? Then let's fight. The feeling of hitting someone is actually quite exhilarating. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, the man was sent flying. Coughing, he clutched his aching stomach, while the vendor looked bewildered at Zhuang, who had been following Chu Xian closely. A single glance was enough to understand Chu Xian's intention. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Chu Xian, wearing a mask, turned his gaze to the vendor. There was no stall fee here, nor were there any management personnel. Naturally, many restrictions were absent. Fists spoke, and money talked. Both were effective. Clearly, Chu Xian had no intention of spending money, so he opted to let his fists do the talking, which was just fine since that was his specialty. Brother, which street are you from? The vendor asked cautiously as he stood up. Survival often meant picking on the weak. Bang! Zhuang kicked again, sending the vendor to the ground, barely able to stand. What I asked was, what did you say? Your second statement seems a bit different. Chu Xian said indifferently. Before coming here, Zhuang had gathered a lot of information, knowing that this guy liked to bully others, especially when there was ample space at his stall. That's why they came to take a look. Upon hearing Chu Xian's words, the vendor finally understood why he was receiving a second kick. It was outright bullying. After hesitating, he said, "Friend, you can use this stall as you wish." The vendor's face was filled with distress, clearly hoping to avoid another kick. Why not be a bit more assertive? You've only received 2 kicks. If you don't like the number 2, how about changing your statement? Let's make it a more auspicious number, like 6? Chu Xian said playfully, thinking that sometimes a villain needs to be tempered by another villain. No, they weren't villains, but rather messengers of justice. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted that way just now. The vendor was completely cowed. What kind of thought process is this? Is today not a good day to be out? Chapter 54, Selling Tea Before Long. He set up his stall. There weren't many tea vendors on the whole street, or rather, there were none selling authentic tea, just some leaves. That's right, leaves. According to tea processing methods, some leaves that were originally used as ornamental plants could be roasted to produce some flavor. When brewed, they might give off a hint of tea-like essence. Authentic tea leaves were scarce and expensive. Even a search team would find it difficult to locate anything drinkable. Don't mention it. The business of these stalls is actually quite good. After all, many people have survived through the golden era and retained some habits. Zhuang took out a large bottle of brewed Longjing from the box. When he opened the cap, a fragrant aroma immediately filled the air. Even a few leaves from the secondary improved Longjing could emit a rich and enticing fragrance. Huh, what is that smell? Breathe in. Tea fragrance? It smells so good. Where is it coming from? The surrounding stall owners were the first to catch the scent and quickly pinpointed the source. Looking at the large bottle of steaming tea on Chu Xian's stall, some curious onlookers couldn't help but gather around. Taking a deep breath, one old man closed his eyes to savor it, then suddenly opened them in surprise, exclaiming, "Long Jing." After taking another breath and looking at the floating leaves in the bottle, he confirmed, it really is Long Jing tea. His family had this tea, and having survived since before the disaster, he naturally brought quite a bit with him. Over the years, he had drunk a little, and a single leaf could brew all day long. He could tell whether it was real or fake. "Friend, how much are you selling it for?" the old man quickly asked, realizing it was a rare find. 100 credit points per gram, Chu Xian replied. "What? That is outrageous." The onlookers began to murmur, thinking he was trying to take advantage of them. As for the Long Jing the old man mentioned, they certainly knew about it, but they didn't believe it was genuine. They thought it was just imitated leaves. After all, Long Jing was considered a high-end tea before the disaster, and what remained now was scarce. Many people had resorted to imitations to fool those who weren't in the know. 100 per gram. That is too expensive, right? A glint flashed in the old man's eyes. However, he didn't pursue the thought further as Chu Xian directly said, "Everyone here knows their stuff. There's no need to test the waters. It's 100 points per gram, and the quantity is limited. You can taste it first." He took out a cup, poured a small amount, and handed it to the old man. "Thank you." The old man took the cup, took a gentle sip, and instantly widened his eyes. This shocked the old man, as it tasted as if it had just been freshly roasted, fragrant and rich, bursting with flavor. New tea. It can't be wrong. It's definitely new tea, although the roasting technique is a bit, well, it's good to have some to drink. "May I ask," he started, but was interrupted by Chu Xian. "Don't ask where the new tea comes from. It's meaningless. Just tell me if you want to buy it." "Yes." The old man nodded vigorously, realizing that if he missed this chance, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. Such high-quality tea, at 100 per gram, might be expensive, but it was a rare find. Given its quality, he could sell it to other tea lovers for double the price, and they would likely be willing to pay it. After all, many who had survived since before the disaster had mostly passed away. What good was having credit points? Being able to taste such Longjing tea, spending a little more money was not a big deal. Chu Xian asked, "How much do you want?" "I'll take as much as you have," the old man hurriedly replied. Chu Xian was also taken aback, not expecting to encounter a big customer right after setting up his stall. Did he price it too low? "Don't worry, money isn't an issue," the old man said confidently. Those who set up stalls usually had some wealth. £2, Chu Xian stated. "How much?" £2, to be exact, is 1,085 grams. The old man was slightly taken aback, beginning to doubt the authenticity of the tea. This was freshly made Longjing tea, after all. How many tea trees would it take to yield £2? Where in the underground city could one find space to plant them? You can buy a little to try first. This time, consider it a trial sale in this underground city to increase visibility. There will be more in the future. But the quantity cannot be guaranteed, and the price may not be the same as now, suggested Chu Xian. "All right, I'll buy 200 grams. 20,000 credit points. I can afford that." After paying, weighing, and packaging, the old man returned to his stall, poured out the tea from his cup, and quickly brewed a cup with a piece of Longjing. "If this is fake, I'll accept it." Although he had made his first sale, there weren't many buyers afterward. After all, at 100 per gram, it wasn't cheap. Unless someone truly liked it, most would hesitate. Moreover, some passers-by suspected the old man was a shill. Chu Xian wasn't anxious about this. Good things sell themselves. Anyway, the yield was low, only 100 grams a day. With just a slightly larger customer, he could sell out. So there was no rush. "Brother, you really have some skills to get your hands on new tea." The stall owner next door, who had just been beaten up, approached with a smile. In this street, the scarcer the goods obtained, the higher the status. It was a symbol of strength. He had known that old man for many years, a tea enthusiast and definitely an expert. He should not be mistaken. Chu Xian glanced at him. "I still prefer your earlier proud demeanor. Why not bring it back?" "Don't worry, it's not just to make a 6. Upon hearing this, the stall owner shivered. "Are you a demon? Just for a lucky number, you have to kick a few more times?" Chapter 55, getting straight to the point. Beside him were some tough characters, and the stall owner trembled in fear. He worried that one wrong word could lead to trouble. It was too brutal. And the worst part was he couldn't fight back, which was quite disheartening. In the following time, there were many people coming and going at the stall. There were many inquiries, but few purchases. However, it wasn't a total loss. In 1 hour, over 100 grams were sold, bringing in more than 10,000. "Brother, where did you get this tea?" Just then, 3 men approached the stall. 101 per gram, the second man said. "I'm asking where you sourced it from." He thought he hadn't heard correctly and repeated his question. 101 per gram. The 3 men were speechless. "Do you not understand?" They looked at Chu Xian, who was sitting leisurely not far behind the second man, and asked, "Are you the owner?" The 3 were also tea sellers on this street. mainly using tree leaves to make their products. Upon hearing that a newcomer had come here selling fresh Longjing tea, they were directly surprised. They had just carefully identified it. It was real, not a leaf imitation, and the taste was impeccable. Thus, they came to see if they could inquire about the source of the tea. After all, even imitation tea has its circles. This person hadn't even made the rounds and was selling tea. He was quite bold. Chu Xian knew the background of these people. He didn't show any good intentions. If you want to buy tea, pay up. If you want to cause trouble, draw the line. If you want to ask about the supply, turn left and don't bother. The leading man rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Brother, misunderstanding. We'll take your tea." Chu Xian asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course." Chu Xian replied, "Then let's settle the payment." The man smiled and said, "Money is not the issue, but for such a large purchase of 51 grams, how about it? If there's more in the future, it'll be the same." He thought his terms were good, offering a wholesale price, so he couldn't go too high. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian gave him a look. The next second, bang, one of his men kicked him without a word. "What are you doing? How dare you hit someone? Boss, are you okay?" Two subordinates hurried to help the man up. "Why?" The man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked Chu Xian, feeling confused and suddenly attacked. He was quite angry but held it in. Facing his question, Chu Xian stepped forward, sighed, and slowly said, "Let me clarify. I am not satisfied with the price you offered. And if I want to send you off, it will definitely lead to a quarrel. Therefore, we have to skip that step and get straight to the point. Any questions?" As soon as he finished speaking, the people around felt like their understanding was about to snap. This reasoning was incredibly powerful. The man was stunned. So that's why he got kicked. It seemed quite reasonable. Reasonable, my foot. He had been hit, and it was somehow reasonable? Getting beaten was the point? However, he was indeed intimidated by Chu Xian's momentum, so reckless and unreasonable. Could it be that he had a powerful background? "Brother, where are you from?" Bang. One of his men kicked him again, very cooperatively. And this time why? The man was nearly going crazy. How could someone be more arrogant than him? They just hit without saying a word. The same reasoning applied. He had no intention of revealing his background, figuring they wouldn't reach an agreement. So he just got straight to the point. Continue. The man was so furious he was speechless. How could there be such unreasonable people in the world? Bang. He was sent flying again. What now? He gritted his teeth, speaking each word as if he wanted to tear Chu Xian apart. "I don't like your gaze. So let us get straight to the point." Chu Xian spread his hands, indicating it was reasonable. How can you bully people like this? Usually, he was the one bullying others. He had never suffered like this and was ready to call his subordinates to join in. Bang, bang. Two figures were knocked down by the big man who had just kicked them, their heads ringing from the punches. For a moment, they couldn't get up. "See, saved you a line, no need to thank me." Afraid the other party would say something awkward like calling for his brothers to join in, Chu Xian had to get straight to the point once again. There were too many grievances to address. He didn't know where to start. At that moment, the man's tears of grievance flowed out. "Woo, this is too not belonging to me." The first vendor who was kicked felt a chill of sweat and was relieved that he hadn't acted tough. Otherwise, he might have ended up crying. He looked at Chu Xian. This was a demon, absolutely. As long as one admits defeat quickly enough, no one could kick him a third time. Chapter 56. Making money in the end. The three men left almost in tears. Incredible. So ruthless. Crazy. A crowd around witnessed the whole scene, trembling in their hearts. It was as if they were being bullied to the extreme. Just look at how these three big men ended up. They were all crying, heartbroken like toddlers. One word, tragic. However, there wasn't much sympathy, especially from some vendors who knew the three men weren't good people and had dirty hands. Strangely, there was a sense of satisfaction. They looked at Chu Xian with fear in their eyes. It was best not to provoke him. Not only was he strong, but he could also inflict psychological harm, leaving a mental scar. After a brief interlude, the stall returned to calm. Chu Xian wasn't afraid of these people calling the authorities. This was the black market. Although it wasn't entirely dark, it had its own rules. Since strength was the ultimate truth, daring to involve public officials in disputes would only break the rules. If one couldn't match the others, what was there to say? Real skill was about reclaiming lost face. "Boss, what should we do?" After leaving, one of the subordinates covered his face, wincing in pain. The man wanted to say something tough, but the earlier cowardice left no room for redemption. It was pointless to talk tough now. Forget it. This guy is ruthless. We can't afford to mess with him. Just thinking back to what happened made his stomach tremble. Every kick landed on his belly, making it hard to stand up straight. On the entire street of vendors, there was more than just that first old man who knew the value of things. "I want 100 grams. Give me 50 grams. 20 grams. Let me taste it first." By noon, over 2 gin of tea was sold out, bringing in just over 100,000 credit points. Chu Xian, pack up. Happy. Making money. Yes. Zhuang quickly tidied up. Chu Xian glanced at the nearby vendor, who couldn't help but shudder. thinking that Chu Xian was still considering some matters. Brother, do you have any instructions? He asked cautiously. Nothing, goodbye. Then he left with air zhuang. Phew. The vendor let out a long sigh. That was too scary. Tonight, he needed to buy a big skewer of grilled worms to calm his nerves. At that moment, he began to realize that Chu Xian had just arrived and needed to establish his footing, causing fewer troubles. Meanwhile, he had become the monkey for others to see. Frustrating. What kind of situation was this? However, in comparison, the real targets of intimidation were those three unfortunate souls, which made him feel much better. Indeed, the sense of happiness is all about comparison. After leaving the stall, Chu Xian headed to the next street. This was the true black market, with gray industries on both sides. VR imaging halls, showcasing some works from before the disaster, mostly of a risque nature. Bathhouses, literally speaking. Whether they were legitimate or not depended on customer needs. Game halls. There are quite a few facilities here, including some antiques like the ones played by the boss, as well as computers, but they can only play local games. The business is doing quite well, dealing in tobacco and alcohol, tattoos, and a variety of other things. Even protective suits are displayed on the shelves. The underground city believes that as long as it's not harmful, they won't investigate too much, only conducting occasional surprise inspections. Arriving at a billiards room, a young man approached and asked, "Playing pool?" "Looking for your boss. I've got business," Chu Xian replied. "Please." The young man remembered Chu Xian, who had been here before in the same outfit, and led him upstairs. "Friend, taking care of business again?" The boss, true to his name, was quite robust. "I need to purchase some items. Here's the list." "Oh." The boss took a look and smiled. The order was neither large nor small, mainly consisting of rebar, cement, and gravel. Although these materials are hard to come by for others, there are always ways to acquire them. Coincidentally, he is one of those who can. A few years ago, it would have been difficult to obtain these materials, as there had been no major construction for a long time, and thus no new building materials were being produced. There are records of warehouse materials, and if someone dares to take them out, they can be traced accurately. However, the impact of an asteroid collision caused significant losses to many facilities on the surface, and later, the underground city produced a large batch of building materials. Production, usage, transportation, whenever goods are moved, there are opportunities. It's not stealing, it's buying. The only difference is the source of loss, and the underground city doesn't lose out. No problem. Chu Xian paid 80,000 credit points and provided an address. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a corner. "What is that?" he asked, pointing at an electron microscope. The boss shrugged it off. "Not from the underground city, right?" "Good eye. It's from another underground city. Ought to play with, but it's not interesting. So I'm planning to get rid of it." "Who in their right mind would sell something like this?" Chu Xian questioned. The equipment before him was outdated. The official laboratory of the underground city had plenty of it, and personal ownership was of no use. Haha, it's not that anyone is crazy. It was just a find from the search team. Previously, a meteorite hit a wild city, causing a 90% reduction in its population. The remaining people migrated away, leaving behind a lot of stuff, including some experimental equipment. It was all free for the taking. The search team brought back a few small items, the boss explained. "Have they moved everything?" Chu Xian asked. "Not yet. It's not worth much. The authorities don't want it. The public doesn't need it. And those wild cities aren't interested, just a pile of junk." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian became interested. Although these experimental devices were old, they were not obsolete. At least they would fully meet his current experimental needs, and the key point was that they wouldn't cost him anything. He knew that to meet the conditions for a level 4 laboratory, he would likely have to spend over 10 million credit points on the black market. How long would it take to sell enough Longjing tea for that? It would be better to save credit points to buy other equipment and supplies. The only headache was figuring out how to get there. Chapter 57. It's getting complicated. After asking the boss for specific information, Chu Xian felt helpless. Too far. Too remote. The round trip would involve a lot of trouble. First, regarding time. Even though I have the final say in the lab, I still have to clock in every 2 days and undergo facial recognition. This regulation is not to prevent anyone from being lazy, but rather a protective measure for the personnel involved in the experiments. Secondly, it's to avoid anyone becoming too complacent. Alright, I believe that. Next, about transportation. Yes, I have an engineering vehicle, but it's out of fuel. Getting enough fuel for a round trip is quite expensive, requiring a substantial amount of credit points. Over 1 million to start. Most of that is risk fees earned from the black market. Moreover, you can't get that much fuel in one go. It needs to be delivered multiple times, causing a lot of back and forth hassle. In summary, it's a complicated situation. If I want to obtain a bunch of experimental equipment for free, the investment will be significant. This matter requires careful consideration. Just after Chu Xian left the billiard room, a subordinate curiously asked, "Brother Hu, what is this person buying building materials for?" Smack. The next moment, he received a light hit on the head. In business, we focus on selling goods. The rest is none of our concern. This person is not simple. subordinate. Brother who? The expansion of the underground city has already stopped. Clearly, the materials will be transported outside. It's not easy for me to handle the paperwork, but anyway, he has good connections. If he is responsible for transporting it outside the underground city, 80,000. For these materials, 180,000 would be more appropriate. All right, go contact and prepare for delivery. Yes. The subordinate quickly took his leave. A day later, Chu Xian arrived at the rented warehouse. Wow. Upon opening the large door, there were stacks of metal boxes inside. Cement, steel bars, gravel. He felt an unprecedented treatment before the disaster. The price of just the boxes was more than the materials inside. Now, it's the opposite, as the planetary engine is essentially a machine for making iron. Freedom of steel is no longer a dream. 80,000 credit points for building materials doesn't actually seem like much when you calculate it. Chu Xian didn't expect it to be enough in one go. He stepped forward, placed his hand on a box, and with a thought, he stored it in the dimensional space. In fact, he could also collect it from a distance. The main reason was for the sense of ceremony. Before long, the warehouse was empty. After that, he flashed into the dimensional space, arriving in a corner. Initially, the land in the dimensional space was all dirt. Now, as the space expanded, the terrain has become much richer. For instance, before him appeared a rocky surface. Chu Xian planned to build a laboratory on it, using the newly purchased materials here. Crack, crack. One metal box after another was opened, and the materials floated in the air. Cement, gravel, mixed in a certain ratio. Water was added, forming a large concrete sphere in the air. Then whoosh, it landed on the rocks, spreading out and leveling, creating a sufficiently strong hard surface that would soon take shape, 5 centimeters thick, covering a total area of 1,000 square meters. And this wasn't the end. Steel bars flew out, bending into the required shapes. Finally, the rebar columns were assembled and stood on some concrete that had not yet set. No further pouring took place due to insufficient materials. Initially, the space laboratory was planned as a long-term project, and the design sketches depicted an incredibly impressive experimental base. However, in the end, only 1% of the drawings could be realized. It was like quenching thirst by gazing at plums. At least it provided a goal. While Chu Xian was busy, the outside world began to buzz about the new tea from Longjing. It seemed impossible. How could there be such high-quality Longjing tea? Yet, no evidence could be found to prove it wasn't authentic. This was unscientific. It had been a long time since anyone had tasted such flavors, undeniably genuine. After sharing some with friends, it caused quite a stir. The rich flavor and refreshing aroma lingered long after. It was definitely top-quality Longjing tea, without any hint of falseness. Where did you buy it? At the market street, 1 gram for 100 credit points. Buyers felt a bit regretful for not purchasing more. It wasn't expensive at all. For those who loved tea, the price was not a concern. They were determined to check it out the next day to see if they could buy some. In the following days, many elderly people wandered around the market street, but they still did not see the 2 tea sellers. We also have tea. A man who had been straightforward approached to promote. Is it Longjing? Is it new tea? The man could only leave in disappointment. If he could get his hands on the new Longjing tea, why would he bother selling at the market? He could just stay home and enjoy financial freedom. Despite coveting the source of the Longjing new tea, the memory of their previous encounters made them retreat. On October 17th, a group finally waited for Chu Xian. And at the same time, they received news of a price increase. The price went from 100 to 200 credit points per gram. I'll take it all. While enjoying the spectacle, Chu Xian was somewhat surprised. Had he underestimated the purchasing power of tea lovers? In fact, by the end, the group even started to bid actively, making it feel like an auction. 10 minutes later, the tea sold out. Once again, he earned 100,000 credit points and also reserved 3 pounds of tea at 300 credit points per gram. Full payment up front. Even with such strict conditions, it didn't stop some people from paying. At that moment, Chu Xian finally realized how generous a small group of rich people in the underground city could be. It was not surprising when he thought about it. Before the disaster, there were too many luxury goods, cars, houses, yachts, planes. There were plenty of ways to spend money. But now, there was nowhere to buy anything. If not on food and drink, where else could one spend it? Now, those who loved tea were mostly older individuals. They had savings, but nowhere to spend them, and they were nearing the end of their lives. Saving more would only lead to tragedy. After death, if money remained unspent, one might as well indulge a little when encountering something they liked. Leaving the market street, Chu Xian was already holding over 550,000 credit points, of which 45,000 was a deposit. 3 pounds of tea represented half a month's yield from the mother tree. TSK. If things continue like this, earning $1 million a month won't be just a dream. Once the second batch of tea trees matures, that will be the real opportunity. As for concerns about oversupply leading to low prices, that's overthinking. With thousands of underground markets worldwide, the market potential is immense. By then, Even if the wholesale price is set at 100 per gram, there will still be plenty of agents willing to buy. After a while, as the excitement settled, Chu Xin calmed down. The idea is great, but how to execute it is a significant challenge. Transportation, transaction security, and the countless covetous eyes watching. All these are not matters that can be resolved with just a thought. In a world like this, it is certainly not a peaceful society. Suddenly, Chu Xian squinted his eyes. Look, the covetous eyes are already here. And not just one group. It's likely that the recent tea incident attracted attention, which is quite normal. It would be unreasonable if no one paid attention. Where did they go? Oddly enough, they disappeared around the corner. After searching, a group of people left empty-handed and dispersed. Half an hour later, after enjoying a grilled fish, Chu Xian appeared in the alley, winding his way back home. What a hassle. Just one underground market has made things so complicated. Making money is truly difficult. Hiding and changing appearances. The capabilities of bioengineered individuals are limited, and they lack the ability to perceive their surroundings, making it impossible to be aware of the dangers nearby. Thus, every transaction must be handled personally, once or twice. It's not a big deal, but walking by the river often, who can avoid getting their shoes wet? Chu Xian had to consider the risks involved and think of ways to reduce his exposure. That is the most important thing. What a worry. However, there is one thing that puts Chu Xian in a good mood. The system is about to upgrade. The last upgrade was on April 19th, and to reach the level 3 sign-in system, he needed to sign in 200 more times. Now, nearly 6 months have passed, and today is October 17th. By the 4th of next month, he will meet the sign-in requirement for the upgrade. In the afternoon, Chu Xian returned to Hugu and placed a large order. Materials worth 300,000 credit points. He did not spend it all. It wasn't just construction materials. De Zhuang also needed funds to purchase some other items. Just after completing the payment, Hugu suddenly said, "My friend, the connections are quite impressive. You can even get Longjing tea." Hearing this, Chu Xian was slightly taken aback, then thought of something. Indeed, these people must have their own hidden channels. They might not be able to uncover his true identity, but tracing the clues of his disguised identity isn't entirely impossible. After all, he doesn't have any disguise techniques and can only wear a mask. In this way, it could actually be easier to identify him. Not as good as Hugo. Coming back to his senses, Chu Xian regained his calm. "Oh, what path do you mean, brother?" Hugo looked at Chu Xian with a hint of interest in his eyes. Chu Xian teased, "Wanna know?" Hugo nodded. "All right, here you go. Once you see it, you might understand." Chu Xian suddenly threw something over. Brother Hu instinctively caught it, thinking it was some sort of identification from a certain faction. However, when he realized what was in his hand, his scalp went numb. A grenade. This is definitely a bomb. Just as he was about to throw it away, Chu Xian suddenly grabbed his hand, covering the pin with his palm, and devilishly pulled the ring off. Boom. Brother Hu felt like his brain was about to explode. Chapter 59, the last chance at this moment, in the room. Brother Hu? No. He had already turned into coward brother. Inside, he had thousands of thoughts racing by, trampling his courage into a thin shape. Holding a grenade with the pin pulled, it was impossible to stay calm. Fear, panic, shock. The guy in front of him was indeed a madman. He had heard stories about him before, but didn't take them seriously. Just beating up a few people. What is the big deal? For someone like him, it was just an everyday occurrence. However, seeing the level of madness in person, Brother Hu felt his scalp tingle. "Are you calm now?" Chu Xian whispered to Brother Hu. Suddenly, Brother Hu felt completely unwell. Calm? How can I be calm in this situation? But he could only force a smile. Come on, it can't be this serious. Just put the pin back. Brother Hu knew about this type of grenade. As long as the pin was not released, putting it back wouldn't cause an explosion. He thought that Chu Xian and T want to go down together. However, just as he thought this, I didn't hold it steady. The pin was casually tossed by Chu Xian, landing in a pile of junk in the corner. It would take effort to find it. After a moment of being stunned, Brother Hu gaped. One hand pointed at Chu Xian, unable to say a word. "Didn't T hold it steady? You bastard, you did that on purpose. It's driving me crazy." "All right, calm down. It's just a grenade. It hasn't exploded." As the elder brother, you must remain unflustered. Brother Hu's expression of pointing at himself, scolding but not daring to actually scold, was quite fitting. "Friend, we have no grudges. Why must we both suffer?" Brother Hu forced himself to calm down. Chu Xian bluntly said, "You can't break the net." Meaning, only his fish would die? "Friend, there's really no need to go this far. I just asked out of goodwill. I didn't mean to covet the business you have in hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Hu suddenly felt Chu Xian grab his other hand. And then the scene from before repeated itself. 2 hands. 2 grenades. The pins were thrown far away by Chu Xian. He raised his chin and said, "Please continue." Brother Hu was completely broken. "If this continues, are you going to stuff another one in my mouth?" "I'm sorry, I did have some bad thoughts earlier. I apologize. I'll make amends. I'll refund the 300,000 in material costs. and give you everything without missing a thing. Let us just be friends. How about it? Brother who thought this was his greatest sincerity. He had almost tested the other party's background and nearly paid the price. The 300,000 credit points should satisfy him. But the scene suddenly changed again as Chu Xian pulled out an object from his pocket and gently pressed it against the man's forehead. Last chance. The cold voice and the sensation on his forehead made him nearly drop the 2 detonator switches in his hand. A gun. Who is this person? With explosives and a gun, and they are all aimed at me? I don't want this kind of attention. Cold sweat broke out as he desperately thought of a way out. How about double? No, triple compensation, my friend. After Tiger Brother finished speaking, he felt the cold sensation on his forehead disappear, and the gun's muzzle shifted to his heart. The other party said, "You guys really are something. I just want to do some business. Why must you break the rules? 5 times punitive compensation. Is there a problem with that?" Hearing this, Tiger Brother hesitated for a moment and could only grit his teeth in acceptance. No problem. Although it was his territory, with all his subordinates downstairs, he felt powerless in such close proximity. As for the subordinates nearby, they had been knocked unconscious by the burly man next to Chu Xian at the first blast. Chu Xian said, "Don't force it. This is heartfelt advice. There's no need to push it. If you've done something wrong and offended the wrong person, you should be punished." Tiger Brother had a sorrowful expression. "Please, just don't let your hand shake." Chu Xian asked, "Is that so?" Tiger Brother nodded vigorously. "Absolutely true. What if something else happens?" 10 minutes later, watching the two leave, Tiger Brother slumped onto the sofa, sweating profusely. That was terrifying. He recalled the scene of the 2 detonations and the gun. He felt a lingering fear. This day was simply unbelievable. He realized he had acted foolishly. Instead of earning good money, he had to say something unnecessary, resulting in a compensation of over $1 million. One sentence led to $1 million in losses. At this rate of losing money, no amount would be enough. That person is a madman. We are normal people, and it's best not to argue with a madman. Tiger Brother no longer had the courage to regain his standing. He could only comfort himself that it wasn't cowardice. He was in the gray area, while the other was in a life-and-death situation, too dangerous to provoke. Chapter 60, Area Expansion. Leaving the black market, Chu Xian was in a good mood. 5 times the compensation meant 1,500,000, all of which he had Tiger Brother convert into building materials, to be delivered in 2 days due to the large quantity. As for whether the other party would go back on their word, no worries. At worst, he would just teach them a lesson again. Under normal circumstances, Chu Xian wouldn't resort to such means to obtain anything. It wasn't necessary. And being accustomed to taking shortcuts wasn't a good thing. But if someone crossed him, then too bad. If he didn't give them an unforgettable memory, they might not learn their lesson. The next day, in the morning, Chu Xian arrived at the N3 research base. "Good morning. Researcher Chu, looking handsome again." Upon seeing Chu Xian, the eyes of the crowd were filled with complex emotions. He had just graduated 3 months ago and had already been promoted to a mid-level researcher. Now, he was becoming more and more well-known. In mid-August, the second phase of the expansion would be evaluated. In late August, large-scale planting would begin. Just a few days ago, this batch of high-oil rapeseed had once again achieved a bumper harvest. Next, it would be rolled out globally. Chu Xian's name was becoming more recognized. It's really raised a lot of attention. What is this? Is it qualifications? Is it capital? Simply lying down can lead to another promotion. It's quite frustrating. Arriving at the lab. Beep. Face recognition successful, clocking in complete. Xiangu. Han Duo didn't go home again last night, and the planting area is once again lush green. Have you eaten? Not every time Chu Xian brings food. Most of the time, Han Duo eats at the cafeteria on the base. Although the variety of dishes is not rich, it is not lacking in nutrition. Speaking of food, a hint of excitement appears on Han Duo's pretty face. "I've already eaten, Xiangu. You may not know, but the cafeteria started serving stir-fried rapeseed since yesterday. Everyone eating in the cafeteria is saying good things about you. Now, she really enjoys going to the cafeteria. Hearing others praise Xiangu makes her very happy. It's all compliments. Listening while eating makes it taste even better. Really? That's great." Chu Xian nodded and smiled. A growth rate that doubles means that the land previously used for planting rapeseed has effectively doubled, greatly increasing supply. In an underground city with hundreds of thousands of people, it's impossible to eat fresh vegetables every day, but occasionally trying some is still possible. To have fresh vegetables daily, we have to wait for his experiment to finish. Afterwards, Chu Xian went to the planting area for a routine check, and everything was growing well, most of them having achieved varying degrees of rapid growth. "Xiangu, can we consider this a success?" Han Duo records daily, so she knows the differences between these plants and the originals. No rush. Chu Xian smiled slightly and shook his head, saying, "Until the end, we cannot jump to conclusions. Germination period, growth period, maturity period. Some may only grow rapidly during a specific period, and we must wait for full maturity to determine the actual results. By the way, This sesame plant can be bred again. Chu Xian pointed at a plant. Sesame plant, a type of cruciferous vegetable that has a subtle sesame flavor, grows fast by itself, and grows even faster after improvement. In just over 10 days, it flowers and bears fruit. In some restaurants in the underground city, many of their self-built vegetable racks will have some planted. Not only does it grow quickly, but like leeks, it can be harvested multiple times. Good. October 20th, warehouse. Hu Gu didn't create any more trouble, honestly delivering construction materials worth $1.5 million. In fact, he even brought a bit more. Soon, Chu Xian collected everything and went to the space. At this point, the concrete floor he poured earlier had already set, and the formwork was completed where the rebar columns were. He used synthetic wallboard materials. Let's get started. Without steel pipes, he used those metal boxes that held the construction materials to prop it up. A day later, the second floor formwork was set, and the rebar binding was completed. Since every intersection of the rebar had to be tied with wire, Chu Xian did it personally. Squatting there, he worked as a rebar worker, wrapping them one by one. Luckily, there was also San Zhuang helping out. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been done in a day. San Zhuang, go help Air Zhuang make tea. With the lucky sign-in from this morning, the number of people under him is no longer 2. Yes, a figure rushed towards the other side. Chu Xian began to get busy. Sand, gravel, and cement flew up, mixing together. Pouring, vibrating, leveling. Once the most complicated formwork and rebar were completed, pouring concrete became much easier, and it was all done in less than half an hour. This laboratory was planned to be 3 stories, the first for planting, the second for experimentation, and the third for seed storage. Strictly speaking, only the first floor was completed now, and the materials provided were enough to set up the entire framework. But that was still not enough. Water pipes, electrical wiring, plastering, and floor tiles were needed to make it look decent. He thought about going to the nearby market for supplies. After finishing all this, he plunged into the hot spring, soaking for a while to wash away the little fatigue. Looking up at the sky, it was much higher than a month ago. By mid-August, the space had reached 50 acres. 2 months had passed, and after several expansions, the area had skyrocketed to 230 acres. Over 150,000 square meters, with a radius of 220 meters, which meant the sky was also at this height. It was enough to build a 60 or 70-story office building. It didn't feel as oppressive as before. Chapter 61. Physical reboot. After soaking for half an hour in the hot spring, it felt great. Chu Xian stood up. If it weren't for the surroundings, he might have almost forgotten he was still a worker and needed to get to work. Daily nurturing, daily fertilizing, daily studying. In this development phase, he had to put in a bit more effort himself. Whoosh. After getting dressed, Chu Xian soared into the air, heading towards the nursery. In this dimensional space, he could move heavy objects, which obviously included himself, though the space had been quite small before. It only took a few steps to reach the boundary. No need to fly. Now, with a radius of over 200 meters and a diameter of nearly 500 meters, it wasn't something that could be reached in just a few steps. I must say, the feeling of being up high was quite nice, giving him a view of all the plants. As for seeing all the mountains, who knows when that would be possible. The entire space was well organized, from the inside out. In concentric circles, the plants grew shorter towards the edges, with the outermost ring being small seedlings. He had planted purple alfalfa, a high-quality forage crop. Chickens, ducks, pigs, rabbits, cows, and sheep could all eat it, and it was actually a preparation for raising other livestock in the future, getting food and drink ready first. Moreover, this forage looked quite beautiful when it grew. Boss, it's ready. Just as he finished, the other worker came to report. Another 500 grams of Longjing tea. After that, Chu Xian left the space and went to the commercial area. He took out a communicator bought from the black market and sent the pre-arranged information. Half an hour later, the tea was delivered. Here is your 50 grams. Here is your 30 grams. Each customer left happily, as it was quite a sum, and they were still somewhat worried after returning. But now, seeing it, they had overthought it. The seller was indeed trustworthy. Upon opening the small packages and taking a gentle sniff, the fragrant aroma of authentic Longjing tea filled the air. Can we order more? Some people wanted to buy some more. Chu Xian shook his head slightly, apologizing that the goods were limited and that no new orders would be accepted until this batch of reservations was delivered. If anyone wanted to buy, they should wait at the market street on the morning of the 6th of next month. All right then. In about 10 minutes, the tea was delivered. Previously, 3 kilograms had been reserved, and 500 grams were delivered at a time, with 2 more batches to go. On the other side, at the market street. Why hasn't that person arrived yet? Too slippery. Last time, I lost them around a corner and went back to face a good scolding. Many eyes began to focus on Longjing tea, but by noon, there was still no sign of Chu Xian. Where is he? Suddenly, a message came through. What? The delivery location is not here? Many people have already received their goods? Damn, we waited for nothing. How frustrating. I gritted my teeth in anger. But there was nothing I could do but wait for the next time. In the black market, At the billiard hall, I received news from my subordinate. A bunch of fools, staring at that madman. It's like looking for death. Tiger Brother still hasn't recovered from the psychological shadow. He doesn't know whether Chu Xian has a background. But he is definitely a madman, a fugitive. He has been having nightmares for several days. Despite knowing Chu Xuan's madness, he did not warn those with ill intentions. Such nightmares cannot be faced alone. Just thinking about others provoking that demon and then getting taught a lesson is thrilling. As long as someone else suffers more than he does, his own suffering would feel lighter. On October 27th, the second batch of 500 grams was delivered. This time, someone followed the scheduled customer, but under Chu Xuan's perception, they easily lost their tail. On November 1st, 3 kilograms of tea were all delivered to the customer's hands. Here we go again. Chu Xian was helpless. It was never ending. Fine, let's play with you. He led a few groups of followers to a quiet corner. Just as the leader turned the corner, bam! Chu Xian kicked him in the stomach. Blood sprayed everywhere. The person was kicked to the ground, crashing hard against the wall, sliding down, unconscious. Seeing this scene, the people behind collectively froze, the mist of blood spreading in the air, the metallic scent filling their nostrils. Unbelievable. After following Chu Xian a few times, the other party had only hidden. There had never been a direct confrontation. Therefore, everyone thought he was just a little kitten, but unexpectedly, he transformed into a hungry wolf, striking fiercely from the get-go. It had been a long time since he had kicked like this. The last time was when someone else did it. This time, he wanted to try it himself. It felt pretty good, especially satisfying. No, I'm getting a bit addicted. Let us do it a few more times. Bam. Hero, spare me. In no time, there was a row of people lying in the corner. Chu Xian was still somewhat restrained and didn't kill anyone outright. 12 people, most of whom had fainted. While those who were awake felt like they were about to die, the pain was unbearable. It felt like their internal organs had shifted positions. Chu Xian approached one of the small leaders among them. Slap. He unleashed his skill, physical reboot. With a slap, the other party gradually regained consciousness. Does it hurt? Ugh. Even breathing hurts. Unable to utter a word, only making sounds. Looking at Chu Xian with eyes filled with fear. You're seriously injured and still in so much pain. How about I escort you? No. The coldness of a blade pressed against his neck forced him to muster all his strength to spit out a single word. Chapter 62. As expected of him, a master at playing. Madman. Devil. At this moment, the little leader was filled with regret. He thought this task would be easy. But didn't he expect it to be life-threatening? He thought he could at most handle a fight, but the level of force was off the charts. Carrying a knife with him, now pressed against his neck. What a script. Who changed it? Give me back the original script where I crushed the opponent. Slap. Another heavy restart of skills. Don't add random drama. Just tell me. Give me a reason not to physically exorcise you. Half an hour later, all 12 of them were on the brink of collapse. The psychological trauma hurt more than their physical injuries. Oh my. Starting tomorrow, I want to be a good person. No more messing around. No. Right now, immediately. Find a job, honor my parents, respect the elderly, and love the young. Unite in friendship. For a better tomorrow for the human community. Strive. 4. Life. By the way, can we go get medical attention first? Shouting slogans is really exhausting. Very well. Given your awareness, I want to make each of you write a 300,000-word reflection. Goodbye. The voice, as if from hell, made the 12 shudder. 300,000 words. Are you trying to make us publish a book collectively? Doing good deeds daily. Chu Xian thought. It's another meaningful day. So far, 3 gene orders were completely fulfilled, harvesting tender leaves from the mother tree daily. Luckily, the nutrients were sufficient and didn't get depleted. Today is November 1st. By the end of this month, another 36 trees producing Longjing tea will mature, with a daily output reaching 3.6 kilograms. Looking forward to it. However, at present, what I'm more looking forward to is the system upgrade. Just 2 more days. On the other end, seeing his subordinates in such a miserable state. Damn, too infuriating. This is going too far. The person behind the scenes was extremely angry, feeling slapped in the face, facing another medical expense, needing at least a month of recovery. It's all about money. And striving for a lifetime. Screw that. If this were the previous internet era, it would definitely be a rhythm for public humiliation online. In the billiard room. Haha. This is hilarious, as expected of him, a master at playing. Upon receiving the news, brother who was overjoyed, finally, someone was as miserable as he was, or rather, several times worse. Not only seriously injured, but also shouting such shameful slogans. Beep. The communicator suddenly rang. Looking at it, brother whose smile gradually froze, the content making his blood pressure rise. 1 million credit points worth of building materials, credit first, payment next month, deliver before tomorrow night. Is there a problem? Gulp. Brother who swallowed all the rising anger. Reply. No problem. Beep. The other party almost replied instantly. Pleasant cooperation. By the way, don't smile so lewdly. Restrain yourself a bit. Tiger jumped up, wondering how the other party knew he was laughing, and even laughed back so heartily. But that was not the main point. Surveillance? Cameras? None. After searching everywhere, he was left empty-handed, feeling like he was seeing ghosts. Could it be that he had been preempted? Just thinking about the 1 million worth of building materials he had lent out, even though the cost wasn't that high, still made his heart ache to the point of breathlessness. If the other party didn't pay, it would be a huge loss. What is this called? Joy turning to sorrow? How troubled I am. November 3rd, morning. Chu Xian received a new batch of materials. At this point, the main framework of the laboratory was completely finished, and the molds had been removed. The next step was to build the walls. Directly using concrete was too wasteful. There were no bricks either. Fortunately, during these days, he managed to get hold of a multifunctional device that could produce materials similar to the aerated blocks from before the disaster, but with enhanced technology. Simply put, 1 cubic meter of raw material could produce 20 cubic meters of finished product. To visualize it, the expanded foam rapidly swells when it meets air. Once hardened and cut, it becomes wall bricks, lightweight, sturdy, and soundproof. Its performance was far superior to that of fired bricks. In fact, Chu Xian had considered making bricks himself. There was soil in the dimensional space, and he could grow trees or use fuel. But that was a last resort. The space was limited, and burning would generate smoke, creating a mess. Now, with this perfect solution, there was no need to make bricks himself. For strong men, it's up to you. Chu Xian instructed his new subordinates. A name that felt somewhat familiar. Yes, boss. Chu Xian was not a heartless boss. He wasn't just watching. He was responsible for the final cutting and masonry processes. Chapter 63. Level 3 sign-in system busy until evening, covered in dust, but looking at the results, Chu Xian was very satisfied. The expansion additive could set quickly, and the work was done rapidly. It could harden in 3 hours, reaching cutting standards. After some sun exposure, the strength would increase more than double. In total, it would only take 6 hours for this type of aerated block material to be ready for use. He had already built one wall. Nice. A simple practice. Chu Xian had unlocked his nth profession, mason. Checking the time, he quickly washed up and changed clothes. Returning home, he went next door. As soon as he entered, a delicious aroma filled the air. Sit down, there's just one dish left. Han Xiang was setting the table. Today, Han Duo had brought back quite a few things: broccoli, cabbage, radishes, and lettuce. It was quite an eye-opener. He almost thought he had made a mistake. It turned out that many of the laboratory's vegetables had reached maturity. Was this allowed? If they were successful experimental products, it would certainly be against the rules. But this was a theoretical experiment, and there were varieties that could fail. Being labeled a failure merely meant the growth rate did not meet expectations, with no safety hazards. Obviously, if they were simply discarded, it would be too wasteful. As long as it wasn't too excessive, taking some home to eat wouldn't be a problem. So, today, Han Duo brought some back for everyone to enjoy a meal together. The radish tomato soup is ready. Han Duo served the last dish. And although the preparation was unusual, one must consider the global context. In these times, being able to cook soup with just 2 vegetables is already a luxury. The radish itself has little flavor, and there are no ribs. Stewing tomatoes to add some taste isn't exactly a culinary disaster. Chu Xian took a sip. How is it? Is it bland? If it is, I can add some salt. Han Duo looked at him. Hey, aren't you going to ask me? Lu Qi mumbled from the side. Han Duo shot him a glare with her sparkling eyes. Lu Qi. Just then, a news segment played in the background. The first batch of crew members at the Navigator Space Station will conclude their 15 to 20 years of station work in January 2075. Hearing this, Chu Xian realized that Earth was not far from Jupiter. His own recognition seemed to be approaching as well, which he looked forward to. The theory of rapid development of Jupiter papers could potentially earn him the title of senior researcher, or even a special one. After dinner, he returned home, continuing to work on his laboratory, adding bricks and mortar, while several helpers were busy nearby. Time passed slowly. Beep. In the early morning, the alarm went off, and Chu Xian immediately stopped his work. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, you received King Crab X20. Additional rewards, none. Congratulations, host. You have completed 200 check-ins. System upgrade countdown. 10, 9, 8. Although it was his first check-in for King Crab, Chu Xian had no time to focus on that. The upgrade was the most important. 6, 5, 1. Upgrade complete. Function updates are as follows. 1. Increased variety and quantity of single survival resource check-in types. 2. Basic reward probability increased by 10% with a variety upgrade. 3. Open shared vision and remote communication features with check-in creatures. Note, today's check-in count has been refreshed. The updates weren't many, even fewer than the previous level. However, their impact was still significant. The increase in the variety and quantity of supplies was self-explanatory. The 10% increase in basic probability meant that the total probability had risen to 50%. Finally, Chu Xian was pleasantly surprised by the new feature that allowed him to share vision and communicate remotely with check-in creatures. It was important to note that when biochemically engineered individuals were sent out, he had no idea what was happening. They could only report back in person upon their return. Communication devices? Signal tracking was a concern. Using too many words posed a significant risk. In the event of an unexpected situation during a mission, responding in a timely manner was difficult. But now, with shared vision and remote communication, no one could intercept the conversation, reducing the chances of him being exposed when out in the field. Next came the tense part for Chu Xian, the Level 3 First Check-In. Chapter 64. Please call me the Lucky Emperor. Chu Xian silently recited in his heart. The next moment, information about himself appeared in his mind. Host, Chu Xian. Level 3. Remaining sign-in times. 1. Fortune, 340. Today's sign-in times have reset. And he also received a system prompt that it requires 300 sign-ins to reach Level 4. Thank you, system. At Level 1, it took 100 times. At Level 2, it required 200 sign-ins. Chu Xian has always been worried that the sign-in requirements would double with each upgrade, which is quite daunting. Going from 200 to 400, and then 400 to 800 sounds terrifying. Fortunately, leveling up from 3 to 4 does not involve doubling. Although it still requires sign-ins for over half a year, it is much better than doubling. After taking a shower and changing clothes, he spent a minute flattering the system as usual. Sign in. Chu Xian felt nervous yet hopeful. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations. You have received 1 whole Wagyu beef. Hearing this, Chu Xian expressed his joy. Previously, he could only get a big beef leg at most, and although sometimes he received half a lamb. Can the size of a lamb compare to that of a cow? Now, he directly received a whole cow, which he really likes as a unit. With 4 bioengineered subordinates. They have big appetites and can't eat vegetables every day, right? Chu Xian is not a stingy landlord. Therefore, many items he signed in before went into their stomachs. And he didn't save much material. This time, with the unit upgrade, he looks forward to being able to store more as consumption increases. Having more subordinates is not a bad thing. Additional sign-in, none. Alright, a 50% chance and it didn't trigger, which is normal. But it made Chu Xian feel a bit disappointed. The first sign-in won't be a failure, right? No, please. System, if needed. I can flatter you for an extra minute every day in the future. Level 3 system first sign-in reward. Space node X2. Chu Xian was taken aback. What is this? Immediately afterward, relevant information flooded into his mind. What? After understanding, Chu Xian's eyes lit up. Haha, call me the lucky one. This is a great item. A space node, simply put, is similar to a teleportation portal, allowing travel back and forth between 2 nodes. Definitely a timely boon. He was still pondering how to access the experimental equipment in the Wild City, but various issues had kept him from doing so. Now, he has the foundation to make it happen. 1 node is set in his room, so no matter how far he goes, he can return anytime. And check-ins are not a problem. Moreover, he no longer needs any approvals or identities to go to the surface. This way, not only can he access those wild cities, but also explore many relics of cities before the disasters and uncover a lot of good stuff. Time to do some archaeology. The days of relative freedom are calling. After the excitement, Chu Xian asked about the usage method. He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, whether placing or teleporting, there wouldn't be any major disturbances. Placing. Chu Xian silently thought. The next second, placement complete. The system's voice came through. Looking around the room, there was no change, but through the system's perspective. He noticed a prominent glowing sphere located in the spatial interlayer. Others cannot see or touch it. The transmission distance has a radius of 6 meters. In other words, it can only transmit objects that are no longer than 12 meters, which makes Chu Xian quite satisfied. At present, he doesn't have a need to transport anything larger. Even if he did, let's not forget he has a dimensional space. If there really is a big item, he can just store it directly in the space and only transport himself. One must say, the carrying capacity of the dimensional space is impressive. Half an hour later, Chu Xian arrived at the laboratory. Han Duodua was not staying here tonight. In the office, he turned off the surveillance, setting it up. It was still done in a second, and then came the part Chu Xian was looking forward to, transmission. There was no brilliant light, no spatial distortion, and hardly any noise. Chu Xian disappeared from the office. 10 seconds later, he appeared once again. Not bad, really not bad. Chu Xian was at a loss for words. It was so practical and discreet. This was beyond what ordinary advanced technology could describe. After shuttling back and forth a dozen times, Chu Xian finally stopped. Back at home, he lay on the bed, his mind racing as he thought about the upcoming plans. An hour later, feeling confident, Chu Xian returned to the dimensional space and continued building the walls. No matter how grand the plan, it was constructed brick by brick. Working people, the spirit of labor. Working is a mark of excellence. Listening to songs from the old era was quite motivating. As dawn approached, it was time to wrap up. With a command, the team went to the nearby outdoor dormitory. After all, they were not machines. The bioengineered beings needed 4 hours of rest each day, provided they were well fed. Chu Xian, however, wasn't he tired at all. Clang. He drew his long knife, aiming for the beef. Unfortunately, if it were alive, he could raise it and see if he could get another one for breeding purposes later. Sizzle. The beef with a snowflake pattern on the iron plate emitted a rich aroma. The taste was decent. After tasting a piece, Chu Xian felt it did not exceed his expectations. He preferred hot pot over fried beef. But how long would it take to cook a whole cow? Thus, an idea was born: beef jerky. Having been here for almost a year, he had never eaten beef jerky. Previously, he had signed for a beef leg, which he grilled and made into soup. After checking some information, he decided to use a quicker method to get started: cutting into strips, marinating, air drying, and roasting. After a whole day, he managed to produce 10 pounds of dried beef. Using high-quality beef for jerky was probably unique. After chewing for a while, he thought, the taste was quite good. On November 5th, in the early morning, a notification sounded. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have received 500 L of milk. Additionally received 2 bioengineered beings. 500 liters? That's enough for a bath. The first thing that came to Chu Xian's mind was to make cheese and yogurt. However, what made him happiest was having 2 more subordinates. 5 strong. 6 strong. From now on, just call me boss. There are 2 more people joining for a meal, but the value they create far exceeds the investment. Yes, workers. Morning. Chu Xian once again arrived at the street market. It was previously mentioned that he would come here to sell tea on the 5th, and he still owes a debt. Brother whose million credit debt. Is he going to default? There's no need for that. Without trust, nothing can stand. If he really wanted to rob, Chu Xian prefers to be straightforward. Since it's said to be a debt, he will definitely fulfill it. The last incident, 5 times compensation, has been settled. Clear boundaries. Principles. Bottom lines. Promises. Even if it doesn't hold much significance and could bring many benefits, there's no need to treat it as trash and trample on it. Moreover, this is the last time he will sell tea here. With the space node established, his market is no longer limited to an underground city. Here they come. Upon seeing Chu Xian, people rushed over. After a few transactions, everyone knows his credibility and the quality of his tea. Even those who haven't finished their tea came wanting to buy more. I want 100 grams. I want 50 grams. They waved their credit cards excitedly. Seeing this, Chu Xian raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Today, there are only 500 grams of tea available, and this is the last time it will be sold here. No pre-orders will be accepted. In the future, if anyone wants to buy, they can only contact an agent. As for who the agents are, those interested can come talk to me, but be warned, the agency fees are not cheap. Alright, let us get to the point. Upon hearing this, some people instinctively took a few steps back, feeling uneasy. Chu Xian continued. This 500 grams of tea is limited to 10 grams per purchase due to the large number of you here. I can't let you come for nothing today. The price remains the same as last time, 300 credit points per gram. Hearing this, many people in the crowd thought it over and accepted it. This makes sense. If there were no purchase limits, many would leave empty-handed. And if it turned into a bidding war, they might not even get to buy any. A reasonable rule. In the crowd, some gazes were fixed on Chu Xian with ill intentions. Let us go, follow me. Wait. The leader suddenly stopped his subordinates. This person is quite clever. Offering agency rights may seem harsh, but if there is money to be made, those are minor issues. A few days ago, several groups were collectively beaten up. And of course, they couldn't let it go. However, profit is more important than face. Originally, they were preparing to regain their standing, but now they became interested in the agency rights. They decided to wait until Chu Xian finished selling before discussing further. Before long, everything was sold out, and 150,000 credit points were in hand. Seeing that no pre-orders were accepted, the crowd could only leave. Of course, some came forward to inquire about the agency fees. Upon hearing it was 1,000,000 credit points, they instantly backed down. Too expensive. Even those with considerable wealth hesitated to spend that much. They weren't foolish and understood the profit margins. But it also depends on the product. How much can Longjing new tea really yield? It's not a mass-produced industrial product. The volume is limited. They could only raise the price. And now, the price is already quite high. How long would it take to recoup the agency fees? When calculated, the risk is enormous. Customers dispersed. Then, a group of people surrounded him, their expressions unfriendly. One of the small leaders walked over with a swagger, showing a bit of a ruthless attitude. Kid, slap. The big guy greeted him enthusiastically. A real greeting. He directly turned the other person from vertical to horizontal. Chapter 66. My labor costs are very high. What's going on? At this moment, the whole place fell silent, and the eyes of everyone were filled with confusion. They hadn't even finished speaking before things escalated. Does this person have a tendency for violence? It's simply unreasonable. Cough. Spit. A few teeth flew out of the small leader's mouth. Half of his face was swollen, and his head felt dizzy. After a brief moment of realization, he understood. He had been hit. He immediately got back up. Hit. Slap. The big guy gave him a double hit. And the other half of his face swelled up too, along with a few more teeth escaping. Instantly, his subordinates couldn't hold back. Hit. One came up. Slap. Another one. Slap. The third one didn't even have time to speak. Slap. The big guy became a face-slapping machine, knocking one down after another. Before long, 6 or 7 people were lying on the ground. The others looked utterly bewildered. Why is this brother hitting people? After hesitating, another small leader from a different group couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian turned to him, finally finding someone who could speak. At that moment, everyone collectively felt speechless. It turned out to be a matter of opening remarks, and calling someone kid led to such a beating. He glanced at the fallen people, sending them a look of "you are not wronged." The beaten subordinates also protested, claiming their small leader started it. What is this called? The unwarranted slap? The small leader who was hit first stood up, no longer with his earlier swagger. He wanted to say something fierce, but didn't dare to. A few more hits, and he was afraid he might die. Just days ago, he had mocked those who shouted slogans. Now he couldn't laugh at all. After some applause, order was restored at the scene. One person asked, "Cough, brother, let's not beat around the bush. What kind of agency are you talking about? This is not the place for conversation." Chu Xian replied. "Please." The other party no longer dared to underestimate him. His calmness, arrogance, and high combat power made him seem like a formidable force. The key was that his actions were unpredictable. He slapped faces at the slightest disagreement. He was even more ruthless than they were. Before long, they arrived at a restaurant. The 3 factions each went back to notify their respective influential contacts. And since it wasn't far, they quickly gathered. A cold-eyed man looked at Chu Xian and spoke first. "Brother, you hit our people, twice no less. We need an explanation." He didn't dare to call him kid, fearing that the other party might lose their temper again. If he got slapped, it would be too embarrassing. The small leader who had just been slapped stood behind him. "Yes, you are right." Chu Xian smiled lightly and nodded. Just when the other party thought Chu Xian was backing down, he changed the subject. "You've sent people to follow me multiple times and wasted my energy dealing with it. I indeed need an explanation. My labor costs are very high." Every word seemed absurd to everyone present. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What? You hit someone and still want compensation? What kind of logic is that? There has to be a limit to unreasonable demands. Everyone was struggling to comprehend the situation. "What do you mean?" The man was furious. What he meant was to settle his compensation first before discussing anything else. Chu Xian looked at them and said casually, "Time and again, still want to cooperate? Fine, let us talk about the compensation." The earlier mention of representation was mainly to keep some people from interrupting his tea sales and to buy some time. Brother who made them pay 1.5 million just for a single remark. These people in front of him had provoked him and delivered themselves to his door. If they didn't bleed a little, did they think he was some wild creature to be casually brushed aside? Since they had come willingly, it was assumed they were here to pay. Not paying? Then let us see who is capable. Are you serious? The other party's gaze grew colder, and some of his subordinates reached for their waists, looking ready to draw weapons. "Chu Xian, of course. Aren't you afraid you won't get out of this door?" The entrance was already blocked by a group of people, and the curtains were drawn. Facing this dire situation, Chu Xian smiled happily and gave them a chance to reorganize their words. As soon as he said that, the crowd was stirred up. Several leaders turned green with anger. "Do you not understand the situation? You are surrounded. Where does your courage come from? Who gave it to you? Call them out." They almost thought it was them who were surrounded. Arrogant. In this life, he had never seen someone so overbearing. Chapter 67. No more than this, everyone was rolling up their sleeves, ready to teach Chu Xian and his companion a lesson. Such arrogance was a sickness. It needed to be cured. That last remark was also a display of disdain and provocation towards them, and to suggest reorganizing his words. Was he not sober? Haven't they seen such arrogance before? Well, they were about to witness it firsthand. As soon as the words fell, 6 strong men were the first to act. The bioengineered beings were not sheep. In the system introduction, it came with a parenthesis. The content was simple, just 2 words: combat. They might not be very smart or good at business, but their factory settings included combat skills and instincts comparable to elite soldiers. If not for their strength, even Chu Xian couldn't compete. Under equal physical conditions, being beaten by a bioengineered being felt as smooth as being beaten by Lu Qi. Therefore, the outcome of this one-against-many brawl was already determined. Bang! Arc! Their terrifying combat instincts targeted the weak points of their opponents. Stepping on toes, kicking groins. Without killing anyone, they used every part of their bodies to the fullest, making Chu Xian feel a chill in his pants. Of course, Chu Xian didn't just stand by. Having only beaten 12 last time and not feeling satisfied, he continued to indulge himself this time. No. Like wolves among sheep. Chu Xian took down one opponent with each punch, without a single match. Some were so scared they wanted to open the door, only to find it was being held shut from the outside, unable to open at all. In the next moment, their faces twisted in pain. They clutched their legs. Unable to stand from the pain, Chu Xian restrained himself a bit, while Li Zhuang was quite direct. Seizing the opportunity, he made sure to render others completely powerless, showing no regard for martial ethics. In less than 3 minutes, the room was filled with cries of despair. There were 5 standing: Chu Xian, Li Zhuang, and 3 others who had not yet made a move. Despite not being injured, they were sweating profusely from their foreheads. Last time they heard that the opponent had high combat power, so they brought a considerable number of people this time. However, after just one encounter, they couldn't hold on. One of them placed a hand on his waist, thinking that if he moved that thing, he might end up dead. Chu Xian sat back in his chair and said lightly. In an instant, that person stiffened, released his hand, and said, "Friend, this time we admit defeat. It's better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. Whatever requirements you have, we will comply. After all, when facing a beating, one must stand tall. The situation is stronger than the individual." Fair enough. Chu Xian chuckled softly. 1 million credit points per side? Isn't that excessive? You're robbing us, one of them complained. Chu Xian looked at him, surprised, and said, "Do you think that's too little? Then how about 150 million? Impossible. Still think it's too little? All right. Since you insist, 200 million. I can't go any higher, or my conscience won't allow it. Conscience my foot. Have some shame." The man wanted to retort, but was silenced by the 2 beside him. "Damn it. It's your fault. 1 million turned into 2 million. No matter how much we have. We can't stand you wasting it like this. How about 1 million each?" Another inquired cautiously. Chu Xian replied, 3 million each? Sure, I have no objections. I'm a good person. How did the amount suddenly increase by 1 million? The 3 of them fell silent. After 6 seconds of silence, not speaking men agreeing to 3 million. 6, 5, 1. Great. It seems we have reached a consensus. This is a successful and meaningful meeting, Chu Xian said, causing the 3 to feel like they could write a book filled with curses. They had never been bullied like this before. Consensus? You call that a consensus? Is it one-sided and still called a consensus? Chu Xian suddenly said. The 3 remained silent, but their expressions were clear. Li Zhuang stepped forward and kicked. A scream erupted. The one who had talked the most was sent flying, nearly hitting the ceiling, and when he landed, he fainted. None of these people were good. If they were to be executed, it wouldn't be unjust. Therefore, Chu Xian felt no psychological burden in dealing with them. Submit. Who dares not to submit? I won't be the first to agree. The other 2 immediately complied, not daring to say another word, obediently paying the fee, feeling like they were crying without tears after being beaten. After receiving the fee, Chu Xian left satisfied. Today, he did a good deed and made some money. As for whether he offended them too much, he didn't care at all. After today, he would no longer appear in this underground city. Before, he had no choice but to struggle in this place. Now, with the spatial node, the world was wide open. Chapter 68. Time to leave the city not long after. In the billiard room, Brother who received news of various parties facing difficulties and was still considering whether Chu Xian would pay back the credit he extended. His mood instantly soaring. Ha ha. Oh ho ho. For a moment, he laughed like a 300-pound child. So refreshing. In comparison, Chu Xian was quite gentle with him. Although there were threats, they were merely that, threats. But with others, it was not just beating them up, but also extorting a substantial amount. He lost 1.5 million, while each of the 3 parties lost 3 million, which was double what he lost. Just thinking about this made him feel incredibly relaxed. Even that 1 million credit didn't seem like much anymore. Overall, others were worse off. Just as he was enjoying this thought, his communicator beeped again. Looking at it, it was a message from that devil. Prepare the items on the list within 3 days. Deliver them to the usual place. This is for the previous credit and the new deposit. Hurry up. At the same time, there was a notification for a credit point transfer. 3 million, 1 million credit, and 2 million as a deposit. Quite generous. Brother who quickly restrained his smile. Especially at the last hurry up, which felt like an order to his subordinates, but he didn't dare to voice any objections. There was also a 2 million deposit. A pleasant surprise. Knowing that Chu Xian wasn't short on money now, why not earn some from the business? At this moment, Chu Xian had returned to the laboratory, and he immediately spent 1/3 of the ill-gotten gains. Not a bit regretful. The value of credit points is just to exchange for what is needed, right? Right now, he truly needed a lot of things. Wires, pipes, tables, chairs, and equipment. As the walls were being built, these items needed to be purchased quickly, otherwise, it would just be a bare, empty house. Quite shabby. Additionally, he had just reserved generators, vehicle fuel, servers, and other supplies through various channels. What do you need servers for? A large-scale laboratory has huge storage needs. Just the plant gene mapping alone could take up dozens of gigabytes. Therefore, having just computers was far from enough. Data centers were still too far off. For now, he could at most build a server room to meet the experimental requirements, which also involved electricity, and for the time being, he could only rely on fuel for power. Chu Xian really wanted to get some solar panels since there was ample light in space. But obviously, he was thinking too much. The production of such items had long ceased, and their only use was for space stations. Underground cities had no need for them at all. If only there were small fusion reactors, that would be great. But that was just a thought. There was nowhere to buy them. Arriving at the office, he routinely fed Han Duo. "What is this?" the foodie Duo asked. "Beef jerky," Chu Xian replied. What else could he say? His abilities consistently exceeded her understanding, especially when it came to food. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water. She could hardly remember how many strange things she had eaten, things she had never seen before since childhood. It was getting a bit overwhelming. "Brother Xian, why not take it easy? At this rate, you won't save any money." "What do you need to save money for?" Chu Xian countered. Han Duo thought about it, and found no fault in that. After all, she didn't need a betrothal gift. What was she thinking? Chu Xian noticed that Han Duo's face was getting redder. In a moment of urgency, Han Duo asked what they would have for lunch. "Oh, let's pull out that cauliflower and stir-fry it." "All right. Planting area, cauliflower 1. 3 days later, on November 8th. Warehouse. After receiving the last batch of goods, Chu Xian found that his credit points were running low but managed to exchange them for a large quantity of necessary supplies. In the next moment, he returned home. The space node worked quickly, but there were some limitations. First, each teleportation must have an interval of more than 10 seconds. So instant teleportation was impossible. Second, there was no limit on the total number of uses. Third, cutting was not allowed. For example, if something was placed on the ground, even within a 6-meter range, it couldn't be cut. This meant it lacked physical destructive power. Despite this, Chu Xian was already very satisfied. The teleportation function was impressive enough. Wanting it to be both offensive and defensive? That was asking too much. Entering the dimensional space, he put on his work clothes and got to work on the daily renovations. Yesterday, he had finished building all the walls, and now it was time to arrange various pipelines and decorations. His subordinates were capable of fighting, but for everything else, they had to learn. In the initial stages, Chu Xian had to teach them hands-on while doing it himself. 3 hours later, checking the time, it was time to leave the city. Chapter 69, Gene Energy. 30 minutes later. Eastern District. The cargo transportation station had this name, but after the disaster, ordinary people's travel and cargo transport were quite rare. It mainly served official trips, such as supply stations or quarry points. When it was time to change shifts, there were special shuttles available. In the movie, Lu Qi took Han Duo out, but did not plan to bring her back. Instead, he told her to take the nearest shuttle back from the next supply station. This time, Chu Xian took on the identity of an electrical repairman and headed to a supply station. In any case, it was better to go out first. As for why he didn't go out alone like Lu Qi, the reason was simple. What would he do if he got up there? Release the engineering vehicle? He needed to check the surveillance. Beep. Security check passed, and he was given a backpack and helmet. At this time, Chu Xian was not wearing a mask. However, even if a familiar person stood in front of him, they would not recognize him. Did he sign up for disguise techniques? Clearly not. It was due to the level 3 gene enhancement fluid he had obtained the day before. Level 1. Level 2. Aside from a significant boost in physical fitness, there were no other changes. However, once his life level rose to level 3, it was a whole new world, though not as fantastical as in novels. He had mastered a method called gene energy, biological electricity, internal power, hidden strength, vitality. After thinking for a long time, Chu Xian still couldn't give a precise description. Perhaps it was one of those, or any of the terms could apply. Currently, he was quite weak, lacking offensive power, and felt quite inadequate. But he possessed a decent function that could slightly influence muscles and nerves, achieving a disguise effect. After 2 days of various experiments, he finally learned to stabilize one face, which was quite taxing. Boom. The multi-section transport vehicle was driving across the ice field. In the distance near the underground city, the vehicle stopped intermittently like a bus stop, and it felt much better after moving away. The carriage, which was once filled with hundreds of people, now had only about 10 left. Suddenly, an announcement came on. Arriving at the quarry point. Despite the hundreds of kilometers traveled, the transport vehicle only took 3 hours, averaging over 100 kilometers per hour. A global tsunami had caused sea levels to rise by 300 meters. This resulted in a vast expanse of ice, with no roads needed unless encountering mountains, in which case detours were unnecessary. Another 10 or so people got off. At this moment, only 3 were left in the carriage. Besides Chu Xian, there was one other passenger and a safety officer. The transport vehicle continued on its way, with 100 kilometers remaining to the final destination. Clearly, Chu Xian could not disembark at the final stop. After traveling for more than 30 kilometers, He stood up and approached the door of the carriage. Is there something wrong? The safety officer looked at him warily. No. After speaking, Chu Xian swiftly moved up, knocked the officer unconscious, and seized the access card. Beep. He opened the temperature-controlled door and entered the isolation chamber, casually smiling at the only remaining passenger in the carriage, saying, "Don't worry, he's fine. He just fainted temporarily." He also made a shushing gesture. The remaining passenger was stunned as he watched Chu Xian leap out. This was at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Jumping out without any protection was almost a death sentence. If he wanted to commit suicide, there were easier ways, like cutting his throat. The incident happened suddenly. A minute later, the passenger realized he should do something, leaning back against the seat. "I'm sleeping. I'm really sleeping. I didn't see anything just now, but I can't fall asleep." Jumping from a moving vehicle at 100 kilometers per hour might seem like seeking death to others, but for Chu Xian, it posed little difficulty. He curled up and rolled several times on the ground. Getting up unscathed, he exclaimed, "What poor quality." He tossed away the helmet he had just damaged and stood on the ice field without any protection, taking a deep breath. It was cold. His lungs nearly froze. But the next moment, it felt much more manageable. With a level 3 life form, his adaptability to the environment was greatly enhanced, allowing him to withstand the impossible, even in temperatures below -100 degrees. Breathing was painful for his lungs, but he wouldn't die. He decided not to waste time. Putting on the mask of his nanotech protective suit, breathing became smooth instantly. He turned around and walked toward a building not far away. This area was already in the southern part of the Greater Shingon Mountains, at a relatively high elevation. It had not been affected by the tsunami, but there was still a thick layer of snow. Buildings lower than 3 stories had long been buried under the ice and snow. From a distance, it seemed the building was originally 6 or 7 stories tall. Now, only 2 stories were exposed above ground. 10 minutes later, a snow vehicle zoomed out. Why not take it out earlier? It seemed redundant. The reason was simple. This was the northern hemisphere, where the sky was always bright and many satellites were circling above. Although the probability of being spotted was about the same as winning a lottery, it was still better to be cautious. Chapter 70, Millennium Lease on the Icy Plains. The snowmobile continued to accelerate. 60, 80. Soon it broke through 100 kilometers per hour, a speed that many high-end snowmobiles could achieve before the disaster. However, this was just the beginning. 120, 130. Before long, it surpassed 160 kilometers per hour, and the gauge only reached a third of its capacity. At this point, Chu Xian dared not accelerate any further. If it were on a smooth racetrack, he might test the limits, but this was not the case. The plains and smooth surfaces were 2 different concepts. For vehicles with tires that could reach 3 to 4 meters in height, minor undulations were insignificant. But snowmobiles couldn't afford that. Due to the terrain limitations, he had to take it easy. Why not use a construction vehicle? Who knows if the transport vehicle would immediately trigger an alarm? Construction vehicles are too large a target. A satellite could lock onto them instantly. As for whether the snowmobile would be detected, as mentioned before, this thing is not simple. Spatial volume. Single molecule blade combat knife. Mental enhancement. Genetic modification. Biochemical soldiers. So far, everything extra signed in has been cutting-edge technology, and the snowmobile is certainly no ordinary vehicle. First, speed. No need to elaborate. Second, power. It doesn't burn fuel, but uses an engine with an unknown technology that can self-recharge. Third, on the snow, it can achieve almost half invisibility. An exceptional tool for traveling on snow. He had long wanted to drive it, but the dimensional space was too small to unleash its potential. Today, he finally fulfilled his wish. It must be said, it was exhilarating. The goal of this journey was a bit far, located near Lake Baikal, on the edge of the underground city managed by the Huaxia. Indeed, the area up to Lake Baikal is currently under Huaxia's management. When the engines were built, Huaxia contributed the most. Out of over 10,000 planetary engines, more than 2,000 belonged to Huaxia, accounting for 1/5 of the total. To balance power, the distribution of engines was relatively uniform. The total land area in the northern hemisphere is nearly 100 million square kilometers. So how much is 1/5? 20 million square kilometers. The largest in the world. Of course, this is the management area, not the entirety of it. The polar bear is also one of the 5 permanent members. How could it agree to simply give away territory? You can use it, you can manage it, but ownership isn't relinquished. After 2,500 years, when they reach a new homeland, as per the agreement, they must return to their original territory. However, that is a matter for 1,000 years later. For now, it is Huaxia's territory. A millennium lease, with no rent required. As for whether it will be returned later. Over 3,000 kilometers, Chu Xian drove for more than 30 hours. A full day and a half. It can only be said that the drive was exhausting. The wide expanse remained almost unchanged, and during this time, to avoid some official cities, he took detours. After going around the eastern side of the Yablonov Mountains, He finally saw the wild city from a distance according to the coordinates. Perhaps it could be given a beautiful name, Sanctuary, standing on the mountainside. Unlike the official underground cities, the sanctuaries built by civilians mostly started from flat ground. Resource issues, geographic issues, difficulty issues. All of this troubled the local forces at the time, and it was already quite difficult to establish a base from scratch. In the distance was a medium-sized shelter, with a maximum capacity of around 30,000, which was quite high for civilian efforts, while the official underground city could accommodate over 300,000. Chu Xian did not act recklessly. It was an unfamiliar place, and being overly casual was a major taboo. He first drove the snow vehicle to a relatively hidden area and stored it in his space. In the next moment, the massive engineering vehicle appeared. Chu Xian commanded in his mind, "Reconnaissance." Yes, the 6 strong men inside the vehicle received the order, and a small hatch on the roof of the engineering vehicle opened. Buzz. A drone took off, a standard feature of the engineering vehicle. After all, the equipment of the wandering planet was generally large. Climbing up and down could be perilous. Sometimes drones were needed for inspections, simple repairs, and so on. 3 hours later. Beep. After checking in at the lab again, Chu Xian returned to the engineering vehicle. The drone had not detected any anomalies. The 6 strong men reported back. Subsequently, 5 of them were dispatched to explore. Chu Xian continued to stay hidden inside the engineering vehicle. Through shared vision, he could see the 5 strong men getting closer to the shelter and also the destruction caused by the meteorite impact. 1/10 of the structure had collapsed. This 1/10 also caused secondary disasters, leading to 90% casualties within the city, necessitating evacuation. Why was there such a significant impact? A building had a large hole from top to bottom, with structures on each floor nearly destroyed. The temperature dropped to over -100 degrees in just moments. Soon, the 5 strong men arrived at a large door that was wide open. They discovered bodies. Upon entering, they found more and more corpses. And Chu Xian felt a bit reluctant to look. They were all like ice sculptures, men, women, the elderly, and children of all ages. Each expression was frozen in despair, fear, and reluctance at that moment. They continued forward. When the 5 strong men entered an inner door, they were suddenly confronted. "Don't move." Several figures appeared around them. Dark gun barrels aimed at the 5 strong men. Interesting. Through shared vision, Chu Xian felt as if a gun was pointed at his own head. But he was not worried at all. Facing such combat machines as the 5 strong men, if they had not shot immediately, they had already lost the chance to kill them. Chapter 71. Establishing territory. Seeing that the situation was under control, the leader stepped out from around the corner. Just about to speak, the 5 strong men interrupted. "Who are you? Where did you come from? Why are you here? What are you trying to do? Be honest. Have you not figured out the situation? To reverse the questioning? Be honest. What a joke. Besides, you've finished speaking. What else should I say?" The good rhythm was disrupted, and the atmosphere became quite awkward. 2 minutes later, the roles reversed, and 8 people were crouched in the corner with their helmets held to their heads. "Can we speak now?" A rhetorical question directly depressed them. They had hoped to make some extra money, but unexpectedly encountered a formidable opponent and instantaneously became captives. Not long after, Chu Xian learned about the origins of these people. They were a search team from a civilian shelter. Although this place had been searched before, there were always those who believed there was still a chance. However, after searching for a long time, they found nothing of high value. Just as they were about to leave, they discovered a drone and 5 soldiers, which led to the events that just transpired. Keep an eye on them. Yes. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Xian walked through the silent shelter, which was in disarray. The valuable items had already been taken by the search team. What remained were useless items and corpses. Buzz. A wave of mental energy spread out, revealing everything within a 50-meter radius, even under the cover of walls. In an open area, the perception range would be even broader. Thud, thud. The sound of boots echoed on the ground. Suddenly, Chu Xian stopped, drew his knife, and with a swift motion, split a broken table in half, revealing something in the gap. 13 coins. From then on, along the way, Chu Xian continued to discover overlooked treasures, and there were quite a few. It seemed that the security issues in this area made people very good at hiding things. To others, this place appeared worthless. But in Chu Xian's eyes, every corner held value. Furniture, walls, floor tiles, ornaments. There were always bits of gold and silver to be found, but this was not Chu Xian's main goal. He headed towards the meteorite impact site. From top to bottom, there was a large hole, reaching several meters below the ground. After checking the indicators, he saw that the shelter had 11 underground levels, but it wasn't excavated. This was originally a valley. Looking at the large pit, he leaped down. Boom. He landed on a damaged structure in the middle, taking several jumps to reach the bottom of the pit, a smile appearing on his face. In his perception, he found what he was looking for: experimental equipment. Moreover, there were several surprises. After a few turns, he came across room after room, with the original glass doors almost completely shattered. Inside were shelves filled with incubators. The search teams had not taken these because they were deemed worthless. Without hesitation, he collected everything. The entire grid farming area was emptied, and he moved on to the experimental area. As Tiger Brother had said, the smaller items had all been taken. What remained were mostly larger pieces. Damn it, Chu Xian couldn't help but curse. Some of the larger items that couldn't be moved were deliberately damaged, and now less than 1/10 were still usable. Fortunately, in such a large-scale laboratory, it was unlikely that there was only one of each type of equipment. Therefore, he dismantled and reassembled, managing to gather most of the equipment needed for a plant laboratory without any left behind. Afterward, Chu Xian arrived at the lowest level. In front of a wall. Clang. Hiss. The single-molecule blade cut a hole, revealing what was inside. This was the surprise he had just mentioned. A cave. The entrance was through a hidden door in a nearby room, but the passage had collapsed. Inside were a large amount of supplies, various goods, experimental materials, weaponry, and even quite a bit of gold and silver. Why didn't the survivors take these when they moved? Who knows? Perhaps it was hoarded by the higher-ups of the shelter. The meteorite impact happened suddenly, and no outsiders knew. In the end, it became his gain. No need to say more, it's all gone in an instant. At this point, Chu Xian stopped pushing further. He had an idea. Perhaps he could turn this place into his own territory, otherwise, he couldn't just become a wandering trader. Currently, the space laboratory was still too rudimentary. The experimental base he designed was only 1% complete. The tea trade was a long-term endeavor, but with only 6 subordinates, it was hardly enough to handle transportation. So it would be better to establish a base. Beneath his feet was a suitable location. Though he aimed to establish a territory, it wasn't about how to build a shelter, it was merely a temporary stopover. After all, while this place was abandoned, there were still many survivors outside. Once established, it would attract envy. Why go through the hassle of dealing with that? Would they be willing to pay? If not, would a fight ensue? Even if they were willing, Chu Xian wasn't interested. He was still a novice in many ways. Why create trouble for himself? The resources he exchanged for tea were mainly aimed at building a dimensional space, which would be his second home. The shelter beneath his feet could be tidied up and used as a trading point and storage. Before long, Chu Xian reached the position of the 5 robust individuals. Were there still people? Their companions? That seemed normal. The 8 people saw Chu Xian and the 6 sturdy ones beside him, paused for a moment, and then came to their senses. In these times, in the freezing cold, who would be foolish enough to go solo? They must be part of a strong team. Did they recognize him? Yes. The leader quickly nodded, standing at attention. Understanding the situation and considering the previous unpleasantness, from now on, apart from the resources on their vehicle, they owed him 6 kilograms of gold and mental damages. Is that okay? The leader grimaced. That was a significant issue. How long would it take to repay this debt? 6 kilograms of gold was a large amount even before the disaster and was even more expensive now. Suddenly, the conversation took a turn. However, seeing that they couldn't produce it, he offered them an opportunity. He had something to sell. An agency? No. He just wanted to borrow a few hands to open up the market in the wild city. A few bullets would send them on their way, quite simple. But if it could create value, there was no need to waste it, better to put it to use. 10 minutes later, the group was stunned by the item he wanted help selling. It was tea, fresh tea. As a search team, they naturally had an eye for quality and could discern authenticity. The flavor, the leaves. Even if it were a counterfeit, many would be willing to pay a high price for it. The first batch would only be 500 grams, priced at the equivalent weight in gold. As for how much they sold it for, that was up to them. He wouldn't interfere. Of course, they could take it and run. But they should think about the consequences. Half an hour later, the 8 individuals left, carrying 500 grams of tea and a debt of 6,500 grams of gold, eager to escape immediately. But they didn't dare to. First, the identity has been exposed. Where can one run? It's not like before the disaster when one could go wherever they wanted. Can they keep hiding indefinitely? Those who can engage in this kind of business should have no shortage of money. A bounty can turn them into mice for a lifetime. Second, the temptation is real. Tea. Fresh tea. Even though the procurement price is equivalent to gold, selling it at a slightly higher price still yields a significant profit, faster than searching for money. Soon. A week passed. Brother, can you give me a little more this time? Zhao Daju returned with 7 subordinates, wanting to purchase more tea. Looking back, he was extremely excited. At first, no one believed the tea brought back, but soon various tests proved it was genuine. It caused a sensation. Then came the big auction. That's right, an auction. This way, profits could be maximized. In the end, on average, 1 gram of tea sold for over 3 grams of gold. It was a huge profit. Thus, this time, not only did he bring back money from selling tea, but he also gathered some savings to buy more. Chu Xian calculated. 500 grams of gold, minus the debt. Plus the 500 grams of tea this time. You still owe me 500. Zhao Deju's mouth twitched. He thought bringing more gold would allow him to purchase more. But unexpectedly, it all went to pay off the debt. He could still only take back 500 grams of tea. I'm not just selling to you. You don't even meet the qualifications to be an agent. The maximum procurement limit is 500 grams. Hearing this explanation, Zhao Dezhu felt much better. How do I become an agent? He quickly asked. Chu Xian replied, we'll talk about that after you pay off your debt. Zhao Dezhu and his group left, feeling disappointed but with a glimmer of hope. If he became an agent, wouldn't the money come rolling in? Unfortunately, that was just wishful thinking. Even if Chu Xian allowed him to be an agent, could a small search team protect it? The rules in the wild city are survival of the fittest. Laws. They are merely friendly reminders. Chapter 73. Space planning. Chu Xian was not worried about the purchasing power of the civilian shelter. Although there were few people, small amounts accumulate over time. Moreover, even in the harshest places, there are always a group of people living extravagant lives, making others weep with envy. The rich dine on wine and meat, while the roads are littered with frozen bones. This has not changed from ancient times to the present. The consumer group for his tea was never ordinary people. They earn money to pursue a quality life after having enough to eat. Just like yachts and villas, they never exploit the poor. At this time, after a week, the shelter was almost tidied up, leaving only one exit while blocking all others. Even the large hole created by the meteorite was covered. Steel cables crisscrossed, and a thin film was laid down, providing some insulation, mainly to prevent drones from flying in casually. No money was spent on materials. Everything was obtained from the previously concealed storage. Finally, there was the energy issue. Initially, electricity was drawn from nearby planetary engines, part of the assistance from the joint government. Now, repairing it was quite difficult. After the personnel relocation, the supply of electricity had been cut off. Someone might ask, since there is such kindness and assistance, why not take those people into the underground city? That's thinking too much. First, the capacity of the underground city has its limits. Although the willingness to have children is not strong, it does exist. There was once an opportunity for the populace to move in, but by then, the shelters were already built and occupied. For whatever reason, many people missed that chance. Second, and most importantly, the people inside the city later disagreed. Why? Is it because their hearts are wicked? No, it's simply a sense of injustice. During the lottery, there was a 50-50 chance. How many people lost their children? How many lost their parents? How many lost relatives and friends? Nearly every family had someone who could not enter the underground city, and now, without a lottery, they are told they can move in. How can that be? Wouldn't that mean everyone else died in vain? Who would willingly accept that? Because of this, people can accept assistance from outside the official underground city, but absolutely refuse to move into it. To resolve this mental block will take time. For instance, only decades after all those who survived the Golden Age have passed away can this mental barrier begin to dissolve. It's a very cold fact. Regarding this, Chu Xian does not make any evaluations. Perhaps the wrong part is this disaster. Without the power supply from the planetary engine, Chu Xian does not mind. It's just a place to stay, requiring little electricity. One generator is sufficient. It only needs to maintain the temperature in a few rooms, and most of the time, there will be no permanent personnel stationed here. They will only be transported over when trade is needed. November 30th. It has not been easy. In the dimensional space, looking at the tea trees in front of him, each as large as an umbrella, Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. On July 18th, tea seeds were obtained. After more than 4 months, the second batch of tea trees has finally matured. Since then, along with the mother tree, the yield has increased from 100 grams per day to 3,700 grams, allowing for open sales at last. Previously, they hadn't dared to talk about agents. 100 grams per day was manageable for Zhao Dezhu. Now, they can start expanding sales. Air Zhuang, lead the tea-picking team. Chu Xian instructed. Yes. Now, the team has expanded to 8 people, with the extra 2 assigned to the tea-picking and processing teams. After giving the orders, Chu Xian went to the center of the dimensional space, which is the resting area. Here, there is a huge sand table. Previously, there were no resources, so they could only make do without any real planning. Things are different now. With resources available, some ideas can be realized. For example, functional zoning. Rather than just planting vegetables everywhere. By mid-last month, the space had exceeded 230 acres, and over a month has passed. Currently, after multiple enhancements, the total area is nearly 1,000 acres, over 600,000 square meters. Thus, Chu Xian carried out a large overall plan: planting, storage, research, leisure, and accommodation. The zoning is clear, and from above, it looks like a regular octagon, with a circle in the center, preparing to create a large park. Flowers, streams, and pavilions can all be arranged. The wide roads allow for some thrilling driving experiences, and if one is bored, they can even erect a statue of themselves in the center, one that is 100 meters tall. In short, everything is planned according to the scale of a small town. The cost is a bit high, and the demand for materials is staggering. which can be overwhelming but also motivates one to work hard to earn it. Is it extravagant? Perhaps, even though one has adapted to the underground city. If given a choice for a second home, why not indulge rather than be frugal? Sunshine, beaches, and seawater are to be expected. Chapter 74. The agent, just as Chu Xian was admiring his masterpiece, news came from his subordinates. They have arrived? With a thought, Chu Xian could see through 6 strong perspectives that a long convoy was heading towards the refuge. Among them was Zhao Dizhu's vehicle. Inside the car, Zhao Dizhu's looked despondent. His channel ultimately did not hold up. When he first sold tea, it went smoothly, but the second time he got smarter and sold it at the neighboring refuge, making a fortune. The third time, he tried the same trick again in a different location and still made a profit. However, frequent dealings by the river eventually got him wet. There was communication between the underground cities, and he was exposed. On the 4th time he received the goods and was heading home, he was caught on the spot by the local power broker of the refuge. Argue? He dared not. He had to hand over the channel. Poor him. Just when he cleared his debts during the 3rd transaction, he paid the full amount for the 4th. Just as his cash flow turned positive and he was about to make a fortune, a cold splash of water hit him. The vehicle suddenly stopped. Get out. With a glance, Zhao Dizhu's had no choice but to exit the car, realizing they had arrived. Just when he thought Chu Xian wouldn't open the door, the main gate slowly rose. This was quite a bold move. Even those who followed were taken aback and felt more cautious. Entering. The one leading this time was Chun Gu, the 3rd in command of the refuge. The other party was open, and he couldn't appear weak. Besides, he had no intention of starting a conflict. It wouldn't make sense to offend a powerful entity without knowing anything. From Zhao Dizhu's, he had already learned that the other party was not simple and had a penchant for wealth. Thus, they had common ground to discuss. Finally, they met Chu Xian. Zhao Dizhu's quickly introduced, "This is Chun Gu." The name had its advantages, but Chu Xian's alias was also impressive. "This is Xiao Shu," Zhao Dizhu's added. When he asked initially, he knew it was fake, but what could he do? He still had to address him as such. Chun Gu said, "All right. Let's set that aside and get down to business. I'll be straightforward. Do you still have tea leaves?" "Yes." "How much?" "More than you think. And don't ask about the source, or I might not be able to hold back." Chun Gu thought to himself, this guy really is as Zhao Dizhu said. Not very pleasant to talk to, but he had to swallow that remark. He got straight to the point. "How could that be? Today we only discuss business. What is the price for the tea leaves? Equivalent to the quality of gold? I need a substantial amount. There should be a discount, right?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xian shook his head. "No, not a single discount." As the other party frowned, Chu Xian continued, "But you can use other things to offset the payment. Take a look at this." He handed over a stack of documents. Chun Gu took it with confusion. The cover read Offset Payment Exchange Catalog. Wow. Upon opening it, he found dense exchange rates, with a standard unit being 10 grams of tea leaves, which could be exchanged for 10 grams of gold, 6 tons of cement, 6 tons of steel bars, 30 tons of construction sand and gravel, 1 ton of fuel, and a variety of other items. Various experimental equipment, machinery, from screws to vehicles, filled dozens of pages. After finishing, Chun Gu was shocked. What was this for? Renovating a shelter? Are you serious? Chun Gu looked at Chu Xian. Of course. Is there no limit? Yes. Chun Gu fell into deep thought. Honestly, these terms were more advantageous than directly receiving gold, and it wouldn't feel as painful. The truly valuable items were 2, food and gold. And the other party clearly wasn't very interested in either. Will food still be needed in the future? Chun Gu asked cautiously, worried that one day they might suddenly need food and wouldn't be able to buy it. This would determine the duration of cooperation. No, never. Chu Xian shook his head, stating that he lacked nothing when it came to food, as most shelters were just barely meeting basic needs. That was precisely why Chun Gu was so concerned. Well, I can take charge and immediately arrange for supplies according to this catalog, but there needs to be some guarantee. The meaning was obvious. Agency rights. Of course. 10 minutes later, after detailed negotiations, Chun Gu became a regional agent, choosing to represent supplies. With 900 tons each of cement and steel bars. Where would it come from? It would involve assistance from the joint government, although it was difficult to apply for. And each quantity couldn't be too large, it was indeed possible to apply. A single shelter might not be able to gather much, but what about multiple shelters? As for the shelter underfoot, why not apply? It's simple. Payment is required. Only electricity is provided for free. Everything else must be paid for, though not too expensively. To maintain the nature of assistance, Chu Xian knew that Chun Gu could earn quite a bit from this. But so what? If no one profits, who would do the work for him? As long as he could obtain the necessary items, it was just some tea leaves. The other party might profit, but he definitely wouldn't lose out. Chapter 75. The first transaction. This is also why Chu Xian's first choice for cooperation was these grassroots forces outside the underground city. Qualifications. An organization has its own rules. Officially, there is only one situation in which construction materials can be legally sold, and that is through external assistance channels. If he were to seek people from the underground city, it might be manageable on a small scale, but on a large scale, it would be fatal. In the future, the tea business would inevitably reach numerous underground cities. They couldn't have all the agents engaging in illegal activities, could they? Chu Xian wanted the tea business to be legitimate and above board. Therefore, it was essential to utilize these grassroots shelter channels. Unless the coalition government changes the provisions of Article 83 of the Wandering Earth Law to allow individuals to purchase building materials, it will be impossible to bypass civilian shelters. Even if collaborating with agents from underground cities. After reaching an agreement, Chen Ge and his team left satisfied. In the vehicle, he asked his subordinates, "What do you think?" "Not simple," one replied. "Of course, an entity that can almost unlimitedly acquire building materials is not to be trifled with. Should we send someone to keep an eye on them?" "No need." Chen Ge shook his head. "If discovered, it would be embarrassing. And the other party definitely has a substantial shelter backing them. Otherwise, how could they have such a large area for tea cultivation and still buy building materials? Everyone is seeking profit, not risking their lives." "Brother Chun, will those from the underground city accept our terms?" A younger subordinate asked curiously. "This area we are negotiating includes many official underground cities. Will they agree to it? What if they bypass us and find someone else, offering better terms?" Hearing this, Chen Ge laughed and shook his head slightly. "No need to worry. As long as the provisions of Article 83 remain unchanged, even if they want to act as agents, they will need a middleman. They don't want credit points. They only want gold and supplies. If we deal directly with them, it would be illegal. A small amount might be fine, but in larger quantities, no matter how powerful their background is, it won't help. We hold significant value in the entire transaction, so there is no need to fear them pulling the rug out from under us. If they have the ability, let them dismantle Article 83. As long as our secondary agency conditions aren't excessive, we will always have our share of the profits." After hearing this, the subordinates understood. 2 days later, on December 2nd, in the evening, the agency fees were delivered to the shelter, along with a large amount of various materials, filling 2 transport vehicles. Isn't that too little? 3,000-ton capacity transport vehicles, just so you know. The same as Han Xiang's. Although the shelter didn't have them, it was clear that Chen Ge had found a capable secondary agent with connections. Chu Xian praised. "Not bad. Very efficient." "Haha, you flatter me," Chen Ge thought to himself. Feeling a bit proud, his secondary agents prioritized resources over money. Otherwise, trouble would come knocking at any moment. To this end, the other party sent 2 transport vehicles as a show of strength. Not from the local underground city, but rather from a northern entity, which, while fond of vodka, also had many tea enthusiasts. Historically influenced by Eastern culture, from aristocrats to commoners, drinking tea became a trend. Before the disaster, the per capita tea consumption of the northern entity was 6 times that of another country and twice that of the local culture, indicating a significant market. Now, with food scarcity, vodka? That's a stretch. Having tea is already a treat, a way to satisfy cravings. After some pleasantries, they began the delivery, with Chu Xian handing over the packaged tea. Initially sold in bulk, it was not conducive to transactions, so it was repackaged with a logo, each packet containing 10 grams. After inspection, everything was in order. After unloading the goods, Chen Ge finally left. TSK. Looking at the thousands of tons of supplies in front of him, Chu Xian was extremely satisfied. Just this quantity was more than 10 times what he had stealthily purchased in the underground city before, and he loved this speed. And this was just the beginning. Don't be fooled by the amount. There were several thousand tons, including nearly 2,000 tons of rebar and cement, which was barely enough for a foundation for his experimental base. Not to mention the other planned facilities, all of which consumed a lot of materials. Before long, after everything was collected, they were stored in a corner of the dimensional space. Chu Xian didn't plan to build the experimental base right away. He first needed to fix up the warehouse. Many items wouldn't be used up immediately, so he needed a place to store them. Chapter 76. Major move. A week later, another large batch of materials arrived. Chu Xian saw that it was almost time to get to work. With a thought, hundreds of tons of materials flew into the air, once again staging a scene of one person operating a mixing station. They rolled and mixed evenly before landing on the cleared rocky ground, where the liquid fine stone concrete spread out into a cake shape on its own. Next, Chu Xian controlled a giant square steel beam like a rolling pin, constantly leveling the surface. After several rounds, the warehouse floor took shape, with a thickness of 10 centimeters. After all, the ground beneath was rock, not soft soil. The thickness could be appropriately reduced. Otherwise, if it were soil, a foundation would need to be made. Or the thickness would have to be at least 30 centimeters, or even reinforced with rebar. Now it was all saved. It must be said that infrastructure consumed too many materials. The cement from the 2 transactions was quickly used up, forming over 30,000 square meters of warehouse floor. There was still plenty of rebar left, but it would soon be used as well. The warehouse also needed a roof. Right now, the space was small, but its growth rate was almost geometric. In the future, when the weather changes and storms hit, there must be something to provide cover. 2 hours later, as the concrete began to harden, Chu Xian started using steel cables to divide it into square blocks, each 1 square meter. He made temperature expansion joints to prevent cracking later. After finishing, Chu Xian felt his head buzzing. Controlling everything for a long time was quite exhausting. So he quickly took a break to relax. When he woke up, it was already the next day. His physical fatigue would recover quickly, but mental fatigue took much longer. Beep. Just as he woke up, he received a message. After reading it, he couldn't help but smile. After tidying up a bit, he went out to the experimental base. He saw a crowd gathering at the entrance of his laboratory, including security personnel, staff, and onlookers. Xiangu. Upon seeing Chu Xian, Han Duo rushed over, her face filled with anger. Just after finishing breakfast, she received a notification stating that Chu Xian often only clocked in but rarely went to the laboratory, which was considered a waste of experimental resources. A warning had also been issued. At the same time, a project progress review was needed immediately. Han Duo was unwilling to accept this and had been blocking the entrance, not letting anyone in. She didn't take action, as she was just a girl. Others didn't know Han Duo understands very well that her brother's theory has been completely successful. The plant growth rate starting at 50% is truly remarkable. What if she doesn't visit the lab? However, due to Chu Xian's rules, she couldn't say anything to these people. It's okay. Chu Xian smiled to comfort Han Duo. His gaze turned to the leader, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking refined, but with a very unpleasant gaze. Zhou Ying, the acting head of the experimental base. Qian Jinhua fell ill last month and was hospitalized, so this person is temporarily taking over. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have arisen. He admits he's slacking off, but he doesn't like this kind of petty behavior. It's just that since he took office, they haven't paid a visit, which feels like being put in a difficult position. It was also during the previous inspection when a minor supervisor from the comprehensive department mentioned it. Chu Xian stepped forward. Researcher Chu, hello? Your contributions to the high-fat rapeseed are commendable, but that's no reason to waste experimental resources. Although he hasn't missed clocking in, he often leaves right after. On average, he spends no more than an hour in the lab each day. According to the regulations, the experimental base has the right to issue a warning and conduct a temporary review of the project progress. There was a lot of talk about rules and regulations. In short, under the guise of righteousness, they were just looking for trouble, and there was no way to say they were wrong. One generally had to accept it. However, this tactic didn't work on Chu Xian. Violence. Insults. Too lowbrow. He had a better move. He took out a communicator and dialed a number. Zhou Ying chuckled at this, confidently stating, finding someone won't help. I'm the acting head now, and I also follow the rules. No one can say anything about that. However, the next second, he was left dumbfounded. Chu Xian spoke into the communicator. Is this the security department of the United Government? My name is Chu Xian, personal information number. My laboratory is currently under unknown threats, and I suspect someone intends to sabotage research results that concern the interests of all humanity. The acting head of the experimental base is Zhou Ying. Please handle this immediately. I fear for my safety. After Chu Xian hung up the communicator, the entrance of the entire laboratory fell silent, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. At that moment, Zhou Ying's head was buzzing. What? Reporting? Directly to the security department of the United Government? This agency is absolutely daunting to hear about. Although there were no external enemies, there were internal troubles. Thus, its reputation and power were akin to that of similar agencies in other regions, wielding significant deterrent power. But now, with a single phone call, Chu Xian had placed himself before that department. Zhou Ying felt like he was about to crack. Once an investigation starts, it won't stop. Everything from personal experiences to assets and relationships would be thoroughly examined. Crazy. This guy in front of him is a lunatic. Is it really necessary to escalate things like this over a minor issue? Wouldn't it be better to just admit defeat? Just then, a noise erupted. Following the security personnel at the base, Zhou Ying instinctively took a step back, creating some distance, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. If what Chu Xian said was true, they would also be implicated. They would be accomplices. Therefore, until Zhou Ying's innocence was confirmed, he could not get involved. The onlookers were equally bewildered, prompting an immediate response from the security department. This young man in front of them was far too bold. Did he not fear the consequences of false accusations? If the results mentioned in the phone call did not materialize, Zhou Ying would be fine. In that case, Chu Xian would be putting someone in a dire situation with little room for negotiation. After all, the person involved was not someone to be easily manipulated. Researcher Chu was still too young. Lacking social experience, this approach would not take him far. Each of them sighed inwardly, feeling it was unfair for Chu Xian. Being overly aggressive would lead to downfall, and one day he would surely hit a wall. Unless he was incredibly stubborn, but clearly, Chu Xian was just one person. And there was no sign of stubbornness. At the same time, there was a strange sense of relief. They had wanted to take such action but had been too afraid. Among the crowd, Wang Mu gritted his teeth, looking at Chu Xian with resentment. How infuriating. To say Zhou Ying targeted Chu Xian just because he hadn't visited him after taking office was clearly a stretch. There were reasons behind it. It was because of Chu Xian's instigation that this incident occurred. Now that the security department was involved, they could only hope that Zhou Ying would hold firm and handle things according to protocol. Otherwise, it would be a huge problem. Upon receiving Chu Xian's request, the security department immediately took action. Normally, procedures had to be followed, but it also depended on the individual. Those on a special list were processed differently. And Chu Xian was on that list. It should be noted that previously, Chu Xian had been a privileged individual. His father was an astronaut and a colonel in the joint government, not an ordinary person. Later, he promoted a paper on the Plan 9, along with results from high-fat rapeseed, which placed him very high in the internal hierarchy. Once there was any related issue, it would be dealt with immediately. Thus, a phone call was made to the security bureau in the underground city of Jingsan, and a group of special agents swiftly set out. Not only that, the head of the security office at the experimental base also received a call and rushed to the laboratory. It was the first time in years that such a situation had arisen. At the laboratory entrance, Zhou Ying, forcing a smile, said, "Researcher Chu, I am acting according to the regulations." His earlier confidence had vanished. He was cursing inwardly, but knew he needed to remain calm. Chu Xian replied, "Yes, you did indeed violate the regulations of the experimental base." Zhou Ying continued, "Yes, there is no need to go this far." Zhou Ying was so angry he felt like jumping, but every time he asked something, Chu Xian just responded with yes. Just as he was about to try to ease the tension, Chu Xian spoke up, "Director Zhou, there is no need to say anything to me. Whatever you have to say, explain it to the people from the security department later. After their review, if they say you're fine, then I will believe it." Zhou Ying's expression had turned extremely grim. It seemed there was no way to resolve this amicably. He could only insist that he was acting according to the regulations and hoped everything would be fine. As he looked at Chu Xian, his gaze grew colder. When I have nothing to do, you will have something to do." At this moment, the head of the security department arrived. "Director Zhou, please cooperate." Zhou Ying replied, "I'm not running away, why wouldn't I cooperate?" After a while, a group of individuals in special operations uniforms arrived. "Zhou Ying, it's me, please come with us." With a wave of the leader's hand, several personnel moved forward and stood behind Zhou Ying. No measures were taken. After all, there was no solid evidence. They were just there to ask questions. Of course, the relevant investigation was also ongoing. "Researcher Chu?" The leader looked at Chu Xian. "It's me. I will also go with you." "No problem." The involved party naturally had to accept questioning. Chu Xian patted Han Duo on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Take care of the house. I'll be back soon." "Okay." Han Duo returned to the lab to continue working. She knew that everything being researched in the lab was a protective charm for her brother Xian. Even if the security bureau suspected Chu Xian of making a fuss, nothing would happen. Chapter 78. The shock of theory. Shortly after, Chu Xian arrived at the security bureau. They separated for questioning. In one room, two people sat across from him. "Researcher Chu, previously you mentioned suspecting that you were targeted and formally reported Zhou Ying for possible sabotage intentions. Is that correct?" One asked while the other took notes. Chu Xian nodded yes. "May I ask, do you have concrete evidence?" "No." The two were speechless. Was it really okay to be so forthright? Although he was a key figure, he couldn't just make baseless accusations without consequence. "Ahem, Researcher Chu. You should know that if this is purely conjecture, it won't reflect well on your record. Every word you say will be reported to the security department." The questioner kindly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian remained very calm. "My research project and its results have significant value, so it's reasonable to suspect he has ulterior motives." The other party glanced at the documents. "Your research project is the rapid growth theory of cruciferous plants?" "Yes." "And what about the results you mentioned?" "It was successful." "What?" "The first phase of the experiment is complete, and the rapid growth theory was successful. All cruciferous plants can achieve at least a 50 increase in growth rate." Upon hearing this, the two people across from him were immediately shocked. Although they were not experts, they understood what it meant for a plant's growth rate to increase by more than 50. Unprecedented. Record-breaking. Unlike the high-fat rapeseed, which was an accident and a mutation, increasing its growth rate by more than double, it was limited to its own rapid growth and difficult to replicate in other plants. A successful theory, however, represented broad replicability. Such results were beyond description. "Are you sure?" the questioner asked with a serious expression. "Of course, what benefit would there be in lying?" Chu Xian shrugged. "Please wait." The person stood up and turned to leave the room. At this point, the situation had escalated beyond the previously assigned security level incident. What? Over 50? His rapid growth theory succeeded? The security department received the information and did not dare to be negligent, instructing immediate cessation of inquiries and requiring the involvement of relevant experts. The main goal was to verify the authenticity of the theory. As for Zhou, if the results are indeed genuine, it would elevate the scrutiny level, as it's better to be safe than sorry. Being involved with such high-level technological achievements is no joke. Half an hour later, an expert group was established. At the same time, upon receiving the data submitted by Chu Xian, the experts were increasingly astonished as they reviewed it. Incredible! This set of rapid growth gene theories showed no signs of issues. With experimental data and videos, they had no doubts. Such a lie would be too easy to expose. A genius. Apart from their amazement, they were in awe. If this were before the disaster, a Nobel Prize would not be too much. This is a historic breakthrough in plant science. A feasible and replicable rapid growth theory is invaluable. He is also the discoverer of high-oil rapeseed. I previously thought it was luck, but now it seems I underestimated him. An elderly man with gray hair sighed. Knowledge, talent, and luck all in one. If the Academy confirms this theory, it will be set in stone in textbooks. There was no delay. Opinions were compiled and reported to the Academy. Within an hour, several research teams received the theories and data provided by Chu Xian and began their validation experiments. After the experimental data was submitted within the Security Bureau, no one came to inquire about Chu Xian anymore. Following the directive from the Security Department, all attention shifted to Zhou. Why was researcher Chu's experimental project under review? He only clocked in and rarely worked. I am acting according to regulations and do not believe there is any wrongdoing. A warning is sufficient. You should be aware of the situation at the experimental base. It's not just researcher Chu who behaves this way. His average working hours are the least. Is that so? Indeed. A freshly graduated researcher lucky enough to discover high-oil rapeseed. What significant scientific achievements could possibly come from that? This is slander. Overreacting. You should be doing some ideological work with such individuals instead of reporting them at every turn. It wastes your manpower. If this gets out, it will create a negative impact. Zhou held on to this viewpoint. He simply did not believe Chu Xian had any achievements, and as long as there were none, he would be fine. In 24 hours, he could leave. Zhou, in light of the level of this incident, the Joint Government Security Department has issued you an additional 1-week extension for review. We have plenty of time to talk slowly. This is impossible, Zhou exclaimed in shock. A week? This was no longer a simple inquiry, but indicated that something he was unaware of was happening. Zhou was starting to panic. An extended review. In this situation, either it's a significant issue or there is some evidence awaiting further investigation. Either way, it was frightening. Could it be that Chu Xian has a strong background? But it shouldn't interfere with the work of the security department. Could there have been a mistake? Zhou stubbornly asked. Huh. The other party looked at him, chuckled softly, and stood up. If there's nothing more to discuss today, let's talk tomorrow. Seeing this situation, how could he hold on? Wait. Zhou suddenly called out. With just a week's time, who knows how far things could escalate? If he wanted to clear his name, he wouldn't be afraid. He and Chu Xian had no grudges to begin with. Even if there were issues, he couldn't take all the blame. Perhaps it was the person who had instigated him that was the real problem, dragging him into this mess. Yes, that must be it. How infuriating. There must be things that weren't made clear to him. Since they dared to set him up, they shouldn't blame him for being tight-lipped. Immediately, he began to sell out his teammates. After submitting the data, Chu Xian left the security bureau and returned to the lab. Brother Xian, you're back. Han Duo exclaimed, happily giving him a hug. Although she was confident, she had felt a bit worried earlier. Seeing him return, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Brother Xian smelled so good, she didn't want to let go. All right, I'm fine. Oh, what do you mean, oh? Let go, it's been 5 minutes. Han Duo reluctantly released her grip, playfully changing the subject. Brother Xian, you were so cool just now. One phone call to that security agency, it made my heart race. She felt flustered, but when Chu Xian arrived, he faced the challenge head-on. With just one call, those looking for trouble were swiftly taken away in her eyes. He was already unbelievably handsome, filled with admiration. In the future, don't act impulsively. You're a girl, it's easy to get hurt. If someone tries that again and a verbal warning doesn't work, just ignore them. I've got this. Previously, Zhou and the others had plans to force their way in. But with so many onlookers, they didn't do anything to Han Duo. That's why Chu Xian specifically reminded her not to act rashly. Now, he had significant responsibilities. To him, everything in the lab was trivial. It wasn't like they could really take anything away. Woo-woo. Han Duo was so moved, she almost cried. Such important experimental results were less significant in Brother Xian's eyes than she was. Chu Xian was speechless. What did he say? He just told her not to be impulsive. That was reasonable. At that moment, the entire N3 experimental base was buzzing with tales of Chu Xian. What? Chu Xian reported the acting director? It even shook the security department? Impressive. Indeed, One shouldn't provoke the youth. Who knows what they might do? All that was left was admiration. One disagreement. And he reported the acting head of the base, prompting a visit from the security department to take someone away. Satisfying. However, no one dared to follow suit. No one was as headstrong as Chu Xian. In a short time, Chu Xian became the most formidable presence in the experimental base. Who could withstand being reported over a disagreement? The reporting monster. One-track mind. Various nicknames spread quickly. Then, another piece of news came. Senior researcher Wang Mu was taken away by security personnel for unknown reasons. Speculations ran rampant. In the hospital, Qian Jinhua hung up the communicator. Unable to help but sigh, what a fate. His connections are significantly stronger than those of the average person, and he has learned some insider information. One can only say that Zhou Ying's foolish actions are quite puzzling. Initially, there was nothing wrong. As long as he waited for Chu Xian's rapid growth theory to be announced, even if he didn't gain much, it would still add a notable entry to his resume. Who would have thought he would take such reckless actions against someone? He ended up getting reported and made a complete fool of himself. The opportunity he could have easily seized has been perfectly missed due to such foolishness. One can only say it's fate. Considering the immense value, the security department will definitely not take this lightly. Similarly, the higher-ups in the underground organization will not allow such a person to remain in their position. A true genius. Qian Jinhua thought of Chu Xian and couldn't help but sigh. At that time, when Chu Xian said he wanted to continue researching rapid growth genes, he didn't have much confidence in it. Discovering something and inventing something are two different matters, but Chu Xian proved him wrong with facts. If the Academy verifies it, Chu Xian will once again become a hero for humanity. As a senior researcher, achieving this is almost a given. If someone speaks on his behalf, he might even be considered for a distinguished researcher position. He could win awards by the handful. Well, that might be a bit of an exaggeration. After the disaster, many flashy awards were cancelled, and the remaining few are quite prestigious and hard to come by. However, Qian Jinhua believes that, while others might not have any, there will definitely be an award for Chu Xian. He is already nominated for this year's Scientific Progress Award. And now, he might even have a chance at the Human Contribution Award. That said, Qian Jinhua felt that at most, it would be a nomination, and the probability of winning is low. The Human Contribution Award, as the name implies, is primarily for those who have made significant contributions to humanity. And the rapid growth gene theory does meet the threshold, but it still lacks a bit. After all, the theory only applies to cruciferous plants, which is quite limited. The idea of competing for it means that there are only 3 spots available each year. And if no one else has a higher contribution evaluation than Chu Xian this year, there might be a chance. However, with only 3 spots available per year, and the evaluation scope being all of humanity, not just the research field, competition is fierce. There is even an unwritten rule that 1 spot is reserved for someone who has made sacrifices for humanity. What does that mean? It means their family members get it. Thus, only 2 spots remain, and the competition is intense. Having a Scientific Progress Award is also good. Chu Xian is still young and may have opportunities in the future, Qian Jinhua thought. Even being nominated for the Contribution Award is already a shining entry in his resume. A week later, it was disastrous. He had just been appointed as the acting director for less than a month and was already dismissed. It was entirely self-inflicted. It was said that he colluded with researcher Wang Mu to sabotage others, and now he is in a bind, as they all got caught. Not only that, but it's rumored that the results Wang Mu nominated for the Scientific Progress Award this year were actually taken from his assistant. Scum. Despicable. One by one, the researchers were cursing. Such behavior is detestable. No one wants their hard work to be taken by someone else, and they are indignant, demanding severe punishment for Wang Mu. This obviously does not require their concern. The academic committee is not idle. Researcher Chu, good morning. Researcher Chu, impressive. Arriving early at the experimental base, more people greeted him. But that was about it. Previously, there were often individuals who volunteered to join Researcher Chu's lab, but now, many have abandoned that thought. People may admire heroes, but they are not necessarily willing to become one. They may criticize certain behaviors, but prefer not to get involved. Chu Xian is too stubborn. Everyone praises him, but few believe that such a rigid character can go far, especially since the details of the rapid growth theory have not been disclosed. Otherwise, they wouldn't think this way. Chu Xian is happy to enjoy the peace. Humming a tune, he clocked in. No slacking today. He is work. Participating in a video call with a verification team from the academy, explaining some of his theoretical knowledge. It felt like returning to school days. But now he was the one teaching a group of experts. Those who excel are the teachers. Many are researching the rapid growth gene theory, but currently, only he has succeeded, naturally becoming a pioneer in the field. Even when facing a group of top researchers, they must listen obediently. He taught without notes, speaking fluently and clearly, articulating the entire rapid growth gene theory thoroughly. It was a simplified version of the theory, nothing to hide. For a full hour, the experts were thoroughly convinced. The opposing team not only excelled in rapid growth genes, but also possessed an impressive amount of knowledge about plant genetics as a whole. They could effortlessly integrate concepts. Was this really a mid-level researcher? Indeed. Sometimes the gap between genius and others is like a chasm. They taught for an hour without even glancing at notes, not stumbling over a single word. If you asked a question, they would immediately provide a perfect answer. All right, any more questions? Chu Xian asked. None. After such an extensive explanation, if someone still didn't understand, it would be a personal issue. They all expressed a desire for more communication with him. Each expert conveyed their utmost goodwill. Who wouldn't appreciate such a genius? With a sense of admiration, they ended the communication. The expert team continued to verify Chu Xian's theory, with the first batch of results expected in a week. Too fast. It's okay. The first step of the verification mainly involves selecting short-growing cruciferous plants, such as arugula. According to the rapid growth theory, they should mature in about 18 days. As long as the first batch of verification passes, conclusions can already be drawn. Nowadays, based on the conditions of seed germination and seedling emergence, there is indeed a significant improvement, and doubts no longer exist. Once these seedlings grow, a report can be generated. Han Duo was also listening intently from the side. This was the first time Chu Xian had explained the rapid growth theory so thoroughly. She found it quite challenging, limited by her experience and knowledge. The questions posed by the experts generally did not touch upon the basics, leaving her head buzzing. She could only understand a tiny portion. However, that didn't stop her from cheering him on. Chapter 81 Industrial Vision. After the class, Chu Xian took another stroll around the planting area. The growth was good, lush and green. Tonight, let's have a big vegetable stew. Just like the previous Phase 2 experiment, there was validation from the academy. The experimental data here was merely for reference. We can leave some behind, as long as we don't create too much light. All right, Han Duo leaned in, selecting which vegetable looked luckier to pull out. Just as Han Duo was choosing the vegetables, a sound interrupted. Ding. Someone was visiting. Hello, Researcher Chu, I'm Yi Yang, the new acting director of the N3 experimental base. Please feel free to reach out if you need anything. Yi Yang had just taken office today and came to pay a visit. There was no other choice, after all. The previous acting director was the one who got removed by this very person. Yi Yang had also tried to secure the position but was unsuccessful. Unexpectedly, circumstances changed. And without doing anything, the position just fell into his lap. Talk about luck. Therefore, Yi Yang felt grateful towards this formidable person before him. Of course, there was still a slight fear. Someone who could flip the table at the slightest disagreement was indeed difficult to deal with. Hello, Director Yi. I look forward to your support in the future. Chu Xian smiled in response. This person seemed quite reasonable, so it was natural to show some respect. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Yang left, thinking to himself that Chu Xian wasn't that scary after all. As long as he didn't provoke him, he was quite easy to talk to. Who said this person lacked emotional intelligence? It was completely different from the rumors outside. If anyone was to blame, it would be Zhou Ying for being too excessive, making it unnecessary for Chu Xian to engage in emotional intelligence and just flipping the table instead. On December 18th, shortly after midnight, it was time to sign in. Congratulations. You have received 3,000 liters of mineral water. Additional reward, level 3 gene strengthening liquid. Well, mineral water is also survival material, so it shouldn't be looked down upon. What piqued Chu Xian's interest was the strengthening liquid. The first 2 levels of strengthening liquid were injection-based, but the third level was different. It was like a medicinal bath, using a soaking method. Afterward, he went to the bathtub, poured in the strengthening liquid, and submerged himself. In an instant, it felt as if his whole body was being massaged. It was incredibly comfortable. Before long, Chu Xian gradually fell asleep. The entire strengthening process took half an hour, so he would always strengthen himself while sleeping, which didn't waste any time. An hour later, splash. Chu Xian woke up, feeling refreshed. He clenched his fists, feeling even stronger. He activated the mental strengthening. He silently recited in his heart. This was something he had signed in for a week ago and hadn't used, mainly because the upper limit of this item depended on how large the barrel was. Initially, using mental strengthening would only increase the dimensional space by a few hundred square meters. Now, using it once could easily increase it by over 100 acres. Physical strengthening and mental strengthening worked together perfectly. One increased barrel capacity, while the other filled it with water. Not bad. After the mental strengthening, looking at the increased area of the dimensional space, Chu Xian was very satisfied. Previously, it was nearly 1,000 acres. Now, it was 1,360 acres. An increase of over 30%. It wasn't far from 1 square kilometer. Has it improved some? Chu Xian looked towards the direction of the warehouse. Whoosh. He approached and saw that square steel templates had been set up on the ground where the warehouse was located. These were the rebar columns that had been tied together. His 3 subordinates were busy with this task. The complex procedures were too time-consuming, and Chu Xian mainly handled the simpler tasks. Before long, he had finished pouring the concrete. Still, there was a lack of materials. Chu Xian said softly. Generally, constructing a warehouse is simplest and most sturdy with a steel structure. However, being able to obtain rebar was already a limit. The aid from the underground city did not include custom steel structures. And even the colored steel plates for the roof were not sold by the underground city, as they were considered non-essential. If he wanted them, he could only melt down the rebar and process it into the needed shapes. He needed to get some machinery for processing. Chu Xian had a plan in mind, to add some basic industrial equipment to his dimensional space to avoid situations like now, where he couldn't even produce a single nail. Of course, it was a bit exaggerated. With a piece of rebar, he could grind it down to make a nail. But that was obviously just quibbling. If possible, building a complete industrial system in the dimensional space would be the best. He could produce whatever he wanted. Right now, everything was constrained by the outside world. Even trying to make a bicycle left him at a loss. Such a life, of course, was unacceptable. Let us get to work. Soon, Chu Xian updated the exchange list for tea leaves, emphasizing the priority for industrial equipment and offering high prices. He figured some shelters might have stockpiles. 2 days later, industrial equipment? Chun Gu received the additional page of the exchange list and was also slightly tempted, as the offers were truly generous. He didn't have 5-axis machining equipment, but he did have some stock of machines for cutting, grinding, and drilling. Whatever, as long as the 3 most troublesome items are not included. Weapons, food, and gold. These are the 3 most valuable items for shelters, and it seemed the other party was not interested in them, which was strange but for the best. Immediately, Chun Gu called for preparations, as the items were limited. Each type of equipment was only available in a fixed quantity. Nowadays, there were more than just him as an agent. As the news spread, many shelters were sniffing around. He didn't know how many tea trees the other party had planted to sell so openly. From the leaves, it was clear they were all from aged tea trees. He wanted to learn, but unfortunately, his own place didn't have enough space, and tea trees also had high environmental requirements and a long growth cycle. It was better to act as an agent for ready-made tea leaves. December 24th, morning. Chun Gu arrived with the goods for this transaction. Brother Xiao, take a look. All the equipment brought this time is in good condition. Although not new, it can still be used. Not bad. Chu Xian nodded in satisfaction. By the way, I have a small gift for you. Chun Gu pointed to a box that was being unloaded and went forward to open it. When Chu Xian looked, it was a motorcycle. This has been passed down since before the disaster and has been well maintained. Chun Gu wants to continue the cooperation, and naturally, it can't be just business dealings. Mutual gifts are also necessary. So, he sent over a motorcycle that he had cherished for many years. Thank you very much. Chu Xian took a closer look and really liked it. He had one before the incident as well, but it was stolen just 3 days after he got it, which made him extremely upset. No wonder the brothers are impressive. They actually have such things. Chun Gu looked at the return gift and was surprised by the large pomelo. He received a dozen of them. It's just a small gesture. Chu Xian waved his hand and smiled, honestly stating that he didn't particularly like this kind of fruit and had received hundreds of kilograms a few days ago. He still hadn't finished them, so he decided to give some away to clear out his inventory. After Chun Gu left, Chu Xian began to gather materials. This time, there was less rebar and cement, but a lot of sand and gravel, which wasn't surprising since the former needed to be sourced from the underground city, while the latter could be obtained from the shelter itself. Digging, crushing, and washing. Different sizes of sand and gravel were prepared, and today's delivery from Chun Gu was likely a gesture of goodwill. Chu Xian didn't mind, as long as it wasn't excessive. After finishing with the sand and gravel, he entered the space. With a whoosh, countless grains flew up and landed in the planned circular road area, settling into a pit that had already been compacted down about a meter into the ground. Yes, the roadbed. The sand and gravel were indeed useful, and the quantity required was substantial. For building houses with rebar and cement, excess sand and gravel would be used for paving. Although Chu Xian couldn't get asphalt for the road surface, he could only use concrete for now. If new materials become available in the future, they could just cover it with a layer. Taking it slow, he used up all the sand and gravel but only managed to build a small segment of the roadbed. With a radius of 360 meters and a road length of over 2,000 meters, assuming a thickness of 1 meter and a width for 6 lanes. The roadbed would require about 40 to 50,000 tons of sand and gravel. Indeed, building roads is costly. As for whether 6 lanes are too extravagant, not at all, because the road standards before the disaster were low, and the vehicles from the wandering earth were all oversized. If he built a road just a few meters wide, how would it accommodate carts? To enjoy driving in the future, wouldn't 6 lanes still be insufficient? Then let us widen it to 8 lanes. Since it's not finished yet, the plan can be changed freely. After careful calculation, such a road would require over 70,000 tons of sand and gravel. It sounds daunting, but it's not too exaggerated. Before the disaster, a kilometer of highway required 4 to 6 tons of sand and gravel. with most of the cost in this. For his 2 kilometers, the consumption is only a little over that of 1 kilometer of highway materials, not too much. After finishing the roadbed, Chu Xian went to the breeding area. In recent days, he had been building a more decent breeding site. After 2 rounds of breeding, the number of rabbits had exceeded 100, most of which were young ones. The little white rabbits were pure white, and after being pickled, they were hung up to dry. With the increase in small animals, Chu Xian assigned one of his subordinates to specialize in the feeding work. As manpower was becoming increasingly tight, he felt like one person was worth 10, and even he was working like a beast of burden every day. Ugh. Anyway, that's the gist of it. After the 8th attempt, no one is signed in as a synthetic being. System, please help. Chapter 83, Forced to Operate December 28th. Academy of Sciences of the United Government, Director's Office. Haha, that's great. This is a historic breakthrough, another milestone achievement for humanity in the field of plant genetics. Heroes emerge from youth. Seeing the preliminary conclusions from several research teams, the director slammed the table and cheered, expressing his excitement. As the year comes to a close, there are numerous research achievements worldwide. However, truly valuable technologies are actually quite limited. Aside from the repetitions and failures, most have only average utility. Only a very few contribute significantly to the advancement of human technology. And Chu Xian's rapid growth theory is one of those few. Practical. Incredibly practical. Food is paramount for people. No matter how advanced the planetary engine technology is, the average person doesn't feel it much. But having an extra dish on the dining table makes a big difference. The timing is just right. In another half a month, the final review for this year's Science and Technology Progress Award will be missed. 3 days later, New Year's Day, as the only public holiday globally. All the underground cities are bustling. Of course, some must be on duty. The planetary engine cannot stop. It's 2075. Looking at the new calendar, Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. It's been almost a year since he came here. The 2nd, the 3rd, and even the 100th year will also be spent here, drifting along with the Earth. Honestly, thinking about it feels quite daunting. Drifting Earth. Besides its grandeur, there's also a sense of desolation. If it weren't for the system and the dimensional space, Chu Xian really wouldn't know how long he could last. There's no tomorrow, no hope, just wandering. Brother Xian, let's go to the zoo to see puppies. Han Duoduo's words interrupted Chu Xian's thoughts. Sure. In this day and age, personal pets are mostly turtles and goldfish. Cats and dogs are rarely seen outside the zoo. Lions? Tigers? Dream on, there are none in Underground City 3. If one wants to see them, they can only go to a few select underground cities, and due to the disaster, cats and dogs have become protected species. Level 2. It's definitely a highlight moment for both species. However, the cost of this highlight is heavy. Because of this, he has always wanted to get a dog but hasn't been able to. The official underground city is out of the question. He can only hope for a private shelter. The zoo is packed with people. Alright, another day of watching crowds. Can you believe the attention a husky gets? Woof woof. The husky is lively and playful, rolling around and showing off. Unfortunately, separated by glass, feeding isn't possible. Otherwise, Chu Xian would definitely want to try and see if this little guy would fetch a plate. Doggy, come here. Han Duoduo leaned against the glass, waving at the husky. Shouting is useless, it can't hear her. Nearby, a spectator commented, this girl isn't very bright. However, the next second, he was stunned. The husky came bounding over, jumping and wagging its tongue, bowing in greeting. Barking excitedly, the husky was simply adorable. And Han Duoduo beamed with joy. Behind her, Chu Xian wore a faint smile. Although the strength of his mental power couldn't directly communicate with animals, it could convey simple messages. Thus, the husky was compelled to come over and greet him. It spun around, rolled over, and bowed. Goodbye? Well, it was just that silly. Watching Chu Xian leave, the husky felt a bit dazed, wondering why he was leaving so soon when they hadn't had enough fun yet. Woof. There was something in its mouth. A bite. Delicious. Who stuffed that in there? On this day off, countless people hadn't rested well and were back to the grind. With weekends having long become a beautiful legend, Chu Xian continued to focus on developing his space. Last time, he had praised the system for a full 10 minutes. That very night, it surprised him by signing on 2 more bioengineered humans. Although not many, it was certainly better than nothing. With this, he now had 10 subordinates. Dazhuang continued to manage the store outside. In fact, the need for items from the black market had significantly decreased, but it remained an information hub, and one couldn't afford to be blind to it. It was necessary to have an additional channel for information. The rest of his subordinates included 3 picking and processing tea, 1 raising animals, and 5 busy with infrastructure, which somewhat alleviated his workload. On January 15th, in the morning, Chu Xian arrived at the administrative center of the underground city. Congratulations. After completing the process, he received a plane ticket. Indeed, a plane ticket. Of course, it wasn't the kind seen in movies. That was just for large cargo transport. What he held was a passenger flight ticket. Such tickets were not available to the general public. They were only for special official purposes. This time, he was invited to the underground city as headquarters of the United Government to receive an award. If everyone wants to see specific scenes, feel free to leave a comment. We are about to cross the timeline of the movie, and the author is a bit anxious. After this, it will all rely on creativity. And I don't know if everyone will like it. I can only say I'll do my best. Chapter 84. Energy Core. Not long after, he boarded the plane. He was the only passenger. As for whether this was a waste, not at all. Fuel was in no short supply. With planetary engines, synthetic fuel was nearly limitless. Labor? Depreciation? Even when idle, these costs remained. Prolonged inactivity could affect performance, and given the difficulty of manufacturing this aircraft, it was surprisingly low under the cooperation of all human technologies. The lift platform continued to rise. Soon, nearing the surface, a massive gate opened at the top. Boom. The engine roared, and the plane ascended slowly. Vertical takeoff and landing were standard for the mainstream passenger aircraft in the wandering Earth scenario. After a smooth flight, a flight attendant approached and asked, "Sir, would you like ice water or hot water?" There was a hint of respect in her gaze. This time, in the underground city, Chu Xian was the only one receiving an award, naturally enjoying the privileges of a private plane. Last year, there hadn't been anyone at all. One could say that Chu Xian had brought honor to the underground city. It wasn't that others weren't capable. It was just that winning awards was quite challenging. There are 10,000 planetary engines and thousands of universities worldwide, with millions of researchers, yet the awards are fixed and limited, without significant achievements or contributions. Even nominations are difficult to come by. Thank you for the warm water. There is almost no room for choice. The flight attendant is a man, likely for security reasons. Turning his head, Chu Xian looked out the window. It was a vast expanse of white clouds formed from the heat of the planetary engines, reminiscent of flying before. Unfortunately, it won't last long. Leaving Jupiter, moving away from the sun, the surface temperature will drop increasingly. Carbon dioxide, oxygen, and nitrogen will gradually turn solid, the atmosphere will thin. And eventually, the entire Earth will become an ice ball, with only a few solitary beams of light remaining. 8 hours later, the plane landed at the underground city where the headquarters of the United Government is located, and there were no planetary engines overhead. The underground city is not as crowded in its planning. There is more space, wider roads, and more greenery. There's not much to say. The standards here are high, not just for the United Government, but for many institutions as well. It's not just an underground city, but a cluster of cities. Surrounding it are various top-secret research, industrial, and military bases of the United Government. In short, it could be called prosperous, which would not be an exaggeration. Before the disaster, it was a place everyone yearned for. But after, its appeal has significantly decreased. Unless there are substantial career aspirations, it's often better to live in one's hometown underground city. No matter how much money one makes, one still has to hide underground, and the difference isn't that great. The motivation to strive is severely lacking. After verifying his identity, Chu Xian arrived at his accommodation, which was quite lively, filled with award winners from around the world, many of whom knew each other, exchanging experiences and making small talk. However, Chu Xian had no acquaintances. After entering his room, he didn't go out until dinner time when he headed upstairs. He almost felt like he was back in the past. Fruits, pastries, seafood. There was a wide variety in the buffet, which isn't hard to understand. As the attendees are all outstanding figures in their respective fields, it would be embarrassing to have a meager spread. Besides, since it happens just once a year, it wouldn't be considered extravagant, nor would it be wasteful, as everyone was eagerly filling their plates. Usually, they could get a few items now and then. But with such a complete selection, even the most distinguished could not expect to have everything. Thus, what Chu Xian originally thought would be an elegant dinner turned into a scene of people ravenously eating from the buffet, devouring their food like beasts. One cannot help but say it's a reflection of the times. Picking up a plate, Chu Xian prepared to choose some food he hadn't signed up for. 10 minutes later, a person with a full plate looked at Chu Xian, who was enjoying a large cup of soda alone, wide-eyed. "Are you doing research and have gone a bit crazy?" he remarked. "Just a reminder, you don't need credit points to eat here." "I know," Chu Xian replied, continuing to sip. "Refreshing. It's been over a year since I last had it, and it still tastes the same. Aside from cola, there's nothing here that hasn't been signed for by him." "Thank you, system. Compliments are just a routine. They don't cost anything but yield high returns. If this were a business, it would definitely be incredibly profitable." That very evening, I received another blessing from the system. "Congratulations, you've received 1,000 liters of cola. Additional reward, level 1 energy core." After reading the manual, Chu Xian was thrilled. Wow, this thing can completely solve the power issue in the dimensional space, eliminating the need for burning fuel to generate electricity. I had been troubled by this for a long time, with no better solution in sight. Cold fusion technology. more advanced than thermal nuclear fusion engines. Tony's arc reactor? It's somewhat similar, but larger and with greater output. Chapter 85. Claiming the prize. The spatial planning I had done earlier, with various facilities, could be considered comprehensive, bringing about huge electricity demands. Cold storage, experimentation, industry, all require a significant amount of power. A few generators running at full capacity every day were consuming more and more fuel. I had been worried about this for quite a while. Now, with the energy core, everything would be different. I could use it freely. With a flash, I entered the dimensional space. Boom. I took out the energy core, which was disc-shaped, with a diameter of 30 meters and a height of about 6 meters. Looking quite heavy. But as long as it works, that's all that matters. There are many interfaces around it, and the electricity generated can be directly connected to the power supply network. Clearly, it couldn't be left out in the open like this. Then, I began to construct the power station facilities, found a spot, dug a large pit, and poured concrete. In the morning, following the instructions, I arrived at the award hall. I found my seat, which had my nameplate on it. Instantly, it attracted quite a few gazes from those around me, seeing my young face. They looked on with some surprise. Looking around, most of the attendees were much older. It was indeed rare to see someone so young. They must be a representative. They thought to themselves. Such occurrences are quite common. Some people are unwell and cannot take flights, so they stop paying attention. I was rather pleased to have some peace. Look, among the crowd, some people were surrounded by a circle. Dealing with so many people can be tiring, so this was quite nice. After a while, the ceremony began. Half an hour later, the host's voice echoed throughout the hall. Last year, there was a significant discovery in the agricultural field, which many people are likely aware of: high-fat rapeseed. It grows at twice the speed of previous varieties and has spread to underground cities worldwide after more than half a year of expansion. It has enriched the residents' dining tables. However, this is just the beginning. Within less than half a year, its discoverer made another groundbreaking advancement, proposing the first set of fast-growing gene theories, which were successfully validated. Using this theory, all cruciferous plants can have their growth rate increased by over 50%. The host continued to praise and introduced lengthy descriptions. It's important to note that most of the previous award winners finished their introductions in about half a minute, but for Chu Xian's achievements, it took a full 5 minutes. This made the other award recipients envious. Although they felt somewhat disgruntled, they understood that the organizing committee's favoritism must have its reasons. A little thought made it clear. Most of the winners' research had limited impact on people's livelihoods, but the rapid growth theory was different. It was tangible and affected countless lives. Disasters, lotteries, moving underground, living in cramped spaces, and working long hours. These changes led the residents of the underground city to have their own opinions about the coalition government. Moreover, some people protested daily, complaining about poor food and insisting that the sun wouldn't undergo helium flashes, shouting to go back. There were not many things that generally concerned people, and food was one of them. It not only made supporters see improvements in their lives and support even more, but also gave some skeptics hope, reducing dissatisfaction with the coalition government. In summary, Chu Xian's achievements and theories were exactly the publicity points the coalition government urgently needed. 5 minutes was nothing. If it weren't for considering the potential dissatisfaction of others, they might have given him even more time. Perhaps even a special session would have seemed appropriate. After the host painted a beautiful picture for all the viewers, they invited the discoverer of high-fat canola and the proposer of the rapid growth gene theory, researcher Chu Xian, to the stage. As Chu Xian stood up, all eyes in the room turned to him. He is here to accept the award? People around him were surprised to find out he was not there to receive it on someone else's behalf, as the big screen already displayed Chu Xian's appearance. The gazes were quite complex. Some were relieved, surprised, envious, and there were also hints of jealousy, but it didn't prevent Chu Xian from becoming the center of attention, with multiple cameras following him. So young, they had seen him on television last time, and they did not expect him to not only discover high-fat canola, but also propose a complete theory. This young man was impressive. He had accomplished something substantial. Countless praises came from those watching on TV. The previous awards had been dull and sleep-inducing. If there had been any other programs, they would have changed the channel long ago. The mathematics, physics, and chemistry awards, no matter how impressive the achievements were, what did they have to do with them? Even if they did, it was not as practical as tomorrow's meal. However, Chu Xian's achievements were closely related to everyone. They were grounded and beneficial to people's livelihoods. At that moment, countless people remembered Chu Xian's face and applauded. On the podium, the president of the academy personally handed over the trophy. Congratulations. Thank you. Chu Xian realized that his research not only won an award but also served as a promotion for the coalition government. It set an example. It boosted hope. It stabilized people's hearts. Well, although it carried some nuances, it was still a good thing for him, as his fame skyrocketed. Moreover, with such high recognition, there should be corresponding benefits. Click, click. Click. After a round of applause, he was sent off. Underground City number 3. Amazing. Chu Xian's former classmates watched the television. Utterly shocked. 3 months after graduation, being promoted to intermediate researcher was already surprising enough, and now, they saw him again on TV. Rapid growth theory. My goodness. This is definitely something that can be written into textbooks. If it continues to develop, it might even become a specialized discipline. Chu Xian is the pioneer. While he is still on his journey, others have already reached heights that are admirable. At the N3 experimental base, Chu Xian, Technology Progress Award? The rapid growth gene theory has actually succeeded? Countless people were stunned by the host's words, and suddenly, they began to understand how Zhou Ying ended up where he was. Sympathy. It's simply a well-crafted demise. Such a theory holds tremendous value for all of humanity, and Zhou Ying's unfortunate involvement in this matter is hardly unjust. Go in peace. The achievements that should have been yours are now inherited by someone else. At this moment, the acting director of the experimental base, Yang, was beaming. The higher Chu Xian's achievements, the more beneficial it was for him. Even if his success had nothing to do with him, he could still bask in the glory. Tonight, a celebration. In the N3436 laboratory. So handsome. In the lounge, Han Duo pressed the pause button, freezing the frame of Chu Xian receiving his award. Internal network live broadcast. High-definition quality. She wished she could print it out and hang it by her bedside. But she held back, saving it for some secret viewing later. At the Navigator International Space Station. This kid has surprised people once again. Liu Peiqiang couldn't help but exclaim. When he doesn't make a sound. He astonishes everyone when he does. This is exactly the case with Chu Xian, who, after just over half a year since graduation, has reached a height that countless people can't achieve in their entire lives. Do you know him? An astronaut from the Arctic Bear asked. Neighbor, his father. You also know him, Liu Peiqiang explained. Is he Chu's son? Yes, just as excellent as his father. I look forward to his greater achievements. It would be even better if he could increase the production of vodka ingredients. A few words always circle back to alcohol. On this day, countless people remembered one name, Chu Xian. They also hoped that with increased vegetable production, everyone's dining tables could be a bit more abundant. After the award ceremony, Chu Xian was very busy. Since the joint government wanted to boost confidence, it was natural that it wouldn't only be about the award ceremony. They also planned a series of promotions, including interviews, exchanges, and visits. For a full 3 days, he was in the news. And it wasn't until the 4th day that things calmed down. January 20th, Academy of Sciences, Director's Office. Congratulations. This was the second time he had said these 2 words to Chu Xian. Because at this moment, Chu Xian had already become a senior researcher. Being promoted to senior researcher just half a year after graduation was absolutely unprecedented. And this young man, relying on his luck and talent, had achieved it. Are you interested in working here? Don't worry about the conditions. They will definitely be the best. The director extended the invitation. I'll consider it for a while. Chu Xian didn't refuse outright. After all, the research conditions surrounding the central government of the coalition are naturally unquestionable. I'm quite interested. But now is not the right time. Just wait a bit longer. Wait for what? Next month, after the Jupiter crisis, I will definitely have my share of credit. And then we can negotiate. I can secure better conditions. The director says it's the best, but it's only the highest level available right now. I already have a level 4 laboratory. Level 5. With the reputation I've built this time, I can negotiate for it. No, what I want is level 6. Previously, there were only 3 such labs in the underground city, and none are vacant now. Alright, think it over carefully. After seeing off Chu Xian, the director returned to his office and muttered in frustration, stubborn. He wasn't referring to Chu Xian, but rather to the previous rating. He had proposed directly promoting Chu Xian to a special researcher. However, some old-timers on the review committee disagreed. Blah blah blah, a whole bunch of reasons. In short, the matter of the special researcher did not pass. It wasn't personal, they had valid points. The rapid growth theory has not been fully validated yet. And it's not quite compliant. As for exceptions, that was out of the question. After all, he was just the director of the academy. And the title mainly depended on the opinions of the academic management committee. He could only suggest and could not interfere across departments. Although Chu Xian had no channels. He had a sense of perception and inadvertently learned some things, but he didn't pay much attention to them. His brilliance, who could overshadow it? Chapter 87. Refusal of recruitment. Leaving the academy and returning to the guest house, Chu Xian prepared to pack up and head back. Even though he had space, he still symbolically brought a travel bag, making it seem more normal. Just as he finished, there was a knock on the door. When he opened it, a middle-aged man stood at the entrance. Are you Chu Xian? The man asked directly. Not really. Chu Xian almost stumbled over his words. Did he think he was blind? This past few days, he had been on the news. Not many people wouldn't recognize him. It's you. The man continued, showing no signs of uncertainty. Chu Xian gave him a look as if he were foolish. He felt an impulse to hit someone. Wasn't he told that Chu Xian was approachable? How could he get irritated in just 3 sentences? Was the rumor misleading? Is there something you want? Chu Xian retorted. He knew how to respond based on the person in front of him. He wouldn't give a good face to someone with bad intentions. The conversation he overheard between this man and his assistant before entering was crystal clear. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, the man introduced himself. I'm He Bai, assistant for the Biocircle Project number 6. The project has 3 level 6 laboratories and 10 level 5 laboratories. I'd like to invite you to join us. Don't worry, the conditions are negotiable. As long as you agree, one of the level 5 labs can be assigned to you. He rambled on. His purpose was clear: recruitment. With high-yield canola and rapid growth genes, Chu Xian had already proven his abilities. Recruiting someone like him would also reflect well on the team. As for other ulterior motives, only he and the project leader would know. Within 2 years, becoming a special researcher wouldn't be a problem. Within 10 years, becoming a scientist was also possible. Researcher level, scientist level. It is the classification of positions within the joint government, and from the name alone, one can tell that even a top-level researcher is still just a researcher. Only those at the scientist level are considered the top tech experts of the joint government. The treatment is also vastly different. The former can at most lead a team of 100 people, while the latter has almost no limits. They can serve as the head of a major project and, in addition to their rank, also hold an administrative level within the joint government. In summary, there are numerous benefits, a higher status, and greater power. Have you finished? After listening, Chu Xian smiled at him. Well, then I won't see you off. He Bai's expression was somewhat unsightly. Was this a rejection? Why? Are you not satisfied with the conditions? I'm just not interested in working for someone else, that's all. Please. Chu Xian had no interest in being someone's assistant, even though the project was significant. But what did it have to do with him? You can't always be so lucky. He Bai said again. Oh, you. How can you not appreciate the offer? He Bai couldn't hold back any longer. A mere progress award has made you so arrogant? Who's barking like a dog? Chu Xian chuckled lightly. He Bai was taken aback and immediately furious. Are you calling me a dog? Sorry, my mistake. After all, you wouldn't be the one fetching the plate. Chu Xian replied, spreading his hands. After saying that, he picked up his bag and turned to leave, leaving only his back. Humph. Arrogant and disrespectful, thinking too highly of yourself. It is right for the teacher to review your top-level researcher application. Otherwise, who knows how far you would go. If Chu Xian were to advance to top-level researcher, the conditions for recruitment would definitely be even higher. Therefore, during the previous review, his teacher, as one of the judges, insisted on adhering to the regulations. They initially thought it would go smoothly. Unexpectedly, Chu Xian was unyielding. Did he know something? Chu Xian was not surprised at the recent unpleasantness he encountered. Talent and virtue are not necessarily coexistent. Some individuals rise through underhanded means, which is not a big deal. Do you expect everyone to be noble and upright? You're thinking too much. Just like now, sitting in the car, under the perception of his mental strength. There were still plenty of indulgences and some sordid affairs that could raise one's blood pressure. It was a mess. Chu Xian shook his head slightly. Movies are ultimately just movies, and the content they portray is still too limited. Next, he needed to adjust his plans for the future. An hour later, Chu Xian was already above the clouds, still on the same plane, still alone, releasing his perception abilities. What was he doing? Drawing. Last time he came, he learned to pilot the plane. This time, he had some leisure to sneakily learn about the technology, how each part operates and plays its role. It was all clear at a glance. With the resolution of energy in dimensional space, steel refining and processing became a basic guarantee. Chu Xian hoped to establish a complete industrial system one day, so that he could obtain whatever he wanted without being restricted by others. Just yesterday, the exchange catalog for tea had added scrap steel and its products. 10 grams of tea for 60 tons of scrap iron. The energy core's minimum power consumption operation could not be exhausted, and there was nowhere to store it, so he was looking for more ways to utilize it. Chapter 88 Unit Upgrade. These days, the energy core power plant has been completed, looking like a concrete fortress from the outside. It spans 100 meters, with green grass planted around it. From above, it resembles a switch button. Indeed, once the power goes out, everything must stop, like an apocalyptic button. The oversized hot spring in the leisure area has been completed ahead of schedule. It used to be heated only when in use, but now it runs continuously for 24 hours. At the same time, while Chu Xian was on the plane, all the tea leaf agents mobilized their subordinates to collect scrap steel. Despite their doubts, they were motivated by the prospect of making money. Although the tsunami reached 300 meters, many cities were not flooded. Abandoned cars, deserted factories, and even roadside utility poles were not spared. These items, which were previously unwanted, could now be exchanged for money. So why wait? Dismantle. Move. Who knows how much they would be willing to pay, so speed was of the essence. 7 hours later, the plane slowly landed in the underground city. Upon disembarking, many people were there to greet him, all high-ranking officials from the underground city, young and promising. They brought glory to our underground city. It took a while to deal with them before he could return home. Brother Xian. Han Duo rushed up and hugged Chu Xian tightly, not letting go until Lu Qi pulled her back by her collar. What does it feel like to receive the award for the first time? Lu Qi couldn't help but ask. Recalling that moment, he felt the gaze of thousands. No, it was the gaze of millions. All television stations were broadcasting live. Even if some people weren't watching, the viewership was in the hundreds of millions. Wow, is this a height that a 19-year-old can reach? Yet, this person in front of him had achieved it. It felt exhilarating. Is this even human? Can't you be a little humble? If it weren't for the fact that I can't compete, I wouldn't allow you to be so arrogant. In his mind, Lu Qi had already imagined beating Chu Xian into a pulp. If he couldn't win, at least he could throw a few jabs. After some idle chatter, Han Xiang looked at what Chu Xian had taken out and jumped up. Soda? It's been years since I had this. The conditions over at the joint government headquarters are that good? Before long, his childhood friend Xue Ming also arrived, bringing a chicken. Duo, we'll stew it tonight. Chu Xian asked, is that okay? It was sent to you by the head of our laboratory. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the clout to get a whole one. Xue Ming looked at Chu Xian with a resentful gaze and said, we agreed to excel together. Why did you leave me behind? Look at you. Suddenly becoming someone else's child. Though he said this, he was still happy and wished him well in his heart. Chu Xian rolled his eyes at him. Soon, Xue Ming was captivated by the pastries in front of him, shouting long live, Chu Xian. Hey, I have good stuff too. After finishing the pastries, Xue Ming mysteriously produced something. When Chu Xian saw it, a strange look crossed his face. Never seen this before, right? Longjing tea. Fresh tea. It's 500 credit points per gram. This little pack is more than a month's salary for me, and I finally got someone to buy it for me. Xue Ming was making tea while talking. Moments later, the aroma filled the room, and each person had a cup. How is it? Tasty, right? The rest is yours. You can enjoy it a few more times. Thanks. Chu Xian had nothing more to say. Now the price was 500 per gram. And it seemed the dealers had significantly marked it up, but it was none of his business. Even if it sold for 1,001 per gram. That was their skill. 2 days later. Finally, he could change the unit. Looking at the expanded space, Chu Xian spoke softly. A month ago, the space was over 1,300 acres. Now, it had reached over 1,800 acres, exceeding 1 square kilometer. The unit upgrade sounded more impressive. However, it still hadn't reached the level of having a certain climate. Within a 1-kilometer radius, the area was over 3 million square meters, still quite a bit short. Given the growth speed of this dimensional space, it would take several more times. Then, Chu Xian went to the laboratory. After such a long construction period, the space lab was finally ready for use. Although the equipment wasn't advanced, it was sufficient. Many experiments had been conducted during this time, and the rapid growth gene theory needed further refinement. Previously focused on the cruciferous family, the next step was to develop a universal rapid growth plant gene theory. The difficulty was considerable, but with plenty of samples on hand, the results could be reverse engineered. It would just take some time. Just the theoretical construction alone could take over a month. He still lacked manpower. With only 10 subordinates, all busy, he had to handle the experiments himself. Currently, it was only plants. In the future, he wanted to research more projects. Animals, bacteria, microorganisms, viruses. At that point, even if he multiplied himself 1,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. If he wanted to get things done, it could really drive a person crazy. Of course, he could choose to be lazy, eating, drinking, playing, and fooling around. But clearly, Chu Xian didn't want to pursue those things for a lifetime. That would be wasting his life and the opportunity at hand. Chapter 89. Fearless on the other side. The Joint Government Awards Review Committee was currently conducting a preliminary review for the Human Contribution Award. This was a separate award, with dozens of nominations, but fewer than 10 could pass the initial review, and there were only 3 total slots, one of which had to be accepted by a family member. Thus, the remaining 2 spots were fiercely contested. Soon, it was Chu Xian's nomination. The contribution of the rapid growth gene theory to humanity was self-evident. I believe it should pass. I disagree. It is certainly useful, but still has limitations. That's true. Although there are certain limitations, let's not forget that Chu Xian is also one of the promoters of the Joint Government Plan Number 9. But nothing has happened. Plan No. 9 is just a contingency plan, with a probability of less than 1%, not worth counting towards contribution value. Opinions on whether Chu Xian should pass were divided within the committee. Thus, a vote was held. 8-3, it did not pass. It was an extremely low probability event. And strictly speaking, it indeed did not qualify for contribution points. Relying solely on the rapid growth gene and high oil rapeseed, it was still a bit lacking. Moreover, Chu Xian was still too young, lacking an advantage compared to many who had toiled for most of their lives. Even the average work hours being insufficient was one of the reasons for rejection. In short, the preliminary review was a failure. Chu Xian was not clear about the events happening in a distant place. Indigenous people? While busy in the lab, he received a report from his subordinate that some indigenous people had come to the shelter to discuss matters. They wouldn't be asking to reclaim the shelter, would they? 10 minutes later, he met the visitors. There were 3 men, and they didn't look like good people. Are you Xiao Shu? This is our shelter, and you're occupying it without permission. Before he could finish speaking, Chu Xian waved his hand, and 6 strong men stepped forward, grabbing him by the collar and pulling him out. What are you doing? Let me go? He struggled fiercely, but he was no match for the 6 strong men. The other 2 were a bit dumbfounded, not expecting the sudden violence. Just as they were about to speak, they heard Chu Xian say, "Think carefully before you speak. I'm busy and don't have time to listen to your chatter. If you want to continue, give me 3 sentences that pique my interest. Otherwise, out the door. Turn left, and don't expect me to see you off." Each word struck the 2 men's hearts, making their momentum weaken. After all, this is our place. First sentence. Is that counted as 1? We just temporarily left before. Second sentence. And there's 1 last sentence, so please choose your words carefully. They felt like they were being trampled by a wild animal, realizing that such unreasonable behavior would ruin any negotiation. It seemed they had to give up some unrealistic fantasies. This place can be rented to you, but you have to pay. In short, you can't occupy it for free. Can you represent the remaining survivors? Chu Xian suddenly smiled. Yes. Really? Of course. Are you sure? Think carefully before you say. A gun was already pressed against the man's head, and instantly, he broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the situation could escalate violently. This isn't how it's supposed to go. I'm serious. Bang. The gun shifted, grazing his ear as a bullet flew out. Spare me, don't kill me, I was lying earlier. He was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, clutching his head in apology. The other person also lost his courage and began to confess everything. It turned out that the survivors had heard that someone was occupying the shelter and were indeed prepared to negotiate. However, it was not about paying money. They wanted to see if help could be provided for repairs. After all, migrating to another place meant facing exclusion and oppression from outsiders. They had heard that someone was doing well in business, so they hoped to see if they could join in, as following anyone would mean survival. Thus, they sent a few representatives to negotiate. However, upon learning about this, the 3 men had ulterior motives, taking the representatives hostage and planning to profit from it. The 5 representatives who were taken hostage were currently bound in their vehicle. There were originally 6. But 1 was killed along the way and thrown into the wilderness as a show of strength. After hearing this, Chu Xian nodded, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. You have quite the nerve. A promising future. Bang. Bang. The 2 clutched their hearts, eyes wide open. Weren't you just saying there's a promising future? We thought you were going to recruit us. Just as I was about to agree, I was met with 2 peanuts. I heard Chu Xian slowly say, no matter how promising a person is, they will ultimately face death. Therefore, I've spared you the intermediate process. So you don't need to thank me. Thus, you still have a future. Uffed. I spat out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood, my worldview shattered. Is this really your understanding of the future? There was a sarcastic remark that I just couldn't vocalize, and in the end, I was left with resentment. Thank you. At that moment, 5 people who had been rescued appeared at the door. They looked at Chu Xian with fear in their eyes. This person is too terrifying. Killing both physically and psychologically, it's pretty much the same. Of course, there was also gratitude for saving their lives. They almost thought they were going to die. If it weren't for the 3 of them thinking they could still profit from the survivors, they wouldn't have made it this far. Don't thank me. Just tell me your specific stance, Chu Xian said as he looked at them. Could we clean up the bodies first? It's a bit unsettling to negotiate like this. In the next 10 minutes, both sides engaged in a friendly negotiation, achieving breakthrough progress and reaching a satisfactory consensus. If only there weren't any bodies nearby. It would have been perfect. The negotiation results were basically the bottom line conditions for the survivors. First, repair the shelter. Second, ensure they won't starve. Third, no oppression or persecution. Housing, food, and dignity were all taken into account. Although the terms were quite humble, Chu Xian didn't offer any better conditions. It wasn't that he couldn't, but setting too high expectations from the start wasn't a good idea. This is a small manager's workplace wisdom, or rather, a flaw. If they want something, they must earn it through contributions. He doesn't support idlers. Seeing the consensus reached, the 5 people breathed a sigh of relief. At least they had something to report back. And the new leader was no ordinary person. He had strength, financial resources, and channels. No matter what, they wouldn't be worse off than before. After reaching a consensus, one of them hesitated and asked, I don't know if you would be willing to accept some other survivors. What do you mean? Chu Xian looked at him, sensing a push for more. You see, this area's civilian shelters are mostly composed of people from a certain region and those from the Arctic. However, the leaders differ. Some are from that region, and some are from the Arctic. Therefore, under different management, bias is inevitable. This time, our relocated shelter is managed by people from the Arctic. After arriving, we found that many people from that region are living in difficult conditions, doing the hardest jobs for the lowest pay. After hearing this, Chu Xian understood. It made sense. Although the world seems unified, that is only on a large scale. Internal integration will take a long time. Unlike the original work, which had hundreds of years to integrate well, the movie world has only been a few decades, making it unrealistic to expect equal treatment and complete elimination of barriers. Seeing Chu Xian deep in thought, the person added, they are all very diligent, and their general knowledge background is stronger than that of those from the Arctic. A promise was made. 5 people left happily, and Chu Xian sent a subordinate to ensure safety and screen personnel. The other side won't release people? They are overthinking it. The scale of civilian shelters is limited. The more people there are, the more resources are consumed. As for using people to deceive the coalition government for basic food aid? The aid provided by the coalition government consists only of food blocks, which are far less abundant than what is found in the underground cities. It serves no purpose beyond filling bellies. No one is willing to eat more, and hoarding it is useless. As long as one applies, it is available. In short, they won't starve, but they won't eat well, which greatly reduces the temptation to deceive for aid and suppresses the merging of shelters. This is a game of strategy. 3 hours later, they arrived. Chu Xian received a report from his subordinate and entered the scene. Looking at the footage that was transmitted back, he didn't know what to say. 3 words: chaotic. In the official underground city, laws are still effective, but in civilian shelters, they are merely friendly reminders, useless paper. There are only rules, no laws. Moreover, there is severe polarization. The people from the northern region look rosy-cheeked, but upon seeing a person of Chinese descent, they seem to have come out from a refugee camp. They do all the dirty work, sweeping the floors, wiping tables, and taking on the hard labor. Even in the flesh trade, this is why Chu Xian, upon arriving, did not engage in any acts of offering bribes, as there is a psychological barrier. The Grand Wandering Earth plan is filled with countless untold stories behind its magnificence. Being a saint, a savior, the light of humanity? Chu Xian neither wants to be nor is prepared to be any of those. To give up half of humanity for the sake of the other half? When life can be weighed, he would only become a guinea pig. Therefore, he chose to walk his own path. On one hand, he would integrate into this world, gradually bringing out some system-related items to improve it. On the other hand, he would construct a dimensional space, which is his final retreat, and even serves as a retreat for this world. The coalition government has a space station as part of its seed plan, and that dimensional space is Chu Xian's seed plan. When 5 billion people can be abandoned, Chu Xian has to be selfish. He can help this world, but only in his own way. He needs to have his own trump card and his own influence. At any time, he can choose not to overturn the table, but he must have the strength to do so. Not needing to do it is one thing. Not having the ability to do so is a tragedy. Chapter 91. Approaching Jupiter before long, they arrived at the gathering place of the relocated individuals, a cramped room with makeshift bedding, crowded together, and the air was thick. Upon seeing the 5, everyone immediately surrounded them. How did it go? What did you negotiate? Pairs of eyes looked at them expectantly. It's settled. This person is our representative, escorting us back. As for Brother Sun, he encountered 3 bad guys along the way. Wah! Upon hearing this news, one of the women burst into tears. That was her husband. My condolences. The 3 assailants were all eliminated. It took a while to calm her down. Soon after, news spread throughout the area. Really? Finally, we can go back. After cursing the 3 bad guys, everyone was suddenly excited. Living under someone else's roof, they weren't afraid. What they feared was the current situation, where they simply couldn't integrate. The status of the Chinese community here was indeed low, and they often faced bullying. As long as the new employer wasn't too unreasonable, they could accept it. Then, they found the spokesperson of the shelter. Upon hearing about the repatriation, he seemed quite unhappy. Although they couldn't cheat on subsidies, the labor was cheap, and they dared not withhold it for fear of being reported. Other shelters would face trouble if they forcibly withheld people. Internal issues wouldn't be managed by the joint government, but there were basic regulations regarding relations between shelters. The purpose was actually to prevent shelter mergers. Although this time they escaped here, strictly speaking, if they weren't your people, you couldn't force them to stay if they wanted to leave. Otherwise, forget about basic food aid. What? You want me to allow the original Chinese residents here to go? It seems not impossible. The area is limited, and with so many new arrivals, they also need to work. It would be just right to free up some space. It's possible, but what is in it for me? To survive. Talking like this. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten to death? A week later, on January 31st, a long transport truck drove into the shelter, and the heavy doors slowly closed, causing the indoor temperature to rise. This was also due to the repatriation of personnel. After applying to the nearby underground city, the shelter had restored its power supply. Once the indoor temperature reached a certain level, people began to disembark. The truck was borrowed from some agents. They initially wanted to seek assistance from the joint government, but the process was simply too slow. Next, they registered information and established personnel files, underwent physical examinations, and took showers. Each person was given a set of clothes. After that, they started assigning rooms. Although it was still a collective dormitory, the conditions were better than before, and everyone was quite satisfied. Next, you have 3 tasks. First, bury all the remaining bodies in the shelter. Second, clean up the old garbage. Third, seal off the passageway created by the meteorite strike. Once the tasks were assigned, the entire shelter was bustling with activity. In fact, these tasks would be easier for Chu Xian to handle, but he didn't intervene. A new collective needed to find its rhythm. Cooperation, striving, effort, building a new home with their own hands. All right, mainly teaching them how to be good workers. Indeed, one's position dictates their mindset, and one's stance determines their attitude. Damn capitalists. Looking at the registered information, Chu Xian began to select. His current level of manpower shortage had reached a critical point. 10 subordinates, each with their own tasks. The entire laboratory relied solely on him. It was more than just being worked like a beast of burden. Even livestock wouldn't be treated this way. However, he wouldn't randomly recruit people. A series of assessments were necessary. Ability, character, attitude. Once they were brought in, for confidentiality reasons, Chu Xian wouldn't let them leave. So he had to be thorough in his selection. It will take at least a month. Time flies, and 10 days have passed. The cleanup work of the entire shelter has been initially completed, and some areas have returned to a livable state. There were thoughts of restoration initially, but the personnel from the polar bear group insisted on leaving, and the remaining individuals had no choice but to follow, given the significant disadvantage in numbers. When they migrated, there were about 400 individuals. This time, there are just over 1,000 returning. With the organization in place, everyone gradually adapts to their roles. Wu Zhong. Report to the 9th floor of Area C tomorrow. Yes, nearly 200 people received the order. With confusion, they arrived at the designated location. An opportunity is now presented to you. If you pass, you can work at our shelter. Currently, this is limited to those with an academic background. Most of you have a certain foundation, but there are still gaps. Therefore, for the next 20 days, you need to study. There will be an assessment at the end, and passing it will allow you to go. Upon hearing this, everyone felt invigorated and excited. After all, the backing for this might be a large shelter. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so open about offering opportunities. The conditions must be good. People strive for better prospects. Now, with a new leader in charge, if they want to live well, they naturally need to integrate and work hard within the new rules. Remember, the first batch has only 36 spots. The timing for the next batch is uncertain, so study well. While a group of people within the shelter were intensely studying, at the top, Chu Xian looked at the sky and saw a massive object hanging at the horizon, resembling the moon faintly visible in the morning. Jupiter. Today is February 10th, 2075. There are only 5 days left until the Jupiter crisis depicted in the movie. At this moment, various astronomical bases of the United Government were also on high alert, monitoring all data related to Jupiter. Prior to this, there had been multiple drills, among which the Plan 9 was the most disliked. Why? It was exhausting. There are many possible scenarios when passing Jupiter, but they are mostly irrelevant to the astronomical bases, primarily concerning the engines. Even if meteors are encountered, it falls under the safety military's domain. However, in Plan 9, the worst-case scenario for humanity is igniting Jupiter, leading to a massive shockwave. Numerous astronomical bases in the southern hemisphere would have to evacuate. Thus, the content of the drills was particularly strenuous. Who came up with the idea of increased gravity? Although there have been fluctuations this past year, they are far from the warning threshold. Disaster paranoia. Exactly. Igniting Jupiter? If it doesn't happen, just imagine how awkward it would be for the proposer. Many people criticized Plan 9, with a probability of less than 1%. How unlucky would one have to be to encounter that? Earth has already had enough misfortune. It's impossible to keep having bad luck consecutively. In the northern part of the urban cluster of the United Government headquarters, there is a large experimental base, the Biosphere No. 6 project. In the office of the chief responsible person, have you confirmed? Hebai rushed in. Yes, it's all that Chu Guy's fault, Hebai said angrily. Last time I went to extend an invitation, I was full of hope, but was turned down. Chu Xian even scolded him for not being able to handle the situation properly. Although dogs are also classified as a second-level protected species, it still didn't bring much joy. Initially, it was Chu Xuan's reputation that attracted me. If I could have brought him in, perhaps the Biosphere Project No. 6 could have maintained its budget level for a few more years. While Chu Xian might not have that much influence, he could still maneuver things. The example the coalition government wants to set is valuable. It can be suppressed or elevated. In this way, more benefits could be gained. Now, the budget has been slashed drastically. Next year's budget is only a tenth of what it was before, which feels like a severe blow. The lack of results is one aspect, but the project itself is also a subset of the coalition government's planetary transformation plan. It aims to utilize plant photosynthesis to create a suitable atmosphere for human survival. The goal is to prepare for reaching the next stellar system. In case there are Earth-like habitable planets in the neighboring star system, which could lead to the creation of a second habitable home. However, due to the lack of results for so long, it's natural for the budget to be cut. Moreover, the technology needed in over 2,000 years is too distant. The enthusiasm for heavy investment is gradually waning. Just as Bai was scolding Chu Xian, the person in charge across from him smiled lightly and said, "All right. If this place doesn't work, we can always switch to another location. The person in charge of Biosphere Project number 3 has just become available. I'm working on it. And if all goes well, they will be transferred soon." "Really? That's great." Bai's expression immediately brightened, and his anger at being scolded by Chu Xian dissipated significantly. As the new year approached, the underground city became a bit more festive. At the same time, many places were posting warnings about Jupiter's proximity, and disaster relief supply stations started to have items available. The neighborhood committee was about to distribute dumplings again. In the commercial area, Chu Xian and Hando Duo were eating roasted rapeseed leaves while the screens by the roadside displayed information about the dumpling distribution. It wasn't something they were missing out on, but it was free. Who could refuse something that costs nothing? Duo, come to my house for a big meal on the first day of the new year," Chu Xian said, after his reminder about the paper. Even though the orbit had deviated by more than 60,000 kilometers compared to the movie, small-scale earthquakes were still unavoidable. If it were any further, the acceleration goal could not be achieved. The movie world differs from the original work. The original took hundreds of years with continuous gravitational slingshots. The estimated time for the helium flash in the movie is around 2100, possibly 2200, or even as early as 2080. Now it's February 2075. Therefore, there is only one chance to utilize Jupiter's gravity. Otherwise, the next slingshot window could easily be 10 years away. If the sun flares 5 years from now, it would be quite a spectacle. Let us all joyfully face doom together. Chapter 93, Gravitational Surge. The sun is aging rapidly. Jupiter's gravity is abnormal. Clearly, these are unexpected events that are difficult to predict. Who knows what the little broken ball will encounter during the upcoming drift? Natural disasters? Man-made disasters? Unexpected events can happen at any time. Therefore, Chu Xian had to activate his own fire seed plan. The construction of the dimensional space would not stop. The technology tree also needed to be developed. If there were any changes, it could still be salvaged. There were two main directions. First, to obtain resources from the headquarters of the joint government. This is why the president of the Academy of Sciences did not refuse the invitation directly. He needed a large amount of basic technology from there. Second, to decipher the items related to the sign-in system. This was mainly to be completed at the experimental base in the dimensional space, so a lot of research personnel were needed. The selection of civil shelters was one source. Additionally, the largest source was identified by Chu Xian among some qualified researchers in the base clusters around the joint government headquarters. Once they entered the dimensional space, it wouldn't take long before they would completely become one of their own. Still, the same question remained. Reveal everything? Forget it. 3.5 billion people could be abandoned. The future is unpredictable. Who knows if, when faced with certain situations, they might be coerced into sacrificing themselves in the name of righteousness. Before crossing over, he was just an ordinary person who had been beaten down by society many times. 3 days later, the acceptance of the rapid growth gene theory was completed. The initial project was set for half a year. But since the Academy of Sciences had already conducted preliminary verification, this was just a formality. Looking at the sparse planting area with only a dozen plants, the acceptance personnel were speechless. There were hardly any fat worms left, looking like it had been ravaged many times. However, they didn't say anything. After all, the results were still there, and they had to give some credit. In the end, they brought dozens of boxes but only filled 2 on the way back. It was a setback in their professional career. After the acceptance personnel left, they decided to go home and take a good rest for a while. Han Duo packed her things and followed Chu Xian. "Researcher Chu, is the acceptance completed?" "Yes. Congratulations." She greeted some acquaintances warmly. The Technological Progress Award was definitely a significant honor. 99% of researchers would never have the chance to be nominated, let alone win. Many envied Han Duo for being involved in 2 important projects as the first assistant, which would undoubtedly add a bright spot to her resume. With the value of the rapid growth gene theory, even senior researchers would be willing to be an assistant. Unfortunately, she was a bit short-sighted. No one thought Chu Xian would succeed. It was a huge mistake. Also, due to her position as the first assistant, Han Duo had already received an invitation from a university to pursue an A1 degree while working. This made her a formal university student, not just an auditor. Han Duo did not expect the benefits to come so quickly. Previously, she only wanted to work under Chu Xian to gain A3 level qualifications, which might have taken around 10 years. Unexpectedly, her brother Xian was too impressive. directly pulling her from a bronze level to a gold level. Even if her own abilities weren't up to par, it didn't matter as someone was able to carry the whole team. She just needed to support and push a tower while he went to conquer the entire map. Chu Xian returned home. As soon as he entered the door, in the most prominent spot of the house, there was a trophy that Han Duo had specifically arranged, and he didn't oppose it. Winning this trophy actually had some benefits, such as an extra basic check-in opportunity each month. Over a year, that adds up to 12 times. While it may not be much, it's better than nothing. After asking the system, it was explained that it represents a form of recognition from a civilization, which is why it has this effect, making Chu Xian want to pursue awards as well. However, without awards that carry real value, such efforts would be ineffective. Fortunately, the awards can be accumulated. The same award can be received every year, and over time, it can become a considerable number. At this moment, it was already February 14th. The next day, while Chu Xian was hosting a banquet at his home, in the southern hemisphere, at the largest astronomical base, the control room was preparing to enter the effective gravitational range of Jupiter. Everything was normal. All data indicated that they could safely and smoothly utilize the gravitational slingshot to leave the solar system. The so-called Plan 9 was merely a useless proposal, wasting people's time. Reports were coming in every minute. Everything is normal. Everything is normal. Before the on-site leader could finish speaking, the lights in the entire control room suddenly turned red, and everyone felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. This was the effect of the highest level alarm. Beep. Warning. A surge in Jupiter's gravity has been detected, surpassing the safety threshold. Boom. Along with the alert, the ground of the entire astronomical base began to shake, leaving everyone in a daze. At this moment, the expressions of everyone at the astronomical observation base were quite remarkable. Confused faces everywhere. In confused faces. Previously, due to multiple drills, they had been complaining about Plan 9 and were ready to sing as they passed Jupiter. However, reality had delivered a shocking lesson. Slap. That's what you get for complaining. Slap. That's what you get for chattering. Realizing their own folly, they were suddenly filled with shame, followed by a cold sweat. They almost lost it. Everyone present were professionals. Looking at the surging gravity data, a simple estimate revealed that if they got any closer, within 60,000 kilometers, the potential disaster would be unimaginable. Their lives hung by a thread. Just thinking about it made their breath turn cold. The earthquake was only at a magnitude of 5. If they got within 60,000 kilometers, it would start at least at a magnitude 7, and the thought of a global magnitude 7 earthquake was terrifying. The resulting loss of life and property would be astonishing. On the other side, at the headquarters of the United Government, the top officials had gathered here to respond to any potential issues before the gravitational slingshot was completed. At the same time as the earthquake, they also saw the warning. The high-level officials were equally shocked. Yes, there had been plans in place due to the possibility of a gravitational surge, but deep down, they didn't truly believe it would happen. The probability was too low, akin to winning a lottery. Clearly, the Earth had hit the jackpot once again. They immediately activated Plan 9 for disaster avoidance and rescue operations. With global military forces on standby, the Speaker of the United Government immediately issued the order. Yes, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner due to the contingency plans in place. The voice of Moss echoes through the International Space Station, indicating a surge in Jupiter's gravitational pull. All personnel are urged to return to their posts and fully support the ground rescue efforts. On duty, Liu Peiqiang rushes to the screen, observing the data with a grave expression. Such a significant increase in gravitational force could mean that if they continue on their original trajectory, Earth might not escape and could be captured by Jupiter. He is not aware of the final measures that could be taken to ignite Jupiter. Writing a paper is one thing, but whether the joint government will fully implement it is another matter. Otherwise, someone would surely exclaim, madness. The entire world has faced a brush with death. Liu Peiqiang can't help but feel relieved. They have escaped the sun, yet they almost fell into Jupiter's grasp. If that happened, humanity would not just be in dire straits, it would be a complete tragedy. Moss, contact the launch vehicle pilot Han Xiang. The connection is being established. Han Xiang reports that he is on standby, ready to support ground operations, but there is little the space station can do to assist. At most, they can maintain communication support. In the underground city of Jingsan, after a brief shake, people only panicked momentarily before returning to calm. Such a minor tremor caused no significant damage. At home, seeing that the shaking has stopped, Han Duo happily continues to enjoy her meal. With Xiangu around, even if it were the end of the world, there would be nothing to fear, let alone a minor earthquake. What is going on? Han Xiang looks at Chu Xian. There is no choice. After all, Chu Xian is the only one here who understands astronomy and physics. Jupiter is acting up. The gravitational pull has surged. It's probably upset that we didn't take it along as a neighbor and is throwing a little tantrum, Chu Xian jokingly remarks. Will this affect the space station? Han Xiang asks again. No. Chu Xian shakes his head. The space station is too small to feel any significant changes. Just then, a signal comes through, and Han Xiang's communicator beeps. Dad, are you all right? Lu Peiqiang's voice comes through. We're fine, just having dinner at Xiao Xian's place, Han Xiang replies. That's good. Stay safe, everything is fine here too. Lu Peiqiang breathes a sigh of relief. If there were a global magnitude 7 earthquake, who knows if Han Xiang and the others could survive? Xiao Xian, thank you. Han Xiang thinks it is just a thank you for the meal. But Chu Xian understands it is about his paper. Uncle Lu, how is the operation of the global engines? Chu Xian inquires. Overall, it's running well. Only a few engines have malfunctioned and shut down. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Peiqiang does not hide this information. Strictly speaking, it's a minor violation. However, Chu Xian had provided an early warning about this disaster. There is no time for commendations after the fact. How could they pursue accountability? That is good. They chat a bit more before ending the call. Chu Xian breathes a sigh of relief. As long as there are no shutdowns, it's fine. In movies, the surge in Jupiter's gravitational pull is often the direct cause, but engine shutdowns are the biggest concern. After all, the gravitational surge is only temporary and does not last long. In the movie, if the engines had not malfunctioned, the surge in gravity might not have escalated to the point of igniting Jupiter. Now Lu Peiqiang is still awake. It seems that my presence has changed quite a bit. For example, the space station did not enter low-power operation mode, but instead put them on standby to support ground rescue operations. This is impossible. Ibai, who had been excited for a few days about the upcoming transition to Biosphere 3 at the Biosphere 6 experimental base, was now stunned. That ridiculous paper. That foolish plan. Has it actually come true? Is the world going crazy? Or is he still asleep? Chapter 95. The phone keeps ringing. Commands were being transmitted to various underground cities worldwide. The engine of Hawaii 1 has completed angle adjustments for the jets. The engine of Mexico 5 has completed angle adjustments for the jets. After receiving the dispatch from the control room, numerous engines began to turn, limited by their size, to a maximum angle of 15 degrees. Although the time of increased gravity was brief, it altered the Earth's orbit. Adjustments were needed. At this moment, gazing at the massive Jupiter in the sky, the initial indifference had transformed into fear and trepidation. They were afraid that Jupiter would act up again. At the headquarters of the United Government, in Hangzhou 2 underground city, 3 deaths occurred, with minimal property damage. In London 1 underground city, 18 deaths occurred, with minimal property damage. In Sulawesi 3 underground city, 21 deaths occurred, with minimal property damage. As losses from around the globe were compiled, it was a relief to see that only a few engines had malfunctioned and shut down. That was close. Humanity was nearly plunged into a major crisis. Fortunately, a comprehensive safety inspection had been conducted on all engines ahead of time, uncovering some hidden dangers and upgrading certain components. Otherwise, there would have been at least 100 failures. If things had gone as they were before, following the original orbit, preliminary calculations indicated that thousands of engines would have shut down. If that happened, we would have been left with no choice but to ignite Jupiter as the only solution. After listening to the experts' analysis, the higher-ups were filled with dread. Half of the engines were down. Restarting them would be troublesome. At this moment, everyone recalled the theoretical promoter of Plan 9. If it weren't for that paper, the Earth would have been in grave danger. Even if they had narrowly escaped, the losses would have been incalculable. First, they would use a gravity slingshot to leave Jupiter, and then properly reward our heroes. At the 108th Astronomical Observatory, Lao Chu and Professor Mi, you have raised a good son. Jin Xiangdong sighed deeply. The son of an old friend had repeatedly refreshed his understanding of excellence. And now it was even more extraordinary. A graduation thesis had saved countless lives and reduced immeasurable losses. His contributions were invaluable. What a relief. What admiration. Based on this merit, some members of the academic committee still wanted to suppress Chu Xian. It was simply ridiculous. Previously, Chu Xian's designation as a senior researcher had been rejected, which had upset him for some time, but now he felt completely at ease. Some people's faces were probably very difficult to read. In the Jingxin underground city, at home, he was digesting his meal. Knock knock. Someone was at the door. He opened it to find several soldiers in exoskeleton suits standing there. Researcher Chu, hello? We are from the United Government Security Forces, here to take you to the special shelter level. No need. Everything is fine at home. Chu Xian shook his head in refusal. Safety? Is there anywhere safer than by his side? Seeing that Chu Xian was not leaving, the other party felt somewhat troubled. Just tell your superiors honestly. Say it was my decision, Chu Xian said firmly. Understood. After all, this was not an arrest. So the other party did not take any coercive measures, but instead contacted their superiors. Moments later, they received a message. Researcher Chu, our superiors have ordered us to stay and protect you. Subsequently, several people stood outside the door. This scene left Han Xiang and the others stunned. What's going on? A security detail? They said they were sending him to a safer place, but it seems they aren't including us. It should be noted that as family members of astronauts, they had certain privileges, but this time, they were not consulted. Strange. Could this be a privilege for senior researchers? After all, he had received a scientific advancement award and was still so young. Although it must be admitted that while life is priceless, sometimes utilitarian value can be measured. All right. They accepted it. Who told them they lacked that capability? They were not aware of Chu Xian's thesis in astrophysics, and the joint government had not heavily publicized it. Previously, they had chosen to downplay it, mainly known among industry insiders. After all, the worst-case scenario that the Plan 9 aimed to prevent was too terrifying, even igniting Jupiter. At least tens of millions would perish. Chu Xian had never mentioned it to Han Xiang and the others. Just as the door closed, a signal came through. Xiao Xian. Do you know? Plan 9 has been activated. He Shuli's voice came through, filled with excitement. I know, Chu Xian replied. I'm really glad you chose to study astrophysics. Otherwise, who knows what would happen? He praised him for a while before ending the call. Just after hanging up, Jin Xiangdong called again. It wasn't over yet. Qian Jinhua, acting director of N3 Experimental Base Yiyang. Xueming, even the president of the Academy of Sciences called. Is it really necessary to mention a single earthquake? What do they mean by talking about papers? Han Xiang felt confused. Lu Qi was also puzzled. The more they listened, the stranger things became. Although Han Duoduo was also unclear, it didn't stop her from cheering. Chapter 96. Earth, Slipped Away Joint Government Academy of Sciences. The president flipped through Chu Xian's original thesis, reading it carefully several times, and could only say that this person was a blessing for all humanity. High-fat rapeseed. Rapid growth theory. Plan 9. Who knows what surprises that young man will bring in the future? He was quite looking forward to it. Stubborn. Once again, he complained about the academic committee, who couldn't even spare a special researcher for such a genius. Now, they must be dumbfounded. The thesis belonged to academic achievements. Therefore, even without mentioning rapid growth genes, based on this alone, Chu Xian could be evaluated as a special researcher, and no one would dare to question it. Now, what conditions would they have to offer to invite Chu Xian? Rubbing his temples, the president was troubled. The academic management committee underestimated him. Alas, who could have predicted that Plan 9 would actually be activated? During the initial review, many people voted against it, and it was officially recorded. After the incident, the coalition government will certainly commend Chu Xian. Although they won't impose any penalties, it won't look good for them publicly. Suppressing a genius, a hero of humanity, what a shame. After the significant gravitational surge actually occurred, most people felt quite ashamed. He saved countless lives and mitigated astronomical losses. Of course, some are envious. Like the project leader of Biosphere 6, who insisted on principles. How infuriating. That guy just keeps getting lucky. Is he the favored child of fate? Although they had just faced a life and death situation and should be grateful, he was still alive and well. Just thinking about the coalition government's commendation for Chu Xian suddenly sparked an idea. This way, no one could say anything against it. His Biosphere 6 project just happened to have an opening. Haha, I'm really clever. I just have to ask, who else? At that moment, at the first space base of the coalition government, H-17 Observation Center, a white-haired elder furrowed his brows. Looking at the data in front of him, he muttered, something's not right. How strange. Why are there such abnormal gravitational fluctuations? Having dedicated most of his life to research in this field, the data he was viewing came from a probe that had ventured out of the large planet region of the solar system to explore and provide early warnings. Humanity had continuously launched probes into space. To date, many had flown beyond the large planet region. Some of these were special probes, like this one, equipped with gravitational wave detection devices. Decades ago, humanity had discovered gravitational waves, and over time, observation technology had gradually matured. Therefore, such devices had been installed on some space probes. Until now, there had been no significant discoveries because the sun's gravity was too strong, making it difficult to observe gravitational fluctuations from distant galaxies within a certain range. The data returned by this newly launched probe was quite peculiar. It had detected a regular fluctuation point. A malfunction? The elder wondered. Since only one probe had been sent out, he couldn't guarantee whether it was a probe issue and needed further validation. Fortunately, in a few days, Deep Space 2 would be launched. If it returned similar data, it would confirm the findings. If it was true, what could be causing it? The elder fell into deep thought. In the following days, Jupiter's gravity remained normal, and no issues arose. Through precise calculations, Earth utilized Jupiter to achieve acceleration. 38.1. 38.3. Reports confirmed that the planned acceleration was achieved, exceeding the expected value by 0.3%. Good. Good. Success. Various astronomical bases erupted in cheers. This was a crucial opportunity. If the speed wasn't sufficient, they would have to make another orbit. That could pose unknown risks. If the sun underwent a helium flash prematurely, Earth would be in trouble. At this moment, the anxious hearts of everyone finally relaxed. at the top of the shelter. Looking up at the sky, Chu Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Movies are movies, but reality is reality. If during this time, Jupiter were to have a few more gravitational surges and it lasted a bit longer, it would be quite a mess. Fortunately, there were no surprises. If there was another surge, Chu Xian would have to suspect that some unknown force was interfering with Jupiter's abnormal gravity. That thought made his scalp tingle. Mumu, goodbye, Chu Xian said softly, gazing at the enormous planet in the sky. After a moment of reflection, he suddenly smiled. The scene was quite amusing. Earth, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Jupiter, used and tossed, you worthless ball. Chapter 97. Commendation. After watching the wooden beads for a whole hour, Chu Xian finally left. After today, things would only drift further apart. The spinning top beneath his feet was packing up, preparing for a long journey. He had no idea where the remnants of the moon had drifted off to. If it had consciousness, it would probably have written billions of words in criticism by now. If one word took up a page, it would be a monumental work. Just thinking of the distant moon remnants made Chu Xian shake his head and return to the dimensional space. With a large supply of resources, the construction of the experimental base progressed quickly. Initially, he didn't plan for anyone to see a small town upon entering. Instead, he intended to work hard in the base for a while. Only through contribution could one enjoy better treatment. And as Chu Xian walked further down the path of capitalism, he felt increasingly distanced from it. But there was no other choice. Top-level design has always been very pragmatic. If everything is satisfied, the motivation to strive diminishes. With food, drink, and shelter provided without cost, any society reaching this stage would encounter problems. Chu Xian was not stingy. It was the startup phase. The road ahead would not necessarily be smooth, and he could only proceed with a little whip in hand. Next, he would go to the government headquarters to dig in. February 19th, morning. This morning, the first batch of station personnel from the Navigator Space Station will return, and the world is eagerly anticipating the space heroes. At Han Xiang's home, Lu Qi's expression was complex as he watched the news. He once wanted to escape the underground city, but was repeatedly taught a lesson by Chu Xian. However, deep down, he still felt resistance. Knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Me. Chu Xian walked into Lu Qi's room. Clap. He shut the door behind him. What's up? Lu Qi asked. Nothing. Just wanted to give you a beating. Is that what you call nothing? After joking, Chu Xian asked, are you still blaming your father? Slowly, he continued. You're 25 now, yet you still act like a spoiled child. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi remained silent. Chu Xian said, do you know that you almost never got to see your father again? What do you mean? Lu Qi's heart suddenly raced as he stared intently at Chu Xian. Chu Xian replied, do you know what happened to Earth through Jupiter this time? Gravitational surges. Lu Qi responded, the news mentioned it. Then do you know about Plan 9? Of course. What does that have to do with anything? Lu Qi asked, puzzled. Chu Xian continued, a year ago, Plan 9 did not exist. And the Earth's trajectory was not as it is now, but rather 6,000 kilometers closer. If we had followed the original trajectory, this earthquake would have been at least a magnitude 7. At the same time, thousands of engines around the world might go offline. If that happens, the Earth will be pulled by Jupiter, and even with all-out rescue efforts, we wouldn't be able to escape before it shatters. At that point, the only option left would be to ignite Jupiter. We would use shockwaves for one last desperate attempt. However, igniting Jupiter would still require some distance in terms of intercontinental missiles and planetary engines. There is only one method. Sacrifice the space station and use its fuel as a match. Are you really going to part ways with your father forever? What? Lu Qi suddenly stood up, unable to believe it. Super earthquakes, engine failures, igniting Jupiter, sacrificing the space station? Each term made it impossible for him to remain calm. If this really happened, he might never see his father again. Foolish boy. Chu Xian chuckled at this. There were indeed many loopholes in what he just said. After all, it hadn't happened yet, and upon careful thought, many questions would arise. But evidently, Lu Qi was like a character in a movie who claimed not to care, yet still had a bond with his father. Thus, faced with the hypothetical situation that Lu Peiqiang might die, he immediately disregarded the unreasonable aspects and began to feel anxious. Don't wait until you've lost him and then shed meaningless tears. At that moment, in the distance, after the gravitational slingshot left Jupiter, more precise assessment reports from the United Government headquarters were released. Fortunately, they had valued that paper back then. Yes, if this loss occurs, we all collectively have to resign. It's far worse than the temporary estimates before. Millions dead and countless property losses. If Jupiter is ignited, just the property loss on the surface would exceed the total GDP of the entire world for a year several decades ago, measured in trillions of dollars. And in front of that unit, at least 3 digits. What do you think should be done to reward our heroes? The speaker raised the topic. We can give awards, said a vice speaker from a certain country. After a pause, he added, but we can't make it public. After all, this estimated loss report is too severe. If fully disclosed, it might scare them. At this point, the other vice speakers fell silent. Indeed, in a situation where the loss was not severe, making the entire world aware that they almost faced disaster would be intolerable and could lead to chaos. In the end, the meeting reached a consensus: handle it discreetly. However, the other necessary rewards should not be lacking. Promote to senior researcher and have further communication with Chu Xian to see if there are any other needs. Before long, Chu Xian also learned of the outcome. He smiled lightly, feeling unsurprised. After all, the united government was a complex entity, a mixed bag of institutions with representatives from various places. Having overly high expectations wouldn't be realistic. After his last visit there, Chu Xian was completely sure and prepared to treat the dimensional space as part of the Fire Seed project. He wasn't too concerned about it. After all, he had already received the fortune feedback from the Jupiter crisis. Gaining fame again was useless, so he decided to seek some other benefits. Chapter 98 New Position 3 days later, on February 22nd, Chu Xian arrived again at the headquarters of the joint government. It was still the hall where the awards were presented initially, but this time the event had a higher profile. Almost all the senior officials were present. Moreover, the person presenting the award was the speaker. This position rotates among the permanent members. And this term it was the representative from the Arctic region who handed Chu Xian a box containing a medal. In broken Mandarin, he said, "Congratulations. Thank you for your contributions to humanity. Keep up the good work and achieve more false accomplishments." Chu Xian couldn't help but slightly mock in his heart as he accepted the medal and put it on. The next moment, he heard a system notification. Ding! Obtained civilization medal. Rating, gold level, monthly sign-in count, 3. Hearing the system prompt, Chu Xian was quite satisfied.